Heavy rain, typhoons, tsunamis, thunderstorms, the disappearance of geomagnetism, zombies, monsters, supernatural powers, and so forth. Congratulations to all for unlocking the main storyline of the apocalypse. The world is undergoing a grand reshuffling. The path to survival ahead relies on life, luck, and oneself. While others are still screaming in panic, the survival enthusiast Xu DuoDuo has already busily hoarded supplies in her granary. Be it meat, eggs, milk, an array of canned goods, or various weapons and tools, she has it all. With a multifaceted magic cube space in her possession, she can pack up all her resources and take them away. Yet, why does she, with everything prepared, suddenly find herself transformed into a stuttering little zombie at the onset? Chapter 1. Warning Message. In 3 minutes, the people around you will turn into zombies. Xu DuoDuo's first reaction upon receiving this text message was one of derision. It was merely a recent internet meme, one that many apocalypse-related bloggers had indulged in. She promptly replied, "Is that you, Jia? Or is it Yao Yao? Are you playing with me? It's not even April Fool's Day." No sooner had she sent the message than the light above flickered, causing her heart to leap. Her colleague, Sister Lu, also glanced up in curiosity. "Hey, how strange. When was the last time our city had a power outage?" "What's going on?" Xu DuoDuo, a 22-year-old intern at an internet company, was accustomed to working overtime. It was currently 6 in the evening, and the early winter darkness had fully descended outside, hinting at an impending rainstorm. The branches outside swayed ominously, resembling shadowy monsters from a dark fairy tale, clawing to drag one into the abyss. Although Xu DuoDuo was relatively courageous, she was taken aback when Sister Lu turned to look at her, her face pale and her pupils rigid. Xu DuoDuo's gaze fell lower, noticing the bluish tinge creeping along Sister Lu's fingernails. Sister Lu, sensing Xu DuoDuo's daze, moved closer with concern. "DuoDuo? What are you daydreaming about? Be careful, or the director will scold you again." The putrid stench filling the air nearly made Xu DuoDuo retch, and she abruptly stood up. The other colleagues in the office turned to look, bewildered by her sudden change. Nervously swallowing, Xu DuoDuo began to gather her belongings to leave. "I'm feeling unwell. I'll head home first." "Sister Lu, could you please ask the director for leave on my behalf?" After saying this, she grabbed her bag and hurried towards the exit, her pallor suggesting she was indeed not well. Sister Lu, still puzzled, remarked, "How come you suddenly feel unwell? Young people nowadays are so pampered that I was bitten by a dog yesterday and still came to work after my rabies shot. Be careful, or the director might get angry and fire you." By the time Xu DuoDuo heard this last remark, she was already at the office door. "If I get fired, so be it. I'm done." Her heart raced intensely. Once outside the company, she glanced at her phone. 2 minutes had passed since she received the message. Luckily, the company was located on the 3rd floor. After a moment of contemplation, she swiftly descended the stairs. In unstable electrical conditions, one should never take the elevator. Being trapped inside would be disastrous. Xu DuoDuo nearly sprinted down the stairs. Just as she reached the base of the building, a piercing scream echoed from above, prompting passersby to gasp and look upward in alarm. "What the hell? That startled me. What's happening? Is someone about to jump due to work stress? Ugh, that's terrifying. Let's get out of here." Xu DuoDuo trembled at the sound of the scream and glanced at her phone. It was exactly 3 minutes since she received the message. She dare not look up and swiped her card to exit the software park. Once out of the office building area, she scanned to ride her bike home, feeling a pressing need to leave. She also avoided public transportation. No new messages had arrived, and the signal remained erratic. Xu DuoDuo attempted to send messages to her friends to warn them of the impending danger, but not a single one went through. She sensed that something truly was amiss in the world. At that moment, the winds and rains began to stir. She pedaled rapidly, relieved that the people on the road appeared normal. 20 minutes later, she successfully arrived at her residential complex, feeling a bit more at ease. Without delay, she entered the largest supermarket near the entrance, casually grabbed a shopping cart, and began a frantic shopping spree. Milk, bread, instant noodles, chocolates, and a variety of high-calorie beverages were hastily collected. Xu DuoDuo's mind was still in a daze, her nerves taut, making decisions instinctively, driven by the primal urge to survive. After filling her cart to the brim, the store clerk, Aunt Wong, suddenly expressed concern. "Young lady, what's wrong? You don't look too well. Feeling down? Why didn't you work overtime today?" Xu DuoDuo frequently visited the supermarket after hours, so the staff recognized her. Just feeling a bit down, so I thought I'd indulge myself." It was as if she had just snapped back to reality, forcing a smile as she spoke to Aunt Wong. "By the way, Don't you offer delivery services? Could you help me send 10 cases of bottled water to the 8th floor of Building A? Just leave them by the elevator. Aunt Wong readily agreed, but inquired, why would a young girl buy so much bottled water? How long will it last? As Xu DuoDuo shoved cans of meat into her cart, she replied, I'm too lazy to keep buying it. I was just fired from my job and will be busy job hunting starting tomorrow, so I want a time to shop again. Aunt Wong sighed sympathetically. The pressure on young people these days is immense. All right, I'll ring you up shortly. Come over to pay. Young ladies shouldn't be living on junk food. Even if you're feeling down, you shouldn't overindulge. It's bad for your stomach. Hearing Aunt Wong's considerate words caused a pang of sorrow in Xu DuoDuo's heart. She had been adopted, and after her adoptive parents passed away, her home was demolished. Having moved here less than a year ago, it was truly touching to receive such genuine concern from a stranger. She opened her mouth several times, but could not bring herself to mention the approaching zombie apocalypse. After all, she lacked sufficient evidence to prove that the end of the world and zombies were truly imminent. Thus, she silently followed Aunt Wong to settle the bill, who kindly packed her items neatly and even accompanied her to the elevator. With her emergency supplies and 10 cases of bottled water in tow, Xu DuoDuo ascended to her floor. Before the elevator closed, she could still hear the security guard chatting with Aunt Wong. Hey, Wong Jia is delivering again. Why is this young girl buying so many things? Oh, she was fired and feels down. She'll be job hunting tomorrow. Young people under pressure tend to buy things to cope, unlike us older generations who have lived through hardships. Haha, indeed. After that, the conversation faded away. Xu DuoDuo quickly unloaded her items on the 8th floor, then closed the elevator before bringing everything back into her apartment. Once she returned to the familiar space, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Collapsing onto the sofa, the glaring overhead light made her squint. She closed her eyes to calm her mind and catch her breath, planning to organize the supplies piled at the door. Later, however, as she shut her eyes, an unsettling sensation washed over her. She felt as though a hallucination suddenly emerged. Upon closing her eyes, she could envision a cube, a multifaceted one, densely packed with innumerable surfaces spinning at a rapid pace. Xu DuoDuo gasped and began to retch, the dizzying motion overwhelming her. Chapter 2. Multifaceted Space. She was no novice to the internet, frequently engaging with it, and was familiar with the term apocalypse, often associated with space. After some experimentation, she discovered that this cube was indeed a storage space. This revelation brought her both joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from acquiring a vast storage area, while the sorrow arose from the realization that the world was genuinely spiraling into chaos. As she regained her composure, the cube ceased its rotation, as if the initial motion was merely a ceremonial activation. Now, the cube space stood quietly within her consciousness, tranquil and still. Xu DuoDuo finally steadied herself. The dizziness had dissipated. She rose and approached the window, observing the passers-by below, blissfully unaware of the impending future, behaving as they typically would. Some hurriedly returned from work, while others ambled out for an evening stroll with their families. Occasionally, delivery personnel darted back and forth. The streetlights cast a warm halo over them, creating an atmosphere of exquisite happiness on what was an otherwise ordinary night, leaving her uncertain if such moments would ever be witnessed again. Her mind had been taut with tension as she pulled the curtains shut, storing all the supplies at the door into her spatial dimension, which she could access with ease. Turning, she opened the door to the room on the right, a storage area containing 3 substantial shelves and a large freezer. Thanks to the previous pandemic, the community had been sealed off, leaving many without food and drink. Being a survival enthusiast, she had stockpiled provisions, and her desire to hoard had intensified after the pandemic's conclusion. Thus, she had created a veritable fortress of supplies, with 20 boxes of canned goods boasting a 10-year shelf life, encompassing both meat and vegetarian options. Additionally, there were 10 boxes of assorted compressed biscuits, 10 boxes of high-calorie energy bars, 5 bags of 50 pounds of rice, and various instant noodles powders. And self-heating meals, along with 10 boxes of bottled water AS for perishables like milk and vegetables. She supplemented those occasionally, and her kitchen refrigerator was well stocked. The storage room also contained an array of condiments, with 3 boxes of salt and several varieties of soy sauce and vinegar. Furthermore, there was a survival backpack filled with essential tools and single-serving meals, alongside a chainsaw, a battle axe, and a dagger. She had 3 boxes of gasoline primarily for power generation, in case of outages, as she also possessed a home generator. Moreover, several large boxes of medical supplies were stored, including items for hemostasis, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, bandaging materials, and vitamins. These were typically for her own preparation. Yet now, gazing at the storage room evoked a complex array of emotions, as she never anticipated they would serve a purpose. She quickly transferred everything into her spatial dimension, feeling the connection between herself and this space. That it was this bond that allowed her to securely store her entire fortune within. For as long as she remained alive, her belongings would be there, accessible solely by her, providing immense comfort. After emptying the storage room, she proceeded to the bathroom, which housed a large water storage tank. Upon discovering that she could transfer water into her spatial dimension without a container, she turned on the faucet, planning to periodically store water from the tank. She estimated that one face of her spatial dimension contained approximately 200 cubic meters, and this cube-like space had countless facets. She could hardly fathom the total. Feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her, she chose not to venture downstairs for additional supplies, as nighttime invariably posed greater dangers than daytime. Instead, she resolved to observe the unfolding situation. She then prepared to have dinner. Returning to the kitchen, as she worked in an internet company that afforded her weekends, she often prepared pre-packaged meals to freeze, so at times like this, she merely needed to microwave her food for 3 minutes. Thus, a steaming bowl of eggplant with shredded pork over rice soon appeared. She also washed a small bowl of oversized blueberries for a refreshing dessert. Finally, she brought her meal to the coffee table in the living room and turned on the television. Although many young people preferred projectors nowadays, she retained a fondness for television, as it reminded her of the times spent watching shows with her grandparents. Offering her a sense of security, she tuned into the local news channel that her family frequently watched. Welcome to the Daily News Update. This is reporter Xiao Wei bringing you the latest. According to Citizen Reports, a rabies outbreak occurred on the 3rd floor of Building B in the software park, involving a young lady bitten by her colleague, Lu Mumu, who had received a rabies vaccination just the night before. Unfortunately, the onset was rapid. Upon hearing this, she froze, raising her head abruptly as the news anchor expressed regret over the incident, subsequently addressing issues regarding leash laws for dogs. The daily news segment was the highlight of the broadcast, providing updates on various events unfolding in the city. Thus, incidents occurring shortly after 6 in the evening quickly made headlines. As the reporter narrated, a video from the office played in the upper left corner. From the perspective of the person filming, it began with Lu Jie going berserk and biting colleague A, while colleague B jokingly remarked, "Haha, it's over." Lu Jie has gone rabid from working overtime. However, as colleague A screamed and Lu Jie drew blood, colleague B's laughter turned to terror, leading to a shaky camera capturing a frantic escape, the onlookers transitioning from amusement to panic. Many netizens claimed this was a zombie attack. However, that is merely a rumor. Lu Mumu simply has sharper teeth, which caused the injury. To prevent public panic, please refrain from believing in unfounded rumors. After the host concluded, smiling as they transitioned to the closing remarks, she found herself unable to eat, immediately casting her phone's screen to the television, attempting to check the trending topics on Weibo, where indeed, the incident at her company was trending. City zombie apocalypse. She connected to her home network, refreshing the signal several times until it stabilized. Meanwhile, it seemed the news was delayed, as her phone began to buzz with numerous notifications. Point 1 was from colleague C. "Wow, Xiao Su, what kind of lucky charm are you? Lu Jie went crazy just after you left." "Oh no, it's because she had a rabies outbreak." "Good thing you left quickly." Colleague C had joined the company around the same time as her, with only a day's difference in their start dates, and their relationship was decent. However, she had no inclination to respond. Unable to eat any longer, her body coated in a cold sweat, it was a near miss. Had she not departed, she would have been the one bitten, as she was closest to Lu Jie. Chapter 3. The Beginning of the Apocalypse. Fortunately, she had believed the text message. Ding dong. Her phone vibrated again, indicating a new message from the same sender. With trembling hands, she inquired about the sender's identity, but they ignored her questions and sent a download link instead. Had it not been for Lu Jie's incident aligning perfectly, she would have hesitated to click it. However, with 3 spare phones and no online banking link to her savings account, she felt secure against potential hacking. Thus, she quickly clicked the link and downloaded the content to her phone. Soon, a survival guide for the apocalypse popped up, and she meticulously read every word of the succinct document, which contained less than 3,000 words. It discussed climate change's various disasters and the ensuing chaos enveloping the world, emphasizing the term mutation in bold, red letters, an indication of universal evolution. To IT made sense. Without evolution, surviving in such a tumultuous world would be impossible. Concerned that electronic devices might become inoperable, she dashed to her desk, printed multiple copies of the survival guide, and stored them in her spatial dimension. By the time she completed her tasks, her meal had long since cooled, and she consumed it without savoring a single bite, vowing not to waste even a grain of rice, and recalling the possibility of a power outage in the early days. She hurried to cook rice in the realm of the Rubik's Cube space, or rather, the multifaceted space each compartment possesses an innate preservation function. Many are inclined to prepare food that is readily consumable, recalling the survival guide, which notes the initial emergence of the biting phenomenon, often referred to as the onset of the zombie virus. This night marks the end of tranquility. Subsequently, a cataclysmic electromagnetic storm will erupt, obliterating all signals, causing external wires to explode, resulting in increasingly unstable electricity supply. Water will begin to be contaminated within 3 days, a truly alarming prospect. The priority for many is to stockpile food and water while resources still allow. Her household is replete with an array of pots and pans. Thus, she utilizes all 3 rice cookers to prepare rice, 2 pressure cookers for various meats and dumplings, and she strives to cook all the meat stored in her refrigerator and freezer. Instant meals are prepared in the microwave or the air fryer. There are 4 locations for gas, 1 for porridge, 1 for ginger soup, 1 for herbal tea, and 1 for broth. It is said that extreme temperatures will follow, and soups are the most comforting, easily stored in a thermos for later consumption. She dares not sleep at all. Since dinner, she has been in a flurry of activity, converting all online messages into an automatic reading mode, listening through her Bluetooth headset. As for food, she prepares as much as possible. Every additional portion is an added layer of security. Although humanity may ultimately mutate, such transformations carry risks, and not everyone will succeed. Failure to evolve could lead to death. She harbors hopes of delaying infection as long as possible, enduring as long as she can. For as the situation progresses, the base will develop effective serums that could significantly enhance human mutation while reducing mortality risks. Throughout the night, she remained vigilant, busy preparing food and stockpiling water. For many, this night is indeed extraordinary. The power goes out in the dead of night. The community is filled with piercing screams and hoarse roars, mingled with cries for help and barking dogs. She cannot bring herself to draw back the curtains. With doors and windows tightly shut, she prepares for a prolonged seclusion, awaiting the opportunity to continue her stockpiling. Her immediate objective is self-preservation. At times, excessive greed can be a sin. When the power outage occurs, she remains composed, storing her semi-finished products in the space, ready to retrieve them when electricity is restored. Exhausted, she collapses onto the sofa, falling into a deep sleep until the next morning when her phone rings. It's the property management calling. Is this Ms. Sue? It appears a new strain of rabies virus emerged in the city last night, spreading rapidly and manifesting quickly. We have received orders from above. Starting today, no one is permitted to leave their residences without authorization. The entire city is at a standstill. Students are on break. Much like the survival guides indicate, it has begun with lockdowns. Sue is utterly fatigued, and after a night of turmoil, she must accept the new reality. She adopts a facade of surprise, reassuring herself that she will comply with the property management's instructions. The caller expresses gratitude for her cooperation and quickly resumes contacting others. Messages flood the community group, yet some stubborn individuals require personal calls to clarify the situation, resulting in a significant workload. However, having previously experienced lockdowns, the residents possess some knowledge of how to navigate the situation. Eventually, food will be distributed on schedule, and all that is required is for everyone to remain indoors. Panic spreads among numerous residents due to the harrowing screams from the previous night. Consequently, the group chat is silenced, and all voices are muted. Signal quality fluctuates intermittently. The television occasionally stutters, and the news is delivered in a disjointed manner, with a few keywords emerging: typhoon, geomagnetic storm, earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption. As winter approaches, several typhoon embryos have formed, exhibiting uncontrollable characteristics. Coastal regions worldwide have sounded alarms, preparing to combat the impending super typhoons. From today onward, geomagnetic storms will occur frequently, and numerous researchers are diligently preparing countermeasures while broadcasting safety protocols for residents to ensure their well-being. Simultaneously, volcanoes beneath the ocean and on land are stirring, entering an active phase, with potential eruptions imminent. Ultimately, all broadcasts announce that humanity faces the greatest disaster in history, potentially leading to a mass extinction akin to that of the dinosaurs. The United Nations urges all humankind to unite in overcoming such an existential crisis. Upon hearing this proclamation, Xu's eyes brim with tears as she gazes at the sun, realizing that the days of normalcy may never return. Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries and wails erupts from within the community. The number of those succumbing to despair increases. Xu can only gather her emotions and continue her efforts to prepare food. She must be adequately equipped. In the following days, a barrage of bad news arrives, with signals remaining unreliable, causing many disaster notifications to go unreceived. The fear of the imagined surpasses the reality. Within the community, the residents live in a state of heightened anxiety, and the number of suicides due to unbearable pressure rises dramatically. The climate has also begun to behave erratically, experiencing several drastic changes within a mere 3 days, with temperature fluctuations reaching 30 degrees. Chapter 4. The Transformation into a Minor Zombie. Xu remains exceedingly cautious, refraining from participating in resource exchanges within the community group. When others venture into the hallways, she stays indoors, doing her utmost to avoid contact. The internet signal is persistently intermittent, resulting in delayed communications. Messages sent to friends vanish into silence, mirroring the sinking feeling in her heart. Simultaneously, she begins to document her experiences in a diary. The first day marks the outbreak of the zombie phenomenon, yet the authorities are striving to manage the situation, keeping it within a controllable scope. The influx of vehicles entering and exiting the community has increased, with many individuals clad in protective gear bustling below. On the second day, temperatures plummet drastically. The most significant variation occurs in the morning when the heat is unbearable, only for the evening to bring an intolerable chill. Fortunately, the infrastructure remains operational, with timely heating saving them from the cold. By the third day, some water sources begin to exhibit issues, and the infection from the zombie virus becomes increasingly uncontrollable, with the power outages extending longer. Throughout these 3 days, Xu has scarcely slept, finally managing to cook most of the food, yet she dares not consume anything with a strong odor. After the third day, supplies dwindle as no food is delivered, and the community descends into chaos, becoming desolate with no vehicles arriving. By the fourth day, the water begins to emit an unpleasant odor, prompting residents to avoid drinking tap water. In the afternoon, some can no longer restrain themselves and express a desire to venture outside to assess the situation, despite warnings from those on the upper floors urging them to stay put. Will we die of thirst if we don't go out? They argue. You cowards. We're going. Exactly. What if they abandon us? The medical personnel haven't come today. Are we to be prisoners in our own homes? A few brave souls disregard the advice. Or perhaps the surreal events of the past few days have pushed their sanity to the brink. Just as they prepare to leave, they spot a figure in protective gear, which reassures them. They wave and even shout, "Damn it, we thought you were going to let us starve or die of thirst. Do you know the tap water has a strange taste?" The others echo their sentiments, yes. Hurry and address the drinking water situation. Xu perceives their rudeness towards the volunteers, but the moment she notices that the individual in protective clothing is not moving normally, her heart sinks further. Extinguishing any flicker of hope, with a heavy heart, she draws the curtains shut, leans against the wall, retrieves her diary, and writes, November 6th, 2029. All medical volunteers have succumbed. The community is on the verge of losing order, and official personnel have arrived, which can only imply one thing. They are unable to come. The situation is indeed dire. As anticipated, terrified screams echoed from downstairs, where few individuals preparing to leave the community frantically shouted that this volunteer had also contracted the rabies virus. The residents above were paralyzed with fear, and nearly everyone hastily bolted their doors in response. Many shed copious tears, yet there was little that could be done. The Apocalypse Survival Manual had accurately predicted the date of societal collapse, which indeed commenced on the fourth day without fail. She wiped away her tears, realizing that from this point forward, she must rely solely on herself to endure until the later stages. The absence of official order made a significant difference. On the fourth night of the apocalypse, the cries from the community grew louder, accompanied by the sounds of heavy objects falling and animal-like howls from below and neighboring buildings. Individuals began to scramble for supplies, and panic gripped everyone. During moments of connectivity, she observed the despairing messages shared in the community group, striving to filter out the negative information and maintain her composure. The greatest fear in such circumstances is a mental breakdown. As an ordinary person, she felt she had displayed considerable strength, especially with the hope of her space to rely upon. Without that, despair might have engulfed her. Compared to others' anxiety over food and water, she remained relatively untroubled. Thus, when someone knocked on her door, she remained utterly silent, assured in the knowledge that she had enough provisions, and her humble abode provided her with the best. Protection. 2 days later, the water and electricity were completely cut off, and the community became desolate. The downstairs area was now filled with wandering zombies, scratching at the doors daily, yet the early-stage zombies lacked the strength to break in. They merely clawed. As long as she did not venture downstairs, she felt secure. However, the struggle among survivors for resources intensified. Her door had been battered several times, with neighbors from the same building muttering about the sturdiness of her door, attempting with all their might to breach it. Little did they know that if they did manage to break in, she would unleash her chainsaw from her position by the door. Although she was terrified, it did not mean she would not resist. Fortunately, her door was indeed exceptionally solid. The investment of over $10,000 for a security door proved worthwhile. Yet, even in isolation from others, she began to notice changes within herself. It seemed she was transforming into a zombie. Her cognitive function slowed, her body grew sluggish, and her tongue became heavy. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, she reluctantly admitted her transformation, spending the next 10 days in bed, infuriated that she had to become a zombie at the onset of the apocalypse. What was the purpose of granting her a protagonist space? It was utterly infuriating. She could no longer articulate words, only muttering incoherent sounds, which further enraged her. Eventually, she discovered that her movements had regained some fluidity, enabling her to rise from the bed. Yet, she noted that her body had shifted from rigidity to a semblance of flexibility, albeit her tongue remained uncooperative. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged silence or psychological reasons. When she attempted to speak, she found herself still only able to utter indecipherable sounds, which frustrated her to the point of puffing out her cheeks in exasperation as she sat cross-legged on the bed, contemplating the need to write in her journal. She soon realized her mental faculties had not entirely returned. Her thoughts were slower than before, requiring considerable time to process. The acknowledgement of this fact left her despondent for 3 days. Ultimately, she discovered that she could survive without food, which only deepened her sorrow. The apocalypse had only just begun, and she had stored a considerable amount of supplies. Yet, as a zombie, she could no longer consume anything. With a cry of despair, she felt tears well up, but zombies do not weep, so she silently closed her mouth and resorted to chewing on her supplies, experiencing merely a fraction of the taste, leaving her heart cold. Several times during her moments of frustration in her room, time had surpassed half a month since the onset of the apocalypse. She remained oblivious to the outside world. Her community was completely deserted, with an increasing number of zombies, some even capable of climbing walls. Survivors still existed. She could hear their movements during the day as they searched for supplies, and on several occasions, they attempted to pry open her door, but ultimately failed. She had lost interest in them, as she was no longer human. Initially, she had intended to continue her passive existence until the morning of the 26th day of the apocalypse, when the once silent city erupted with the sounds of cannon fire, signaling the commencement of rescue operations. In Chapter 5, Little Zombie's Fear, she silently touched her heart, feeling the absence of a heartbeat, and tears streamed down her face as she lamented her fate. No one could save her. For other survivors, the arrival of rescue personnel represented hope. However, for her, it signified the impending end. She suddenly accepted this with a strange calmness, curling up in bed, envisioning herself as a mushroom growing in the dark corner. Suddenly, the sounds of artillery erupted from downstairs, prompting many survivors above to cheer with delight. After an indeterminate amount of time, the clearing operation commenced on her floor, accompanied by the sounds of battle from below. In a daze, she heard a familiar voice proclaim, "The clearing of Building A on the 7th floor is complete." The mention of complete sent a shiver down her spine. Fear flooded her senses as she realized that they were approaching her floor and her end was near. She felt utterly defeated, her entire being trembling, wishing to cry. But zombies do not weep. The sound of steady footsteps penetrated the walls, culminating in a resounding gunshot, followed by the anguished cries of a zombie from the adjacent unit. Ugh, this zombie is so ugly and annoying with its incessant howling. I shot it right in the head. Xiao Bai, how is it on your end? Wrap it up quickly. I'm hungry and craving hot pot. The casual tone of the speaker, with its clear voice and familiar cadence, stirred something within her. Initially, she remained curled up, but confusion compelled her to lift her head. I'm almost done. It won't take more than half an hour. Old Wong, notify the vehicles to come collect the survivors. Ugh, why is this door so difficult to open? At this remark, she felt a jolt of panic. Regardless of familiarity, her life was at stake. Just as she contemplated voicing her distress, she recalled the man's complaint about her neighbor's incessant howling and quickly covered her mouth, trembling in anticipation of her fate. Indeed, she lacked the courage to end her own life. It was easier to await her demise at the hands of another, sparing herself a more gruesome end, for she was no longer human. As this realization sank in, her heart grew heavy. But when the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, she trembled anew, astonished by the force behind it. How could anyone possess such strength to kick down her door? What a tough door to kick down. Is this unit unoccupied? It's quite tidy, almost like a model home. Yet, the intruder did not pause in their search. She had begun to act like an ostrich, burying her head and shivering in anticipation of the inevitable judgment. She could hear them bypassing the storage room and kitchen, heading directly toward her bedroom, their footsteps echoing on her nerves. The tension was palpable. Bang! The bedroom door swung open. In the next moment, she heard the sound of a weapon being cocked, followed by the familiar voice. Do you have any wounds? Were you bitten by a zombie? What is your mutation status? Please answer these questions truthfully. She remained curled up, feigning death, even wishing to burrow deeper into the blankets. Soon, she heard the stranger's impatient tisich, followed by a stern tone. Did you not hear me ask you to respond? This is the 3A Special Operations Team, an official rescue unit. Ma'am, if you do not answer, it may affect the timing of your rescue. Do you understand? Just as she pondered what the hum was about, the individual quickly approached and yanked her upright, startling her into a shudder. Closing her eyes in a feigned death, she then heard the playful voice, little squad leader, the familiar lilt and casual tone, tinged with a hint of surprise at their reunion, filled her with a mix of emotions. Xu DuoDuo finally opened her eyes to gaze upon her visitor, who was also the one destined to judge her. To her astonishment, she was met with an enlarged, handsome face, and the two of them found themselves locked in a silent stare. Before the other could utter a word, a voice crackled through his earpiece, exclaiming, "Who is that? Little class leader? Chingu, have you finally lost your mind? Are you so infatuated with the little class leader that you've gone mad?" Qin Luo, feeling exasperated, turned off the earpiece and began to scrutinize the small zombie before him. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Xu DuoDuo? Goodness, how is it that after all these years, you have changed so little? You still bear the same face." That Xu DuoDuo felt a wave of numbness wash over her. Her sluggish mind finally recalled who he was. Meeting an old classmate was truly indescribable, especially since he still appeared as foolish as ever. Observing Qin Luo clad in his combat uniform, she noted that he had grown taller, his youthful features maturing into a more refined handsomeness, the kind that could easily captivate a throng of young ladies. Back in the day, he was both the school heartthrob and the school bully. As the class monitor, Xu DuoDuo had devoted considerable effort to this very issue with her deskmate. She longed to greet him with a flat expression, uttering a simple hello, but all that emerged were incoherent stammers. Thus, she opted for silence. Qin Luo, resembling an inquisitive dog, examined her with curiosity. After many years, the once junior high-class monitor had indeed changed, and upon closer reflection, he noticed subtle differences, such as the chilling nature of her skin. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the next moment, Qin Luo reached for Xu DuoDuo's neck, pressing down to check for a pulse. For a fleeting moment, Xu DuoDuo thought he intended to strangle her, but soon realized he was merely assessing her vital signs. A twinge of melancholy mingled with a hint of comfort washed over her. Her former underperforming deskmate had now become a member of the elite special forces. How remarkable! She imagined their former homeroom teacher, Lao Li, would surely feel a sense of pride. Hey, aren't you supposed to be quite clever? How come you didn't survive the initial stages? Qin Luo lamented, though his expression and tone were rather infuriating. Xu DuoDuo frowned, her irritation bubbling to the surface as she glared at him, reminiscent of the time she had chased after him to complete their assignments. Qin Luo chuckled in amusement, By the way, I almost forgot the main matter at hand, he said, glancing around as if searching for something. Xu DuoDuo felt a shiver of apprehension, fearing he was preparing to dispose of her in some manner, prompting her to close her eyes and feign death once more. Having surveyed the area without finding anything useful, Qianluo simply picked up a small blanket. Upon turning around, he noticed Xu DuoDuo trembling with her eyes shut. He sighed and promptly bound her up. Realizing she had been restrained, Xu DuoDuo figured he must have thought it unsightly for her to struggle, wanting to preserve her dignity. She opened her eyes to express her gratitude with a glance, thinking he was rather kind after all. Qianluo felt a mix of emotions, finding it somewhat bizarre that a transformed zombie like Xu DuoDuo could exhibit a look of gratitude when bound. It left him perplexed. He then lifted her, blanket and all, and tucked her away in a cabinet, saying, "Stay put for now. I'll come back for you later." As he mumbled to himself, he cast one last glance at Xu DuoDuo, whose pale face was now blinking up at him with wide eyes. Suddenly, Qianluo's ears flushed with warmth as he clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "What are you, a zombie, trying to look cute for? Xu DuoDuo." Chapter 6. Are you coming with me? Soon, a series of loud banging and gunshots echoed from upstairs, accompanied by the excited voices of survivors. Xu Duo, trapped inside a closet, sat in a daze, her sluggish mind grappling with the realization that she was still alive. Her old classmate had not taken her own life. Little Shir was bewildered. She glanced down at the thin blanket tightly binding her, and upon discovering how securely she was tied, she ultimately surrendered to her predicament. Xu Duo languidly slumped within the closet, blinking as she awaited the passage of time. After an indeterminate duration, sounds emerged once more from outside. "Everyone, head downstairs and form a line. A bus will arrive shortly to take you to the survivor base." The voice was stern and commanding. Its casual tone abruptly transformed into one of authority, making one wonder if they were undergoing military training. While Xu Duo was lost in thought, she overheard someone inquiring about their destination. Qianluo had single-handedly vanquished the entire building of zombies without breaking a sweat, establishing himself as the pillar of support for everyone, their source of security. She then heard him coldly dismiss the others, stating, "You all go ahead. I need to retrieve something." The mention of a forgotten item caused Xu Duo to pause, her expression turning somewhat glum, just as Qianluo strode in, muttering to himself. He opened the closet door and was met with a pair of somewhat resentful, grayish eyes. Although they belonged to a zombie, they still held a glimmer of spirit. "Hey, our little class monitor is quite remarkable. Even as a zombie, smarter than the rest," he remarked. Xu Duo was not interested in such praise. She rolled her eyes, wishing she could voice her disdain. Qianluo, as if he had discovered a new toy, untied her bindings and wrapped her in the blanket. "Can you understand me? If so, nod your head. I'll take you with me. Have you read the survival manual sent out by headquarters? Generally, early-stage zombies lack any rationality, yet you seem to retain some semblance of consciousness." He resumed his nonchalant demeanor, occasionally flashing a mischievous smile that revealed his sharp canine tooth. That familiar grin was blinding, causing Xu Duo to momentarily drift back to her carefree middle school days. Noticing her daze, Qianluo frowned slightly. "You're not completely daft, are you? Look at me. Do you want to come with me? There is a chance you might still be saved at the base, where Professor G is quite capable. Or do you prefer to stay here? What a ridiculous notion. Who would willingly choose death?" Xu Duo was startled into alertness, quickly nodding her head in compliance. Feeling her previously stiff neck loosen up, Qianluo grinned widely, revealing his little fong, his demeanor radiating warmth and charm. He was satisfied with her response, hoisting the bundled Xu Duo onto his shoulder and striding out. "All right then, who would have thought you'd end up in my hands one day, huh? Little class monitor?" Xu Duo wished to avoid answering, burying her face in his shoulder and pretending to be lifeless. Were it not for her transformation into a zombie, she would have found such a brutish method of transport revolting. Xu Duo's Hutshang. Qianluo, however, was exhilarated, bounding down the stairs with remarkable agility. Xu Duo soon realized something was amiss. Although Qianluo was now a member of the combat team, his physical prowess was astonishing. Not only had he cleared the entire building without breaking a sweat, but his descent was also swifter than any ordinary person could muster. As he effortlessly leaped down an entire flight of stairs, the word evolution flickered through her sluggish mind, coupled with a delayed reaction. The survival manual Qianluo had mentioned was indeed sent out by headquarters, implying that she was not the sole recipient of that message. Nor was she the only one affected. Lu Jie from her company had also succumbed. This was a catastrophe foreseen long before it occurred. As the thought struck her, a shiver ran through her body, and she comprehended that the future had become irrevocably altered, and the situation would only worsen. Conveniently, Qin Luo, unwilling to take the stairs, leaped from the window on the third floor, landing safely on the ground floor. Xu Duo turned her head, looking up at the sky, which was shrouded in a haze. It seemed as though she had not seen the sun in ages, and the sky occasionally shimmered with radiant flashes. The community below was no longer the pristine place it once had been. The ground was littered with zombies, and the walls bore the stains of chaos. Even the granary appeared dust-laden and lifeless. Survivors huddled in a somewhat clean area, trembling with a mix of joy and fear. Groups of survivors from other buildings began to emerge, clustering together regardless of previous disputes over resources. Suddenly, distant reports echoed, announcing a special operations team. Wang He reporting. The B building of Qianmian community has been cleared. A special operations team, by Xu reporting. The C building of Qianmian community has been cleared. A special operations team, Fei Ying reporting. The D building of Qianmian community has been cleared. Xu Duo, bewildered, turned towards the source of the sounds, only to hear Qin Luo's voice ringing in her ears, declaring, a special operations team. Luo Shin reporting. The A building of Qianmian community has been cleared. What an embarrassing title. Xu Duo could hardly contain her laughter, feeling a wave of second-hand embarrassment for Qin Luo, wishing she could conjure a luxurious mansion to hide in right then and there. Yet, these whimsical announcements brought a sense of calm to those present, affirming that no one had abandoned them, and no one would be left behind. Many survivors, realizing this, began to weep softly, followed by loud sobs, some embracing each other tightly, while others cried out the names of their loved ones. Xu Duo felt a bittersweet pang in her heart, utterly uncertain about the future. But the shoulder she leaned against remained dependable, along with the warmth radiating from her old classmate. It was indeed somewhat comforting. Xu Duo's consciousness soon began to fade, and in her drowsy state, she heard several voices drawing near, exclaiming in astonishment. Then, she caught snippets of conversation about the little class monitor, rescue efforts, and survivor supplies. However, she eventually slipped into slumber, dreaming of her middle school years, when a rebellious transfer student had joined her class, swiftly ascending to the status of the school's heartthrob within a day. Within a month, he claimed the title of the school bully, becoming the teacher's primary headache. Eventually, he became her desk mate. Chapter 7 The Canned Goods Factory. Xu Duo regained consciousness to find herself inside a vehicle compartment. Blinking her eyes, she stared at the ceiling. Chingo, are you really going to take the little class monitor with you? But she is already a zombie. The radiant white moonlight was indeed extraordinary. Even as a zombie, he couldn't let go of her. However, this little class monitor was distinctly different from the others. Do zombies really sleep? I don't recall headquarters mentioning that zombies could sleep. I must thoroughly review the survival manual again. The voices from the front of the vehicle seemed to drift further away. The compartment was dimly lit. Suddenly, someone leaned closer, exclaiming, I haven't seen the little class monitor in ages. I need to take a good look. A fleeting glance reveals she doesn't seem to have changed at all. So, Chingu, judging by how tightly you're holding on to her, is the little class monitor still as beautiful as before? This person was promptly shoved aside by Qin Luo, who impatiently retorted, get lost. Others immediately erupted into muffled laughter, their shoulders shaking with mirth. Wasn't it expressly stated that frivolous teasing was off-limits? Our esteemed Luo Shun, the venerable monk, is rather sensitive to such jests. Speaking of which, Qinggu, they weren't entirely off the mark, were they? Have you forgotten who, during every game of truth or dare, claims that the little class monitor was your first love? TSK, are you all not weary of this? Can we not drive with a modicum of decorum? Xu Duo, realizing she was cradled in Qin Luo's arms, wrapped snugly in a blanket, suspected that Qin Luo had become irritable due to his companion's teasing and had consequently retreated to the back row with her. He preferred to squeeze in with other supplies rather than remain too close to this mischievous lot. Suddenly, the front row erupted in laughter, with someone teasing Qin Luo about his age, questioning whether he could be so adorable. Luo Shin? Xu Duo found it amusing, even feeling somewhat dazed, as if she were transported back to her middle school days. The voices were familiar, Upon reflection, they belonged to a group she used to befriend, Wang Wei, Bai Shu, and Qin Xiaofei. To her surprise, these three were still together with Qin Luo and seemed to share a strong bond. Awake now? Don't pay them any mind. They were merely jesting during truth or dare. I was trying to appease them. Qin Luo suddenly murmured, his voice lowered. It was undeniably endearing, and Xu Duo was even more astonished that he realized she was awake. Perhaps her expressions were too vivid. Qin Luo pointed to his eyes, implying he understood. You've read the survival manual, right? I can see in the dark now. It appeared he had finally found someone to impress. He snapped his fingers, and sparks of electricity flickered at his fingertips, emitting a faint blue hum. Look, one of my skills, though it's not entirely stable yet. Xu Duo was genuinely astonished. Seeing it in the manual was one thing. Witnessing it in reality was another. Just as her curiosity piqued, the vehicle was jolted violently, followed by the unmistakable trumpeting of an elephant outside. If she were not a zombie, she would have been covered in goosebumps. Wang Wei, who was driving, cursed loudly. What the hell? Did an elephant escape from the zoo? Bai Shu immediately inquired. Is it mutated? What's the level of mutation? He suddenly pulled out a tablet and began to investigate. Qin Xiaofei glanced in the rearview mirror and reported coolly. Level 1 mutation, enhanced limbs, increased fur, some atavistic traits. Qin Luo rummaged beside him, tossed a sniper rifle over, and Bai Shu opened the sunroof while Qin Xiaofei steadied himself by clutching Bai Shu's leg. Several gunshots rang out, and the wounded elephant let out a mournful cry but continued its pursuit of the vehicle, even colliding with the rear of the bus. This caused the survivors on the bus to scream in terror. Fortunately, the driver was from the combat team, and despite the elephant's collision veering them off course and scraping against the wall, he managed to regain control. Bai Shu's shooting skills were impressive, and with a few well-placed shots, he dispatched the elephant. Thank goodness it was only a level 1. Otherwise, our vehicles wouldn't be enough to satisfy its appetite. Wang Wei commented, maintaining a steady grip on the wheel. Hearing this, he remarked dryly, in these times, even elephants are turning carnivorous. Qin Xiaofei noted, I just recorded some information. This is just the beginning. Soon, even rabbits will be snatching up children. Xu Duo felt a chill run down her spine. Yet Qin Luo remained composed, even as the trio in front took the news of a level 1 mutated animal in stride. This world was indeed descending into madness. 10 minutes later, a thunderstorm is approaching. We should find a place to take cover, Qin Luo stated, glancing at the data watch on his wrist. The other three nodded in unison, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at a factory area. Wang Wei and the others went to clear out the zombies. Xu Duo was placed in the back seat by Qin Luo, who cautioned her not to wander off, as the nights in this apocalypse were perilous. Don't run around. If you encounter a mutated beast, it would be akin to becoming a little zombie. What a ridiculous way to frighten a child. Internally, she screamed in embarrassment, wishing to bury herself alive. However, the reality was that Xu Duo silently watched them depart, and with the sound of the car door closing, a cacophony of screams and exclamations from other survivors ensued, indicating they were greatly unsettled. There was nothing she could do. Her expressions were limited, yet her eyes were still quite expressive. 10 minutes later, Qin Luo abruptly flung open the car door, leaned in, and embraced her. His gaze met her dim, darting eyes, and he paused momentarily before pulling her into his arms. Wow, these little eyes are quite perceptive. Perhaps we should have Professor G take a look. You might just be a new species. He had never encountered such an astute level 1 zombie, one that refrained from biting or making a ruckus. Qin Luo held Xu Duo effortlessly, and she clung to his neck, finding it far more comfortable than being carried. The factory area had been cleared, leaving only a pile of zombies on the ground and some bloodstains. The rest of the space was somewhat livable. Wang Wei was busy organizing the survivors, directing them to find places to rest, and selecting a few capable cooks to prepare a simple meal. Qinggu, there's still plenty of canned goods in that warehouse, untouched by contamination. Should we notify headquarters to send someone to retrieve them? Qin Xiaofei, having finished his reconnaissance, approached Qin Luo and spoke softly. In these times, supplies were more valuable than anything else. Although they were prioritized for resource acquisition during their missions, their storage cards were limited. The four of them combined had barely 500 cubic units, which could barely hold anything. Let headquarters handle it. The most we can gain is that meager amount of points. As supplies dwindle, prices are bound to soar, and without sufficient points, we will face losses. Xu Xiaofei sighed, genuinely troubled, but after speaking, his gaze fell on Xu Duo, and his eyes lit up. Hello, little class monitor. It's great to see you again. You truly are the most beautiful zombie among them. He winked at Xu Duo and gave her a thumbs up. Xu Duo remained silent. Qin Luo laughed heartily at her awkward expression. She thinks you're annoying, haha. This little one is quite entertaining. Xun Xiaofei scratched his head. Oh dear, this is rather embarrassing. Xu Duo was momentarily taken aback, and Bai Shu returned, reporting there are 3 cans in the warehouse, 2 with meat and 1 with fruit. Habitually, he tried to push up his glasses, only to realize he no longer needed them, chuckling softly. Bai Shu used to wear glasses and was the epitome of studious student, but now, with his mutation affecting his eyes, he had become quite adept, fitting his sniper identity remarkably well. Let's go see how many there are and devise a plan for handling them, Qin Luo said, effortlessly carrying Xu Duo as if she were a mere trinket. Qin Xiaofei bounced along beside them. Qin Gu, doesn't T, the little class monitor, know how to walk? Why not let her down for a bit? I want to see how she walks compared to other zombies. In contrast to the other zombies that stagger and drag their bodies, occasionally catching a glimpse of a human and lunging at them with a feral thirst, there exists none quite like the little class monitor. She clings adorably to Qin Ji's neck, her small face pale, yet impeccably clean, attired in a delicate pink rabbit onesie. As Qin Luo strides forward, he glances down at Xu Duo, who surveys her surroundings with curious eyes. Perhaps it is merely an illusion, but her neck appears to be more agile than before. Who can tell? Perhaps later he would set her down to take a few steps. For now, they must press on. Bai Shu observed Qin Luo cradling the class monitor as if she were a mere doll, and he cannot help but tease, indeed. It seems someone is quite reluctant to let go. The little class monitor certainly does not need to walk. You can carry her without issue. Qin Luo's ears visibly redden, and he urges Bai Shu to be silent. Qin Xiaofei stifles a laugh, finding amusement in Qin Ji's bashfulness. Their banter continues until they arrive at the large warehouse. Despite their lightheartedness, they quickly shift to serious when confronted with a matter of importance. Qin Xiaofei remains vigilant. Bai Shu opens the door, and Qin Luo enters first, followed closely by the others. The warehouse spans several hundred square meters, filled with stacked cans, all in their original boxes, a considerable amount indeed. Qin Luo glances at the vast collection, realizing that only a spatial ability user could possibly store such quantities. However, according to predictions from future seeing ability users, there would be fewer than 1,000 spatial ability users left in the world by the end. This reveals just how precious this ability truly is. The nation's foremost spatial ability user, codenamed Tao Tai, is currently the most powerful known user, capable of creating a separate space. Each of the 4 of them possesses a storage space card embedded within their wristbands. As the team leader, Qin Luo's card has a capacity of 180 cubic meters, while Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Qin Xiaofei each have 100 cubic meters. However, as they must store weapons and food, it is difficult to hoard too much. The storage space card is an independent space separated out by Tao Tai. But this is not a secret. He knows precisely what they store. This transparency serves as a precaution against potential betrayal. Nevertheless, these storage space cards are quite rare. Had it not been for their special operations team's formidable strength and Qin Luo's unique lightning ability, it is unlikely they would have secured these 4 cards. Qin Xiaofei expresses his disdain for Jiang Anan, lamenting, with so many cans, oh, if only they were ours. Why do we lack a spatial ability teammate? The survival manual states we will have to rely on nutrient solutions in the future, and it makes me miserable. He seems on the verge of despair, gazing at the mountain of cans as if he might weep. Bai Shu contemplates for a time, recognizing that this factory area has relatively low pollution levels. But as they venture further, supplies will become increasingly scarce. He advises, let us take as much as we can. Qin Luo ponders the situation as well. Given the current chaos at headquarters, it is likely they might be intercepted by those with ulterior motives. It would be wiser to keep the supplies in their possession. Xu Duo, whose cognitive processing is slower, begins to grasp the conversation, understanding that to survive, she must be of some value. Unlike ordinary zombies, her unique attributes provide her with a reason for survival. Had she been like the others, intent on biting humans, she would likely have met her end at Qin Luo's hands long ago, instead of enjoying this tender treatment. With a determined pat on Qin Luo's shoulder, Xu Duo points toward the pile of cans, making sounds of encouragement. As she begins to vocalize, her babbling prompts her to hastily close her mouth again. Chun Xiaofei is the first to notice, exclaiming in surprise, "Whoa, Qin Ge, the little class monitor just spoke. Oh my, how adorable." Bai Shu swiftly delivers a light smack to Chun Xiaofei's head, admonishing, "Is it appropriate for you to praise the class monitor like that?" Qin Luo, feeling disinclined to engage with the two fools, glances down at the little one in his arms, asking, "What are you doing? Are you trying to go to the cans? Can you even eat canned food?" He is astonished. Xu Duo, exasperated, wonders at the peculiarities of their thought processes. Undeterred, she continues to gesture, indicating for Qin Luo to move in that direction. With no other option, he complies, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" He has never heard of a zombie showing interest in canned goods. The moment her fingers brush against the cans, they vanish in an instant. A profound silence envelopes the space. Suddenly, all three exclaim in astonishment, "What?" Chun Xiaofei shouts, "Did the cans just disappear?" Bai Shu rubs his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can a zombie possess an ability? This is still the early days of the apocalypse. The survival manual certainly did not mention this. What could be happening?" Qin Luo is taken aback as well. He glances between Xu Duo and the empty space where the cans once stood, instructing Bai Xiaofei, "Go check if they are really gone or if it is some illusion." His voice tightens, aware of the extreme rarity of spatial abilities. Xu Duo sighs in resignation, patiently waiting for Bai Shu and Chun Xiaofei to investigate. They approach the spot where the cans were located and confirm that they have indeed been stored away. To demonstrate her ability, Xu Duo performs the action several times, leaving them in stunned silence. Finally, Qin Luo covers his face in disbelief, tinged with excitement, saying, "All right, we understand your ability now. No need for further demonstrations." At last, Xu Duo ceases her actions and resumes her secure hold around Qin Luo's neck. Her thoughts are simple. Being clumsy and reliant on Qin Luo as her mode of transport, she intends to hold on tightly. Chun Xiaofei, still grappling with the situation, wonders if this is truly not a dream. So much supply. The little class monitor's space is quite substantial. He suddenly realizes, lowering his voice, "Should we keep this a secret?" Qin Luo gives him a look that says, "Are you foolish enough to speak of this?" Chun Xiaofei quickly shakes his head. Bai Shu, now more composed, recognizes that the priority is to ascertain the extent of the class monitor's space and how much it can hold. Chun Xiaofei's eyes gleam with excitement as he fixates on Xu Duo. She leans closer to Qin Luo, feeling slightly intimidated by Chun Xiaofei's intense gaze. Yet she also desires to gather supplies. After all, her space cannot remain idle. She must prove her worth to ensure their willingness to include her, especially since she understands them well and has impeccable character, having been classmates for 3 years. Pointing toward another cluster of cans, she taps Qin Luo's shoulder to signal him to move. With his long strides, he reaches the destination in just a few steps, witnessing the miraculous event as the little zombie points out a specific location, prompting him to obediently move and collect more and more. Chun Xiaofei's expressions transition from surprise to astonishment, finally settling into a state of numbness. Bai Shu nearly combusts with joy, exclaiming, "We are set." The little class monitor is a moving, giant storage unit. Just imagine the amount of supplies she can gather. Chun Xiaofei sheds tears of joy, relieved that they will no longer have to grovel for scarce resources. They can now achieve a zero-cost acquisition. Bai Shu, meanwhile, is preoccupied with thoughts of the fuel they will need for their journey, as this is a crucial resource, alongside the medications from hospitals and pharmacies. In the early stages of the apocalypse, these supplies are indeed indispensable and can prove to be of great utility. Qin Luo, accompanied by Xu DuoDuo, shuffled along, collecting items as they progressed, occasionally muttering, "Are you all right? If you can't manage, don't force yourself. The zombie virus can deteriorate your mind, so don't overexert yourself, or you might end up becoming a simpleton." Xu DuoDuo glanced at him with exasperation, but ultimately patted his shoulder, signaling him to continue. Observing her subtle gestures, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. He felt a sense of joy upon realizing she still possessed human consciousness. "I didn't expect to encounter you. We lost contact after graduation. How have you been?" Xu DuoDuo paused momentarily at his words, pursing her lips in silence. After graduating from the third year, they had scattered like dandelion seeds, each going their separate ways. In truth, she had been quite well preoccupied with her studies day in and day out. If it weren't for her inability to speak, she would have liked to ask him how he was doing, why he suddenly joined the military, and about Xu and the others. Unfortunately, she couldn't articulate her thoughts, and the prospect of uttering incoherent sounds was simply too humiliating for her. Xu DuoDuo resolutely kept silent, swiftly stowing away various canned goods into her spatial storage, filling the compartments of her multifaceted space to the brim. Qin Luo seemed unfazed by her silence, engaging in self-dialogue. For the remainder of their time, he carried her while she collected supplies, efficiently emptying the warehouse of its contents. The vast storage space soon echoed with their voices. Chen Xiaofei was thoroughly satisfied, relishing the thought that all these resources belonged to their small team. He then proceeded to inspect another warehouse. It was remarkably convenient for Qin Luo and Xu DuoDuo to gather supplies here, especially since the canning factory was impeccably clean, making the task of collecting cans effortless. Upon reaching the second warehouse, a rumbling thunder echoed from the distance, shaking the ground beneath them. Xu DuoDuo looked up to see ominous clouds gathering overhead, dark and foreboding, with lightning flickering within. Suddenly, a large hand grasped her head from behind, pulling her into a protective embrace while covering one of her ears. "Don't listen too closely. Be cautious of your hearing," Qin Luo chided. Xu DuoDuo Sai-in-zet. It was a shame that such a handsome visage was marred by his tendency to speak so bluntly, disrupting the atmosphere. Xu noticed the approaching thunderstorm and quickly checked his watch. He retrieved a tablet from his storage space and began snapping photos to upload to the headquarters database. The storm intensified, and he hoped the factory's lightning protection measures would hold up. Chen Xiaofei glanced around before joining Qin Luo and Xu DuoDuo in their vigilance. Though the area had been cleared of zombies, they remained wary of the possibility of astray or other mutated creatures. The four members of their team, despite their usual banter and jokes, became serious when it mattered most, showcasing a level of dedication that was commendable. Thankfully, everything proceeded smoothly afterward. Xu DuoDuo's vast spatial storage made it seem effortless to collect resources from the three large warehouses. The quantity was insignificant compared to the capacity of her consciousness space, barely causing a ripple. As Xu observed the storm advancing towards them, he urged, "Hurry, it's coming. Qin, you two move quickly. Let's seek shelter in the factory." Chapter 10. A stirring commotion. With that, the trio dashed towards the factory, adrenaline coursing through them as they ran, with thunder crashing behind. Qin Luo hoisted Xu DuoDuo onto his shoulder, cradling her waist as he sprinted, while Chen Xiaofei and Xu raced ahead. They all managed to slip into the factory and swiftly closed the large door behind them. Boom! The loudest thunder struck outside, accompanied by a flash of lightning that illuminated the entire factory. Another clap of thunder reverberated, causing the ground to tremble, which startled several survivors into screams. Wang Weihu bellowed, "What are you all shouting about?" "Silence. Do not touch anything that could conduct electricity. Be careful not to get electrocuted. Stay quiet, do you understand?" His stern reprimand quickly subdued the survivors, who hurriedly covered their mouths and nodded in compliance. Though his demeanor was fierce, it was all for their own good. After enduring several days of the apocalypse, the Survival Manual headquarters had sent out notifications. Yet these individuals still screamed occasionally, seemingly unaware that in this new world, such behavior could lead to swift demise. The factory's lightning protection system held up well, withstanding the most intense part of the storm. Suddenly, a torrential rain began pouring down outside, adding to the sense of unease. It seemed they would have to spend the night here. In silence, they shared their rations. The factory, being a fruit canning facility, still contained leftover fruits and cans that had not been transported to storage in time. Wang Wei, who had warned them against consuming any exposed fruits due to contamination, but the finished cans were safe to eat. Meanwhile, a few individuals who had been designated to cook prepared a large pot of instant noodles. Surprisingly, the number of survivors in the factory was just over 100, down from nearly 2,000 previously. Qin Luo led Xu DuoDuo on a patrol of the factory, eliminating potential hazards, such as ensuring all doors were securely locked. They settled in the packing area, surrounded by finished cans. Each person found a corner to sit and eat, while some, mustering their courage, inquired about the current situation from Wang Wei, who finally managed to calm down. Wang Wei, who felt a sense of satisfaction as he provided a brief explanation. Essentially, there were individuals who had predicted the apocalypse, and the authorities had been secretly preparing for it. However, this information was deemed too sensitive to disclose, leading to a collective announcement only 3 minutes before the onset of the apocalypse, to prevent chaos from an early warning. Upon hearing this, the survivors erupted in curses, lamenting the delayed announcement. What good is that? Who could have anticipated this would be real? The majority believed it to be a cruel joke, while a small fraction had missed the messages due to signal issues, leaving them unaware of the situation. Once again, people wept, reminiscing about lost loved ones and an uncertain future. Yet, those who had survived to this moment were not inclined to give up. They understood that suffering was inevitable. Wang Wei sighed and addressed those who had not received the survival manual. I will provide you with physical copies. Most electronic devices are now rendered useless, so adapt quickly. It will take some time to restore communication capabilities. Everyone would have to endure. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaofei was opening rations, tearing open packaging while glancing at the survivors. Wang Wei, who was indeed suited for this role. In their team, he played the fatherly figure, handling everything from reassuring survivors to sewing for the trio. Bai Shu nodded in agreement. It wasn't that he and Chen Xiaofei were ineffectual, but rather that Bai Shu, being tall and slender, and Chen Xiaofei, with a baby face, often went unheard in conversations. They needed Wang Wei, whose imposing presence, his nearly 2 meters stature, commanded attention, making it easier for the ordinary folks to heed his words. His management style combined firmness with gentleness, striking an ideal balance. As for Qin Luo, their Qin Ge, the embodiment of the god of the abyss, he was the primary force in combat, a whirlwind of destruction. However, he was not suited for calming the masses, and his striking appearance often attracted unwanted attention. Consequently, Wang Wei, who resigned himself to the role of the team's spokesperson. Observing the 4 of them collaborating was quite amusing. I had known that their bond was strong, but I never expected them to enlist together. Chen Xiaofei extracted their provisions. They were consuming bread, mineral water, and a chocolate energy bar, distributing 1 piece each. Ah, how I long for something warm. Chen Xiaofei's cherubic face was etched with sorrow. Having food was fortunate enough. Soon, they might not even have dry rations. Bai Shu gnawed on the energy bar while glancing at his tablet, filling out the information report on the thunderstorm they had filmed earlier, which they would upload collectively later. Qin Luo, however, paused his meal, suddenly pondering a question: what do zombies eat? As he bent his head in thought, he noticed Xu DuoDuo conjuring an 800 milliliters thermos from thin air, which she then handed to Chen Xiaofei. Chen Xiaofei was momentarily stunned, biting into his bread with a dazed expression. Huh? What? Qin Yi, why is the squad leader giving me a thermos? Should I open it for her? Qin Luo was also taken aback. How would I know? Nevertheless, he took the thermos from Xu DuoDuo and opened it, thinking it absurd to seek help elsewhere when she was right there. Xu DuoDuo became anxious for a moment, but then calmed down as Qin Luo, still confused, unveiled the thermos, revealing a fragrant bowl of century egg and lean pork congee that wafted enticingly into the air, causing both Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu to turn their heads sharply, exclaiming in disbelief, wow. The thermos was filled with Xu DuoDuo's meticulously prepared congee, thick and rich with an abundance of century egg and lean meat, promising a delightful texture that was both creamy and smooth. Xu DuoDuo nudged Qin Luo, urging him to present it to Chen Xiaofei. Chen Xiaofei was taken aback. Oh my. Thank you, squad leader. Wait, there's congee too? Wow, it smells incredible. He babbled excitedly, saliva pooling in his mouth as he quickly accepted the offering. Bai Shu, also enticed by the aromatic congee, swallowed hard, suddenly finding the energy bar in his hand unappealing. He languidly remarked, the squad leader is a bit biased. He pushed his glasses up his nose, only to find nothing there. Xu DuoDuo retrieved another deep blue thermos from her space. Her collection of thermoses was abundant. The one given to Chen Xiaofei was a light green, while Bai Shu received the deep blue one. Thank you, squad leader. I was wrong. You are the fairest person in the world. Bai Shu hurriedly expressed gratitude as he accepted it, discovering it too contained century egg and lean pork congee. Xu DuoDuo then froze in place. Qin Luo, who was secretly anticipating his own portion, grew impatient after a few seconds. What about mine? Surely, you would play favorites like this? I've been by your side all this way. Am I not deserving? He was ready to protest. In Chapter 11, the divine little zombie, Xu DuoDuo, teased him, casually pulling out an orange-red thermos and handing it to him, filled with the same delectable kanji as Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu's. Qin Luo finally accepted it with satisfaction, admitting to himself that since the apocalypse began nearly a month ago, he had not enjoyed a proper meal. It had been nothing but dry rations or the occasional nibble of energy bars, barely enough to stave off hunger, certainly not a delightful experience. As the three of them savored the warm kanji, they felt rejuvenated. Chun Xiaofei was the first to indulge, pouring some onto the lid to cool it before taking a sip, feeling the warmth settle in his stomach, alleviating his discomfort. Ah, this is blissful. Squad leader, you must be a deity. How could there be warm kanji? To embody the essence of a divine being, Xu DuoDuo swiftly produced a can of hot kanji for Wang Weihua, along with 4 wooden spoons, for tea eggs, for large meat buns, and a box of cherry tomatoes. Goodness, this is a complete meal with meat, eggs, and fruit. Truly nutritious and delicious. Bai Shu, after swallowing a mouthful of kanji, looked at Xu DuoDuo with admiration, wondering how long it must have taken her to prepare such a feast. Perhaps the early warning information we received from headquarters was crafted with the same diligence as the squad leader's preparations, he mused, realizing they had been fortunate to benefit from her foresight. Chun Xiaofei, having just peeled a tea egg and taken a bite, happily chewed while mumbling now. The crucial question arises, what does the squad leader eat? She can't possibly photosynthesize like a plant, can she? With the sun's presence uncertain. Just look at those thick clouds above. Qin Luo glanced down at Xu DuoDuo, who was sitting with her knees drawn up, seemingly lost in thought. It was a pitiful sight. Qin Luo summarized their collective sentiment, and Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu nodded in agreement, feeling sorry for her. Xu DuoDuo noticed their sympathetic gazes and felt even more helpless. She was already in a dire state, and now they were adding to her woes. Oh, how tragic, she thought, though in truth, she shed no tears, merely displaying a countenance of indignation. Ultimately, Qin Luo finished his dinner in a few bites, removed his gloves, and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Look at how aggrieved you are. What do you wish to eat? Let us skip the blood. That's too gruesome for a lady. If you crave blood, we could sacrifice ourselves to provide it for you." Bai Shu, just biting into a bun, chuckled at this, adding, "Hey, the squad leader has provided us with food. In turn, we shall feed her. Does this mean our squad leader is also consuming her own provisions?" Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaofei burst into laughter, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Xu DuoDuo, exasperated, waved her hand to brush Qin Luo's away, indicating her refusal. She was not hungry and had no desire for blood or flesh. Qin Luo, however, was genuinely engrossed in reviewing the information, discovering that ordinary zombies were bloodthirsty and craved raw meat, but there was no mention of Xu DuoDuo's unique case, where a zombie possessed special abilities, a remarkable anomaly. Even as various factions of evolved beings emerged, exhibiting grotesque transformations, they still had heartbeats, while Xu DuoDuo's situation was entirely different. Bai Shu soon joined in the research efforts, alongside Chun Xiaofei, but alas, they found no reliable information. Xu DuoDuo was curious about their tablets and watches. Meanwhile, Wang Weihua approached after calming the survivors, inquiring, "Were you all eating?" I caught a whiff of something delightful as I neared. Thankfully, the survivors were somewhat intimidated by the 4 of them, keeping their distance, or else they might have drawn unwanted attention. Chun Xiaofei promptly offered the food that Xu DuoDuo had reserved for Wang Weihua, urging him to eat quickly. "It's from the squad leader. It's absolutely delicious, I assure you." Upon hearing this, Wang Weihua was taken aback, casting a guilty glance towards the survivors, who were busy feasting on instant noodles, its strong aroma mixing with the distance, ensuring they remained oblivious. Yet, the 3 of them were quite audacious. "Aren't you worried they'll stir up trouble? What if they claim we're treating you differently?" he queried, though he voiced concern. Wang Weihua could not resist the appeal of the warm century egg and lean pork kanji. He accepted it and dug in eagerly, finding it far more satisfying than the dry rations and overly sweet energy bars. Qin Luo and Bai Shu scoured through the information for guidelines on how to care for a zombie, but they could only proceed cautiously, adapting as circumstances unfolded. Wang Weihua regarded Xu DuoDuo thoughtfully. He pondered more than the others about how to manage their little squad leader. "Are we really going to keep her with us? What will others think?" Before Qin Luo could respond, Chun Xiaofei interjected. What are you saying, old Wang? You're holding the squad leader's kanji. You can't be disrespectful. Bai Shu shot him a glance as well. Qin Luo, however, seemed quite fond of her, showing no disdain for Xu DuoDuo's zombie nature, protectively declaring, "What's wrong with her? She is perfectly fine. She doesn't decay or smell. How can you look down on her?" As he spoke, he scooped Xu DuoDuo up once more, cradling her like a cherished doll. Wang Weihua found it increasingly difficult to eat, expressing his helplessness. "I never look down on the little class monitor. Who do you think I am? Aside from her eyes, if one does not look closely, one might not notice anything. Let us just say, whether or not she wears colored contact lenses is inconsequential. It's best to avoid unnecessary trouble." Truly, he embodied the persona of a wise father. Bai Shu and Chun Xiaofei regarded him with deep respect, acknowledging the validity of his words. Indeed, it was a viable solution. Qin Luo began to ponder where to procure a pair of colored contact lenses and bent down to inquire if Xu DuoDuo had any. To her surprise, Xu DuoDuo indeed possessed a box of lenses, but she hesitated, unable to manage such delicate work on her own, so she glanced at the three of them. Bai Shu promptly declared, "Whoever has a crush on the first love should assist in putting them on. We shall not interfere." Chun Xiaofei nodded vigorously in agreement. There was no alternative. Qin Luo, disinclined to elaborate further, took the contact lenses and began studying them, exclaiming, "But how does one wear these?" Ultimately, Bai Shu and Chun Xiaofei approached to assist, and the three straight men endeavored to figure out how to adorn the little zombie with colored lenses. Wang Weihua observed their clumsy antics and felt a degree of confidence in bringing Xu DuoDuo along. They possessed the capability to manage her should she lose her rationality and pose a danger to other survivors. Moreover, such remnants of consciousness among zombies were rare. Cases like this were ideally brought back to headquarters for research in hopes of potential salvation. Hence, it was part of their mission to escort her. In the end, Xu DuoDuo, with clumsy assistance from Qin Luo, had the amber-colored lenses placed in her eyes, significantly enhancing her appearance compared to her previously dull gaze. The three of them exclaimed in delight, praising her new look enthusiastically. As night fell, Chapter 12, the mutated monkey horde unfolded, revealing the inherent dangers that lurked in the dark. Although Xu DuoDuo had become a zombie, she strangely still felt fatigue, having previously been able to endure for over 10 days, yet now succumbed to drowsiness. After their evening meal, she gathered her thermos and sought a quiet spot to doze off. The other survivors in the factory mirrored her actions, finding places to rest, but never straying alone, always remaining in groups. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu took their rest, while Qin Luo and Chun Xiaofei stood guard during the first half of the night, with the former duo taking over for the latter later on. Outside, the thunderstorm had passed, giving way to heavy rain interspersed with hail, which pelted the factory roof with a resonant din. Nonetheless, the survivors felt a sense of security, reassured by the presence of their protectors, allowing them to sleep soundly. However, they were overly naive. As night deepened, Qin Luo and Chun Xiaofei became increasingly vigilant, ceasing their banter and idle chatter. Xu DuoDuo sensed their tense demeanor and deduced that the night might harbor dangers, so she refrained from falling into a deep slumber. The little zombie kept her eyes shut, conserving her energy. Not far away, Wang Weihua was in deep slumber, while Bai Shu slept soundly against the wall. Chun Xiaofei patrolled the area, remaining alert, while Qin Luo situated himself at a central point atop a shipping container, methodically loading magazines, ensuring he could respond swiftly to any emergencies. Due to the thunderstorm, electrical power had been cut off, leaving only dim emergency lights flickering. Xu DuoDuo initially believed the greatest threats would stem from external forces, be it zombies or mutated creatures, but to her astonishment, the danger emerged from within the ranks of the survivors. A sudden, abnormal shriek pierced the stillness of the night, followed by the sharp crack of a gunshot, instantly erupting into chaos. It's trying to bite me. Why are there still zombies? What? Zombies? The survivors had appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people, having undergone thorough checks before boarding the vehicle to the survivor base. Yet, there were always minor injuries that went unnoticed, and some individuals concealed their discomfort, naively believing they were not at risk. The grim outcome was that they transformed into zombies, which were far more agile at night than during the day, plunging the survivors into panic. Silence. Anyone feeling feverish or unwell, step forward now. Qin Luo commanded, lowering his weapon as he leapt down from the container, scanning the faces of the survivors. They soon realized that one among them had contracted the zombie virus, prompting them to scatter in fear, abandoning their clusters. Chun Xiaofei's youthful face turned grave as he approached to explain, in the early stages of infection with the zombie virus, one may experience sluggish thinking, stiff limbs, low-grade fever, or throat bleeding, accompanied by an insatiable desire for blood and flesh at night. Anyone feeling unwell, please come forward, otherwise, you may harm your comrades. Survivors exchanged glances, some filled with terror, others hesitant, some biting their lips and clenching their fists, until 3 individuals gradually emerged from the crowd. One woman clutched her husband, desperately gesturing for him to stay back, whispering, "Don't go out. You're just feverish, not infected. Please, I beg you, stay with me. You are all I have." Others in the vicinity instinctively distanced themselves from the couple, while some averted their gazes. Chun Xiaofei approached them, and the woman was nearly on the verge of collapse, clinging to her husband, who was equally concerned about harming her. This required careful handling. Meanwhile, Qin Luo instructed the afflicted individuals to isolate themselves in a corner, where it became evident that their expressions had grown vacant, their states increasingly agitated, and their skin taking on a pallid hue. Xu DuoDuo could not resist peeking out to observe, and she too noticed the heightened agility of the infected at night. However, Qin Luo's awareness was acute. The moment she exposed herself, he met her gaze with a cool, scrutinizing expression that sent chills down her spine. She froze momentarily, realizing that any hostile action on her part could result in her being shot, rendering her spatial abilities futile. A zombie capable of inflicting harm while possessing abilities was indeed a far more terrifying prospect. Fortunately, her gaze remained pure and innocent, and after a brief assessment, Qin Luo's expression softened, motioning for her to hide and refrain from looking around. Xu DuoDuo silently retreated, hugging herself tightly, wishing to vanish into the shadows. A tinge of fear coursing through her, nearly losing her life. Following the initial chaos among the survivors, they managed to begrudgingly form 2 groups. But the realization of the virus's latent nature rendered them wary of huddling together. Soon, the atmosphere grew quiet once more, but as the latter part of the night unfolded, several gunshots rang out, mingled with the panic cries of individuals, and the infected survivors had vanished, prompting renewed waves of sorrowful wails. It seemed they had anticipated safety, only to discover that it was far from the secure haven they had envisioned. Xu DuoDuo trembled at the sound of gunfire. Her nerves frayed to the point where she felt as if she might leap from her skin. In truth, it was merely her heightened tension. It was not her heartbeat that quickened, but rather her frayed nerves. The ensuing misfortune befell the woman, despite her husband's valiant efforts to contain the situation. He succumbed to the virus, beginning his transformation. As Chun Xiaofei raised his weapon, the woman shrieked, attempting to lunge forward. Her piercing scream sent shivers through the air, and suddenly a chorus of similar, high-pitched cries erupted from outside the factory, echoing in a chilling harmony. Why are there monkeys? The factory descended into chaos. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu awoke abruptly, springing into action without hesitation, directing their gazes toward the source of the commotion. The factory doors rattled violently from external impacts, and the sound of claws scraping against the metal roof filled the air, a cacophony that was utterly unnerving. Xu DuoDuo glanced up to find that the window had indeed been shattered by a monkey hurling stones. Locking eyes with a creature that could no longer be classified as just a monkey, its face was grotesquely distorted, teeth elongated, eyes bloodshot, and claws unnaturally long and sharp. The other survivors quickly recognized the threat, erupting into another round of ear-piercing shrieks. There was no other choice. In the face of danger, ordinary individuals cannot help but feel fear. It is a mere instinctive reaction. Surprisingly, the mutated monkey horde became agitated upon hearing the screams, responding with their own excited shrieks. Wang Weihua bellowed for the survivors to remain silent, urging them to find a unified hiding spot, explaining that if they stood too scattered, he would be unable to protect them all individually. As he spoke, he had already dispatched several of the creatures with his firearm, while Bai Shu directly engaged, forcefully pulling survivors to one side and driving them to a safer location. Chun Xiaofei joined Bai Shu in safeguarding the survivors. while Wang Weihua focused on eliminating the mutated monkeys. What a troublesome encounter this was. As for Qin Luo, he single-handedly wreaked havoc, swiftly switching to dual blades, his speed surpassing that of the monkeys. With each strike, he felled multiple foes, leaving the ground soaked in blood. Chapter 13. The mutated core of the chaos unfolded too rapidly. Likely enraged by the loss of its kin, a mutated elder monkey went into a frenzy, violently shaking or railing and emitting frantic screams. Once it had vented its rage, it charged straight at Qin Luo, bearing its blood-stained fangs in a terrifying snarl. The other monkeys grew increasingly agitated, their cacophony ringing painfully in the ears. Chun Xiaofei could not help but curse, questioning whether they were resorting to sonic attacks due to their inability to fight back. Among the group, Manuo remained remarkably composed, lacking any scent of blood and refraining from screams, thus avoiding the monkey's attention. Wang Weihua noticed this and shouted for the survivors to keep quiet. The louder they were, the more excited the monkeys became. These creatures were inherently cowardly, preying on the weak and fearing the strong. He urged everyone to arm themselves and resist. He could not protect them all alone. His roar reached the ears of some survivors, spurring a few to finally muster the courage to fight back. The monkeys, too, were not faring well. Manuo could not remain safe indefinitely. Soon, a few monkeys had locked onto her. Fortunately, her agility at night surpassed that of the day. With a swift roll, she evaded a crazed monkey lunging at her. Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu glanced over, relieved to see her capable of dodging. Before returning to their own battles, this relentless onslaught of monkeys seemed never-ending. The other survivors echoed this sentiment, their voices rising in frustration. Someone mentioned that the local zoo housed the highest number of monkeys, which explained the multitude now on the loose. The factory grounds descended into chaos. Manuo, while evading the monkeys, found herself smeared with blood, the dampness seeping through her clothing and causing great discomfort. Yet, she also realized her agility had improved as she ran. She collected scattered cans to hurl at the monkeys, her aim surprisingly accurate. With one well-aimed throw, she smashed a mutated monkey's skull, prompting Chun Xiaofei to exclaim in admiration. Manuo, however, could not afford to bask in the praise, as her resistance had drawn the attention of more monkeys, transforming her solitary pursuer into a pack of 4 or 5. Each mutated monkey was sizable, their jaws gaping wide, saliva dripping and mingling with blood, a truly grotesque sight. Furrowing her brow, Manuo sprinted to a fire escape, only to find it was a dead end. She pressed against the wall, staring at the mutated monkeys across from her, their crimson eyes illuminated ominously by the emergency lights. Stealing her nerves, she prepared for their imminent attack. In the next instant, she drew out a chainsaw, its roar filling the air. Though her legs trembled, her grip on the chainsaw was steady, her expression betraying no fear. Indeed, she could not afford to show fear now. When Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu finally dispatched the monkeys in the factory and rushed to Manuo's side, they were rendered speechless by the scene before them. She was covered in blood, wielding a chainsaw, the ceiling, floor, and walls splattered with the remains of the mutated monkeys. What a horrifying tableau. Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu exchanged grave looks, Bai Shu tightening his grip on his weapon. A little team leader? Chun Xiaofei found it difficult to confront the unsettling reality that his old classmate had lost her sanity. The apocalypse had claimed too many loved ones. It was a rare gift to have a familiar face remain. Furthermore, Manuo possessed a substantial stock of canned goods in her spatial ability, making her invaluable. Bai Shu shared in the somber atmosphere, fearing that Manuo might not recognize them. To their relief, the small figure before them nodded slightly, even responding with a soft her tone almost endearing. They both exhaled in relief, having nearly feared she had succumbed entirely to madness. Manuo herself was puzzled, fully aware she had transformed into a zombie, yet still retaining her consciousness. She glanced down at her blood-stained hands, feeling a sense of confusion. The sudden assault by the monkeys had reduced the number of survivors from just over 192, leaving the remaining individuals in a state of numbness, likely suffering significant psychological trauma. Wang Weihua tended to the injured, unable to provide a definitive answer when asked about the risk of mutation. Even the seers could not predict every future event, and the survival manual was not infallible. Despair loomed over everyone. Wang Weihua could only encourage them to remain strong. Unable to articulate anything further, Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei were busy documenting data on their tablets, preparing to upload the information along with written reports. These frontline observations would play a vital role in ensuring humanity's survival. Manuel found a spot to stand and gazed silently at the chaos around her. Over with Qin Luo, he had dealt with the Monkey King, his hands soaked in blood, indicating he had sustained injuries. Yet he clutched a glowing green crystal. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei stood up, concerned for Qin Luo's well-being. Is your hand all right? Is this the mutated core? Manuel perked up at the mention of the familiar term, recalling it from the survival manual, a product derived from mutated organisms, likely possessing significant properties. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei began snapping pictures of the crystal, and as Qin Luo glanced over, Manuel felt a twinge of fear, the first time she had seen him. His fierce gaze had startled her. This man was capable of killing her. She understood that if she were to lose her sanity completely and become a monster, she would be doomed. Yet, in that moment, she would have preferred death, even at their hands, for she lacked the courage to end her own life. The atmosphere grew awkward. Qin Xiaofei attempted to explain that Manuel still retained her consciousness, gesturing animatedly. Then, the sound of her stomach growling interrupted. Manuel was hungry. For reasons unknown, the smell of the mutated core in Qin Luo's hand made her salivate, reminiscent of a sweet fruit, stirring a ravenous desire within her. Bai Shu and Qin Xiaofei were equally astonished, realizing that Manuel, despite being a zombie, could still feel hunger. What will happen if the little team leader is hungry? Qin Xiaofei looked at Bai Shu, who shrugged, indicating he had no answers. Qin Luo noticed Manuel's intense focus on the core, her eyes filled with longing. Yet she struggled to avert her gaze. Wait a moment, Qin Luo, are you really going to give that to the little team leader? What are you planning? Qin Xiaofei exclaimed in shock. Bai Shu quickly interjected, Qin Luo, according to headquarters directives, that core must be retrieved. As Manuel raised her head, she found Qin Luo standing before her, extending the glowing core with a question. Do you want it? She observed his expression, which bore no hint of jest. After a moment of hesitation, she grappled with the decision of whether to nod or shake her head, contemplating the strangeness of consuming an alien core. This behavior felt increasingly unhuman, evoking a twinge of shame within her. Yet, the pangs of hunger were undeniable. Chapter 14. H-City Survivor Base before Xu DuoDuo could respond. An alien core was tossed in her arms. Holding it, she felt somewhat bewildered. Its surface was chillingly cold. Meanwhile, Qin Luo faced the pressing inquiries of Qin Xiaofei and Bai Shu, ultimately stating, it's merely a low-level alien core. Let her consume it. Is her worth not greater than that of a level 1 core? The headquarters is interrogating me. Since the captain was willing to assume responsibility, the duo decided to trust him, confident in his ability to manage the situation. However, Wang Weihua was blissfully unaware. He had not witnessed the scene of collecting canned goods, nor seen Xu DuoDuo taking porridge. Just as Wang Weihua was about to inquire, his loud voice drew the attention of the keen-eyed Qin Xiaofei, who hurried over and pulled him aside. After a flurry of explanations, his eyes widened in disbelief. This former classmate, a little zombie, possessed abilities? And a rare spatial power at that? She could even consume alien cores? Wang Weihua was utterly astonished. After a night of turmoil, dawn was approaching, and traveling by day would be safer. Thus, they packed up and set off. With a stroke of luck, they hoped to reach the survivor base before nightfall, which was not far away, just next door in H-City. Regrettably, the entire city had been thoroughly ravaged, rendering it uninhabitable. Although the sun did not shine today, the brightness was blinding. As the vehicle traversed the landscape, debris littered the ground, remnants of the extermination of zombies. Some areas bore the scars of fierce battles, indicative of encounters with mutated beasts. Xu DuoDuo remained seated in the vehicle, unrestrained this time, nestled in the back seat while Qin Luo sat beside her, fiddling with his knife. He wielded both knives and firearms with remarkable skill. However, after the harrowing events of the previous night, the four of them, along with one zombie, were utterly grimy. There was no time to clean up. This was the apocalypse, not the past. Qin Luo cast a furtive glance at Xu DuoDuo, who had begun to fear him since last night. It was hardly surprising, given that he had nearly extinguished her life. His reasons for taking her along were partly duty and partly rooted in youthful sentiments. The moment she lost her sanity, he would have been compelled to obey orders and eliminate her. just as he would with teammates or survivors infected by the virus. The apocalypse was invariably cruel. Fortunately, she had not lost her mind. Qian Luo felt a sense of relief that she was alive, for this catastrophe had claimed countless lives. Bai Shu and Chun Xiaofei had ceased their antics, fatigue settling in after the attack by the mutated beasts. Thankfully, the remaining journey was smooth. Before long, they spotted a colossal wall in the distance, towering impressively at least 20 to 30 meters high. Xu Duo was somewhat taken aback. It had only been about a month since the onset of the apocalypse, yet such a formidable wall had been constructed. The top appeared to be electrified, as no birds dared to approach. Not far from the survivor base, they finally glimpsed other rescue vehicles, exchanging honks as greetings. Xu Duo pressed her face against the window, noticing that the other team's vehicles were in disrepair, riddled with dents presumably caused by unknown creatures, or stained with vibrant splotches. Some vehicles even bore grotesque, mutated animal corpses, resembling sheep yet distinctly different. When the vehicle halted at the entrance of the survivor base, everyone was required to disembark for inspection. Qian Luo stepped out, retrieving an old blanket and gesturing for her to come over. He waited for her in silence. Xu Duo suddenly understood the implication. Without restraints, others might fear her, as she was still uncertain of her own identity. Nevertheless, her consciousness leaned more towards humanity, and she harbored no desire to harm humans. She fondly recalled the warmth of her grandparents, who had once brought her home. Thus, in order to remain among humans, she decided to cooperate. Xu Duo leaned in closer, allowing Qian Luo to bind her, and then he lifted her, cradling her in his arms, a far more comfortable position than being carried. The other survivors were momentarily stunned, gazing in confusion at the massive city gates. The familiar voice of a loudspeaker echoed, welcoming them to the H-City survivor base. Outsiders were required to enter a passage for a 24-hour quarantine. Afterward, they would need to register their information. Those with wounds were directed to the left passage. Everyone felt as though they had emerged from another world but were grateful to be alive. Without needing Wang Weihua's prompting, they instinctively lined up for quarantine. Chun Xiaofei stretched upon exiting the vehicle, exclaiming, "Finally back. I am exhausted." Bai Shu, reaching for his glasses only to find empty air, lamented, "I need to hurry home for a shower and a nap. I must find a new pair of glasses. I can't adapt without them." Their vehicle was also inspected by the staff at the city gates. Qian Luo, carrying Xu Duo, approached a small building near the gates, knocked on the window, and after registering, made a direct phone call inside. Xu Duo was left staring wide-eyed at the staff, a young woman who, after signing her name, stamped it and gently reassured her not to worry. Everything would be all right, and the base would provide suitable work for them. Unfortunately, she remained unable to speak, possibly due to psychological reasons. The staff member felt a bit awkward, and just as Qian Luo returned from his call, she seemed familiar with him and casually inquired, "Qian Gu, whose little sister did you bring back?" Qian Luo clicked his tongue, advising her to mind her own business, before turning to retrieve Xu Duo as they awaited someone to receive them. The staff member muttered something in protest, but then called out, "Qian Gu, remember to go to the hospital for an ability data assessment after you go in." Qian Luo merely waved dismissively, a casual farewell. Xu Duo noticed that the staff member's name tag read Du Chunjiang. It was a lovely name, and she turned back to glance at her again. It was wonderful to still be regarded as a human. Qian Luo caught sight of her subtle admiration and felt a pang of bittersweet emotion in his heart, unable to articulate his feelings. Xu Duo did not wait long. Just as Qian Luo brought her to the entrance, a gentleman in a white coat appeared, moving with an air of urgency. "So this is Xu, classmate? Hello, I am Jian. You may call me Teacher Ji." Perhaps his gentle demeanor eased Xu Duo's previously taut nerves, prompting her to nod in response, behaving obediently like a model student rather than a zombie. Professor Ji had never encountered such a case before. He kindly asked her if she could walk on her own. "Xu Duo not that." Professor Ji glanced at Qian Luo, who awkwardly scratched his face. "If you can walk, then please step down. Remove this restraint. I can see that Xu classmate does not possess aggressive tendencies. But to prevent panic, the collar must remain for now. Rest assured, it will not harm you as long as you remain non-threatening." To reassure Xu Duo, he cited recent cases of individuals undergoing mutations. Many had altered physiques and even appeared grotesque, yet retained their human consciousness and were harmless. Chapter 15. The era of the apocalypse, the headquarters has specific regulations for such individuals, as long as they do not lose their sanity. They may live among others at the survivor base, just like normal people. Xu DuoDuo glanced back at Qianmian, and upon seeing him nod, she put on the collar. This device featured an electronic screen, which would deliver an electric shock if it detected any aggressive behavior. The screen displayed green, indicating her emotional stability. Professor G, with great gentleness, gestured for Xu DuoDuo to follow him for some physical examinations. To ease her discomfort, he arranged for 2 female researchers to accompany her. Xu DuoDuo frequently turned to look at Qianmian, instinctively seeking his presence in this unfamiliar environment. Thankfully, Professor G noticed her anxiety and suggested, "Let Xiao Qin join us as well. He needs to undergo a monitoring of his abilities." Qianmian complied obediently and followed behind them. This brought Xu DuoDuo a sense of reassurance. As they stepped into the survivor base's passage, they heard the broadcast within the city, which was looping reports on the disaster situations in nearby cities and the number of rescued survivors. The most poignant moment for her was when a female announcer, with a resonant voice, proclaimed, "We will never compromise with the apocalypse. We shall not abandon any single human being." Upon hearing these words, Xu DuoDuo looked up at the broadcast and listened to the subsequent listing of the sacrifice of rescue teams. Each name represented a life that could have been spared, but they had bravely charged to the front lines to save others, ultimately meeting their demise there. By the city wall, there were more than a dozen individuals whose bodies resembled rock, remarkably robust, with muscular upper bodies covered in a layer of rocky material. They were known as rock metamorphs, transformed in the direction of stone. One of their abilities was solidification. The entire wall surrounding the base had been constructed by them day and night, providing a sense of security, as explained by a researcher who winked at Xu DuoDuo, reassuring her that there was no need for excessive worry. As long as one possessed human consciousness, they remained themselves. The protective measures for metamorphs were well established, and most people would accept them. Researcher B added promptly, "The base will arrange suitable positions for you. Currently, we utilize chip cards for currency, which operates on a point system quite similar to the previous monetary system. You can still use it to purchase various items." H-City Survivor Base is relatively large, with many shops still operational, ensuring a stable livelihood. The method of acquiring points was through labor. Combat teams could earn points by completing various tasks, with more challenging missions yielding higher points. Other support staff could also earn points through their work. For instance, the rock metamorphs constructing the city walls earned 80 points daily. To put this in perspective, a breakfast could be obtained for merely 3 points. Hence, their wages could be considered high. Xu DuoDuo listened in bewilderment, and even Qianmian appeared confused, gasping, "Wait, how has everything changed so drastically? I've only been on missions for less than 10 days. Professor G sighed in response. In the apocalypse, rapid changes are the norm. Everyone must adapt to this swift transformation, otherwise they risk being left behind. The contemporary youth adapted well, but some of the older generation struggled to comprehend the advancements, often overwhelmed by the drastic changes in the world. Xu DuoDuo was rendered speechless, her gaze wandering over the cityscape. At times, one could overlook the towering walls, but upon closer inspection, differences became evident. For instance, peculiar individuals occasionally walked by, all wearing collars similar to her own. Buses remained overcrowded, yet conversations were accompanied by weapons in hand. New regulations were in place within the city. All returning personnel were subject to quarantine and required to change before being allowed to roam the streets. Recently, a team had returned, bloodied and traumatizing a group of kindergarten children. Researcher A kindly warned, glancing at Qianmian and Xu DuoDuo, who were both covered in grime, creating an awkward moment. Professor G chuckled to reassure them, "No worries, everyone here is accustomed to it. There will always be those who cannot clean themselves in time. However, do be cautious in the city center. Appearing bloodied can attract unwanted attention." Following them through a special passage, Xu DuoDuo discovered it led to a subway entrance, requiring a card to access. The subway was sparsely populated, heading towards H-City's Special Research Center. Once aboard, it was remarkably similar to an ordinary subway. Yet the speed was astonishing. Just under a minute after boarding, the gentle researcher informed her they had arrived. "Arrived? We covered 20 kilometers in less than a minute?" Her shocked expression likely amused the 2 researchers, prompting laughter from them. "You are quite adorable. I wonder what your metamorphic direction might be. I heard it's zombies? But dear, you are far more charming than a typical zombie, said Xiao Qi. Xu DuoDuo recognized the name on her name tag as Xiao Qi, presumably a code name. The more composed Qi chimed in. Keep your distance from Xiao Qi. She has a penchant for dissecting peculiar things. Xu DuoDuo instinctively shrank back in fear. Qinluo interjected, don't scare her. Remember, she is our reserve team member. Xiao Qi and Qi exchanged intrigued glances. Really? Your team doesn't usually accept newcomers. What's different this time? Professor Ji then informed them that the elevator had arrived, and they all stepped inside. Xiao Qi and Qi continued their chatter. How could she join your team? Such a unique metamorph should assist us at the research center. What if she gets injured in the field? Exactly, Professor Ji. You should keep this child with you. Strangely, their expressions bore a striking resemblance. Despite their different appearances, their tones and mannerisms echoed each other. Professor Ji, choosing not to engage further, simply laughed. I cannot make that decision. Xu DuoDuo glanced back at Qinluo, realizing that accompanying him on outings could be quite beneficial, allowing her to stockpile supplies while the world was still in its infancy. Having always had a penchant for hoarding, this peculiar apocalypse intensified her desire to gather resources. Regardless of their potential utility, such actions provided her with a sense of security. However, her greatest fear was that her spatial abilities would be discovered. Yet, Qinluo appeared unconcerned, also surveying the new surroundings, indicating that the changes of the apocalypse were indeed monumental. He too required time to digest the new environment, regulations, and various knowledge points. In Chapter 16, Ability User or Metamorph, Qinluo was to visit the second basement floor for a medical examination, while Xu DuoDuo was to accompany Professor Ji and Qi to the 8th basement floor. The research center was surprisingly underground, which filled her with curiosity, as if she had stumbled into a strange new world. She complied with their request for a simple examination, which was quite routine, involving blood tests, CT scans, and the like. Ultimately, they arrived at a curious conclusion. Dear baby, you may very well be the only zombie-like individual at H City Survivor Base. The examinations revealed that although Xu DuoDuo had no heartbeat, her other organs functioned like those of an ordinary person. Even her brain remained intact. In the pre-apocalypse world, this would have been considered extraordinarily strange, but in the current reality, it appeared quite normal. Xiao Qi cheerfully remarked, I've even encountered a brain that could still talk. Xu DuoDuo's silence was deafening. A talking brain? How terrifying. This defies all scientific logic. However, upon reflection, it is quite perplexing that she, a heartless zombie, is still capable of walking and jumping with a remarkably clear consciousness. It defies the laws of science. Nevertheless, the apocalypse is indeed filled with bizarre occurrences, as if the world itself has crumbled. Later, Professor Ji assisted her in investigating the reason behind her inability to speak and ultimately concluded that there were no abnormalities. It was diagnosed as a psychological issue. This presents a bit of a quandary. Yet, Professor Ji, with his gentle demeanor, assured her that there was no rush, suggesting that when she felt ready to speak, it might happen naturally. They proceeded to document a series of her physical data and employed a peculiar instrument to examine her supernatural abilities, ultimately recording none. What? The current instruments cannot detect spatial abilities? Manuo immediately felt relieved. Although she enjoys hoarding, she is uncomfortable with others knowing what she has hidden. It diminishes her sense of security, rendering the act of collecting unjoyful. Fortunately, nothing was discovered. Subsequently, they tested her agility, revealing that it surpassed that of ordinary individuals by 15 times. Ultimately, they concluded that she was, in essence, a rather inconsequential zombie with the potential for immortality, which in itself was quite extraordinary. Professor Ji and Xiao suggested that Manuo simply visit the research facility once a month to donate blood, leaving the three of them somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, they remained kind towards her, inquiring about her previous occupation before the apocalypse. They proposed arranging a similar job for her or perhaps a menial position at the research institute, albeit with the caveat that it might be somewhat exhausting. Manuo felt a bit lost and typed a message on her tablet. I want to be with Qinluo and the others, and showed it to them. Xiao expressed regret, exclaiming, Oh dear, isn't it better to stay here at the research facility with us? Indeed, they argued, though she lacked supernatural abilities. She was the only human whose mutation aligned with that of a zombie. Going to the front lines would make her mere cannon fodder. Why accompany the battle-crazed Qian Luo? They urged her to remain with them. Yet, Manuo stubbornly shook her head, resolutely wishing to follow Qian Luo. She felt discomforting in the research facility, apprehensive of the individuals clad in white lab coats bustling about. Professor G did not press the matter further. Instead, he sent Xiao Qiao to retrieve a smartwatch or wristband for her. This was the latest communication device, as most electronic products had become obsolete, but this one remained functional. It served as a mobile Wi-Fi hub and other utilities. The tablet required a connection to her wristband to function, otherwise, it would have no signal. Ordinary individuals at the base could not even connect their wristbands to the internet, as only those with supernatural abilities could possess them, given the base's heavy reliance on the capabilities of such individuals. Rescuing survivors and retrieving supplies depended on the supernatural. Ordinary people could not confront the various mutated creatures, as even the most common zombie virus could be fatal to them. Thus, the base prioritized the best resources for the supernatural. It is essential to note that supernatural beings and mutators are two distinct entities. The former are normal individuals enhanced by supernatural buffs, while the latter are typically no longer human, such as the rock mutator who repaired the walls, with muscles manifesting as rock material. Many phenomena remain inexplicable by science, yet researchers persist in their efforts to comprehend them. Those who can stand here and converse with Manuo, the little zombie, possess exceptional psychological resilience. Otherwise, maintaining stable employment would be impossible. Xiao Qiao presented Manuo with an access key for her new room, since she was to be a reserve member for Qian Luo. It was only natural for her to reside in the same building. The room card was embedded in her wristband, allowing her to access the community in her room simply by swiping it. Qian Luo would likely be finished soon, so she should wait here for him to guide her. Xiao Qiao and Xiao Qiao each left her with a parting remark and departed to continue their tasks. Professor G had new personnel to attend to, leaving Manuo seated alone on a bench in the basement, awaiting Qian Luo's arrival. She was not entirely alone, for due to genetic mutations, both supernatural beings and mutators exhibited physical changes. For instance, supernatural individuals might grow taller and stronger. Consequently, the benches at the research facility were designed to be slightly wider. Nearby, a robust individual was napping, snoring loudly, perfectly fitting in the chair. Manuo, seated a little further in, found she could swing her legs. She glanced around, noticing that few paid her much attention, as everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, although some occasionally cast a curious glance at her collar. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she touched the cold collar, which provided little comfort, until Qian Luo's figure appeared in the corridor. He emerged from an examination room, his upper garment absent, bandages wrapped around his waist and one arm, a result of his battle with a horde of mutated monkeys. Yet, he seemed unfazed afterward, and Manuo forgot about it. Although her mind had not deteriorated, there were moments when her thoughts became sluggish, like now. Qian Luo, still donning his clothing, casually brushed her hair and gestured for her to follow. It was only then that Manuo snapped back to attention, leapt off the bench, and trailed behind him, stepping in unison. Qian Luo glanced at Manuo's feet. Having been transformed into a zombie, he had extracted her from her room without shoes. Her feet were stained with blood, splattered from her using a chainsaw to slay the monkeys, and her pink rabbit pajamas were also soiled. Xiao Qiao and Xiao Qiao, having noted Manuo's zombie state, did not think to provide her with shoes, thus she had been barefoot. Qian Luo found this unsatisfactory. As they passed a consultation room, he slipped inside to greet someone and acquired a pair of disposable slippers, thin but better than nothing. He lowered his head and instructed her to put them on. Manuo felt her cold feet warm slightly. Glancing down at the slippers, she smiled faintly. Qian Luo cast her a sidelong glance, but said nothing, turning to continue walking. Manuo followed suit. The atmosphere grew awkward as they approached the mutated monkeys, for Qian Luo had nearly shown a murderous intent towards her. Though the rationale was sound, it remained uncomfortable. Qian Luo felt a sense of unease. Chapter 17. Forum. After Manuo came to terms with the situation, she was hardly bothered. Though she feared he might kill her, she also understood that as long as she retained her consciousness, he would not harm her. If ever there came a day when she lost her sanity, she would no longer be herself, merely a walking corpse. If he were to slay her then, So be it. Furthermore, whether considered a fledgling sentiment or the bond of old classmates, the first person she encountered upon becoming a zombie was him. Had he been the type to err on the side of caution, the first shot would have ended her existence, and there would have been no further complications. Manuel was confident he would not mistakenly kill her. Thus, she ceased to hesitate and wished to accompany him. She genuinely disliked the research center, with its cold lighting and the hurried pace of the lab-coated researchers. It felt as though she might, at any moment, be bound to an operating table for dissection. Manuel would much prefer to venture outside to fight, gather supplies, and rescue other survivors. This held significantly more meaning for her. Upon exiting the research facility, they boarded a specialized subway train bound for their destination, ultimately arriving before a vast new community. Qian Luo led her through the gates, swiping his wristband, and they reached Building A. How fortuitous it was that Manuel's previous residence was also in Building A. Directly ahead stood the Activity Center building. The first floor housed a cafeteria, the second a supermarket, the third various shops, and the fourth a cinema and gym. The community comprised 7 residential buildings, arranged in a circular fashion labeled A through G, with the Activity Center at the heart. Upon their arrival, Qian Luo transformed into a tour guide, explaining everything to her. Their accommodations were located on the 19th floor of Building A. My room is 1900. Yours is 1901. Lao Wang is in 1905. Lao Bai resides in 1906. And Xiao Fei is in 1907, with the 3 of them nearby. Had it not been for Xu DuoDuo being pre-selected to join Qian Luo's team, she would not have been fortunate enough to secure such a splendid apartment. For this, she remains profoundly grateful. Ascending the staircase, akin to entering a residential complex, she accessed her room using a wristband. Inside, the 1-bedroom apartment features a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It resembles a model home, with white bedding akin to that found in hotels. Qian Luo leaned against the doorway, observing the little zombie exploring her new abode, finding her quite endearing. "I am next door. Feel free to seek me out if you need anything," he stated, lightly tapping the door before gesturing for Xu DuoDuo to look his way. Upon seeing her nod, he turned to leave, gently closing the door behind him. Xu DuoDuo cheerfully wandered around, quite taken with her small apartment, especially the balcony that allows sunlight to stream in. She adores sunshine. However, she is uncertain if she will ever again witness the normal sun. Qian Luo did not ask her for the canned goods, likely intending to store them with her for the time being. Xu DuoDuo inspected the multifaceted magic cube space within her consciousness and discovered several compartments filled with canned goods, which provided her with a sense of security. She then began to explore the wristband, which possesses small slots on either side for various chip cards. The screen is neither too large nor too small. It allows direct interaction, featuring a chat application and a personal information page, akin to her electronic ID. Name, Xu DuoDuo. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 163 centimeters. Mutation tendency, zombie virus. Abilities, none. Strength, speed, increase 15. There's also a recent photograph of her with a neutral expression. Beyond the chat application and personal information, there is a software for managing various barcodes, including transportation codes, base access codes, and personal residence codes. This is quite straightforward. Additionally, there is a payment app displaying a balance of 100 points. The transaction notification indicates that she recently participated in a rescue operation at the city Qianmian community, where she performed admirably, resulting in a reward of 100 points. Xu DuoDuo felt a surge of happiness upon seeing this. The wristband currently serves these few functions. The remaining item is a standard tablet with simple applications, just 3, one for taking photos, one for a gallery, and one for forum. Upon logging into the forum, she discovered various sections, including the Serious Task Release Board, Task Experience Sharing Board, and Database Board. The lighthearted section, Casual Chat, is filled with gossip topics. Upon entering, she immediately noticed a highly popular post titled, "On the Role and Formation Speculations of the Anomalous Core." Xu DuoDuo clicked on it right away. It appeared to be the author's conjecture that the anomalous core could be derived from mutated biological or non-biological entities, not necessarily confined to brains or exclusive to living organisms. The poster recounted their recent involvement in a rescue mission in City C, where a computer unexpectedly underwent mutation, containing an anomalous core that nearly led to their downfall. All due to an AI software within the computer. She shared a link to the database board, featuring her experience report from yesterday, which included a video of the combat team extracting the anomalous core from the computer's mainframe. It turned out to be a mechanized anomalous core. This revelation astonished everyone, hence the post's prominence. The world has truly gone mad. AI ruling the Earth. What was once a jest now seems increasingly plausible. Laughter erupted. Do not hold me back. Let's all perish together. It's all over. What further madness awaits this world? Numerous replies echoed sentiments of despair and trepidation. Xu DuoDuo had only consumed an anomalous core the previous night, the one from the mutated Monkey King. Qianluo had mentioned it was the most basic anomalous core. Despite its gruesome appearance when first extracted, it was inherently clean. Consuming it was akin to savoring candy. Crunchy, refreshing, and sweet, providing a satisfying fullness. Even now, Xu DuoDuo felt 7 or 8 parts full from just one. She suspected that this substance could enhance physical fitness, as she had noticeably become more agile, capable of moving as freely as an ordinary person, devoid of the initial clumsiness. Indeed, the poster speculated on its effects, recounting how one of her companions inadvertently ingested a small amount, subsequently experiencing a fever and an unexpected enhancement in physical capabilities, along with the development of a new ability. Nevertheless, the poster cautioned against hasty experimentation with anomalous cores, having prepared a report for those interested, encouraging rational discussion. Enthusiasm surged among the participants. Xu DuoDuo then perused the database section, discovering a wealth of information that clarified the purpose of the videos featuring by Xu and Chen Xiaofei capturing thunderstorm footage. It was all for this. Among the 20 latest and most popular posts were those published by Xu and Chen Xiaofei, titled Latest Thunderstorm Updates and Mutated Monkey Swarms. The descriptions were straightforward, interspersed with various on-site photographs and videos. Chapter 18. A visit. Xu DuoDuo became engrossed online. Since the onset of the apocalypse, internet access had ceased, and it had been a long time since she had indulged in electronic devices. She perused the posts one by one until she noticed that dusk was approaching, realizing she had been squatting on the floor, engrossed in her tablet, for far too long. As a zombie, her legs did not tire, or else a normal person would have experienced numbness by now. She finally stood up, glancing down at her bloodied attire, now dry and stiff. She swiftly dashed into the bathroom. Carefully adjusting the water heater's temperature to avoid scalding herself, she appreciated the influence of the old Monkey King's anomalous core, which had restored her bodily control. Otherwise, she would only be able to move fluidly at night, which would be quite unfortunate. Retrieving toiletries from the multifaceted magic cube space, transforming herself into a fragrant little zombie. Next, she selected a fresh set of comfortable pajamas. The soiled pajamas were soaked in the basin as she attempted to cleanse them. Her mind occasionally faltered, causing her thoughts to momentarily stall. Had she been of sound mind, she would have likely disdainfully tossed the filthy garment into the trash. However, the frugal instincts of little zombie Xu DuoDuo outweighed her rationality, and, in her subconscious, she submerged it in water. When Qianluo and Chen Xiaofei knocked on her door, Xu DuoDuo was still busy scrubbing her clothes, and she rushed to open the door, her hands covered in bubbles. Class monitor, look at the delightful treasures we have brought you. Actually, we just swapped some. What are you doing? Chen Xiaofei was taken aback at the sight of Xu DuoDuo with sudsy hands. Qianluo frowned, peering into the bathroom, and took her by the arm to lead her to the sink. Why are you washing that clothing? It is laden with contaminants. This needs to be placed in a sealed garbage bag and disposed of in the hazardous waste bin downstairs. Xu DuoDuo had not anticipated such meticulousness, but recognized the logic behind it. After all, the survivor base is not solely home to supernatural beings. Numerous ordinary individuals reside there. If they were to come into contact with the infected blood of the mutated monkey swarm, it could indeed become fatal. Alarmed, she quickly attempted to retrieve her clothing, but Qianluo halted her motion, pulling a sealed garbage bag from the box beside the sink. Let me handle this. You wash your hands, and once you're done, we will go eat. Xu DuoDuo was still pondering what the meal entailed when she completed her hand washing, only to hear Chen Xiaofei calling from the other room. Class monitor, hurry up. These two certainly act as though they are at home. This is her apartment. Can you not show some respect for the corpses? Xu DuoDuo, feeling quite indignant, rushed outside and spotted a transparent box on the table containing 3 peculiar cores, 1 green and 2 orange-red. Look, to welcome you into our 3A Special Operations team. Brother Qian has spent a fortune procuring these 3 cores just for you. You are indeed a fortunate little zombie, especially with the recent reform in the base S rules, where cores need not be submitted anymore. In the future, you can even purchase cores with points, although they're a bit pricey. Chun Xiao Fei, brimming with excitement, urged her to come over and try the taste, adding, "Class leader, you are truly remarkable. While ordinary people and ability users would perish from consuming these cores directly, you can chew on them like candy. Could you eat another one for me to see?" Qin Luo had already packed away his contaminated clothes and, after washing his hands, stepped out. Hearing this, he scoffed. "Do you think she is a monkey to be toyed with?" At this moment, Xu DuoDuo's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to the coffee table, fixating on the 3 cores. The transparent box was presumably made from some special material, as one had to be quite near to catch the delightful aroma emanating from the cores. The green core exuded a refreshing scent reminiscent of fresh grass, while the orange-red cores bore a hint of the aroma of cumin-roasted skewers. So fragrant, yet her stomach did not feel hungry at this moment. She assessed her fullness and felt about 60 to 70% satisfied. Ding dong, the doorbell rang again. Xu DuoDuo turned to look, and Qin Luo had already gone to open the door, revealing Bai Shu and Wang Weihu. Bai Shu had donned a white shirt and black trousers, sporting frameless glasses, returning to a familiar appearance for Xu DuoDuo, as he had worn glasses since middle school. Wang Weihu, dressed in casual attire, held several unopened sets of combat uniforms in his left hand, having just applied for them, size 165, which the class leader should be able to wear. Her coding had also arrived, an ominous number, 13444. Bai Shu wanted to make a sarcastic remark about this, saying, "The headquarters claim that since we are in the apocalypse, it's not like we are in a peaceful era, so they have no time to concern themselves with our trivial matters. We're just told to make do. They only talk, while someone with connections next door is waiting to choose their number. It's a clear case of favoritism." Seriously, he continued, "If it weren't for the massive walls outside and the fact that I still lack a heartbeat," Xu DuoDuo watched the 4 of them chat, momentarily feeling as if the apocalypse was merely a dream. Unfortunately, the apocalypse was indeed real, and she was genuinely a conscious corpse. Thus, she pulled out her tablet, typed a message, and handed it to them to read. "It's all right, I don't mind. Just a number." The 4 of them fell silent after reading it. Qin Luo turned to make a phone call, insisting, "No way, I'm going to ask about this. At least let us exchange it for a more auspicious one. I want to know how others with connections can swap theirs. Why can't we, who have fought so hard, do the same? It's simply unreasonable. It's pure bullying." Chun Xiao Fei chimed in with discontent. "Exactly. Even in the apocalypse, they still play favorites with connections?" After saying this, he urged Xu DuoDuo to eat, saying, "Forget about these trivial matters. Class leader, please eat. Brother Qian has gone through a lot of trouble to procure these cores." Bai Shu gazed at the 3 cores, exclaiming in surprise, "Did old Qian manage to get these?" Wang Weihu leaned in for a glance, recalling the troubles of mutated creatures. These cores were far more troublesome than zombies. The mere thought of facing higher-tier, mutated beings in the future was daunting. This topic felt a bit heavy, and thus the 3 of them fell silent. Bai Shu then placed some nutrient solution and a bag of steamed buns on the table. "Let us eat first. It's only been 10 days, and the food in the cafeteria has already decreased by 80%. Can you guess how many points this bag of buns cost?" Chun Xiao Fei skillfully opened the nutrient solution bottle, curious as he asked, "How much?" Wang Weihu sighed. 8 buns, 200 points. Chun Xiao Fei gasped, "What? 25 points for a single bun?" His face contorted in anguish. Xu DuoDuo recalled how Professor Ji had once mentioned that 3 points could suffice for a meal, but given the current situation, being full did not equate to eating well. She fell into silence. Wang Weihu, meanwhile, munched on a bun, stating, "There are simply too many survivors being rescued now. Food at the base is scarce and must be prioritized for ordinary people. We, who can survive on nutrient solutions, must endure." Bai Shu remarked, "Having buns to eat is already quite fortunate. Let us make do with it." As he spoke, he reluctantly retrieved a jar of chili sauce from his supplies. Chun Xiao Fei immediately lunged for it, saying, "I knew Brother Bai was the best." Sweet-talking but fierce, he scooped up a generous spoonful, nearly driving Bai Shu to madness. "You jerk. It's the last jar. Could you at least take a little less? Wang Wei, who, observing the typically composed by Xu, seized the opportunity to grab a large spoonful as well. The three of them, who were incredibly reliable during rescue operations, were utterly untrustworthy in private. They almost came to blows over a bottle of chili sauce. Eventually, Xu DuoDuo quietly pulled out 4 large boxes of prepared meals, which she had previously stockpiled. The three of them froze, staring intently at the 4 boxes of food. Each was a transparent, disposable container filled with rice and 3 dishes. All 4 boxes contained the same meal: shredded pork with garlic sauce, sautéed greens, and braised chicken. She then produced 4 cans of tomato egg soup, and upon seeing their stillness, opened the boxes, releasing an enticing aroma that made all 3 of them gulp in unison. Oh heavens, am I dreaming? Class leader, are you a little doorman? Help! How long has it been since I've seen proper food? This can't be real. Thank you, class leader. You're truly the best person in the world. Oh no, the best corpse. What moved them to tears was nothing other than a full meal of 3 dishes and a soup. This is no exaggeration. Chen Xiaofei cried as he ate, mumbling, I thought I'd be happy with just a bowl of hot congee. I never expected to have a full meal. Bai Shu and Wang Wei, who were stuffing their mouths, vying for more food. The shredded pork and braised chicken were incredibly delectable. The sautéed greens were refreshing, and a sip of the tomato egg soup felt like a priceless treasure in the apocalypse, despite being a common dish before the end of the world. Xu DuoDuo, holding the 3 cores, felt quite pleased, secretly adding a roasted duck leg for Qin Luo. Not to mention, just for his effort in finding her the cores. She felt immensely grateful to him and expressed her happiness for obtaining food. When Qin Luo returned, he found the 3 team members transformed into 3 gluttonous pigs, devouring the delectable meal with cheeks puffed out. Chen Xiaofei, while eating, pushed his box toward him, mumbling, so good, so good. Brother Qin, quick, try some. Qin Luo remarked, I must say, Xu DuoDuo's culinary skills are indeed impressive. The shredded pork is fragrant and delicious, and the chicken meat in the braised dish is incredibly tender. Just the sauce alone, mixed with rice, could make one devour an entire pot. In a moment, the living room was enveloped in silence as Xu DuoDuo sat to one side, while the 4 of them gathered around the coffee table, completely engrossed in their meal. Sitting directly on the carpet, fearing they wouldn't have enough to eat, she even retrieved 4 more boxes of plain rice. Ultimately, they polished off every last morsel. In the end, Chen Xiaofei leaned back on the sofa, groaning, help, I'm so full. Bai Shu sat in a daze, satisfied with his meal. Wang Wei, who continued to clean up, ensuring not a single grain of rice or leftover dish remained. Qin Luo, meanwhile, was busy replying to messages. Finally, he shook his tablet, declaring all done. Xu DuoDuo's number is 13,613, much better than 13444. Chen Xiaofei and his companions were so full that they felt no desire to speak. Thus they collectively gave him a thumbs up. Qin Luo, amused, turned to look at Xu DuoDuo. The little zombie hesitated for a moment before also giving him a thumbs up. This elicited laughter from Qin Luo, which soon spread to Chen Xiaofei and the others. The feeling of being well-fed and content was undeniably blissful. Don't take it to heart, class monitor. In this post-apocalyptic world, everything is changing rapidly, including various regulations. Initially, we were unaware of the current attitude of the base towards the mutated individuals. The base was quite different when we last departed. Who would have thought that all the mutated beings would be unified under one banner? It was also surprising that so many of them maintained consciousness despite their physical transformations. The signal from the wristbands can be unstable at times, and the4MS database doesn't always update promptly due to various reasons. At first, they had indeed approached Xu DuoDuo with a degree of caution and vigilance. Xu DuoDuo touched the collar around her neck, shook her head, and finally typed on her tablet, It's fine. It's quite normal for you to be cautious. After all, they represented the headquarters and were concerned about the future of humanity, not children. As adults, it was better to communicate openly and move past this issue. The subsequent time was delightful. They tidied up the coffee table, and Xu DuoDuo stored various flavors of nutritional liquids and leftover buns in her spatial storage. After dinner, they engaged in conversation about their current circumstances, reviewed the new rules from the base, and discussed upcoming tasks. Qin Luo informed Xu DuoDuo about the 2 types of tasks available. One assigned by the headquarters, which is usually non-negotiable, and the other is self-initiated through the forum. Tasks assigned by the headquarters offer stable rewards, occasionally with special bonuses, whereas self-initiated tasks carry greater risks. Employers are typically wealthy individuals or fellow ability users. Chun Xiaofei, while browsing the forum, jokingly remarked, "Class monitor, delivery drivers, right? We're somewhat akin to them." Bai Shu found this analogy quite apparent. As Xu DuoDuo was new to being a zombie, the four of them shared a wealth of knowledge with her. Despite the many changes in the post-apocalyptic world, they had more experience than she did. Later, they added each other as friends, and Wang Weihua gifted Xu DuoDuo a headset for communication, which had a limited range of 10 kilometers, making casual phone calls akin to the past unfeasible for the time being. He sighed as he spoke. Qin Luo observed the task board, while Bai Shu engaged in conversation with him. With the class monitor's spatial abilities, we can venture into resource-rich areas more frequently, but unsearched locations will inevitably be more dangerous. Bai Shu analyzed the situation thoroughly, marking several locations on his tablet. The two most resource-abundant places were, first, City C, which housed the largest grain storage in the country but had recently experienced a non-biological anomalous core, posing extreme danger. Second, City I, which was coastal and also unknown in terms of danger, yet contained a weapons depot. He noted that aside from these two locations, other areas were frequented by numerous teams, making encounters with others likely and resources scattered. Importantly, the tasks they were to undertake could only be rescue missions, as stockpiling resources had to be conducted discreetly due to Xu DuoDuo's spatial abilities needing to remain concealed. Otherwise, it would be perilous for her, and their entire team would face complications. It wasn't that they couldn't protect her or that the headquarters would harm her, but surveillance was inevitable, and she would completely lose her freedom, which would lead to significant troubles. Chapter 20 Departure. Qin Luo glanced over the options and ultimately selected City C as their destination. As it was the closest, City I was directly across from City C, and they could potentially gather resources from both. Grain is easily contaminated, thus, prioritizing grain collection was essential. In the later stages against monsters, firearms may prove ineffective, and importantly, City I was also guarded by other forces, making it difficult to acquire anything. Bai Shu had no objections, reasoning that danger was inherent in the apocalypse regardless of location. All right, let us confirm it. We're heading to City C. The following morning, their team prepared to embark, having accepted the next mission to rescue survivors while detouring to City C to raid various granaries. Their off-road vehicle had undergone maintenance, restoring it to pristine condition with enhancements. Upon first sight, Qin Luo let out a sharp whistle and tapped the vehicle's body, while the maintenance personnel continued explaining the new features. "Captain Qin, your vehicle has received maximum upgrades approved by headquarters. This button activates a fully enclosed mode, allowing temporary transformation into either a submarine or tank mode. While this feature provides built-in binocular capabilities." Chun Xiaofei was left in awe, gaping at the vehicle's transformation, exclaiming, "This is incredible. It's so cool. The black and gold color is stunning." Bai Shu kicked the large tires, admiring their sturdiness. Wang Weihua was thoroughly pleased with the massive vehicle, relieved that he no longer had to hunch inside. Only Xu DuoDuo, dressed in combat attire, gazed up at the colossal machine, estimating that she would need to climb to board. The team was quite tall, with Wang Weihua towering close to 2 meters, followed by Qin Luo at 189 centimeters, Bai Shu at 185 centimeters, and even the youthful Chun Xiaofei standing at 180 centimeters. Only Xu DuoDuo stood out at 163 centimeters, making her notably conspicuous among them. As Qin Luo completed the handover, he noticed Xu DuoDuo clumsily attempting to climb aboard when no one was watching. He nearly burst into laughter as he approached and effortlessly lifted her by the waist. "Can't you manage it? You have so many teammates. Use them." Xu DuoDuo, once on board, ignored him, feeling a tad embarrassed. She nestled into the back seat, hugging her knees and gazing out at the new view, enjoying the spaciousness of the modified off-road combat vehicle. Inside, there were 7 seats, ample space loaded with supplies ranging from gasoline and ammunition to an assortment of nutritional liquids and various compressed biscuits, which were generally not favored. Soon after, the rest of the team boarded, with Qin Luo driving, Wang Weihua in the passenger seat, and Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu in the second row. Xu DuoDuo settled in the last row, receiving a cozy blanket tossed her way, which she eagerly embraced. Bai Shu chuckled, "This just arrived. Class monitor. Feel free to enjoy it." Qian Luo reminded everyone to fasten their seatbelts, and Xu DuoDuo hurriedly nodded at Bai Shu before securing her own belt. She then retrieved several thermoses, each containing soothing herbal tea, and nudged Bai Shu to pass them forward. Chen Xiaofei opened his and inhaled, exclaiming, "Wow, class monitor, you're so thoughtful. You even brought herbal tea. How do you have everything?" He then inquired, "By the way, do you have any snacks?" Bai Shu, having just handed the other two thermoses to the front row, playfully tapped Chen Xiaofei on the head. "What do you think this is, a picnic, Chen-san?" Wang Weihua cautioned them to remain vigilant. Although the windows had anti-peep film, the post-apocalyptic world had countless strange powers, and it was wise to be cautious. Xu DuoDuo noted that, contemplating for a moment before producing a wooden whistle from her multidimensional space. She blew a short note, capturing the attention of the four of them, who all turned to look at her. Nervously clutching the wooden whistle, her big, colored eyes darted between them, seemingly questioning whether it sounded unpleasant. She hesitated, contemplating whether to put it away, but the four of them simultaneously gave her a thumbs up, clearly approving of the idea. Qian Luo smiled. "All right, that works." The small class leader truly lives up to the title. Solutions always outweigh the difficulties. Chen Xiaofei turned to her, chattering away, promising that in the future, a single whistle would signify agreement, while a longer one would call for assistance. Accompanied by his murmurs, the vehicle soon set off, passing through each checkpoint in succession. An electronic voice chimed, "Welcome to H City Survivor Base, first checkpoint. Beep, all is well. The entire H City Survivor Base wishes you a safe journey." After passing through 3 checkpoints, the final gate was opened by a live attendant. Wang Weihua presented a card, indicating their team's assigned mission and departure location. "Qin team, heading out again? You're really pushing yourselves, only returning for a night each time." The staff, smiling, took the card to register them. Qian Luo, with a carefree grin, joked, "We must strive. This world changes by the day. If we don't keep up, we'll be left behind." The staff, upon hearing this, lamented the challenges faced by their combat teams, acknowledging the countless partners struggling in dire circumstances. "You are remarkable. On behalf of all H City members, I salute you. May you travel safely and return home successfully." After a solemn salute, his expression turned serious. Qian Luo rested his head on the steering wheel with a chuckle, remarking that they always went through this routine. He signaled for Wang Weihua to take the exit card, nodding at the staff before the vehicle shot forward. Its speed significantly increased compared to before. Mini Duo, sitting in the back, stretched her neck, momentarily swaying from the sudden acceleration before tumbling back in her seat and quickly getting up again. Just as she was about to mumble something, she glanced at the route they had taken and fell silent. Astonishingly, in just one night, more than half of the trees by the roadside had withered away. Chen Xiaofei exclaimed in disbelief, "This is too severe. At this rate, all the plants will perish." Bai Shu was fiddling with his tablet, explaining that it was merely a specific area. "Just look at our city. It's a veritable paradise of vegetation. An ancient banyan tree has enveloped the entire our city, making vehicle access impossible." Chen Xiaofei, hearing this, gasped again and leaned over to peer at Bai Shu's screen. Upon hearing the commotion, Mini Duo also pulled out her tablet to check the latest updates on the forum. A new post had just been published. Overnight, an ancient banyan tree had grown rapidly, completely encircling our city. Currently, the Our City Survivor Base has issued a distress signal, and headquarters is gathering personnel to devise a rescue strategy. Chapter 21. The Mutated Serpent Man. The journey was not smooth. Once outside the safety perimeter of the base, scattered zombies could be seen meandering along the roadside. Qian Luo drove straight through them. They were not currently engaged in clearing these isolated zombies, as they had more pressing matters to attend to. Bai Shu reported that their mission involved a commercial district, where approximately 500 survivors were estimated to be holed up on the 4th floor of shopping mall. He shared the location with everyone. Chen Xiaofei added, "The survivors on the outskirts are the real issue. They are too scattered." Mini Duo, nestled in the back seat, peered at the tablet, her little fingers tapping and occasionally zooming in on the map. The entire commercial area was surrounded by various pedestrian streets, lined with countless shops. Just before the apocalypse, it had been evening, and many people had been out for a stroll. Thus, the area was now teeming with zombies, essentially a zombie nest. Wang Weihua felt a headache coming on. This kind of place is the most troublesome, the density and number of zombies complicate rescue efforts. Heavy firepower cannot be used, necessitating the use of firearms and small explosives, which will likely prolong the clearing process. Their last mission in the city had taken them 10 days to complete, barely managing to eliminate the zombies around Qianmian community and rescue over 90 survivors. After that task, each member of their team received 3,000 points and some weapon rewards, alongside the refurbishment of their vehicle as a mission benefit. This time, it was uncertain how long they would spend in the commercial district, especially since the survivors were so dispersed, further complicating their rescue operations. The only advantage was the presence of numerous shops in the commercial street, offering a chance to scavenge for some leftover supplies, albeit at the cost of time. Xu remarked, "In these times, everything is scarce. Even a single intact piece of clothing holds value. In the future, various equipment will break down and ordinary people's clothing will be in short supply. At least during the early apocalypse, things were particularly dire." The survival manual for the apocalypse stated as much. DuoDuo, upon hearing this, glanced at her multifunctional space, which still had plenty of empty compartments. However, she was relieved to find she still had a decent amount of clothing, ensuring she wouldn't face a wardrobe crisis. Qianluo remained focused on driving, navigating at high speed, sending many zombies and mutated dogs flying. Their eyes were bloodshot, drooling, devoid of any awareness. They were left with only the instinct to bite, and there was no psychological burden in running them over. It was easy to distinguish between them and the more docile zombies like Duo. Qianluo was unafraid of misjudgment. While Xu and the others discussed how to minimize firepower while rescuing personnel, as every resource must be carefully allocated in the apocalypse to survive. The vehicle continued onward, merging onto the highway, as the national road was too slow. They had previously checked the route, and it was relatively clear, occasionally encountering zombies and mutated creatures, which they simply plowed through. The vehicle's body was made of an unknown material, as it repelled water effortlessly, allowing any filthy liquid that splashed on it to slide right off, maintaining a pristine appearance. The modified tires were enormous, capable of crushing anything in their path, making the driving experience significantly more enjoyable than before. The highway was a new route, previously seldom traveled, thus avoiding the awkward situation of being stuck behind other vehicles. There was no need to disembark to clear the road, though the weather was poor, and it grew darker as they progressed. Duo glanced at her wristband. Several hours had passed, and although it was midday, the overcast sky made it feel like evening. Ahead, dark clouds loomed. Qianluo checked his wristband and remarked, "There's no thunderstorm, likely just a heavy downpour." The teammates acknowledged his words. They decided to pull over, each stepping out to address their physiological needs and use the restroom, anticipating the impending rain would make disembarking inconvenient. Being a little zombie had its perks for Duo. Aside from a bit of blood, she didn't cry, had no physiological needs, and didn't require food or bathroom breaks. She chewed on a green anomaly core, savoring the delightful taste of grass and fruit. Delicious. Once Xu and the others returned to the vehicle, Wang Weihua took the driver's seat this time, while Chun Xiaofei settled into the passenger seat. Qianluo occupied the middle row, instantly creating an atmosphere of pressure. Duo quietly shifted further back. Although the abilities of supernatural beings far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, driving demanded intense concentration, particularly in the current apocalypse where any number of dangers could emerge, making it difficult to maintain focus for extended periods. Alternating drivers was the best approach. Chun Xiaofei began to express hunger and requested the leftover steamed buns from Xu. Duo then pulled out 8 large rice balls, filled with tuna sauce and cucumber, wrapped in seaweed. They were truly massive, each the size of her fist. Her appetite could easily accommodate one, while the others might struggle to feel full with 2. Consequently, she also retrieved canned goods collected from the factory, 4 meat cans and 4 fruit cans. Chun Xiaofei munched on a rice ball while handing another to Wang Weihua with one hand, his lap piled with cans. Feeling utterly content. Having a small class leader is fantastic. Back in the day, we could only nibble on dry rations, but now we feast on delicious meals. Life is truly good. Wang Weihua devoured a rice ball in a few bites, utterly satisfied. Xu was busy browsing the forum while munching away. Currently, the forum was their only source of the world's latest updates, and they had to make the most of it whenever a teammate had free time, as the newest knowledge might come in handy. Qin Luo, with a rice ball in hand, turned to observe Xu DuoDuo, who was engrossed in her tablet. Having spent the entire morning scrolling through it, she had just consumed an alien core. Can't you eat human food at all? Can't swallow or digest it? He asked, curiosity piqued. Xu DuoDuo silently typed on her tablet. It tastes bland. It's a waste of food. She had previously tried it, but the delicious morsels turned tasteless in her mouth, akin to drinking plain water or chewing on tissue paper. It was disheartening not to enjoy food, especially when someone kept asking her about it. She turned her body away from him, engrossed in her tablet again. Having just seen a transformation where a mutant had become a snake person, not with a snake lower body, but with a snake upper body. It was both disgusting and awkward to behold. The most alarming part was that he had betrayed humanity, devouring his kind, and even zombies, consuming anything filthy, and had now morphed into a gigantic, bloated serpent, dragging along 2 human legs. It was utterly repulsive. This was even a want to notice. It was said that killing him would yield a reward of 100,000 points. Furthermore, he was fleeing towards City C. Xu DuoDuo exclaimed, "Does it have to be this coincidental? I really don't want to encounter such a creature." Baishu had also noticed the urgent pinned post and handed it to Qin Luo. It detailed a mutant who aspired to be a leader, reportedly attacking anyone in sight and committing acts of cruelty. The headquarters had put a substantial bounty on it. Chapter 22. The soaked little zombie Qin Luo had just thought the pouting little zombie was rather endearing, wanting to poke her, but upon seeing the post by Xu showcased, he immediately frowned. It looked revolting. Xu DuoDuo suddenly raised her hand and patted Qin Luo's head. He assumed she was upset and playfully grabbed her hand, saying, "Stop it. I'm just reading a post." He was astonished to discover that this creature could upgrade by consuming others. However, as he gazed out the car window towards the distant woods, a massive snake-like figure reared up. Xu DuoDuo realized this creature was not faceless. Rather, it had a human face intertwined with a snake's head, utterly grotesque, sending her sanity plummeting. She quickly grabbed her whistle and blew a short burst, then patted Qin Luo to redirect their attention. When they both turned to look, she pointed outside, her body nearly stiff with fright. This world was too surreal. Qin Luo and Baishu glanced over, catching sight of a mutant snake person writhing like a worm in the nearby woods, occasionally lifting its head to gaze forward before continuing its slither. The most alarming sight was its tail, which remained upright while dragging along 2 human legs. A silence enveloped them. Baishu finally exclaimed, "What a massive creature!" Qin Luo grimaced, "It's truly disgusting." His distaste was genuine. Xu DuoDuo, Minwihin, painstakingly recorded a video with her tablet, then forwarded it to Baishu for posting, as she had no desire to look at the creature any longer. Wang Weihui and Chen Xiaofei had not noticed it at all, indicating its stealthy movements. It was only when Chen Xiaofei heard some commotion from the back that he inquired, discovering that a mutant snake person had appeared at the 3 o'clock position. Both felt goosebumps. Such soft, slithering reptiles were the most repugnant. Yet despite their revulsion, they were not afraid. The mutant snake person appeared to be on the move, not coming over to harass them, merely passing by at a distance. Its direction was towards City C, the same destination they were headed, increasing the likelihood of an encounter. According to the official post, the creature's weakness was located 7 inches above its tail, which was also its head. After Baishu relayed this information, everyone acknowledged it, though no one felt particularly cheerful. As the vehicle advanced further, they entered a curtain of rain, the area ahead appearing like another world. While it was still a clear day here, the other side resembled a hellish realm, imbued with a sense of eternal darkness. Yet they had to press on. Almost instantly, upon entering this place, torrential rain began to pour down. Wang Weihui frowned, noting visibility was less than half a meter. He turned on the hazard lights, and Qin Luo urged him to drive slowly. The clouds overhead showed no sign of dispersing. They had no choice but to proceed cautiously and find a place to stop if conditions worsened. Wang Weihui replied, "Understood." Chen Xiaofei remained alert, assisting in monitoring the road conditions around the vehicle. The sound of the rain was so loud it could be heard within the cabin. Had it not been for the robust off-road vehicle, it might have swayed under the downpour. Xu DuoDuo glanced at the roof, then pressed her face against the window, her eyes wide, but unable to see clearly. Suddenly, something plopped against the window, startling her and causing her to recoil. She soon realized it was a mutant frog, as large as a human head, pressing itself against the glass, its tongue covered in spikes, scraping against the window with a screeching sound. The little zombie grew irate, wanting to retaliate against the creature that had startled her. After becoming a zombie, Xu DuoDuo exhibited a childlike demeanor, desiring revenge. However, the heavy rain prevented the window from opening, leaving her to glare at it in frustration. Chen Xiaofei remarked that it obstructed their view, questioning how such a large frog could withstand the torrential rain. Bai Shu checked the data and stated, "This creature fears fire. It's an elementary mutant frog, lacking intelligence and an alien core, and is non-venomous. However, it consumes flesh and can use its tongue to snatch at people. Those spikes can rip away flesh." Chen Xiaofei grimaced, his face contorted in disgust, feeling a pang of sympathy for the imagined pain. Xu DuoDuo stared at the frog for a moment, her mind racing with thoughts of its fear of fire and its potential to ambush them if it clung on. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, she swiftly grabbed insecticide and a lighter, quickly rolled down the window, and just as the mutant frog attempted to leap inside, she ignited the flame, scorching the creature black before it fell to the ground, ultimately crushed by the rear tire, leaving a mess behind. The entire process, from opening the window to igniting the fire and closing it again, took less than 3 seconds, although the mutant frog had been expelled by the flames. The back seat was now soaked from the rain. Xu DuoDuo was drenched as well, her hair and clothing soaked through, resembling a drowned little zombie, and she stood there, stunned. The three in the front were equally dumbfounded. Wang Weihui took a quick glance in the rearview mirror, witnessing the scene, and was left speechless, his mouth agape. Noticing the silence, Xu DuoDuo glanced at the damp back seat, feeling akin to a child who had misbehaved, her mouth pouting as if she might cry. However, zombies do not shed tears, yet they did not allow her to cry. Just as her lip began to quiver, Qin Luo called out, "Hey, don't cry. What are you crying for? You did really well." He immediately climbed into the back seat, pulling Xu DuoDuo over to the cleaner side, while he grabbed the half-damp blanket to dry off the seat. Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei quickly came to their senses, praising her in unison. Yes, class monitor. You did great. If you hadn't dealt with that thing, I wouldn't have been able to see the road conditions behind us. Well done. Excellent work. Your skills are impressive. No wonder you're a little zombie with a speed boost of 15. Indeed, which teammate reacts so quickly to dispatch it right away? It's all this rain's fault. It's too heavy. They harmonized their praises, and Wang Weihui could not help but interject, "Well, actually, it could have been." Chen Xiaofei immediately cut him off. "Ahaha, the child needs encouragement. What are you doing, old Wang? Really, the class monitor is amazing." He exchanged knowing glances with Wang Weihui, as many reports surfaced last night. Currently, Xu DuoDuo's intellect was unstable. At times she exhibited the maturity of an 18 or 19-year-old, while at others, she regressed to the mentality of a 7 or 8-year-old. Why bully a child over trivial matters? Moreover, the mutated frog should be dealt with promptly. Who could predict whether it would mutate again in the next moment? Watching them clumsily attempt to comfort her, Xu DuoDuo suddenly fell silent, unable to cry. Qin Luo busied himself, finally cleaning the seat, albeit it remained slightly damp. He then turned to retrieve a towel from the back, placing it over her head. "Hurry up and dry off. Once you're done, change into some dry clothes. Is there a curtain in the space? Bring one out. We'll shield you." Bai Shu produced a piece of green fabric from his storage space. "This will work. We can each hold one side." Chapter 23, thudding as gasoline, is collected. Qin Luo and Bai Shu each took hold of a piece of the curtain, shielding the back row. Xu DuoDuo changed into her spare combat uniform behind the curtain and, once ready, blew a note on the wooden whistle hanging around her neck. After they folded the curtain, Qin Luo inquired, "Are you done? Come here. I'll carry you over. The back row is damp. It's better not to stay there." He effortlessly lifted Xu DuoDuo, placing her beside him in the middle row, which was spacious enough for 4 people across 2 separate seats. Bai Shu had little reaction. He simply stored the curtain and began editing the mutated Snake Man video that Xu DuoDuo had sent him, preparing to post it on the forum. The little zombie had changed into fresh clothes, feeling much more refreshed, though her hair was still damp. Unable to bear it, Qin Luo took a clean towel and dried her hair, massaging her head with one hand while navigating the tablet with the other. Their SA service area 20 kilometers ahead. Let us check it out and take a break there. After speaking, Qianmian stowed the tablet in his storage space and focused on the little zombie, both hands pressing down on the towel, covering her head, rubbing it affectionately but firmly. Xu DuoDuo, lulled by the gentle motion, swayed slightly, as if about to fall asleep. Qianmian advised her to remain still. Receiving their orders, Wang Weihu and Qin Xiaofei promptly acknowledged. Their quartet had always shared a tacit understanding. When Qianmian suggested stopping, it was for good reason. His ability was storm-related, making him particularly sensitive to weather changes. Before they even reached the service area, hail began to fall, pelting down with a cacophony. Had they not been in a modified off-road vehicle with shatterproof glass, it would have been difficult to withstand the basketball-sized hailstones. Xu DuoDuo's eyes were glued to the window, mesmerized by the potentially lethal hail outside, which sounded like a relentless barrage. The driving was not particularly easy. The vehicle swayed slightly, yet all four were seasoned soldiers, perfectly capable of handling such road conditions. Wang Weihu even accelerated through the hail-strewn stretch, crushing the ice beneath the wheels. Along the way, they encountered several vehicles parked by the roadside. Slowing down to check, they honked, only to discover that all the occupants were zombies. Qin Xiaofei casually tossed a few small bombs, flipping the rear vehicles, and they sped away. The latter half of their journey, though bumpy, proceeded smoothly as they reached the service area. There was no more hail, nor rain, but the darkness was unsettling, and zombies within the service area began to stir at the sound of their vehicle. Wang Weihu crushed a few more zombies under the wheels and headed straight for the gas station. I'll check for fuel. Qianmian, open the gas tank. Understood. Qianmian replied, leaning over to operate the controls, causing the side gas tank cover to pop open. Xu DuoDuo, stay in the car. Once we finish refueling, press the switch, all right? Xu DuoDuo nodded, blowing the whistle once more. Qianmian affectionately tousled her hair before stepping out of the car. With a thud, the car door closed as all four disembarked. Qin Xiaofei followed Qianmian toward the main building of the service area to eliminate zombies, moving with remarkable speed, gunfire erupting shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, Wang Weihu and Bai Shu filled the vehicle with gasoline and checked the remaining supply at the station, each performing their designated tasks. As Xu DuoDuo awaited Wang Weihu's signals, she closed the gas tank cover, then opened the middle door and hopped out of the car, thankfully avoiding a fall. This startled the two men. Little squad leader, why are you getting out? Stay in the car until it's safe. This area isn't secure. Be obedient and wait in the vehicle. You're more valuable than us now. It was no joke. Possessing a vast spatial ability made her exceedingly precious. Although they had witnessed Xu DuoDuo wielding a chainsaw against mutated monkeys, they still couldn't allow her to be in danger and attempted to coax her back into the car. However, Xu DuoDuo refused to listen. Bai Shu was exasperated by her disobedience, wishing Qianmian were present to manage the situation. Ignoring the two, Xu DuoDuo reached for the fuel canister that Wang Weihu was using to refill. Bai Shu shouted in alarm, "You can't just touch that." But it was too late. Xu DuoDuo had already made contact, storing the gasoline in her spatial realm, and simply gestured with her remaining hand. She retrieved the can from her space, returned it, and pointed at the fuel canister. Wang Weihu understood. Little squad leader, are you directly collecting that gasoline? Xu DuoDuo nodded, maintaining a serious expression, despite her seemingly cool demeanor. Her disheveled hair made her look somewhat silly. After explaining, she focused on collecting the fuel. Bai Shu exclaimed, "Incredible. This direct collection is truly satisfying. Keep it up. Little squad leader. We'll remain vigilant." Xu DuoDuo nodded earnestly, diligently collecting the gasoline. She merely needed to touch the gasoline lightly with her fingertips, akin to when she collected water in her own kitchen. Since it was a gas station, they couldn't use fire nearby, so when zombies approached, Wang Weihu and Bai Shu dealt with them through brute force, kicking one away. Bai Shu even took the opportunity to find a few more barrels for storage, while Xu DuoDuo simply needed to keep collecting, albeit with some running around. Once the gas station's underground fuel tank was emptied, both men wore satisfied smiles. Xu DuoDuo washed her hands clean, while Wang Weihu and Bai Shu stood guard. Little squad leader, are you tired? There's still plenty of supplies in the supermarket here. Shall we gather them together? Xu DuoDuo nodded almost immediately, making her way toward the supermarket, eager to hoard supplies. Her spirits soared at the thought of the resources likely available at the service area. Bai Shu and Wang Weihu relished having a massive mobile warehouse at their disposal. The three began to coordinate their efforts. Wang Weihu swept everything along the supermarket walls into a pile, waiting for Xu DuoDuo to collect it. Bai Shu stayed close to protect her as Xu DuoDuo stored the items directly into her spatial realm, clearing the gas station's small supermarket in under a minute. Most of the goods consisted of instant noodles and beverages. The various flavors of instant noodles were enticing, along with some cookies and snacks. Wang Weihu remarked, "Who knows if instant noodles will still be produced in the future? Stocking up now means we can still enjoy them when hunger strikes." Bai Shu wholeheartedly agreed. When they first joined the military, nothing was more satisfying than a big bowl of instant noodles after training. After collecting these items, Xu DuoDuo observed her spatial realm filled with several small compartments, bringing her a sense of security, particularly regarding the gasoline, a highly valuable resource in the early days of the apocalypse. Chapter 24. Zero-cost purchases at the service area. The three of them were so engrossed in collecting gasoline and other items that they failed to realize the entire afternoon had slipped away. Or perhaps the encroaching darkness made it difficult to discern the passage of time. Bai Shu looked down at his wristband in astonishment. Has it really become 6 o'clock? Time has flown by too swiftly. Wang Weihu stretched his shoulders and neck. He had to take time to eliminate the occasional zombie that wandered over in the afternoon, leaving him feeling sore all over. Just then, a sudden explosion echoed in the distance, accompanied by a flash and crackle of electricity dancing in the air. Xu DuoDuo looked up instinctively, a hint of fear creeping in. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and chuckled. I guess Qingge has grown weary of waiting and has resorted to using his abilities. He still hasn't quite adapted to them and usually avoids using them. Wang Weihu mumbled in agreement. I don't like using mine either. It's hard to control when you exert too much effort. Among the four of them, Qin Luo possessed the rare thunderstorm ability. Bai Shu had enhanced vision. Wang Weihu was endowed with strength, and Qin Xiaofei was characterized by speed. As the apocalypse had only begun about a month ago, the situation was chaotic everywhere, and the headquarters had yet to develop a comprehensive manual for the use of abilities. Everyone had to explore on their own, striving to collaborate with the Research Institute in hopes of gaining deeper insights into these powers, but it was a formidable task. After a thorough afternoon of extermination, they had finally eradicated the zombies in this area. Those that were clever enough had likely fled. As there were no zombies visible in the parking lot, though the ground was quite a sight, covered in an unsightly mosaic. Xu DuoDuo followed by Shu and Wang Weihu in search of Qin Luo and Qin Xiaofei. The oppressive night sky, swirling with wind, instilled a sense of unease. Wang Weihu and Bai Shu had already contacted Qin Luo via their wristbands. Qingge, Xiaofei, where are you? They received a response. Amidst the noises in the earpiece, Xu DuoDuo vaguely heard them mention being in the cafeteria. Wang Weihu replied, Understood, we'll head over in 20 minutes. Let us gather some supplies first. Xu DuoDuo gazed at the specialty shop on the first floor, eager to stretch her hands and collect items. Qin Luo's voice crackled through the earpiece. All right, there are still about 10 survivors here. His implication was clear. They needed to be cautious of outsiders. Bai Shu acknowledged, received. Xu DuoDuo opened the door and dove inside, eager to gather supplies. The specialty shop was stocked with dry goods, valuable items like mushrooms and ginseng, as well as sweet treats like flour cakes. Everything she touched vanished into thin air, a delightful thrill coursing through her. Xu DuoDuo was thrilled to collect these items. Previously, she would buy lamb tripe and dried mushrooms by weight, but now she could take them for free. These nutritious dry goods could be used for soups in the future. Wang Weihua's eyes fell upon an entire shelf of cigarettes and alcohol, and he shouted, Xiao Banzhong. Xu DuoDuo turned and dashed over, promptly clearing the shelf. Wang Weihu, a robust man, couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Xiao Banzhong, if you have any requests in the future, just let me know. With these cigarettes and alcohol, I'm at your service. Bai Shu, across from him, was inspecting a pharmacy and teased, Weren't you just being all righteous? Now you're willing to do anything for a little indulgence? I told you to treat Xiao Banzhong with more respect. Didn't you see how Qin Xiaofei was fawning over her from the start? The moment he said he was hungry, she would immediately pull out food for him. Wang Weihu scratched his head in embarrassment, chuckling sheepishly. Meanwhile, Xu DuoDuo was completely absorbed in her task, her mind filled with thoughts of stockpiling. She ignored the conversation, focusing on collecting desired items while stepping over unsightly mosaics on the ground, ultimately clearing the entire specialty shop. It was truly a valuable establishment. As Bai Shu called her from across the way, she dove into the pharmacy. It was filled with nutritional supplements and common medications, such as motion sickness pills and cold remedies. Xu Duo cleared the shelves, emptying the small pharmacy, and then swept through a food shop, where pre-apocalypse food still lay on the counter, though exposed items had been contaminated and were unusable. She made a beeline for the kitchen, gathering stock from the refrigerator and storage room. Bai Shu noticed some pre-prepared meals and shook his head, exclaiming, "Look at this! Even the bridge rice noodles are pre-prepared. What about food safety?" Wang Weihua, however, was more pragmatic, saying, "In the apocalypse, who cares about pre-prepared meals? It's a blessing to have something to eat. So let's take it all." Bai Shu watched in astonishment as Xu Duo flitted through the rows of small shops, marveling at the vastness of her space. How could it seem bottomless? He lowered his voice to Wang Weihua. She previously collected 3 large warehouses of canned goods, then gathered a considerable amount of gasoline. And now she continues to collect without batting an eye. Xiao Banzhong is truly remarkable. Wang Weihua nodded in respect, urging Bai Shu not to mention it again. The more extraordinary she appeared, the more they needed to keep it a secret, lest there be ears listening. Bai Shu immediately fell silent, nodding in understanding, and accompanied Xu Duo to finish raiding the shops. She even cleared out the stock of snacks and fried skewers, along with several large barrels of cooking oil. What a treasure trove! When the 3 of them arrived at the cafeteria, as indicated by Qin Luo, they saw a group of a dozen survivors standing and sitting inside. One girl clinging tightly to Qin Xiaofei, crying out, "I'm so scared, I'm so scared." Qin Xiaofei looked pained and helpless, thinking, "I know you're scared. It's safe now. Please stop holding on to me." Several girls were trembling in fear, wrapped in thick clothing, one weeping uncontrollably and trying to pull at Qin Luo. Qin Luo stepped back, avoiding her grasp, and said, without raising his eyes, "Those who can't stand should sit down. No crying, be strong." After saying this, he turned to a surviving couple and inquired, "So according to you, when the apocalypse began, you too sensed something was amiss and locked the door, relying on the cafeteria's food to survive until now?" The couple, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s, were the healthiest among the survivors. They responded in Mandarin, albeit with a slight accent. "Yes, I remember that night well. It wasn't even mealtime, just around 6 o'clock, when suddenly a fight broke out outside. I panicked and quickly told my husband to close the door. As soon as he shut it, chaos erupted outside. Exactly. We pulled the gate down and barricaded the glass door with tables and chairs. If you hadn't arrived, we wouldn't have dared to open it." Chapter 25. A glimpse into the situation. Beside him stood a young man clad in branded attire, adorned with a green water ghost watch, accompanied by several others. At that moment, as if coming to his senses, he shamelessly offered a cigarette, asking, "Bro, you guys will definitely ensure our safe return home, right? Given your military attire, you must be sent by the state to protect us. When will you take us back?" He introduced himself as Yang Tsong, boasting that his father owned a large corporation and was quite wealthy. He assured them that if they prioritized his return, he would generously reward them. He even lowered his voice in a disgusting manner, saying, "Hey, let me tell you, those girls are my companions. If you safely take me home, they're all yours to have fun with however you like." After saying this, he revealed a lewd grin, his tone utterly salacious. Qin Luo cast a cold glance at him and asked, "Where do you live?" Yang Tsong, misinterpreting the military man's interest, grinned and replied, "I live in the city. You know Sinyang Trading, right? It's my father's company, very famous. Everyone in the city knows it." Qin Luo smiled and responded, "Oh, I see. However, my friend, that city has now become a fallen zone. The last batch of survivors was evacuated just yesterday, and it has turned into a deserted city. Also, my friend, are you familiar with the crime of prostitution? Enticing, harboring, or introducing others to prostitution, or using other incentives to lure someone into it can constitute organized prostitution, punishable by imprisonment of 5 to 10 years. Do you understand?" His explanation was both informative and strikingly impressive. Yang Tsong's face turned ashen, alternating between shades of green and white. Bai Shu and Wang Weihu chuckled, while Qin Xiaofei finally managed to shake off the girl and hurry back, visibly shaken by the encounter. After delivering his lecture, Qin Luo's expression turned serious as he pointed at the group of aimless young people, 6 or 7 men and women, and reprimanded them to sit properly. His aura of righteousness starkly contrasted with their disheveled demeanor. Listen carefully, the outside world is no longer what you remember. This is not a film set or a joke. You must take this seriously. It concerns your safety. Do you understand? Qian Luo addressed them. We are not the rescue personnel for this area. We have our own mission. Now you have two options. First, you can remain in the service area while we contact headquarters to see if any teams can take on this task. Even if none are available, we can arrange for someone to pick you up to the nearest survivor base. The survivors perked up at this, eagerly expressing their willingness. Qian Luo, however, continued to elaborate. The downside is that even if the zombies in this area have been eradicated, other mutated creatures still pose a threat to your safety. The expressions of the survivors turned grim again. The second option is for one of you to find a competent driver, someone brave enough to join us on the road. If we encounter any combat teams returning from missions, you can accompany them to the nearest survivor base. The advantage is that we will provide protection, though the road holds unknown dangers. However, I can assure you that we will do our utmost to safeguard your well-being. Our team can even spare 2 members to accompany you in the same vehicle. Qian Luo emphasized that if they chose to accompany them, they must behave, or he would deal with them himself before any zombies or monsters could. His intimidating demeanor made the survivors hesitate. There was no choice. The foremost principle of the headquarters and all bases was to never compromise in the apocalypse and to not abandon any human being. They had not come specifically for rescue, but had stumbled upon this situation while seeking a place to rest. They could not simply ignore it. They had to respond. If they brought trouble upon themselves, Qian Luo had no intention of intervening. There was no need for vile individuals in this world. Xu Duo observed the group, noting their internal struggle as the atmosphere thickened. It was then that Wang Weihu stepped in, distributing survival manuals for the apocalypse. Paper copies, as electronic devices were utterly useless now. Qian Luo decided to leave the matter to Wang Weihu, who found negotiating such trivialities quite bothersome. With the survival manuals in hand, at least they could gain clearer insights into the apocalypse, for they had been confined in this brightly lit service area since the onset of the apocalypse. With no internet access, they truly had no idea about the outside world. It seemed they were fortunate, largely thanks to the quick thinking of a middle-aged couple. Qian Luo was quite courteous to them, inquiring about details. The couple, originally from El City, had come here to manage a cafeteria for profit, only to find themselves caught in the apocalypse, a rather poignant turn of events. The man was named Zhao Gang, and his wife was Lu Chunwei. Both were honest, down-to-earth individuals, expressing their eagerness to follow them. I can drive. My wife can too. We used to transport goods in a large truck. Shou Gong is certain. If the vehicle breaks down, I can fix it, as long as you are willing to take our family of 3 with you. We are good. Our daughter is named Xiaoya, just turned 8, and we have no other relatives. Zhao Gang emphasized that staying here was too perilous, and they had no idea when a team would arrive to rescue them. Lu Chunwei nodded, adding, I can cook and do any kind of work. I can even fight off those crazies. A few days ago, when we had no medicine, I saw during the day that those biting lunatics were a bit clumsy, so I went out to fetch some medicine. She claimed she was bold enough to fend them off, even mentioning having slaughtered pigs before. The couple's sincerity elicited laughter from Qian Luo and the others, while Xu Duo observed from the side with curiosity. Lu Chunwei noticed Xu Duo, concerned that they might be reluctant to take just their family of 3, quickly added, Is that little girl unwell? She looks pale. It would be nice for my daughter to keep her company. Don't let her age fool you. She is quite nurturing. With such a plea, how could they heartlessly refuse to take the family of 3? Bai Shu, smiling, assured them, Rest assured, as long as you are willing to come, we will take you along. Upon hearing this, Qian Luo exchanged a knowing glance with Xu Duo, who felt somewhat shy and protested to Qian Luo, shaking her head, indicating that she could manage on her own and didn't need anyone to care for her. You 3 just take care of yourselves, Qian Luo said to them. And then he turned to Zhao Gang, asking a couple more questions. With his experience as a seasoned driver, Zhao Gang would significantly enhance their family's safety. And the couple's spirited attitude was promising. In the apocalypse, the greatest fear was the presence of psychologically fragile individuals. Chapter 26, Collecting the Vehicles that night. Everyone temporarily rested at the service area, followed by a torrential downpour. By morning, the rain had ceased. Last night was relatively stable. The service area had its advantages. Being in a desolate area along a newly opened route meant fewer people knew about it, resulting in fewer zombies scratching at the doors at night. Xu Duo emerged from her blanket, her hair in disarray, while Qin Luo stood nearby, just a little distance away from Qin Xiaofei. Bai Shu and Wang Weihu had taken a night watch and were now assisting the survivors in packing their belongings. After reviewing the survival manual, no one wished to stay behind, as mutated creatures were even more terrifying than zombies. Xu Duo blinked her eyes, reveling in the soft touch of the cozy blanket. As she reached out, she accidentally brushed against Qin Luo's thigh, waking him up. They exchanged wide-eyed stares, and Xu Duo immediately wanted to retract her hand, only to be caught by Qin Luo, who squeezed her palm before letting go. Really? First thing in the morning, you're already taking advantage of me? He had just awakened, his voice hoarse and a bit scratchy, causing his ears to itch, which made the little zombie feel quite embarrassed. In a moment of panic, the little zombie covered Qin Luo's head with her blanket, hoping to erase any evidence. If she could not see him, she would not feel awkward. Xu Duo got up and decided to perform a disappearing act, intending to see what Bai Shu and Wang Weihua were up to outside. Behind her, Qin Luo chuckled softly, prompting the little zombie to glance back in annoyance. He was still wrapped up in his blanket, turning over to continue sleeping. Oomph, what a rascal. Xu Duo knew they loved to tease her, finding amusement in her zombie antics, treating her like a child. Although her thoughts were sometimes sluggish, she was no fool, merely slow to react, and she turned to walk towards the parking lot outside. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua were busy repairing a vehicle with Zhao Gang, having chosen the latest bus model for the survivors to clean out with cloths and buckets. The trio was modifying the bus, while Lu Chunhui was in the kitchen with her daughter, cooking the remaining food. She had spent the entire night preparing steamed buns from flour. Xu Duo observed their vehicle modifications for a while. The service area had a repair shop with tools, and they were bustling with activity early in the morning. Standing on the damp ground, the little zombie pondered and surveyed the parking lot, then began collecting cleaner vehicles without caring about the make. As long as there were no zombie corpses inside, she had a feeling they would come in handy. As she selectively gathered vehicles, the others in the repair shop were oblivious to the small number of vehicles disappearing. Only Bai Shu noticed Xu Duo wandering about and nearly shouted in fright. Looking around, he realized Qin Luo wasn't keeping an eye on her and felt uneasy about her being exposed to potential threats from mutated creatures. Little class monitor, don't wander off. Although the zombies have been cleared out, we still need to be cautious of mutated animals in this desolate area. Upon approaching, Bai Shu was astonished to see Xu Duo collecting vehicles. Just how expansive is your space? Xu Duo had already moved from the passenger cars to the truck area, swiftly acquiring a large truck. Hearing a noise, she turned to see Bai Shu and lowered her head to tap on her tablet, indicating, I'm fine. I can handle it myself. You focus on your tasks. I'll return shortly. Her mind was preoccupied with gathering supplies, and she could only type a brief message. Exuding an inexplicable coolness, Bai Shu found it amusing yet concerning. If something happens to you, our team's supplies will be at risk. You keep collecting, and I'll find Qin Luo. Xu Duo wanted to protest, but Bai Shu had already activated his communication device, calling Qin Luo. Does your first love care? If a mutated creature takes her away, I won't be responsible. I'm busy modifying the vehicle. Sigh. The little zombie sighed. Xu Duo decided to ignore him and turn her attention back to gathering the larger vehicles in the parking lot, thinking they could be sold for scrap at the base in the future. The survival manual had mentioned that all resources were vital in the apocalypse. However, the immediate priority remained rescuing people and gathering food and medicine, with other supplies being secondary. Some items were too large to transport, so she would dismantle important components to take with her. Just as Xu Duo finished her task, Qin Luo approached. The tall figure with long legs reached her quickly and asked if she had finished gathering. Save some space for other items. Qin Luo lifted her with ease, as if she were a small toy, reminding her that their focus should be on food, weapons, and medicine. He cautioned her not to stray too far from the team. Noting her growing boldness and wandering off, Xu Duo glanced to the parking lot and, had she not already collected everything she wanted, would have resisted more. However, her current strength was no match for Qin Luo, so she surrendered and allowed him to carry her back inside. Once inside, Qin Luo set her down. Qin Xiaofei had just woken up, rubbing his eyes and sporting a messy head of hair. Upon seeing Xu Duo, he eagerly exclaimed, Little class monitor, where did you go this morning? I am hungry. Lu Chunhui happened to emerge with several bowls of handmade noodles and asked, Who is hungry? I have freshly made noodles. They're delicious and chewy. The other survivors appeared accustomed to this routine, indicating they had grown used to waiting for meals. upon hearing about the handmade noodles. Chen Xiaofei abandoned his search for Xu Duo and rushed over to Lu Chunwei. "Annie, I want a bowl." Their water supply had not yet been contaminated. Sourced from a well, although their usage was limited. Qin Luo instructed Lu Chunhui to gather as much water as possible before they set off, as the upcoming journey could not guarantee clean water sources. Lu Chunhui nodded gratefully, assuring him she had plenty of noodles cooked. "If there's not enough to eat, I can make more." Meanwhile, Yang Tsung complained about the noodles being too soft. Before Qin Luo could respond, Chen Xiaofei scolded him. "You have food and are still complaining? I'll let you chew on some grass roots next time, and then we'll see if you still have anything to say." They continued their banter, and Qin Luo raised an eyebrow at the group. Most of them were young, especially Yang Tsung, with 2 male followers and 3 girls, making up a total of 6 who did not contribute at all. Qin Luo had initially thought Lu Chunhui and her husband were simply kind-hearted, but Lu Chunhui awkwardly smiled and explained that they had paid quite a bit, and they were just trying to earn a little more. Qin Luo appreciated their honesty, but felt it necessary to remind them that currency was no longer relevant. Who knows if they would be able to exchange it in the future? Don't indulge them too much. You can't rely solely on yourselves for the journey ahead. Lu Chunhui nodded in understanding, repeatedly thanking him and expressing confidence in the headquarters. She learned that the survivor base was well organized, merely having adapted to a new way of life and currency. Qin Luo's gentleness towards the couple made sense. They were clearly aware of their situation, and their little daughter was quiet and well-behaved, unlike Yang Tsung's group, who were truly out of touch. Fortunately, Chen Xiaofei kept them in line, ensuring they finished their meals before returning to work. Xu Duo, meanwhile, was immersed in her own space, with her multi-faced Rubik's Cube filling up with various vehicles. She had collected an array of luxury cars, business vehicles, and even a recreational vehicle, alongside 4 large trucks. Surprisingly, one truck was filled with flour, another with hardware components, and yet another with fruit, although most of the fruit had spoiled after such a long time. The last truck contained packages, massive ones. It was a 9.6-meter box truck, capable of holding between 9,000 to 10,000 packages. The joy was overwhelming. Although she was a zombie, the thrill of unboxing packages was still fresh in her memory. Xu Duo pulled out one package and began to unwrap it, discovering it contained an adorable rabbit headband, which she immediately put on. When Qin Luo found the time to look at her, he was amused to see her wearing the pink and white rabbit headband. Unable to resist, he reached out to pinch the rabbit's ear, noting its delightful texture. Then he glanced at Xu Duo with a sense of guilt akin to that of a child caught misbehaving. However, the thought of the major cities succumbing to chaos reminded them that these deliveries might never reach their destinations. The little zombie, sure, appeared more composed. She even stuffed 2 small parcels in Qin Luo's arms, intending to indulge in mischief alongside him. Qin Luo, with his remarkable memory, quickly deduced the situation. He had spotted the delivery vehicle during yesterday's zombie clearing operation, but he had not given it much thought. He was also unaware of the extent of Xu Duo's space. Who would have imagined she hoarded items like a hamster, wanting to stash everything she encountered? Yet, one must admit that thanks to her penchant for collecting, she had accumulated a considerable amount of supplies. As they had not yet set off, Qin Luo casually opened 2 of the packages, discovering a mechanical keyboard and a string of Buddhist prayer beads. Finding them uninteresting, he turned to see Xu Duo unveiling a smartphone and a gold bracelet, leaving him utterly astonished. What incredible luck was this? Xu Duo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gold bracelet, and she instinctively raised her hand to adorn her wrist. Qin Luo quickly intervened, exclaiming, wait, don't wear it out in the open. It could attract unwanted attention. If someone snatches you away, it would be disastrous. In troubled times, gold remains a powerful temptation. The little zombie oscillated between being astute and dazed, and Qin Luo genuinely feared for her safety. She was so small that he could easily carry her away without much effort. Although Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei claimed she could wield a chainsaw to slay several mutated monkeys, her petite frame made it hard to believe. Qin Luo was merely overthinking. Xu Duo simply wished to try on the bracelet, not intending to flaunt it. Thus, she reluctantly stored it in her space, reserving a compartment specifically for jewelry, which brightened her spirits. Sparkling treasures were delightful. Sure was fond of them. Chun Xiaofei hastily devoured 2 bowls of noodles and turned to see Xu Duo and Qin Luo, each accompanied by a little zombie, fiddling with something. He suspected they were sneaking a snack. Sneaking closer, he quietly exclaimed, only to discover they were unpacking deliveries. What? Where did these packages come from at this time? Xu Duo, noticing his surprise, completed unwrapping the last parcel and stored everything in her space. Qin Luo, now questioning his luck, lamented, 5 packages 5. Xu Duo opened 2 smartphones and a jade ornament, while I got a Russian nesting doll and a ceramic stew pot. What terrible luck. Without comparison, there'd be no pain. Qin Luo felt defeated. Chun Xiaofei burst into laughter, declaring, the luck of our little class leader is truly remarkable. At this moment, Xu Duo finished typing and raised her tablet, which displayed the packages were collected by the delivery truck outside. Chun Xiaofei understood she was responding to his earlier question. The delay in her reply amused him. All right, I got it, little class leader. Xu Duo glanced around to ensure no one was watching and handed 2 small parcels to Chun Xiaofei for him to open. No one could resist the joy of unboxing. Chun Xiaofei accepted them eagerly, only to reveal a belt and a men's wallet, both from prestigious brands. He exclaimed, goodness, these must be worth several thousand in the pre-apocalyptic world. Upon further inspection, he noted they were from a certain delivery service known for handling high-value items, explaining the quality of the goods. After witnessing this, Qin Luo declared he was no longer interested in participating. Xu Duo, are you teasing me? Everything you give me is inferior. The little zombie stared at him with her round, innocent eyes, as if to say, what are you joking about? I just picked them up. Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh. Her small, sharp teeth glimmered playfully as he teased her. The little zombie's expression was often blank, yet her eyes sparkled with emotion. She would glare when angry and wear a sorrowful gaze when upset, making her antics quite entertaining. Alas, moments of joy are fleeting. They played for only a few minutes before the survivors completed their breakfast and the bus was ready for departure. However, just before leaving, an unexpected twist occurred. Yang Tsung's group expressed a desire to ride in Qin Luo's larger vehicle, believing that it could accommodate them all, as the bus appeared unsafe. Qin Luo coldly retorted, enough chatter, just leave. To the outside world, Captain Qin was formidable and commanding, but he was gentler with his own team. Yang Tsung fell silent. A few companions, more understanding, at least offered apologies. Ultimately, they pulled Yang Tsung back. Xu Duo swiftly climbed into the off-road vehicle, while Chun Xiaofei and Wang Weiwan needed to board the survivor's vehicle to maintain oversight. Yang Tsung's gaze fell upon Xu Duo, and he scoffed, what a show-off. Pretending to be noble while bringing a girl along for a task? She's probably just a pretty face. What could she possibly contribute? Wu Zijie Adfi said, Young Ge, don't lose your temper. We can't afford to offend them. Chapter 28. Crisis. Yang Tsung spat once more, grumbling about others flaunting their abilities. If I had powers too, I wouldn't be overshadowed by him. Wu Zijie felt somewhat awkward, but, having been Yang Tsung's follower for so long, dared not counter him. Wasn't brother Wang the one who distributed the survival manual for the apocalypse? I doubt those abilities are easy to activate. Meanwhile, the other girls were frightened beyond belief. Hearing the two still had the leisure to discuss such matters prompted them to urge, hurry and get in the car. Yes, Uncle Zhao will be driving soon. Yang Tsung retorted, are you looking for trouble? Don't meddle in my affairs. Though he barked his complaints, he still had to board the vehicle. The girls, stung by his words, had reddened eyes. Chun Xiaofei called out the names of Yang Tsung's group, which consisted of 6 people. Him, Wu Zijie, a boy surnamed and 3 girls. Zhao Gang, Lu Chunhui, and their daughter were also on board along with a pair of laborers, good friends from the same village, in their 40s. Furthermore, there was a young couple and a trio of close friends, totaling 16 survivors. Once Chun Xiaofei confirmed the count, he signaled Zhao Gang to close the door and start the vehicle, instructing him to stay focused while driving and not to panic regardless of what they encountered. Zhao Gang swallowed nervously, glancing at his wife and daughter, before nodding solemnly, don't worry, I'll drive carefully. Chun Xiaofei settled in a front seat. All right, you can start driving. Just follow our captain. The vehicle set off without delay. On the other side, Xu Duo, having nothing better to do, continued to stealthily unpack parcels from the middle row. The rustling sounds did not cease. Qin Luo at the wheel, while Bai Shu checked road conditions and browsed the forum for the latest news, found the little mouse-like activity in the back amusing. Having a little zombie around certainly added a touch of amusement. Xu DuoDuo was not overly thrilled when she unearthed electronic gadgets. In the apocalypse, ordinary electronics held little value. A smartphone that once cost around 10,000 had become mere scrap in this new world, awaiting a future opportunity to be sold at a decent price. However, she would be ecstatic if she stumbled upon food, especially a large box of snacks. After a while, the thrill of unpacking faded. Xu DuoDuo turned her attention to the outside world. Although it wasn't raining, the weather was bleak, heavy clouds looming above without dispersing. They encountered thick fog on the road ahead. With limited options for an alternate route, taking a detour would lead to a congested highway. So they decided to stick to the current high-speed road. Baishu analyzed the situation on his tablet, noting that the forum provided real-time maps. Other teams would relay traffic conditions, enabling everyone to stay informed about nearby routes. Qianluo drove swiftly and cautiously, especially as the fog thickened. Xu DuoDuo felt that despite the unfavorable road conditions today, the journey had been relatively smooth thus far. A glance at the tablet revealed they were less than 200 kilometers from Sea City, just as she felt a sense of relief. A group of wild boars suddenly charged out of the thick fog ahead. Qianluo collided into them, sending the creatures flying. The bus behind them was startled, but fortunately, Zhao Gang, possessing commendable mental fortitude, managed to regain control of the vehicle within seconds. Qianluo glanced back, praising Zhao Gang and his wife for their competence, deeming them suitable for combat missions. Their strong psychological resilience was commendable, though it was a pity they had not awakened any special abilities. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable. In a world turned upside down, ordinary individuals struggled to survive, while the number of superpowered individuals was alarmingly low. Gaining another comrade would certainly be beneficial. Baishu adjusted his glasses and remarked that their aptitude was indeed impressive. Should the base develop an evolution serum in the future, there was a possibility they could become part of a combat team. Qianluo chuckled and replied, "Let us hope for the best." Xu DuoDuo observed the road conditions. Aside from the occasional emergence of mutated animals from the mountains, the highway remained eerily quiet. This silence was not reassuring, but rather foreboding. Perhaps it was her inherent nature being awakened? As a zombie, she held no animosity towards humans, yet she felt fear in the presence of mutated beasts, her body instinctively tensing into a combat-ready state. She firmly believed herself to be human, despite her current undead form. In an instant, her brain emitted a strong warning of danger, as she abruptly turned her head to the left, spotting a colossal figure approaching from the 8 o'clock direction. It was the Serpent Man. Xu DuoDuo quickly retrieved a wooden whistle from her chest and blew into it, successfully alerting the two individuals in front. Qianluo instinctively scanned the road conditions, while Baishu turned back to inquire, "What is wrong? Is there a situation?" Xu DuoDuo noted Vigo du Sin. Qianluo caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror. The Serpent Man was still a distance away, but was now heading directly towards them. "Damn, it's coming for us!" Baishu exclaimed, observing the thick serpent body that had seemingly grown larger overnight, having consumed who knows what. Qianluo focused on the road ahead and declared, "Notify Old Wang to take over driving. Let's accelerate and see if we can shake it off. If not, we'll have to confront it." Such a troublesome mutated creature would not be easily defeated. It would require several squads to handle. Unfortunately, there were no other combat teams in the vicinity. Though Baishu's expression was grim, he quickly informed Wang Wei, and upon connecting, Wang immediately agreed. Meanwhile, the survivors in the bus erupted into screams, unable to contain their panic. Among them, Yang Tsung's voice was the loudest as he lamented, "I told you not to follow them, but you insisted. Look where we are now. We're going to be eaten by monsters. We're going to die." His subsequent words were silenced by Chun Xiaofei, who muffled him, assuring Qianluo, "Don't worry, just drive. We'll catch up." It was reassuring to have dependable teammates. Qianluo smiled. "All right, just hurry up." Chun Xiaofei quickly responded, "Got it." Wang Wei instructed Zhao Gang to pull over, swiftly swapping places with him. Within 10 seconds, the bus roared back to life and sped forward. The two vehicles surged ahead rapidly, with Qianluo under increased pressure as he led the way, maintaining acceleration despite the rough terrain. Xu DuoDuo found it quite challenging. Though he drove aggressively, he remained steady, even as they reached winding mountain roads that demanded sharp turns. Xu DuoDuo was tossed about, gripping her seat tightly, while she moved to the back row to cling to the seat and keep an eye on the approaching serpent creature. Upon looking back, she was startled to find the distance between them rapidly closing. The tension was palpable, sending chills down her spine. Chapter 29. The confrontation. Chun Xiaofei leaned out of the window and began firing into the rear, the sound of gunfire sending the survivors in the vehicle into a frenzy. Crouching down and screaming, Yang Tsong, tightly bound, was rendered unable to cause trouble. Zhao Gang was growing anxious, while Lu Chunhui held her small daughter closely. Their family anxious yet quiet, refraining from adding to the chaos. Wang Weiwei drove aggressively, closely tailing Qin Luo's off-road vehicle. When Qin Luo activated the signal light, Wang immediately understood it was time to stop and prepare for battle. There's no avoiding this, he called to Zhao Gang. You take the wheel and lead the others forward. Once you reach Sea City, you should be able to find other rescue teams. The bus was full of fuel, with several boxes of gasoline scavenged from other vehicles stored in the back. It was more than enough to reach Sea City. From here on, you're on your own. Listen carefully. No matter what mutated animals or zombies you encounter, don't hesitate. Keep your heart steady and crash through anything you can. Although Zhao Gang was nervous to the point of trembling, he nodded repeatedly. I understand. But what about you? Can you handle that creature? Lu Chunhui, pale-faced, added. There are just a few of you. How can you possibly defeat that monster? Shouldn't we all go together? Drive faster. Wang Weiwei insisted. There's no time. If this continues, none of you will escape. We'll buy you some time. If it comes to worst, we can also flee. We can't fight effectively while worrying about you. After declaring this, he brought the vehicle to a halt. Zhao Gang, not daring to delay further, immediately switched to the driver's seat, as Wang Weihui had already managed to distance them from the Serpent Man, buying them a precious moment. Gritting his teeth, he said, all right, we won't hold you back. Just be careful. If we encounter any humans, we'll send them your way for support. Wang Weihui smiled, patting Zhao Gang on the shoulder, encouraging him to drive faster. Their little daughter nestled in Lu Chunhui's embrace. Her wide eyes said, Uncle, you're a hero. You must be safe. Wang Weihui reached out, ruffling the little girl's hair, instructing her to listen to her parents. The girl nodded obediently. Chun Xiaofei quickly withdrew from the window. Despite firing several shots, he had only managed to inflict minor wounds on the enormous serpent. Damn, this thing is so agile. I can hardly hit it. Wang Weiwei shouted, Get moving, Xiaofei. Chun Xiaofei complied, jumping down, but turned back to add, if you want to survive, don't let that beast go. Otherwise, it'll complicate things. The others trembled in fear, glancing nervously at Yang Kong. If not for being bound and gagged, he would have been cursing loudly, struggling in terror, but unable to move. The others nodded in understanding. He was indeed the most likely to cause trouble. Wu Zijia even suggested, do you want us to take your little female teammate with us? Wang Weiwei and Chun Xiaofei exchanged weapons, and suddenly, Chun Xiaofei recalled the scene of Xu Duo wielding a chainsaw against a mutated monkey, sending a shiver down his spine. Our teammate is fine on her own, he declared. There are too many uncertainties in this apocalypse. It's far too dangerous for Xu Duo to go alone. Regardless, it was merely a mutated serpent, not unbeatable, at worst. They could exchange injuries for its life. Even if Xu Duo couldn't assist, protecting her was far less worrisome than safeguarding ordinary individuals. Wang Weiwei waved them on, and Zhao Gang promptly stepped on the gas. In less than 2 minutes, the bus surged past the off-road vehicle, heading straight ahead, honking in acknowledgement as they passed. Qin Luo responded in kind, and he and Bai Shu quickly disembarked. Xu Duo understood without needing to be told. She knew staying in the vehicle was unwise. No matter how robust it was, it could not compare to mutated creatures. Remaining would easily lead to their demise. Thus, she swiftly jumped from the vehicle. Zhao Gang glanced into the rearview mirror. Several young individuals were striving to buy them time, fighting for their lives. Despite understanding this was their duty, it was hard not to be moved, and even a tough man could feel his eyes welling up. Lu Chunhui also silently prayed to the heavens, hoping these young souls would be safe and that her group might escape death. Wu Zijia watched in disbelief as a young girl leaped from the off-road vehicle, surprisingly choosing not to flee. She neither cried nor trembled, displaying a resolve that contradicted Yang Song's description of her as a delicate flower. Turning to their side, the survivors were paralyzed by fear, sitting weakly in their seats, clutching the handrails, the smell of urine wafting through the air, indicating someone had succumbed to terror. An ordinary person encountering such an odd, gigantic serpent would be deemed psychologically strong if they did not lose their sanity. Xu DuoDuo began to engage in battle, aware of her limited power. Thus, when Captain Qin Luo instructed her to stay with Bai Shu, she promptly followed Bai Shu to the hillside beside the highway. Bai Shu, a sharpshooter, needed to quickly identify a suitable location to prepare. Qin Luo retrieved a small bomb from his storage card, each the size of a marble, while their earpieces crackled to life. Old Wang, Xiao Fei, hold this down. I'll be there to support you shortly. Xu DuoDuo followed Bai Shu through the woods toward the serpent man's direction, their earpieces relaying coordinated commands. Despite Bai Shu's seemingly refined demeanor, his movements were remarkably agile. As Qin Luo reported their coordinates, he had already readied his weapon. Xu DuoDuo remained alert beside Bai Shu. The apocalypse had wrought drastic changes. Even the insects in the woods had mutated with colorful spiders the size of fists. She held her nausea at bay, expertly dispatching each one with her dagger. Bai Shu, in combat mode, spoke little but noticed that Xu DuoDuo was silently clearing away obstacles that could hinder him. The little class leader truly lived up to her title. They paused beside a rock, surrounded by trees, their position well concealed. Once Bai Shu was set, he informed their three companions that they were ready. The battle commenced with great intensity. Xu DuoDuo crouched beside him, battling mutated insects that were now starving and turning on each other in the woods. Finally, when they caught the scent of fresh blood, they swarmed toward Bai Shu, only to be met with Xu DuoDuo's insecticide spray. Realizing its effectiveness, she dumped 2 packets of repellent powder on Bai Shu. The results were excellent. Bai Shu trusted her implicitly, not questioning her actions. He entered a state of flow, delivering precise shots to inflict wounds. Yet the serpent man's vital points remained elusive, forcing him to constantly shift positions to avoid detection. Their earpieces crackled with the ferocity of the conflict. Xu DuoDuo, unable to keep pace with Bai Shu, diverted her gaze to the nearby skirmish. Wang Weihua was already bloodied and wounded, while Chun Xiaofei struggled to keep moving, though Qin Luo remained formidable. Chapter 30. A bitter victory. Qin Luo proved to be the team's primary attacker, his output rivaling that of several individuals combined. His relentless spirit was both awe-inspiring and terrifying to behold. Xu DuoDuo observed as he faced the mutated serpent man. After a barrage of gunfire proved ineffective, he switched to dual blades. The sight of the serpent man with a human face was grotesque, making even the corpses around feel nauseating. Wang Weihua served as the team's shield, his power enhancing his strength and fortitude, allowing him to land punishing blows on the mutated serpent man. Chun Xiaofei's ability enhanced his speed. He drew the enemy's attention, constantly disrupting the serpent man and inflicting occasional wounds. The serpent man became disoriented, its massive head thrashing about. Bai Shu's shots were accurate, each one creating bloody wounds, yet the serpent's agility prevented him from striking a fatal blow. He constantly repositioned himself, leaving the serpent unaware of his next shot's origin. Qin Luo's power seemed underutilized, but he eventually harnessed it. Xu DuoDuo witnessed him summon lightning, the dark weather favoring him as arcs of electricity erupted from the serpent man, creating multiple bloody bursts. However, the serpent was colossal, and she was uncertain of its level. Despite their relentless assault, they could not slay it, provoking it into a frenzied rage that sent Wang Weihua and Chun Xiaofei flying. As time passed, Qin Luo and his team began to falter. Xu DuoDuo felt a surge of panic as she saw Chun Xiaofei and Wang Weihua thrown aside, blood gushing from their mouths and noses. Qin Luo was also injured. The serpent man's attacks produced sonic waves, causing excruciating pain with each shriek. When she saw Qin Luo ensnared by the serpent, Xu DuoDuo could no longer remain passive. Her mind buzzed, instinctively propelling her toward them. In an instant, she felt her heartbeat resonate in her ears. Xu DuoDuo, run, little class leader. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself standing before the colossal serpent. Dwarfed by its size, the serpent emitted a shrill, mocking laughter. Oh, a zombie joins the fray? Excellent, excellent. Come here, let me take a bite. Crunchy, chicken-flavored. With its massive body constricting Qin Luo tighter, he cursed, "You filthy creature. I am your father. Dare to speak again? Who do you wish to devour, you vile beast?" In a fit of rage, he unleashed a tremendous thunderclap that electrocuted the serpent from head to tail, causing its tail, which had ensnared 2 human legs, to quiver. The serpent was left with numerous gaping wounds, blood gushing forth as it screeched in agony. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Qian Luo was violently thrown aside, crashing into the mountainside by the highway. "Qin Qin team, little class leader." Xu DuoDuo's head rang, her consciousness swirling in a dizzying haze, and she felt nauseous. At that moment, a foul wind swept past her, and the world seemed to slow. The serpent, with its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp fangs, loomed before her, its blood-red mouth and dark throat threatening her. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield herself, and suddenly, words resonated within her consciousness, prompting her to silently repeat them. The space around her instantly solidified and compressed. She then beheld the serpent freezing before her for a fleeting second, its eyes wide in disbelief as it mouthed the words "no, impossible." In the next instant, it exploded, its massive body shattering. Blood showered over Xu DuoDuo, soaking her completely, while chunks of flesh flew through the air, still twitching on the ground, glistening red. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei stared blankly, finally breaking into laughter, collapsing in exhaustion, yet still astonished. "Incredible. The little class leader is amazing. Ha ha, oh my. The feeling of being alive is unparalleled." Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei could not help but marvel and chuckle. Xu DuoDuo, dazed, sat amidst the blood, the crimson hue enveloping her vision. As her senses slowly returned, she felt large hands wiping the blood from her face, lifting her up to stand. "Wake up. Are you stunned?" Qian Luo, despite being in excruciating pain, was the first to rise, laboriously making his way over to lift Xu DuoDuo from the ground. The sight of the poor child, bewildered and sitting amidst the blood-stained debris, was heart-wrenching. Noticing a red, anomalous core at his feet, Qian Luo instinctively picked it up and placed it into the small zombie's hands. Xu DuoDuo, in a reflexive motion, grasped the core with her tiny claws, her expression still blank. Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei remained sprawled on the ground, gritting their teeth in agony. Even the bodies of superhumans were not immune to pain, and though their recovery was swift, it still required time. Fortunately, they were superhumans. A mere ordinary person would have met their doom at the hands of such a creature. Bai Shu, having sustained the least severe injury from the snake's sonic attack, was at a loss for words when he arrived at the gruesome scene. While Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei lay incapacitated, the team leader Qian Luo was also heavily injured. Bai Shu sighed, wanting to assist Qian Luo, but Qian Luo waved him off, hoisting Xu DuoDuo onto his shoulder and insisting, "No need, I can manage. Go help Lao Wang and Xiaofei." Reluctantly, Bai Shu turned to aid Chen Xiaofei, while Wang Weihua remained on the ground, gasping for breath. Qian Luo, supporting his own weight, carried Xu DuoDuo back to the vehicle, settling her into the back seat. Soon, Chen Xiaofei was helped back to the middle row, where he lay, inhaling sharply in pain. Bai Shu, exhausted, slowly assisted Wang Weihua back as well. The vehicle was thick with the stench of blood. "This is truly ferocious. What level is this mutated snake humanoid? It's incredibly challenging. I almost thought we would perish here today. But wait, isn't there our little class leader? By the way, what is the situation with her?" For a moment, I felt as if time had slowed down. It is said that those with spatial abilities, if sufficiently powerful, can develop a fatal technique. Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua engaged in casual conversation, attempting to distract themselves from their pain, which at times was so intense that they trembled. Bai Shu returned to capture some photos and videos before hastily driving away from the scene, knowing that lingering any longer might attract further dangers. Chapter 31. Completion of the bounty task. The mutated snake humanoid, named Liang Yong, aged 40, was the general manager of a publicly listed company and had recently been arrested for embezzlement. In his youth, he had a penchant for game meat, but after it became restricted, he turned to consuming snakes. Just before the apocalypse, he was bitten by a snake, and on the very day the world fell into chaos, he transformed into a snake humanoid, devouring the police officers who came to apprehend him, along with numerous civilians, even consuming zombies in the process. The common abilities of his transformation included bind and kill, knockback, and devour, with a derivative skill of sonic attack that could induce dizziness, hallucinations, and vomiting. His evolution relied on devouring others. The headquarters had updated the grading criteria, classifying this mutated snake humanoid as a 3-star monster, with the highest current rating set at 10 stars. Upon entering the forum, Baishu found that the data section had just been updated with information on the wanted mutated snake humanoid. Chun Xiaofei, tending to his wounds, could not help but comment. This news arrives too late. It would have been better if the information had been complete sooner. My head is still spinning and my ears are ringing. And this blood bar is too difficult to deplete. Later, Xiao Bai, make sure to include its weaknesses in the report. Wang Weihua echoed this sentiment while bandaging his own injuries. The group had stopped on an emergency lane, where Wang Weihua poured disinfectant over his wounds, flinching at the pain. There was no choice. It was a physiological reflex. Both he and Chun Xiaofei had sustained significant injuries, but fortunately, as superhumans, their bodies healed rapidly, and their bleeding had already ceased. They merely needed to manage inflammation and bandage the wounds. After taking some oral medication, they would recover in no time. A normal person, however, would be bedridden for months. Baishu nodded in agreement, noting that his left ear was even bleeding from the sonic attack. But he had no time to dwell on it and prioritized uploading the data on the mutated snake humanoid to prevent other teams from encountering the same creature. With no one accepting the bounty, the reward for this task had risen to 200,000 points. I'll allocate 100,000 points to the class leader, and the remaining 100,000 will be divided among the 4 of us. Does anyone have objections? Baishu adjusted his glasses as he spoke, yet at that moment, the others were too preoccupied with their injuries to respond. Wang Weihua shrugged. I'm fine with that. Chun Xiaofei, grimacing as he wrapped his bandages, nodded in agreement. Sure, we can give a bit more to the class leader. If it weren't for her hidden ultimate move at the end, we 3 would have been done for. Wang Weihua concurred, glancing at his injured fist with a clenched jaw, feeling a surge of frustration. How weak we are. I mean, how have we been reduced to this? This is merely a 3-star creature. It nearly wiped us out. In the past, when we undertook missions, our teamwork was impeccable, yet today we almost met our end. Chun Xiaofei fell silent, feeling a rare sense of dejection, unable to suppress a sigh. Baishu swiftly completed the report, distributing the points to their respective accounts. If you all are feeling disheartened now, I suggest you check the forum. We are still in the early stages of the apocalypse, and the highest level monsters encountered so far are only 5 stars. Moreover, because we successfully eliminated this 3-star mutated snake humanoid, the headquarters has promised additional rewards. So we can look forward to that. After all, the 4 of them had taken down a 3-star mutated monster with just 1 little zombie. That in itself was quite an achievement. Wang Weihua and Chun Xiaofei leaned in closer to Baishu, eyeing the trending posts on the tablet, where many were praising their accomplishments. What? This task that no one dared to accept, which brave team took it on? Oh, it turns out to be the 3A Special Operations team. All right, I'm on board. Wow, a 3-star mutated monster. What kind of team is this that is so formidable? What is the 3A Special Operations team all about? Apure Qianmian Newcomer Sixansuis. With the onset of the apocalypse, many new colloquialisms had emerged on the forum. Previously, battle teams comprised of military veterans would refer to themselves as organized units, whereas ordinary individuals who had gained abilities during the apocalypse now called themselves civilian newcomers. The discussions were lively. No matter how dire the world became, gossip could not be absent, otherwise one might go mad. People needed an outlet. The forum served as an excellent way to relieve stress. When inquiries arose about the 3A Special Operations team, other enthusiastic comrades from different units provided insights. The 3A Special Operations team? It's nothing remarkable. They have simply been rated as an A-class team for 3 consecutive years, spanning 36 months. Civilian newcomers. Don't listen to the nonsense above. Each member of this team is quite impressive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the legendary A group. It is said there are 7 teams in a group. The 3A team is indeed strong. They are at the pinnacle of the pyramid. So let's not compare ourselves to them. They are a group of beasts. They fear neither death nor fatigue, capable of going 10 days without food. Many comrades echoed their agreement, likely having been compared to these individuals by their superiors, their tones filled with a sense of sorrow and suffering. Consequently, the civilian newcomers were left in awe, exclaiming how impressive they were. No wonder they were so powerful. It felt overwhelming to think their team had barely survived an encounter with a 1-star mutated animal. And now they were faced with a 3-star mutated monster that was once human, not even an animal. the pressure was immense. Ha ha! Indeed, the civilian newcomers are adorable. You must not have killed anyone before, right? For those of us from organized units, we've dealt with real humans before, so the psychological pressure isn't too bad. It's just the grotesque appearance of such creatures that is repulsive. As for the 3A Special Operations Team, it's no surprise. Didn't you see the photos and videos from the scene? My goodness, it was all chunks of flesh. How strong must they be? Only then could one carve the alien monsters of Sanqing into chunks of meat. Hiss, the upstairs is indeed quite something. These pieces with their snake skin look just like segments of snake meat, don't they? They resemble segments of yellow eel, making one feel hungry. The people upstairs should calm down. In short, the discussions among them were lively, treating their 3A Special Operations Team as revered figures, while only a few knew the truth. Chen Xiaofei touched his nose and said, I truly feel unworthy this time. If it weren't for the squad leader, we might not have been able to defeat this fellow. Wang Weiwei felt equally guilty. Bai Shu turned to look. In the back of the vehicle, Qin Luo and Xu DuoDuo were sleeping. As soon as they boarded, Qin Luo hastily wiped the blood off himself, applied some medicine, wrapped his wounds with bandages, and then grabbed a small blanket to wipe the dirt off the little zombie before collapsing into sleep. The little zombie had closed her eyes as soon as she got into the car. Chen Xiaofei hesitated. Should we wake them up? At the very least, Brother Qin's wounds need to be properly bandaged again, right? The squad leader hasn't even changed his clothes. Wang Weiwei peeked inside and saw the two sleeping soundly next to each other. Bai Shu shook his head, saying, let them sleep for now. We don't know the squad leader's condition, and it's common for Qin Luo to sleep right after a fight. Recent studies suggest that sleep can help mutants quickly recover their stamina and wounds. If you two can fall asleep, you should rest as well. Chapter 32. The little zombie clings Brother Bai. How do you know everything so quickly? Chen Xiaofei marveled. Wang Weiwei, who had just boarded the vehicle, nodded in agreement indeed. Little Bai seems to know it all. Bai Shu returned to the driver's seat, adjusted his glasses, and replied, because I love learning, and learning loves me. Someone in our group needs to keep an eye on the information. The world is ever-changing. Without frequent visits to forums, it's easy to fall behind. Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihui exchanged embarrassed smiles. They were indeed quite specialized in their interests, only passionate about what they liked, finding studying a bit too challenging. Bai Shu certainly had a broader scope of interest than they did. Several hours later, when Xu DuoDuo opened her eyes, she saw two figures swaying before her. Their forms blurred as if viewed through red gauze. The entire world appeared hazy. After rubbing her eyes, she finally recognized the figures as Lu Chunhui and her daughter. The little zombie was momentarily dazed. It took her 3 to 4 minutes to regain her wits and vaguely remember what had transpired. Was this a dream? Hadn't they already parted ways? The survivors had left first. Their team had brought up the rear and fought a fierce battle, resulting in injuries all around. Injuries. The little zombie recalled this with alarm. She hurriedly searched for someone and realized she was in an old warehouse, spacious and surrounded by many survivors resting. After scanning the area, her gaze fixed on their backs. Qin Luo had already awakened, standing tall, flanked by Wang Weiwei, Chen Xiaofei, and Bai Shu, who were engaged in conversation. Had she not seen that he was still wearing his battle-worn clothes, stained with blood and dirt? With a hand wrapped in bandages revealing long fingers, she might have thought she was dreaming. After some time, she pieced together the situation. They must have caught up with the survivors, as the time difference was less than 2 hours. Suddenly, she became aware of a dull pain in her head, feeling stiffer than before, wouldn't even causing her to frown. Lu Chunhui and her daughter were still discussing something with their backs, turned to her, murmuring quietly, Mom, but sister is covered in blood. It will be better to clean her up, right? You're right, dear. Captain Qin and the other young men will surely overlook her. How about we cooperate to help sister freshen up? She would feel better, wouldn't she? But we don't know if she has any injuries. Lu Chunhui hesitated, wanting to help, but fearing she might hurt the little girl. The dried blood covering her body was truly disheartening to behold. Xu DuoDuo, having just overheard their conversation, nearly jumped up. Even as a little zombie, she still had her pride. She did not want to be stripped bare. Immediately, she sprang up and stumbled over to Qin Luo, grabbing his arm tightly for security. The little girl was startled. As she turned, she noticed a figure darting away, and she barely had time to call out, Sister. Lu Chunhui was also taken aback. Since the apocalypse began, she had remained vigilant. Without knowing the situation, she instinctively tightened her hold on her daughter, only to find the little girl had dashed to Qianluo's side, clinging to his arm like an ostrich while keeping a wary eye on them. The mother and daughter found themselves in an awkward position, realizing that the little girl must have overheard their conversation. It seemed the young girl from the south was not accustomed to such candid exchanges. Chun Xiaofei exclaimed in surprise. "Squad leader, you're awake." Bai Shu noticed blood around her eyes, yet she appeared utterly oblivious. A normal person would likely struggle to open their eyes, but she remained calm. This reinforced Bai Shu's understanding that the squad leader was truly not human. Observing her reliance on Qianluo, Bai Shu ignored them and, noticing Chun Xiaofei and Wang Weihui wanting to speak, casually took them aside, suggesting that since Qianluo was present, the three of them should attend to other matters to avoid being third wheels. Huh? Why? I still haven't had a chat with the squad leader. Chun Xiaofei protested as Bai Shu dragged him away. Wang Weihui opened his mouth, only to notice the squad leader's vacant expression and her unusual dependence on Qianluo. Realizing her condition was not normal. Thus, he followed Bai Shu's lead. As for Qianluo, he was still conversing with others, saying, "Yes, that's fine. I have no issues here." When he caught sight of the little zombie approaching, he merely glanced at her, noticing her tiny claws firmly latched onto his arm without saying a word. "All right, the survivors can return with Team Zhang. If there are no other issues, you're dismissed." Xu DuoDuo turned to face the opposite side, realizing it was another combat team's members. Their captain nodded in acknowledgement, saluting Qianluo, thanking him for his hard work, and stating they would take over from there. Qianluo nodded in response. Xu DuoDuo felt the other team leader glance at the collar around her neck, making her uncomfortable as she instinctively moved closer to Qianluo, nearly sticking to him. Qianluo effortlessly lifted her with one hand, tucking her under his arm and carrying her away in a very masculine manner. He truly enjoyed treating her as a doll. Xu DuoDuo, feeling relaxed, hung limply on his arm. Qianluo, who hadn't yet washed up, took Xu DuoDuo to the bathing area. This warehouse served as living quarters and had a row of showers. He tossed Xu DuoDuo into one of them, saying, "Take a shower and change into clean clothes. I'll be next door. If you need anything, whistle for me. Can you manage on your own?" As Qianluo pondered whether to ask Lu Chunhui to help her bathe, Xu DuoDuo, slightly slow to react, quickly shook her head, firmly refusing. "Hey, no wonder Lu Chunhui and her daughter looked peculiar just now. They must have wanted to help you, but you scared them off and startled them." Having just awakened, Xu DuoDuo had noticed the expressions of the mother and daughter. Qianluo's logic was sound. He connected everything seamlessly, understanding the situation. A little zombie with such a thin skin? He looked down, teasing her playfully. The little darling looked rather pitiful, clad in battle gear, with dark hair and a pale face, all smeared with dried blood, which was quite disheartening to witness. He felt quite frustrated for not being able to protect her, and yet she had ended up saving him. Qianluo noticed that the little one seemed even more dazed. Regressing to the state she was in when he first met her, her reactions slow and delayed. He raised his hand and gently pinched the nape of her neck, urging her to relax. "Enough with the pondering, your mind will burn out. You should wash up and rest." From his storage space, Qianluo retrieved a blue water bucket, just enough for Xu Duo to fit inside. Observing her petite figure standing in the bucket, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his cleverness. "I truly am a genius. Go ahead and wash," he said before closing the door and retreating to the adjacent bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed, though without electricity. He could only take a cold shower. Chapter 33. Review. Halfway through a shower, Qianluo noticed the little zombie scratching at the door. His injuries made it particularly inconvenient to wash, unlike Xu Duo, who could simply soak and scrub herself. Hey, hold on, don't scratch so much. The door is about to break." Qianluo was perplexed as to why Xu Duo had become so attached to him. Her thoughts were no longer in line with those of a normal person. After all, what logic could a zombie possess? When he opened the door, he found Xu Duo clad in soft pajamas, no longer in her combat attire, reminiscent of their first reunion. With her almond-shaped eyes blinking innocently, she appeared both clear-headed and foolish. Previously, she had been full of schemes. Now, she seemed even worse off than at the beginning. Leaning against the doorframe, Qianluo scrutinized Xu Duo, who shyly reached out to tug at his athletic wear. He was only dressed in a dark green outfit that accentuated his physique, and the little zombie was fixated on his muscles. Oh, dear Xu DuoDuo, it seems you become even more foolish than before. What will happen if someone abducts you? Sighing, he brushed her damp bangs back, creating a slicked-back look. Fortunately, her delicate features made this style surprisingly charming, piquing Qian Luo's curiosity. He found himself alternating between pushing her bangs up and down, marveling at how different she appeared each time. Just then, a few young members from another squad passed by and caught sight of Captain Qian flirting, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they regarded him with disapproving looks. Caught off guard, Qian Luo met Xu DuoDuo's gaze, noticing her eyes, once vibrant, now stained red from blood. He reached out to wipe her eyes clean, but only succeeded in smudging them further. With a swift motion, he scooped her up under his arm, saying, "We need to take care of those eyes. Let me ask them how to fix it." 3 minutes later, Xu DuoDuo sat on the ground, covered with a blanket, while Qian Luo knelt behind her, drying her hair. Opposite them sat Bai Shu, Chen Xiaofei, and Wang Weihua, all with serious expressions as they examined her contact lenses. "We should probably remove these, right? Qian, since you put them in, you should take them out. It seems more complicated than putting them in," suggested Bai Shu. "What is wrong with our squad leader? Why does she seem so dazed?" They felt a bit awkward recalling their defeat against the mutated snake men, but time would heal all wounds. Soon, they regained their composure and no longer felt uncomfortable. Qian Luo gently tilted Xu DuoDuo's chin upward, peering into her eyes. "Am I really hesitating to touch her? Should I find someone skilled to help? I'm afraid of poking her eyes." Upon noticing the silence from the three, he looked up to see their faces filled with indescribable expressions, with Wang Weihua rubbing his arms. Chen Xiaofei, sitting cross-legged, exclaimed, "Qian, are you about to kiss our squad leader?" Bai Shu quickly covered Chen's mouth, exclaiming, "That's inappropriate. My son doesn't know any better." Chen Xiaofei struggled against Bai Shu's grip, shouting, "What do you mean, your son?" Wang Weihua, trying to get back on track, suggested, "How about finding a girl skilled in handling contact lenses? But only if our squad leader agrees to let her take them out. Don't you think our squad leader is acting strangely since she used that special move?" He brought it up several times, but no one responded, which was indeed unusual. Bai Shu then playfully ruffled Chen Xiaofei's hair, and after settling the debate over who was the father and who was the son, he adjusted his crooked glasses and seriously remarked, "It's probably a side effect. That move she used seemed to compress space, exploding the snake men. But that's just speculation." However, the line of thought was not without merit. Xu DuoDuo had not demonstrated that ability previously. The last time they encountered the mutated monkeys, Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei arrived to find only scattered limbs, with Xu DuoDuo wielding a chainsaw. They had not witnessed the initial encounter, preventing them from determining whether she had used her powers or the chainsaw. Though the mutated monkeys were numerous, they were merely a nuisance. With only the Monkey King proving to be formidable, the others did not even rank as one-star threats. At most, they were just crazed animals in the early stages of infection, making them easy to dispatch. In contrast, the snake men were 3-star adversaries, and all of them had struggled against them, let alone Xu DuoDuo, the little zombie. It was surprising she hadn't suffered any backlash. Chen Xiaofei, now with tousled hair, sat up thoughtfully, saying, "Wow, so our squad leader's special move is quite powerful, but overuse could lead to a regression in intelligence?" Wang Weihua found this theory reasonable, but wondered how long it would take for her to recover, or if she could recover at all. The gravity of this thought weighed heavily on them. They turned to gauge Qian Luo's reaction. Though he sometimes acted erratically, he was still the captain and reliable in times of crisis. Moreover, this squad leader was his first love. Upon looking at him, they were met with a sight that left them speechless. Qian Luo was inspecting the little zombie's mouth, examining her teeth while poking his fingers inside. Bai Shu could no longer contain himself and hurled a wet tissue at him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Didn't you wash your hands before sticking your fingers in her mouth?" Chen Xiaofei wore an expression of disbelief, covering his face but peeking through, pointing at Qian Luo. "How did I not realize you were so peculiar before?" Wang Weihua was equally taken aback. Qian Luo caught the wet tissue Bai Shu threw and quickly defended himself. "Hey, I just washed my hands. They're not dirty. No, I was checking her teeth. Did you know she has growing little fangs? It's truly astonishing." This revelation startled the trio. Was their squad leader on the path to full zombification? But then Qin Luo added, truly astonishing and incredibly cute. Bai Shu and the others' expressions fell, questioning his sanity. Was it possible that his mind had been affected by the earlier battle? Yet, when they glanced at Xu Duo's fair, delicate face, wide eyes, and adorably protruding fangs, they couldn't help but think perhaps she really was quite cute. But that was not the point. Wang Weihua noticed the wounds on Qin Luo's face had healed significantly and expressed his astonishment. Qin, how did your wounds heal so quickly? By the way, that last move of yours was more powerful than usual, right? Are you all right? His question drew the attention of the others, Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei, looking over with concern. Qin Luo became serious, reflecting on the initial feeling of exhaustion, as if his mind had gone blank. However, his thoughts had been solely focused on Xu Duo, who he saw sitting in a pool of blood, looking so pitiful that he forced himself to look for her, ignoring everything else. Bai Shu calmly analyzed, it's true. I thought Qin Luo was incredibly tough, managing to get up despite such severe injuries, without needing anyone's help, while also carrying our squad leader. Now that I think about it, it's indeed remarkable. He pointed out to Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua. Didn't you notice that although you look severely injured, your recovery has been much quicker than before? Bai Shu pondered deeply, adjusting his glasses as he concluded, perhaps this state of overexertion allows for self-enhancement? Chapter 34. The Onlookers that presents an intriguing prospect. Qin Luo clenched his fist, feeling the surge of his powers, contemplating a test for the next opportunity. Wang Weihu and Chen Xiaofei nodded in unison, while Bai Shu took out his tablet to begin compiling a summary. How could a proficient team neglect to review their performance after a battle? They always did so. The little zombie felt unwell. Since regaining consciousness, her discomfort had intensified, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of insecurity that made her crave closeness, and an urge to gnaw on something due to her aching gums. Most importantly, Qin Lu, having just bathed, exuded an extraordinary fragrance, far surpassing that of the others. The little zombie nearly drooled, noticing that her saliva seemed more abundant than usual. The four of them chattered about their post-battle review. Although her brain processed the signals sluggishly, she genuinely attempted to listen. Yet, Qin Lu's alluring scent captivated her, making her compliant to his every request as he gently dried her hair, instructed her to tilt her head to meet his gaze, and to open her mouth for an examination of her teeth. The little zombie, entranced by Qin Lu's enticing aroma, felt oddly warm, a peculiar sensation for one who had only known a chilling body since her transformation. She also experienced thirst. Seizing the moment while the others conversed, Xu DuoDuo stealthily nestled against Qin Lu's embrace, casting furtive glances at his moving Adam's apple, longing to bite. A rumbling sound from her stomach abruptly interrupted their discussion. The four turned their attention to Xu DuoDuo, who blinked and shyly lowered her gaze, feeling guilty for her desire for Qin Lu's presence. Chen Xiaofei, slapping his thigh, exclaimed, our little class monitor is hungry. What about the Iha? Is it the sparkling thing? Perhaps you can check in your space? He gestured animatedly, but Xu DuoDuo remained dazed, instinctively wanting to retreat into Qin Lu's arms. Chen Xiaofei's expression turned sorrowful, lamenting that their little class monitor no longer recognized him. Bai Shu patted his shoulder, equally conflicted, acknowledging that it was to save them that their little class monitor had transformed this way. Wang Weihu interjected, if she cannot retrieve it herself, could she consume something else? Will she eat the nutritional liquid? Qin Lu produced a bottle of nutritional liquid from his storage space, but Xu DuoDuo did not even glance at it, feeling a headache coming on. Their peculiar behavior had long attracted the attention of others. Suddenly, a bizarre post appeared on the forum, titled, What Escort Mission Has the 3A Special Operations Team Undertaken? The main post featured several candid photos and a shocking narrative. Encountering the legendary 3A team during a mission, it was evident they were all strikingly handsome, yet they bore injuries. Even the 3A team struggled against 3-star monsters. Remarkably, they managed to stand afterward, which was impressive. Strangely, there was a girl among them. The entire team was doting on her, causing the 3A filter to shatter. Images. In addition to the 3 initial images, 2 more candid shots were attached. The first 3 displayed the backs of Qin Lu and his 3 companions, all tall and attractive, with Wang Weihu notably muscular, alongside the front-facing captain of another combat team. The last 2 images captured Qin Lu holding a girl in his arms, with Bai Shu, Chun Xiaofei, and Wang Weihu leaning in slightly to observe her, creating an atmosphere both ambiguous and oddly harmonious. Consequently, this post caused a frenzy in the gossip section. Exhausted supernatural beings, who could browse the forum only while resting, suddenly found a tantalizing piece of news that revitalized them, causing the topic to soar in popularity. I can't believe no one informed the ordinary newcomers that the 3A Special Operations Team is so incredibly good-looking. Help! They're so handsome. Look at those solid builds and long legs. I'm envious, but one T admitted, that battle-damaged attire is far too alluring. Come on, let's talk this over. What photos are you posting? Does 3A need a healing type supernatural being? I can heal 4 with a single bite. Brothers, let me join your team. Don't even think about it. The 3A team doesn't accept new members. When the apocalypse first began, the headquarters suggested we take on newcomers, but only their group refused. However, after viewing the subsequent ambiguous photos, the tone of the comments shifted. Who is this girl? She is so beautiful. Can I pursue her? I want a soft girl like that in my arms. Why is this relationship so delicate? Hee, those in the know understand. How many women have ascended through their beauty? Reported. Don't be disgusting. She might be Luotian's sister. What a dream. Luotian has no sister. Is it true? Such a powerful team, yet they're all simping? This girl must have a noble status to have all 4 of them surrounding her. Numerous such comments proliferated. Yet, at this moment, Bai Shu and the others were too preoccupied to check the forum, being busy instead. Qin Lu had summoned a girl from another combat team to assist Xu DuoDuo in changing her contact lenses. Ordinary people might be startled by the appearance of an altered being, though she truly was not frightening. The girl from the adjacent combat team was an auxiliary type, possessing a spirited personality, yet gentle in her actions, and Xu DuoDuo cooperated better than expected. Oh, little sister, you're so well-behaved and adorable. I think amber-colored contact lenses would suit you perfectly. Muanya finished changing the lenses and, unable to resist, pinched Xu DuoDuo's tender face, marveling at its softness. Wow, it's surprisingly soft. This is my first encounter with a zombie-like altered being. Sweetheart, you must strive to live longer. Rushing to the front lines with 3A is too perilous. Would you like to join my team? Hearing this, Qin Lu interjected, Hey, we're still here. Are you openly trying to poach? Chun Xiaofei, searching for food, chimed in exactly. You can't take our little class monitor. Muanya clicked her tongue, closing the contact lens case. I was just saying, but if she is willing, I could truly recruit her. That said, why do you call her little class monitor? What is your relationship with her? Observing their reactions made it clear they were unaware of the gossip circulating on the forum. Quite unfortunate. Muanya had been called over while enjoying snacks and scrolling through the forum, so she approached with the intent of gathering intel. Upon arriving, she immediately laid eyes on the adorable little zombie, melting her heart. Chun Xiaofei, opening a bottle of nutritional liquid, exclaimed, Our little class monitor is indeed remarkable. She was our class monitor for 3 years in middle school, and we were all in the same class. Isn't that impressive? She consistently ranked in the top 10, and she was an exceptional class monitor whom we all respected. She is genuinely kind-hearted. He added, though she's a bit short, only 153 meters tall, haha. Chapter 35. Confronting the little one, Mu and Ya chuckled, finding the 3A team quite amusing, and ultimately decided to kindly inform them about the happenings on the forum. The expressions of the 4 shifted to a mix of shock and confusion, with Xu DuoDuo remaining oblivious to the situation. After reading the forum post, the 4 of them collectively gasped, burying themselves in the investigation of how anyone could perceive Xu DuoDuo as their beloved. Are people really this absurd nowadays? Chun Xiaofei stammered. I have never thought of our little class monitor in that manner. Never. The tremendous pressure from their little class monitor during their youth had instilled in him a deep respect for her. Wang Weihu emphatically declared that he bore no such thoughts either. During middle school, he had yet to awaken to such notions, and later, he was consumed by fervor on the front lines, never considering such things. Besides, he preferred a sultry, mature figure. Bai Shu could not possibly be associated with such thoughts. Adjusting his glasses, he stated, I am asexual. During previous gatherings with others, whenever the game of truth or dare arose, inquiries regarding first loves would inevitably lead to Qin Luo's face turning crimson. After a prolonged pause under the scrutiny of his peers, he finally admitted that his first love was Xu DuoDuo, the petite class monitor from their middle school. This revelation elicited a cacophony of teasing and jest from the group. Once he initiated the conversation, he found himself responding effortlessly to subsequent questions, articulating his admiration for her beauty, whether in her serious demeanor or her adorably fierce expressions. Over the years, he had often murmured her name, Xu DuoDuo, as if she were a cherished secret. As the beloved of his close companions, his pure-hearted crush from adolescence, who could possibly vie for her affection? However, it was evident that Chen Xiaofei and the others had no genuine fondness for the class monitor. It was absurd that rumors sprouted from a mere photograph. Chen Xiaofei exploded in anger, exclaiming indignantly about the unscrupulousness of those who would resort to clandestine photography. The group, resting in the warehouse, looked up in unison. Curiosity piqued by the commotion. Chen Xiaofei was infuriated, wondering who would stoop so low as to harbor ulterior motives. Bai Shu urged him to remain calm, asserting that the more he fumed, the more satisfaction the instigator would derive. Wang Weihua surveyed the surroundings, noting that the survivors dared not gaze too long, each bowing their heads, occasionally stealing glances before returning to their own affairs. The only ones connected to the internet were the combat teams stationed at various bases. The warehouse housed 5 teams, and it was unlikely that Mu Inya's group was involved. They had previously interacted and found her team to be quite amiable. Zhao Gang's cohort was the one handed over to Mu Inya's team, with the preceding transfer conducted by their captain, Zhang Qi, excluding them. There were 3 other teams with whom they were less familiar. It was unrealistic to expect to encounter acquaintances every time they ventured out. Other survivors from different bases were always present. Wang Weihua, upon glancing over, could discern nothing amiss. Those capable of undertaking missions had strong mental fortitude and did not resemble ordinary individuals who could easily conceal their intentions. Qin Luo acted swiftly, clarifying the situation on the forum while introducing their new member, the anomalous Xu DuoDuo. The response was explosive. Everyone was astounded that Luo Shun had actually logged on and was confronting people directly. Anomalous? They had recruited an anomalous individual? What was her background? Were anomalous individuals no longer under the base's jurisdiction? Shouldn't they be working within the base? A teammate accepted by the 3A team must possess remarkable abilities. Perhaps a healing or spatial anomaly. No, that was incorrect. A brief glance at Luo Shun's new recruit ID revealed her anomalous tendency was zombification, with no other abilities. Merely a speed enhancement of 15, slightly superior to an average person. It seemed Chen Xiaofei also belonged to this category, with an evaluation score of 38. Not significantly stronger than the newcomer, who was a civilian. It was hard to assess, not to mention, their interactions appeared rather intimate. Who brings a new teammate into their arms so easily? Those in the know would certainly understand. Upon seeing this derogatory remark, Qin Luo was incensed, directly confronting the person. What do you understand? Come, enlighten us. Others were taken aback that he would engage in a verbal spar, and soon a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Wow, Luo Shun is actually participating? Hilarious. Thanks for the invite. This guy can argue for ages. This was a veiled admission of his protectiveness, and it was clear he was quite taken with her. Hope was lost for everyone else. The individual who had provoked Qin Luo fell silent, likely taken aback by his retort, but dared not challenge him, knowing the daunting statistics of Qin Luo's completed missions. The title of Luo Shun was well-deserved. He was a combat aficionado. Without delving into his pre-apocalypse achievements, it was astonishing how many tasks he had undertaken since the onset of the apocalypse. With hundreds of missions completed, serving as an unyielding force in battle. Who would dare provoke him? The crowd found amusement in the plight of the provocateur, relishing the unfolding drama. With Qin Luo stepping into the fray, those seeking trouble quickly retreated, while a new wave of onlookers gathered. If they were merely teammates, did that not confirm the absence of a girlfriend? Could I join the 3A team? Can I pursue you, Luo Shun? Can we reconsider gender restrictions? Qin Luo was momentarily flustered, firmly rejecting the advances, and swiftly contacted headquarters to lock the thread. Such slanderous posts were quickly silenced, and he requested the headquarters investigate further. In a world where information was scant, those able to access the internet were few, making inquiries precise, and soon Qin Luo acquired the necessary details. He then stood, surveying the area, pinpointing a target, and approached confidently. My friend, it seems you have some thoughts about our 3A team. Shall we discuss? Xu DuoDuo witnessed Qian Luo dragging the individual outside the warehouse, blinking in surprise. Wang Weihua followed suit. Bai Shu was busy updating Xu DuoDuo's profile on his tablet, finally rectifying the earlier glitch that had prevented their team's emblem and name from appearing. Now, her name was proudly displayed under the banner of the 3A Special Operations Team. It indicated her participation in 3 missions, one involving mutated monkeys at a canning factory, another for rescue at a service area, and the third to eliminate an anomalous snake person. The first 2 missions garnered little credit, while Bai Shu had reported her crucial assistance in the latter, though he had not mentioned her spatial abilities, merely glossing over the details. Her profile looked significantly more impressive now, having participated in 3 legitimate missions. Chun Xiaofei was still bustling about, insisting they expedite the update of the class monitor's information to prevent further misunderstandings about their intentions. It was neither an obsession nor an act of patronage. It was frustrating that while they were out on missions, rumors from the forum were being flung at their heads. Utterly exasperating. Chapter 36. Do you like me? The individual who had taken the clandestine photograph was now being escorted back by Qian Luo and Wang Weihua, who had employed some method to intimidate him into submission, rendering him too frightened to take any more covert shots or make snide remarks. Upon Qian Luo's return, he found the little zombie munching on an anomalous core, cheeks puffed out like a hamster. He poked at her, bemused, questioning how such an innocent act could lead to assumptions of intimacy. He muttered to himself. The little zombie glanced at him, her eyes sparkling, causing him to feel a twinge of bashfulness. Bai Shu observed Qian Luo with a bemused expression, commenting on his daily antics of picking her up and carrying her, whether cradling or poking her. Qian Luo felt a surge of embarrassment, reflecting that he indeed could not resist teasing her. Seeing her was reminiscent of days gone by. He merely wished to indulge in playful antics. Yet, clinging to his pride, he stubbornly stated, "Isn't it just a matter of convenience?" Bai Shu feigned agreement, of course. Chun Xiaofei chuckled softly to himself. Wang Weihua cleared his throat, feigning ignorance and rolling over to sleep. Qian Luo relented. All right then. This is inexplicable. After a considerable time, Xu DuoDuo finished the anomalous core and suddenly remembered she was supposed to bring food for them. However, by the time she remembered, the 4 of them had already settled down. She felt momentarily bewildered, ultimately wrapping herself in a small blanket and lying down, hoping for a swift recovery, as her delayed thoughts were becoming increasingly bothersome. The little zombie glared at Qian Luo, her gaze fixed on his neatly trimmed hair and his profile. She crawled over like a fuzzy caterpillar, snuggling up against the fragrant stockpile of supplies, determined to have sweet dreams that night. As dawn broke, the inhabitants of the warehouse began to stir, with those who had kept watch retreating to their vehicles for a quick rest, while others busied themselves gathering their belongings in preparation for departure. Aside from the sporadic sounds of a few lone zombies being dispatched in the dead of night, everyone enjoyed a restful slumber, a rare luxury in the apocalypse. Chun Xiaofei, with his disheveled hair, stretched lazily and sighed in contentment, exclaiming, "Ah, I slept so well last night. I must thank Team Zhang for taking the night watch, allowing us to indulge in such a delightful rest." Bai Shu also rose, squinting as he searched for his glasses. Upon opening his eyes, Chun Xiaofei was greeted by the sight of 4 thermoses neatly arranged before him, their familiar colors prompting him to turn to Xu DuoDuo, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, Xiaoban Zhang, did you prepare these?" The little zombie's eyes sparkled with vitality, no longer bearing the vacant expression from the previous day. She nodded coolly at him and handed over a can of spicy radish cubes to accompany their porridge. Chun Xiaofei was almost moved to tears, cradling the can as he whimpered, "Woo, Xiaoban Zhang, you are my reborn parents. How wonderful it is to enjoy such delicious and spicy meals again." Bai Shu, feeling vexed by the early morning antics, swatted Chun Xiaofei on the head, scolding, "What nonsense are you up to so early?" Although Bai Shu had many admirable qualities, he was somewhat irritable upon waking. It was best not to disturb him. Yet Chun Xiaofei's antics were particularly annoying. Chun Xiaofei immediately perked up, brandishing the can of radish cubes and challenging, "If you're so capable, don't eat any later." Bai Shu finally discerned what Chun Xiaofei was clutching, his eyes gleaming. Calmly rising, he remarked, "Oh, if you don't want it, then I won't eat it." In the next moment, he swiftly snatched the can from Chun Xiaofei's hands, declaring, "I'm confiscating this." He promptly hid it in his storage space card. The four of them possessed storage spaces, albeit small, and the headquarters could monitor their contents, leaving no room for personal privacy. Chun Xiaofei was left astounded by Bai Shu's shamelessness, sitting dumbfounded on his bed. Bai Shu had already dashed off to the restroom. Wang Weihua sighed in resignation. "All right, enough fooling around. Finish your meal, and let us get moving." He too turned out of bed, embodying the role of a responsible father, while the others rushed about. He folded the blankets into neat squares and stored them away in his space card. Xu DuoDuo, perched nearby, was thoroughly entertained by the lively antics, finding their playful bickering amusing. Noticing Chun Xiaofei's plight, she offered him a can of sardines, which reinvigorated him. "I'm back in action. I'm off to wash up." Wang Weihua spotted the petite little zombie squatting nearby, politely greeting her. "Xiao Banzhong, how are you feeling today?" After all, she had saved their lives, and their bond was one of mutual trust. Although she had appeared dazed last night, and even developed sharp teeth, the electronic screen on her collar remained green, indicating her benign nature. What a remarkable creature she was, exhibiting no desire to harm, even in her transformed state. Wang Weihua, although unfamiliar with such zombies, held her in high regard. Xu DuoDuo was uncomfortable with others noticing her collar, as she firmly believed herself to be human and disliked being perceived as an outlier. When she heard Wang Weihua greet her and glance at her collar, it made her uneasy, leading her to nod awkwardly before turning away to prepare breakfast for them. For thermoses of hot porridge and a box of tea eggs, likely containing 8 or 9 eggs. Qin Luo ventured out early to patrol the surroundings, unable to sleep due to the little zombie's incessant gnawing on his arm throughout the night. At one point, she had snuggled up to him, only to wake him by biting his wrist, startling him awake as he nearly twisted her neck in reflex. Realizing it was her, he froze for a moment, before noticing she was simply gnawing at his wrist, seemingly too timid to bite down hard. He was left bewildered. As she continued to chew on his arm in her sleep, her brow furrowed in discomfort. He felt a sense of unease, having barely slept all night. While the little zombie appeared to be dreaming, waking up alongside him with bright eyes, showing no signs of embarrassment, leaving him flushed. Seeking fresh air, he wandered around, eliminating several lone zombies and mutated dogs, still puzzled by why she had latched onto him specifically. Perhaps, he mused, there was but one truth. Xu DuoDuo must have feelings for him. This notion made perfect sense. She had gazed at his chest during their bath the previous night, clearly captivated by his handsome physique. Qin Luo nodded to himself, thoroughly convinced of his hypothesis, for how could anyone resist such charm? Once he realized this, he felt invigorated. Returning, he found Xu DuoDuo dutifully guarding their breakfast, utterly endearing. Who could possibly dislike her? He approached to take a closer look, squatting beside her. Upon noticing him, her eyes brightened, and she eagerly scooted closer, insisting on proximity. Qin Luo's heart swelled with delight as he turned to her and asked, "Hey, do you like me?" He felt a twinge of embarrassment, having only begun to experience such emotions at the age of 22. Xu DuoDuo, captivated by the savory presence of Qin Luo, could hardly contain her appetite, nodding earnestly. She truly liked him and wanted to eat. Qin Luo turned beet red, his ears burning as the blush spread to his neck. When Bai Shu, Chun Xiaofei, and Wang Weihua returned, they noticed Qin Luo's flushed cheeks, exchanging curious glances. Before they could inquire, Qin Luo advised them to refrain from asking, lest he resort to drastic measures. Chun Xiaofei nodded obediently, signaling his intent to remain silent, then leaned over to whisper to Bai Shu. "What do you think is up with Qingge? Is he a bit off in the head?" Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, adopting a sage-like demeanor. A man in love is often quite foolish, devoid of rationality. Chun Xiaofei was amused, laughing quietly. Qin Luo, feeling the heat on his face, maintained a facade of seriousness as he asserted his authority as captain, urging them to finish their breakfast and prepare to depart. Others nearby noticed the peculiar happenings, with items appearing and disappearing seemingly at will. The expressions of astonishment among ordinary survivors and envy among other abilities were palpable. They understood the immense value of storage space cards, yet the 3A team had one for each member. "My goodness," murmured Mu Enya as she passed by. "You all are too enviable. Everyone has a storage space card?" Our team only has our captains, and it's only 50 cubic meters. Such items required approval from headquarters to obtain, allocated based on abilities and resources. Mu Inya casually remarked, having heard of the 3A team's relentless efforts in rescuing survivors, which entitled them to such benefits. After all, they faced dangers that others feared to confront, always leading the charge. She swallowed hard, continuing, "And your meals look far too good. You even have porridge? Did you buy the ingredients at the base or prepare them yourselves? I can hardly muster the energy to do anything but lie down after a mission." Chun Xiaofei looked up, mumbling, Our Xiao Banzhong cooked this impressive, right? Just as he finished speaking, Bai Shu swiftly snatched the egg from his bowl, infuriating Chun Xiaofei. The four were engrossed in their meal, devouring their food, while only Wang Weihua managed to reply to Mu Inya, "Shall I share some of my porridge with you?" Mu Inya genuinely considered it. Her appetite peaked. It had been ages since she had tasted proper food. The taste of dry rations lingered in her mouth, mingled with the cloying flavor of nutritional liquid, stirring a deep craving within her. In the next moment, a vividly red thermos appeared before her. Mu Inya glanced down to see a small zombie expressionlessly offering it. Though its eyes sparkled with excitement, she was momentarily stunned. This is for me? She had merely been unable to resist her desire, prompting her to pause and exchange a few words. She and T genuinely intended to beg for food. After a moment of hesitation, she thought of the current high prices of ingredients. She wondered how many points the base's rice was selling for now, and this porridge, rich with meat and mushrooms, made her swallow hard. Qin Luo spoke to her. "Take it. She genuinely wishes to share." Recognizing Mu Inya's accurate description of the porridge's ingredients, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Shu also pulled out some spicy radishes from his storage space, saying, "Here, take these as well. They can add some flavor to your rations. We appreciate your vigilance last night. Thanks to you, we all had a good night's sleep." Ultimately, Mu Inya could not refuse. She quickly expressed her gratitude to the small zombie while accepting the items. "It's nothing. We are merely returning to the base. You're the ones heading to the front lines. You need to keep your spirits high. Our return journey will be swift." This was indeed true. Many routes had been cleared by combat teams, and there were few zombies left on the way back, only the occasional straggler. As long as they remained cautious of special mutated creatures and aberrant animals, their return would be much quicker. Upon hearing Mu Inya's words, Xu Duo looked back at her teammates, 7 in total, and, after a moment's thought, pulled out a bag of buns to give her. Mu Inya was so touched she nearly cried out, "Oh my, I've almost forgotten what buns taste like." She understood the value of such a gift and quickly expressed her thanks, holding the items close and whispering, "A great kindness deserves no words. Once we return to the base, we shall gather properly." With her hands full, she could not salute, and seeing the adorable small zombie squatting nearby, she couldn't resist planting a kiss on Xu Duo's cheek. "Thank you, darling. You truly are the best little zombie in the world. When we return safely, let's make a pact at the base." The culinary skills were simply extraordinary. Having such a friend was an immense blessing. She finally understood why Team 3A treated this little zombie with such kindness. The small zombie was indeed worthy. Mu Inya happily returned, cradling her gifts, leaving Xu Duo in a daze, while Chun Xiaofei, Bai Shu, and Wang Weihua wore expressions of shock. Was this how girls expressed their gratitude? A kiss on the cheek was just a kiss on the cheek. Qin Luo was flustered, exclaiming, "Wait, why are you so casual about kissing her?" In contrast, the small zombie, after a moment of surprise, appeared quite pleased, swaying on the ground, as Mu Inya reminded her of some of her close friends. The feeling of being treated as a person was delightful, and the small zombie was filled with joy. Qin Luo continued to grumble, feeling as if his cherished little flower had been plucked, lamenting the lack of decorum in such casual affection. Xu Duo remained cheerful, so much so that she pulled out a chew stick and began gnawing on it, the crunching sound unnerving. Bai Shu and the others were amused by Qin Luo's jealousy, witnessing a rare spectacle, but the next moment, the sound of gnawing sent shivers down their spines, reminiscent of nails scraping against the blackboard. Chun Xiaofei inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Is it really all right for the squad leader to be grinding her teeth like that?" Wang Weihua shook his head. "Perhaps it feels better this way. It reminds me of my niece when she was teething." Bai Shu had finished his breakfast and was now swiping through his tablet. "Old Wang, your comment reminds me of a post I saw earlier. discussing how some individuals experience regression after excessive use of their abilities. He pondered further, proposing a new hypothesis. Do you think that for aberrants, this evolution represents a new growth phase? If I am correct, could it be that the squad leader is entering a phase of oral fixation? In animals, this would be simply known as the teething phase. If this were not a regression, but rather an evolution, it would be intriguing. What would aberrants evolve into? Would they still be human? Chun Xiaofei suddenly rubbed his arms, saying, "Please, let's not entertain such dreadful hypotheses." Bai Shu calmly adjusted his glasses, emphasizing that curiosity is the wellspring of human advancement. Wang Weihua recalled the scene when Xu Duo defeated the mutated snake man. It had taken their group an unmeasurable amount of time to deplete a third of its health. Yet Xu Duo had vanquished it with a single strike. The disparity was astonishing. If Bai Shu's theory held true, did that mean that ability users were inferior to aberrants? Noticing the serious expressions on their faces, Qin Luo interjected, "All right, why dwell on such matters? We will eventually find out. Our task is to hone our skills and gather supplies." Chapter 38. The zero-cost purchase in the commercial district. Once everyone had cleared out the warehouse, it stood empty once more. This location was adjacent to the toll station on the highway in City C, and after a brief encounter, they were all ready to part ways. Mu Inya grasped Xu Duo's hand reluctantly, urging her to visit the base and play with her. "I live in Building B, which is very close to you." Xu Duo nodded, delighted to have made her first friend in this apocalypse, even gifting her a piece of chocolate. Mu Inya was pleasantly surprised. Lacking anything to return the favor, she offered the small zombie her protective amulet. Zhang Qi called for Mu Inya to hurry into the vehicle, and she rushed over, leaving Xu Duo no chance to refuse. She could not accept the amulet. Zhao Gang shook hands with each of Qin Luo's group, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for your rescue, we might still be hiding in the service area." Moreover, that place had encountered a mutated snake man. Had they hesitated even for a moment, they would have surely encountered it. Even without the mutated snake man, they couldn't stay in the service area forever. Now, joining the main group, Zhao Gang felt more secure and understood the nature of this new world. "Once we settle down in the survivor base in City H, I will treat you all to a meal. Please do not be modest." Lu Chunhui, accompanied by her young daughter, also expressed her thanks to Qin Luo and his companions. They replied that it was their duty. They would have had other rescue teams if it weren't for them. The headquarters principle was to never abandon any human. Zhao Gang was deeply moved by this principle and, filled with emotion, boarded the vehicle. Qin Luo watched as the vehicles drove onto the highway toll station, ready to commence their mission. Wang Weihua was driving today, with Chun Xiaofei in the passenger seat, while Qin Luo and Bai Shu occupied the middle row, leaving Xu Duo in the spacious last row. The interior had been cleaned with a blood-stain cleaning agent provided by the base, which worked remarkably well, leaving no lingering odor. With about 40 minutes remaining until the commercial district, they planned to go directly there. "When we arrive, I will clear out the zombies. Old Wang and Bai Shu will rescue survivors, and Xiaofei will accompany Xu Duo to gather supplies nearby." Qin Luo assigned the roles, to which Wang Weihua and the others readily agreed, and Xu Duo blew her wooden whistle to signal her understanding, prompting smiles all around. The modified off-road vehicle sped towards the destination, the Bali commercial district in City C. The closer they got to the commercial district, the more zombies appeared. Bai Shu and Qin Luo fired from the sunroof, each shot resulting in a zombie's head exploding. During the day, the zombies moved sluggishly, some even hiding in the shade. Their keen eyes ensured that no one could escape their gaze, no matter where they tried to hide. Many sat in the back seat, leaning against the window, gazing at the desolate streets outside. The once thriving city now lay in eerie silence, occasionally pierced by the howls of mutated dogs and the moans of zombies. No soul dared to venture outdoors. Her eyes were keen enough to perceive the slight quiver of curtains on the second floor, suggesting the presence of survivors, though their uncertainty about the outside world rendered them immobile. Gunfire echoed in her ears, accompanied by the distant sounds of small explosives detonating. After circling around, they could effectively eliminate 90% of the zombies, until the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the main shopping mall, the designated Gate 1. Wang Weihua parked at the entrance, and it was time for them to split into 3 groups. "I'm leaving. Headsets on, we stay in touch. Many, do not wander off. Xiaofei, keep her safe." Qin Luo instructed, and upon seeing Chun Xiaofei give no sign, He proceeded forward with Wang Weihua and Bai Shu. The trio then divided into two teams. Qin Luo aimed to enter the mall for a large-scale purge, while Wang Weihua and Bai Shu focused on rescuing scattered survivors around the mall. Despite having sustained injuries just yesterday, it was undeniable that those with abilities recovered swiftly, and today they were already capable of moving freely, undertaking missions even with wounds. The four were engrossed in their tasks, each absorbed in their own endeavors. Class leader, let's move. Sea City is the granary capital. There must be food stores nearby. Let's hurry and scavenge. Chun Xiaofei exclaimed with excitement, his youthful face alight with enthusiasm as he clutched a firearm. The small zombie nodded modestly, darting into the nearest shop, which turned out to be a grain store. Most shops in the vicinity indeed sold food, though much of the stock was stored in warehouses. It required patience to locate the warehouses, as that was where the real treasure lay. However, the shopping district was also flanked by tall residential buildings, resulting in an abundance of shops. Even the scattered finds could accumulate into a decent haul. As Minnie entered the grain shop, she spotted a zombie trapped at the cash register, presumably the cashier, still donning the store's apron, though now decomposed beyond recognition. She did not linger. Chun Xiaofei swiftly dispatched it with a shot, granting the girl eternal rest. This shop primarily sold coarse grains, likely a tourist attraction, with local specialty pastries also on offer. The small zombie was diligent, checking the expiration dates with her tiny paws, and found them all to be 6 months old. Thus she began to gather them. Numerous sweet, traditional pastries were present, alongside jars filled with grains on the shelves. In the center of the shop lay a pile of packaged rice and other goods. Minnie extended her tiny paw to swiftly collect items, disregarding any open bags and only taking sealed ones. In no time, she had emptied an entire store. Chun Xiaofei, watching, felt inexplicably exhilarated, following closely behind her. Minnie was quite familiar with the routine, adept at swiftly gathering supplies. Next door was a spicy hot pot shop, where she headed straight for the refrigerated section. All the visible ingredients had long since spoiled, but the freezer remained intact, having suffered no power outage. She collected 3 large freezers of hot pot ingredients, including various meatballs and cuts of beef and lamb, along with the shop's soup-based seasoning packets. The shop itself was devoid of zombies. The nearby stores had their doors ajar, with the undead having fled outside, leaving only a few trapped zombies at the front counter. Next was an outdoor sports specialty store, where she gathered numerous tents, fishing gear, camping supplies, backpacks, and waste bags. Chun Xiaofei was thoroughly pleased, especially with the abundance of outdoor clothing and shoes. The store was vast and comprehensive. Class leader, how large is your storage space? Can we take all these men's outfits? I absolutely love them, Chun Xiaofei declared, clearly enamored with the sporty attire, particularly from a brand he had always admired but previously hesitated to purchase. Minnie nodded coolly, sauntering over and swiftly collecting everything with a mere touch of her paw. Chun Xiaofei could not help but grin foolishly, following her with his firearm, overwhelmed with joy. Wow, your space is truly immense. Aside from the headquarters in B City, he had never heard of anyone possessing such a large storage capacity. Having already filled 3 large warehouses with canned goods, he was thrilled at the prospect of continued accumulation. The outdoor sports store was adjacent to a massive snack shop, which had become extremely popular over the past decade, boasting a wide variety of snacks. This chain store had the most comprehensive selection, even featuring a dedicated section for childhood snacks, categorizing everything from spicy strips to dried fruits and meat snacks. It was somewhat messy inside, bearing the remnants of the apocalypse's onset. Ignoring the bloodstains and disarray on the floor, approximately 80% of the items were still good, indicating a relatively low level of contamination. The duo of Chun Xiaofei and Minnie was perfectly matched, both sharing a fondness for snacks. Upon entering the shop, they were akin to mice in a grain bin. Class leader, quickly. Over here, I've gathered all the scattered snacks and piled them on the shelves. You just collect them all. Minnie approached to collect the items, noticing the shelves were filled with various soft candies that looked absolutely delectable. She realized her multidimensional storage space was being filled, though there were still many empty slots remaining. It was impossible to fill to capacity. Chapter 39. Rescue in progress. The beverage section of the snack shop was truly dazzling, showcasing a plethora of both common and rare drinks. Minnie busily collected every unspoiled item available. She knew that if she did not take them, others would, or they might be destroyed by mutated creatures. In any case, Gathering supplies brought her peace of mind. The snack shop was soon emptied, and they moved on to the adjacent dessert shop, where the cakes at the counter were undoubtedly beyond saving, having spoiled completely. However, the baking area still held a wealth of usable ingredients, such as flour, milk powder, and sugar. This type of eatery was plentiful, and the goal was to take as much usable stock as possible. The most exhilarating find was the gold shop. The interior sparkled with gold, prompting exclamations from both the small zombie and Chen Xiaofei. Goodness, how much would this be worth before the apocalypse? Class leader quickly. Let us gather it all up. The adjacent store seems to be a tobacco shop. Old Wang's favorite. Once we finish here, we'll head next door. Many nodded, waiting for Chen Xiaofei to handle the few zombies at the counter before shattering the glass and entering collection mode. The tobacco shop next door was equally astonishing. Chen Xiaofei was rendered speechless. If Old Wang were here, he would be overjoyed. Many remained silent, swiftly gathering all the tobacco and alcohol from the wall. The pair of hoarders were thoroughly delighted, scavenging supplies while Wang Weihua, on the other side, was sneezing and struggling alongside by Xu. Everyone, follow me this way. Stay close and refrain from shouting. Wang Weihua instructed the survivors behind him, leading them toward a convenience store where he arranged their safety. Bai Shu provided cover. Even in daylight, the zombies, drawn by the scent of fresh blood, became exceedingly agitated, lunging at any sign of life. Bai Shu kicked away a lunging zombie and swiftly dispatched it with a shot, exclaiming, "These creatures are truly bothersome, endless and relentless." As he looked up, he noticed many more zombies lurking in the shadows, emerging once more. Despite having eradicated approximately 90% of the zombies earlier, an alarming number have gathered once more. The sky is nearly darkening. Wang Weihua hurled a marble bomb at a small cluster of zombies ahead. This device is capable of a precise explosion within a 5-meter radius. With a resounding bang, several zombies were swiftly dispatched. Xiao Bai, guard the survivors. I shall rescue the others and bring them here. The scent of living flesh will inevitably attract more zombies, and leaving the survivors here alone is simply impractical. Their fear may lead them to scream, potentially drawing in even more threats. Bai Shu nodded, panting, and took a long gulp of the cool tea provided by the squad leader, who had somehow managed to supply everyone with a bottle. Wang Weihua gave Bai Shu a reassuring pat on the shoulder before hastily making his way forward, exterminating zombies as he turned into the adjacent street to rescue others. Bai Shu continued to fend off zombies, swapping out magazines as he occasionally glanced at the survivors cowering within the convenience store, their faces etched with terror. A deep sigh escaped him. Meanwhile, Qin Luo had transformed into a relentless zombie-slaying machine within the bustling shopping mall, where the number of undead was truly overwhelming. Unable to utilize larger explosives for fear of igniting electrical devices and causing a catastrophic chain reaction, he resorted to marble bombs sparingly, mindful of the risk of fire. Thus, aside from a spacious hall, he was compelled to rely on his firearms or blades for combat. Diving into the horde, Qin Luo unleashed a flurry of attacks, toppling numerous foes in mere moments. Most of the time, he operated like a robotic killing machine, yet occasionally his thoughts drifted to the whereabouts of his comrades. As night fell, Chen Xiaofei grew increasingly vigilant. Squad leader, do stay close behind me. Even though we are aware of the little zombie's lethal abilities, the repercussions remain uncertain. It is best to avoid using them if possible. Xu DuoDuo, upon hearing this, raised her wooden whistle and blew a short note in acknowledgement, glancing up at the overcast sky, which appeared to be clearing. To her astonishment, the moon was visible, a rare sight. When Chen Xiaofei called for her to catch up, she hurried to assist him in gathering supplies. The pair had thoroughly searched the shops surrounding the mall, filling their dimensional space with an abundance of items, providing Xu DuoDuo with a sense of security. After emptying the last pharmacy, Qin Luo's voice crackled through the earpiece. Are we all set? It's getting dark. Hurry back. Their designated rendezvous point was the shopping mall, and it was clear that Qin Luo had already secured the area. Chen Xiaofei responded enthusiastically, understood. The squad leader and I are on our way back. Xu DuoDuo echoed with a blow of her whistle. The two soon encountered by Xu and Wang Weihua, who were escorting survivors toward the mall. Wang Weihua called out, "There are still a dozen survivors at the convenience store ahead. I will fetch them. You two assist in guiding them inside." Chen Xiaofei readily agreed, and Wang Weihua rushed off. Xu DuoDuo observed by Xu and Wang Weihua. both smeared with the dark blood of zombies, and compared them to herself and Chun Xiaofei, who were merely dusted with grime and a few bloodstains, appearing relatively clean in comparison. It was no easy feat, but Xu smiled upon seeing Xu DuoDuo. Squad leader, you truly are remarkable. Everything you bring is incredibly useful. Thanks to your cool tea, both Old Wang and I have managed to soothe our throats today. Otherwise, we would have been hoarse from calling out to the survivors. He recalled the previous instance where, as a sniper, he would not allow himself to be distracted by anything. Thus, during missions, he often found himself bitten by insects. But the squad leader had once provided him with repellent powder, sparing him from discomfort. While it was no great burden for a man to endure a little suffering, avoiding it was undeniably comforting. Chun Xiaofei wholeheartedly agreed. The squad leader is like a little doryman. She truly has everything, and it's all remarkably effective. It's a pleasure to embark on missions with her. Bai Shu chuckled. Just make sure Qinga doesn't hear that. He might get jealous. Chun Xiaofei, realizing the implication, laughed heartily. I'm not afraid. I am quite open about it. The camaraderie within the combat team and the medical staff bore a similar charm. When those tasked with your protection could engage in light-hearted banter, it signified a safe environment. Consequently, the survivors felt a measure of relief as they listened to the two joke with one another. Xu DuoDuo noticed several individuals gazing at her neck, and she instinctively tried to shield her collar with her clothing. She truly disliked the attention on her choker, which made her feel like an outsider, despite being a little zombie herself. The people of Sea City were notably tall, and the survivors appeared robust, which made her petite stature stand out even more. Their astonishment was palpable at the sight of such a small girl undertaking a mission. Chapter 40. Acquiring a new map, this rescue operation concluded far more swiftly than anticipated, as I had expected it to take considerably longer. Qin Luo also noted an enhancement in his physical abilities, though his powers were still elusive. Utilizing them resulted in a prickling pain throughout his body, likely due to excessive strain. He would need to recuperate thoroughly. The gathered survivors numbered over 600, a daunting throng. After accounting for everyone, the team needed to contact the nearby logistics unit to send a vehicle for their extraction. Witnessing their saviors, the survivors erupted in tears of gratitude. Thank you, thank you. We thought we would perish here. We are profoundly grateful to you, the leader among them. A young man who claimed to be the manager of a hot pot restaurant on the 4th floor had gathered people into his establishment during the crisis, much like Zhao Gang and his wife. I shall never forget that day. He recounted it was just after 6 o'clock, during a bustling time in the shopping district when many were out shopping. Suddenly, there was an outbreak within the mall, and news spread rapidly among the staff. The manager handed over his phone, showing a video of the initial zombie attack, a man suddenly biting his pregnant wife. Initially, there were well-meaning individuals attempting to intervene, only to be attacked themselves. Thankfully, I received a warning message, and my natural paranoia set in. After viewing that information, I became increasingly uneasy, and I could not shake that feeling. When I heard the screams from downstairs, I snapped back to reality, quickly instructing my colleagues to refrain from going outside and calling all 4th-floor patrons into the restaurant. Soon, guests from the 2nd and 3rd floors followed suit. The fortunate few who survived are all here. We did our utmost to rescue as many as we could. Fortunately, the 4th floor was filled with dining establishments, and we managed to survive by rationing the food supplies. The manager was able to successfully contact the headquarters for assistance. Having read a survival manual that warned of potential mobile signal failures, he persistently sent out messages until he finally connected with the rescue team. Wang Weihua praised him. You are truly impressive and composed. By gathering everyone inside so promptly, you ensured the survival of over 500 people. You accomplished an extraordinary feat, the manager, feeling bashful, scratched his head. Anyone would have done the same. It was merely a small effort. A humble worker with no extraordinary qualifications. He never anticipated becoming a pillar of strength for so many in this apocalyptic world, leading them to conserve resources, enhance their quality of life, and explore various self-rescue methods, while also offering comfort to fellow survivors, all of which contributed to their survival. While Bai Shu was engrossed in writing the report, he suddenly encountered a perplexing issue. With the flow of people appearing no different from usual, how could the mall be teeming with so many zombies? Upon their arrival, they had observed the interior densely populated with the undead. The young manager promptly and cleverly responded that there were zombies outside as well. and the people outside believed they could seek refuge in the mall. However, there was no need to elaborate further. Those outside thought they could find sanctuary within the mall, only to discover that it was indeed a hellish realm. The revolving doors were blocked by zombies that could not move, trapping them inside. A collective sigh escaped everyone, but there was little that could be done. In this apocalyptic world, survival was paramount, often intertwined with a stroke of luck. Qian Luo patted the young manager's shoulder, assuring him that they would report the situation truthfully and that individuals with exceptional performance, such as himself, would receive commendation from headquarters. The young manager, Ding Xingjie, felt quite embarrassed, claiming that he had done nothing remarkable, and that it was people like them who were truly impressive. Initially, he had imagined that a grand rescue operation, akin to those depicted in films, would arrive, but he was surprised to find only a handful of individuals. However, witnessing the abilities of the special powers users deepened his admiration. Ding Xingjie inquired how he might become an extraordinary individual like them, lamenting that the survival manual did not provide guidance on such transformations. He expressed a desire to be like them, capable of saving more lives. Qian Luo smiled and encouraged him to wait, suggesting that perhaps the base would discover a way in the future. Wang Weihua playfully placed his arm around Ding Xingjie's shoulder, stating, "All right, young comrade, it's time for you to rest. Thank you for your cooperation. We have gathered all the information we need. Tomorrow, a bus will come to take you to the base." The nearest base was the H City Survivor Base, with a city a bit farther away and B City even more distant. Currently, these three major bases were the only ones holding up, while other cities remained perilous. Bai Shu observed the crowd, noting that H City was nearing capacity, and this batch would likely not all be sent there. Qian Luo concurred, suggesting that a city, being less populated, might receive some of them. As they discussed serious matters, they had not noticed Qin Xiaofei and Xu DuoDuo entertaining the children with candy. A group of children sat, with vacant expressions, timidly hiding in their parents' arms. Even more sorrowful were the children without parents, over 20 of them left unattended, quietly weeping. Unable to bear the sight, Qin Xiaofei conferred with Xu DuoDuo and produced some candy, distributing it to the children, each receiving a handful to tuck away. The air indoors was far from pleasant. Some survivors were relatively clean, while others were quite filthy, yet all coexisted without disdain. After concluding their discussion and reporting their tasks, Qian Luo and Bai Shu approached to see what Qin Xiaofei and Xu DuoDuo were up to. Surely children shouldn't consume such an excess of candy. It will ruin their teeth, Bai Shu remarked mercilessly, causing the children to flinch, their faces falling, afraid to cry, their expressions tugging at the heartstrings. Qin Xiaofei quickly interjected, "Hey, what is the matter? Don't scare the children. Life is hard enough as it is. What is wrong with a little candy? And don't give us those looks. We're not just playing around, we're doing serious work." Through the children, they learned the specific location of the grain storage warehouse in C City. The route was convoluted, and even navigation proved futile. It was indeed challenging for those unfamiliar with the area. Among the group of orphan children, there were some older ones around 10 years old who understood the situation. When Qin Xiaofei inquired, a little girl was able to draw a map for him. Just as she finished, she began to pout and cry, lamenting, "This crayon was bought for me by my mother, but it's the last box." No sooner had she spoken than she broke into loud sobs, startling the three men, one of whom was a zombie. Xu DuoDuo hurriedly produced chocolate and stuffed it into her mouth, hoping to quell her tears, terrified that her cries would attract more zombies. Qin Xiaofei squatted down to comfort the child, while Bai Shu examined the charming map drawn with crayons, exclaiming, "This is quite impressive. You're very talented. Have you taken art lessons before?" Qian Luo gently placed his hand over the little girl's head, reassuring her, "Do not cry. You did wonderfully. Your mother will be very proud of you." Chapter 41. The Granary is situated in a town not far from the commercial district, approximately a 20-minute journey away. That evening, a rescue message was dispatched to headquarters, and a logistics team arrived the following noon in a fleet of buses to retrieve the survivors. The lead logistics officer, a young woman, expressed her apologies repeatedly, explaining that their team had encountered delays due to the distance. Wang Weiwei reassured her, indicating that the list of survivors had already been sent and many were suffering from psychological trauma. The young woman acknowledged this and assured him that their team included a healer with the ability to induce dreams, who was formerly a psychologist. Wang Weiwei felt relieved, marveling at the uniqueness of such abilities, which only added to the wonder of their circumstances. Meanwhile, Qin Luo was engaged in discussions with Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei regarding their route, with Xu DuoDuo eagerly joining the conversation. The three of them huddled around a map while lamenting the necessity of taking on new missions. Shouldn't we avoid new tasks? One suggested. How we proceed with this route? We could just withdraw and take another replied. No way. That would be too embarrassing. The 3A team cannot afford to back out of a mission. Chen Xiaofei pointed out. Xu DuoDuo, amused by their casual discussion of mission assignments, as if deciding where to dine. No wonder the forums buzzed about the 3A team being relentless warriors, always charging towards the front lines. Ultimately, Qin Luo declared, "Let us go. We'll proceed as we walk. No need to overthink it." He despised indecision. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and stood up, affirming, "All right, old Wang should have completed the handover. Let us move." Chen Xiaofei followed suit, brushing off his pants as they had all squatted down to examine the map on the ground, accommodating the small stature of Xu DuoDuo, who would otherwise be unable to see it. Unfazed, Xu DuoDuo stood and mimicked Chen Xiaofei, brushing off her own pants. Qin Luo chuckled at her antics and affectionately ruffled her hair, teasing, "Did you get your pants dirty?" Always eager to learn, aren't you? Xu DuoDuo shot him a glance and resumed gnawing on her teething stick. Chen Xiaofei shivered at the sound, exclaiming, "Oh, that noise. It gives me goosebumps every time." Meanwhile, Bai Shu cleverly distanced himself, heading towards their off-road vehicle, followed closely by Chen Xiaofei. As Qin Luo observed Xu DuoDuo biting down with fervor, he intended to caution her against being so forceful when Wang Weiwei called for them to board the vehicle, so he set her inside the rear seat without further ado. The logistics team saluted as the combat team departed. The survivors appeared dazed, a mixture of fear and relief on their faces, oblivious to their rescuers. Except for the store manager who waved vigorously alongside a group of orphans, urging them to stay safe. Wang Weiwei acknowledged them with a honk of the vehicle as horn as a gesture of goodwill. With so many survivors to attend to, the logistics team would need some time to organize everything. The combat team could not afford to linger too long and aimed to take on as many missions as possible. Let us go. Off to the granary. Collecting these supplies should sustain us for quite a while. Chen Xiaofei exclaimed from the passenger seat, his youthful face brimming with excitement. In Ping'an County, Sea City, the previously tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the roar of their vehicle, sending zombies flying as they collided with the onslaught. The modified off-road vehicle provided a sense of comfort, allowing them to navigate with confidence unlike before. Another wave of zombie elimination ensued. Logically, these low-level zombies should not possess any ability cores, as one typically needs to evolve into a one-star monster for such an occurrence. However, oddly enough, they had collected over a dozen pale yellow, transparent ability cores along the way. The mood inside the vehicle grew somber as Qin Luo examined the cores. Is it true that zombie ability cores are pale yellow? He mused. Chen Xiaofei responded earnestly, indeed. Doesn't that seem off? Moreover, these zombies appear more agile than others we've encountered. Bai Shu checked the forums, but found no information regarding this area. Sea City was vast, and combat teams were still critically understaffed. Most were organized, and even those who had acquired abilities would need time to adapt to the apocalypse. This created a severe manpower shortage. Many regions had yet to receive aid, leaving vast areas untouched and devoid of information. Ping'an County was one such area. Headquarters was aware of the granary's existence, but uncertain whether it still contained food, fearing it might be raided by other ability users, which could render their mission futile. The priority lay in rescuing survivors, leaving little room to focus on this location, thus inadvertently benefiting the 3A team. Bai Shu meticulously documented everything, intending to compose a report for the forum, indicating that the zombies were indeed accelerating in their evolution. Chen Xiaofei vented his frustration. How come we struggle for every upgrade while these zombies seem to evolve effortlessly? His complaints lightened the atmosphere within the vehicle, eliciting laughter from the others. But now, our little squad leader has enough rations. Those cores will last her quite a while, he added, glancing back with a grin. Qin Luo held the ability cores, noting their cleanliness despite their grim origin. He casually offered one to Xu DuoDuo, asking if she would like to try it. Unexpectedly, She wrinkled her face in refusal, expressing her distaste for consuming something associated with zombies. Little corpse refuses, Qin Luo chuckled, turning to Chen Xiaofei. See? She turns her nose up at this. And she won't even touch the cores from the mutated snake people. Chen Xiaofei shrugged. If she doesn't want it, we can look for alternatives. Bai Shu chimed in. Not a problem. We can trade the zombie cores for something else. They did not criticize her for being picky, but accepted her preferences, seeing no issue in seeking different sustenance. Little Xu DuoDuo felt as if the bodies had begun to warm up. Regarding the cores from the mutated snake people, it was likely the highest grade ability cores they could attain. Bai Shu proposed, since our little squad leader wanted to eat them, let us sell them back at the base for points. No one objected. Soon, they beheld a vast expanse of granary structures resembling yurts. White buildings stood in orderly rows, containing the precious food supplies. The sight left them all awestruck, but Xu DuoDuo's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, wow. The space in the little corpse's storage is about to fill up with so much food. Chapter 42 Ding. Acquired 240,000 tons of food. The vehicle pulled over to the roadside and came to a halt. Fully armed, the four of them, along with Xu DuoDuo, approached the granary. Another round of zombie extermination ensued, with the group instinctively protecting Xu DuoDuo at the center as she wielded her chainsaw without a chance to use it. They encountered some resistance at the entrance, but fortunately, in this apocalyptic era, they blasted through with small ammunition, successfully opening the grand doors. Surprisingly, there were no zombies inside. However, they remained cautious. Chen Xiaofei, the most agile among them, took the lead, scouting the area and confirming it was safe before beckoning the others to follow him inside. Upon entering, they immediately noticed the unusual dryness, explaining why the food was so well preserved. The granary area was lined with neatly arranged storage units, and Chen Xiaofei quickly surveyed the space, discovering there were 32 of them. Wow, this place is enormous. Can our little squad leader handle all this? Qin Luo crossed his arms, nodding toward Chen Xiaofei, signaling him to assess the situation. I think she can manage. Chen Xiaofei turned her head and was taken aback to find that Xu Duo had already begun to gather provisions like a mouse scurrying around a rice bin. Her method of collection relied on mere contact. Regardless of the quantity, as long as it was within reach, she could transport it all in one go. Gathering from 32 granaries was merely a matter of 32 instances for her. This was undoubtedly more convenient than shopping in supermarkets or snack shops. With a swift extension of her little claws, she packed up all the grains. It was simply exhilarating. Bai Shu, feeling idle, even took the initiative to check the stock of reserves in the vicinity. To his astonishment, he discovered that a nearly cylindrical granary could hold up to 500 tons of grains. With 32 such granaries in their vicinity, Qin Luo could not help but exclaim, "We've secured enough provisions to last us a lifetime and could even sustain many others in our base." Bai Shu nodded in agreement, sharing in the joy. Wang Weihua was so astonished he could hardly speak. The little squad leader was indeed impressive. The little zombie, oblivious to everything, simply reveled in the joy of hoarding, though the 32 granaries vanished in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, the multifaceted space was filled with numerous compartments, providing her with a profound sense of satisfaction and immense joy. It was all grains, a variety of cereals. Among them, rice was the most abundant, and it seemed to be of excellent quality. After Xu Duo completed her gathering, she appeared blissful and dazed, her eyes sparkling. Qin Luo, observing her, remarked, "You look as if you've had too much to drink. Have you gotten tipsy on grains?" He chuckled, his laughter resonating with warmth. Everyone's spirits were high, including Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Chen Xiaofei. Successfully securing such a bounty of provisions brought them a sense of reassurance. Although it was merely a drop in the bucket for the base, it was far better than letting it rot away. Since the onset of the apocalypse, each day had been fraught with unpredictability, and it was prudent to gather supplies as early as possible. They even requested some provisions from Xu Duo to avoid complications with headquarters, especially since there were witnesses to their earlier dealings with the children from Apps. To sidestep any potential issues, they decided to sell the food stored in their space storage car to the base in exchange for points, allowing them to earn points for personal use while alleviating the immediate needs of the base. After successfully departing from the granaries, they proceeded to search for other survivors and scavenge various resources in the area. The small town contained numerous shops and malls, though there were no rescue teams nearby. They were prepared to return, taking the survivors with them. The vehicles Xu DuoDuo had gathered earlier came in handy, with large trucks designated for transporting the survivors' belongings and buses for ferrying the people. An off-road vehicle led the convoy, with other vehicles trailing closely behind. Remarkably, though they had been out for several days, they had encountered more events in this brief period than in the previous few months. Each day had been vibrant and eventful, contrasting sharply with the monotonous routine of commuting to school or work. Xu DuoDuo felt as if she had been out for ages, though it had only been 3 days. After spending some time on the road, they finally returned to the base on the 4th day. Upon sighting the towering walls from a distance, a sense of relief washed over them. The standard procedures followed, parking for inspection, while the other survivors queued for isolation before entering the base. Many survivors, upon seeing the familiar sight of staff members in red uniforms and name tags at the city gate, burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion at having escaped the clutches of despair. The staff members, displaying patience, offered comforting words and guided them inside. Qianmian Mofang and his companions stood by the vehicle, awaiting the inspection process. The staff would take the vehicle for cleaning and repairs, returning it to their designated parking area for future missions. Chen Xiaofei, following her usual routine, stretched and yawned, exclaiming her exhaustion. Bai Shu, equally fatigued, sighed. Let's wash up and take a nap. I'm not even hungry. Wang Weihua found a spot to smoke, having felt the tension of the mission, which made him reluctant to indulge while on duty. Now that they were back at the base, he could not resist the allure of cigarettes and alcohol. As the team leader, Qianmian Mofang approached the city staff to report their successful mission, stating, "We passed by the granaries and brought back a significant amount of grain. We'll keep 200 pounds of rice for ourselves. You can take the rest." Miss Du Chunjiang could not hide her astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, really? You all are incredible. Not only did you complete several tasks, but you also faced off against 3-star mutated monsters this time, and you still managed to bring back food? Luo Shun, your squad is truly remarkable." She added, "The forums have been buzzing with discussions about you all lately. The feats they accomplished were extraordinary. While others struggled to complete a single task, they had managed to excel beyond expectations. And now, they had added a delightful new member to their ranks." Du Chunjiang's gaze fell upon the little zombie, and she whispered, "She is so beautiful and well-behaved, albeit a bit aloof. She doesn't seem to enjoy engaging with others." Qianmian Mofang stepped back slightly, thinking, what is the need to crowd so close? Let us converse properly. Du Chunjiang rolled her eyes, saying, "Come on. If we're talking family ties, I should call you cousin. Why are you so flustered? I just want to get to know her." Qianmian Mofang chuckled. "If you want to meet her, just go ahead and do so. Why the need for whispers? Besides, she is not aloof. She just can't speak at the moment." He mumbled some more. How adorable is the little zombie. Aloof? Not at all. Xu DuoDuo had been waiting patiently for Qianmian Mofang, initially planning to leave. But the enticing scent emanating from him made her decide to linger a bit longer, hoping to savor it a while longer. The little zombie, whose mind often wandered, did not perceive her behavior as peculiar. In the 43rd chapter, during the teething phase, when Qianmian Mofang approached, the little zombie hurriedly clung to him. The more alert zombies would hesitate to approach and instead follow him closely. As they drew nearer, she could detect his refreshing scent, sweet and pleasant, reminiscent of mint and fruit-flavored hard candy. The little zombie, tempted by the aroma, began to gnaw on a teething stick, a treat meant for toddlers. Composed of flour, sweet potato starch, and carrot puree, it was particularly hard. She had no idea where it had come from, but as long as she had it, that was sufficient. The discomfort of teething was intense, with her gums itching terribly. Typically, it was manageable, but when the itchiness became unbearable, she craved something to bite. Xu DuoDuo felt a hint of discontent. No normal person would chew on such a thing, so rather than experiencing the joy of growth, she was burdened with a sense of alienation. "What's wrong? Are you sulking while teething?" Qianmian Mofang found it curious, as he had been observing her closely. The little one seemed happy to see him, but then pulled out the teething stick to gnaw on as they walked. He slowed his pace, worried that her little legs might struggle to keep up. He found it quite pleasant to stroll slowly with the little zombie. Otherwise, upon returning to the base, he would have already dashed back to his room for a rest. He would not have had the chance to accompany her leisurely. However, as she continued to gnaw on her teething stick, she seemed to grow frustrated, leaving Qianmian Mofang puzzled. Yet, When the little zombie looked up at him, a drop of blood suddenly trickled from the corner of her mouth, leaving him utterly stunned. What on earth happened? Are you hurt? Internal injury? Has your space become overfilled and retaliated against you? Qian Luo, alarmed, gently pried her mouth open and leaned in for a closer look, realizing it was merely bleeding from her gums due to her teething. Meanwhile, Xu Duo stared at him with wide eyes, sniffing the air. My goodness. The store provisions smell even more enticing up close. Though she had no intention of eating him, the sweet scent was undeniably intoxicating. Qian Luo observed her lack of response, and, feeling anxious, swiftly scooped her up and dashed towards the subway entrance. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at the research center, where he immediately called out to Xiao Qiao, "Hurry, hurry! She's bleeding from her gums. Can we stop the bleeding?" Xiao Qiao, initially thinking something grave had occurred, quickly directed them, this way, to the emergency department. However, a minute later, Xiao Qiao, hands on her hips, burst into laughter. Team Qin, are you serious? The little zombie is simply teething. You can check the latest research report, but the data hasn't been uploaded to the database yet. Studies indicate that certain organisms undergo a secondary growth phase after infection. Congratulations, your little zombie has grown a bit. Qian Luo was left speechless, watching as the emergency doctor chuckled while tending to Xu Duo's bleeding gums. The little zombie opened her mouth wide, her eyes glancing curiously at him. Truly, she was a handful. He was aware of her affection for him, but did it necessitate her constant gaze upon him? It was rather embarrassing. Feeling flustered, Qian Luo snapped his fingers. Were you looking at, doctor? The doctor, her eyes crinkled behind her mask, was about to respond when Qian Luo interrupted. I know she's teething, but how did it cause the bleeding? As Xiao Qiao organized her supplies, she replied without looking up, what do you mean by concern leads to chaos? This is what you call concern leading to chaos. She bit down too hard. The newly grown sharp teeth are tough, and the teething stick is also hard. Isn't it obvious that hard against hard would cause bleeding? The doctor gently added, if possible, provide her with softer items to chew on. After all, we are not rodents. It's best not to bite down on excessively hard objects. Although babies have teething rings, many little zombies like Xu Duo have perfectly intact teeth, rendering soft teething rings utterly useless against their bites. Qian Luo, earnest in his inquiry, asked, is it impossible for her not to chew? The doctor explained that not chewing would be uncomfortable for her, but if she could endure it, it would not pose a significant issue. Xiao Qiao chimed in, you devil. Not chewing would be so uncomfortable. Do you even know how to care for her? No. I mean, do you know how to nurture her? If you can't handle it, leave her to us. We will take good care of her. It was as if she thought everyone could endure such hardships like their devilish team members. Xiao Qiao continued her gentle admonishments, but it did not hinder the doctor from examining the patient. Once she confirmed there was no cause for concern, she began ushering them out, kindly calling for the next patient. The little zombie had always been a good child, naturally harboring a fear and respect for doctors and teachers. Initially worried she might frighten the doctor, as she exited with Qian Luo, she spotted the next patient. This child was accompanied by her mother, sporting small leaves atop her head, appearing quite adorable, likely around 7 or 8 years old. However, when the doctor asked her to open her mouth, astonishingly, her mouth could stretch almost to her ears, revealing a myriad of sharp teeth. Xiao Qiao, grinning broadly, explained, what do you think? This child is also quite charming. Isn't she? Her mutation is that of a man-eating flower. She possesses devouring abilities. If nurtured properly, her ultimate move could allow her to swallow a whole swarm of mutated creatures. The only issue is that her diet is a bit varied, which often leads her to the hospital. Xiao Qiao was thoroughly pleased, adding, moreover, this little darling has a fascinating trait. The leaves on her head can bloom and bear fruit, containing seeds that, once planted, can grow into little man-eating flowers for guarding the home. The only drawback is that sometimes they struggle to recognize their owner and can be a bit dim-witted. Oh my, the world had truly gone mad. Xiao Qiao concluded her explanation, stating, all right, you two should get on with your business. By the way, the new research report is crucial, so be sure to review it thoroughly. Now, you both should head for your ability assessment. Qian Luo and Xu Duo were bundled off by Xiao Qiao into the elevator, which took them directly to the second floor, where she cheerfully waved goodbye before turning to leave. Clad in her white coat and bouncing with glee, it was evident how much she cherished her work. The little zombie felt envious. Qian Luo, having momentarily forgotten the earlier incident with the child. Turned his attention to Xu DuoDuo. Noticing her biting her lip again, he understood she was still feeling the urge to chew, so he tentatively extended his wrist towards her. Xu DuoDuo's eyes brightened, and she eagerly swallowed, craving the treat. Is he really offering me food? How wonderful! Is this even real? Yet, the little zombie refrained from biting. She felt shy. Qianmian silently retracted his hand, feeling a tinge of disappointment for reasons he could not comprehend. Nevertheless, it was commendable that the little zombie did not bite. He sighed, acknowledging that it was for the best. As they reached the second floor, they encountered Wang Weihua and his companions, who had just completed their ability assessments. Their abilities did not require frequent testing like Qianmian's, which was deemed special. The headquarters mandated that ordinary ability users only undergo assessments when physically unwell. In contrast, Qianmian's thunderstorm abilities necessitated a return visit after outings. Wang Weihua and Chen Xiaofei had indeed grown stronger since their last battle against the mutated snake people, while Bai Shu remained unscathed and unchanged. Chapter 44. The arrival of the Great Typhoon. The monitoring area on the B2 level was bustling with numerous individuals, or rather, ability users and mutated beings. For instance, a bouncy rabbit person, adorned in fluffy fur with long ears, boasted a human face and limbs, resembling someone dressed in a plush costume. Clearly, the fur was genuine, and he hopped about, inquiring, "Hey buddy, what number am I in for my fur itching? It's been bothering me lately." The man he approached, a mutated chicken person with a large red comb atop his head and a rugged visage, replied, "Cluck, buddy, you're in dermatology, cluck." This surreal scene could easily evoke images of an alternate world. Xu DuoDuo and Qianmian exchanged glances, maintaining silence for 3 seconds before unanimously deciding to discuss it further at home. Thus, they split into 2 groups. Bai Shu and his companions returned, while Xu DuoDuo and Qianmian proceeded to their assessments. Though Qianmian's abilities had advanced, Xu DuoDuo's little zombie status remained unchanged, maintaining a speed of 15. There was no reason for disappointment, given that her ability was spatial. As they strolled back, they encountered a lovely spider lady, possessing a human upper body and a spider lower half. Her presence startled several arachnophobes, causing her to flush with embarrassment. The Qiao, donning a white coat and clutching a bullfrog, hurriedly attempted to calm the crowd, urging them to make way for the newly mutated spider lady, asking for patience and understanding. The spider lady, mortified, covered her face and scurried into the consultation room using her 8 legs. The Qiao sighed in relief and immediately approached Xu DuoDuo and Qianmian, exclaiming, "Oh, you're back. Here for your ability assessments?" Team 3A has done remarkably well, managing to eliminate 3-star mutated creatures. She even recognized the enhancement in Qianmian's abilities, encouraging him, "Keep it up. The number of mutated creatures is on the rise, and their levels are escalating. Our combat team must keep pace with the growing threat." Mutated beings and creatures differ significantly. The former retains human consciousness, while the latter, with their crimson eyes, consume anything in sight, displaying a lack of emotional control. This distinction allows mutated individuals to coexist within the base under collar control, while mutated creatures can no longer be considered human. Dakia was busy, noting, "I was just conducting experiments when I received a call to attend to the spider lady. I must return to the lab now." She added, "Let's grab a drink when we have time. I'm swamped lately." Even she, typically composed, was beginning to feel overwhelmed. With a wink at Xu DuoDuo, she invited, "Little zombie darling, come along too." However, Qianmian had already taken Xu DuoDuo's hand, ready to depart, saying, "Let us discuss drinks later. You can ask old Wang. He loves to drink and can indulge every day." With that, they slipped away, leaving the Qiao shaking her head in amusement. The 2 sisters are certainly not of good character. If they invite you for a meal, it is likely that they have ulterior motives for research. It is best to avoid them and reject their offers. Do not foolishly approach them, lest you be captured for study. Qianmian earnestly cautioned the little zombie, who nodded obediently. In just 4 days, the changes within the base were strikingly apparent. For instance, the evolved humans, whether they are ability users or mutated beings, are now collectively referred to as the new humans. Numerous high-rise buildings have sprung up in H City. It is evident that the ability users and mutated beings contributed to this rapid construction. With so many survivors flocking to H City, expansion was inevitable. The subway conveniently delivered them to the community entrance, an area bustling with ability users and mutated beings. The psychological resilience and physical constitution of ordinary people cannot keep pace with that of the new humans, and the combat teams inevitably return stained with blood from their missions. While such blood may not faze the new humans, it is lethal to ordinary individuals. Thus, delineating living areas is a practical solution. The base's intercom continued to broadcast updates on the nearby areas of collapse, the number of rescued individuals, and the list of those who had sacrificed their lives. Good evening, everyone. We interrupt this program with an urgent announcement. According to the meteorological station's monitoring, Typhoon number 1, Tyrannosaurus, and number 2, Shizi, are approaching our coastal waters and are expected to make landfall within the next 24 hours. The pads have been sent to your combat team's email accounts. Please check them. All personnel outside the typhoon's path must prioritize their safety and ensure the protection of the survivors. All personnel at the H-City base are prohibited from going outside. The entire base will halt operations, production, and classes. The broadcast featured a young woman's voice, tinged with tremors and tension. The nearby ability users could not help but murmur in frustration. I had plans to take on more tasks. Now it's all over. I can barely afford rent with my points. Others chimed in. This typhoon seems ferocious. The host's voice is shaking. Considering the coastal cities that nearly drowned last time. If we're halting operations here, those cities must be in dire straits. In such a chaotic world, it is hard to refrain from exclaiming in frustration. It is unbearable for anyone. Xu DuoDuo was still listening intently to the broadcast, the silver metal collar around her neck gleaming. The little zombie appeared obedient. Qianluo reached out to pat her head, saying, "Let's go, enough of that. We can find the same information on the forum. This is meant for ordinary people." Ordinary individuals lack the special wristbands required to access the base's network, effectively returning them to an era devoid of internet. Only the combat team members have such privileges, and living in the community is not free. To avoid fostering complacency among the combat teams, one must pay rent to reside in decent accommodations. Without sufficient points, one must resort to dormitory living, sharing cramped quarters with multiple individuals. The buildings labeled A to G represent varying qualities, with building F being the least desirable. Housing 8 individuals per room. Qianluo and her team resided in building A, the most prestigious single apartments, their ample points easily covering the rent. Chun Xiaofei was preparing hot pot. After their recent team battle against the mutated snake people, they had each earned an average of 25,000 points. Enough for a splendid meal. They had messaged Qianluo and Xu DuoDuo in advance, asking them to head straight to Chun Xiaofei's room, as it was on the same floor, just a few steps away. Qianluo led Xu DuoDuo to the right and arrived at Chun Xiaofei's door, entering without hesitation. "A dual-flavor hot pot? How much did you spend?" "Not much, not much. Tonight is on me. I even bought a variety of novel ingredients. Just wait to enjoy." Chun Xiaofei exclaimed with a smile as he busily arranged the dishes. "Feel free to make yourself at home. Class leader, we're all friends here." Xu DuoDuo peered out from behind Qianluo to see a large dual-flavor hot pot in the living room, featuring a white bone broth and a spicy beef oil base. The table was already adorned with an array of prepared ingredients. In truth, it was Wang Weihua wearing an apron in the kitchen, preparing the ingredients, while Chun Xiaofei bustled about serving them. Bai Shu was absorbed in the forum's database, occasionally adjusting his glasses. To be honest, if it weren't for his abilities, he would never have realized his dream of becoming a sniper. The glasses were merely a comforting remnant from his childhood. Xu DuoDuo sat down on the carpet beside the sofa, gazing at the feast laid before them, and quietly produced several large boxes of food. Thinly sliced beef rolls, lamb rolls, various meatballs, duck blood, wide noodles, crispy rolls, fried tofu, enoki mushrooms, and shrimp paste. All were present in abundance. Qianluo and Bai Shu momentarily ceased their conversation, captivated by her bounty. "Class leader, you truly are a treasure chest. You have everything, and these are all in sealed containers. The beef rolls are clearly fresh cuts, not synthetic meat." Chun Xiaofei exclaimed, bringing out a small bowl of vegetables, his face alight with surprise. The little zombie then produced a large can of peach slices, prompting an astonished chorus of wow, and applause from the trio, recognizing it as a prized item. Bai Shu chuckled and asked, "Class leader, could you possibly procure some alcohol?" "Old Wang enjoys white liquor. A few bottles of beer would suffice, and we promise not to overindulge." Xu Duo nodded modestly and produced a dozen beers, ultimately revealing a bottle of Matai. Zang, zang, zang. The table suddenly shimmered with golden light. Bai Shu laughed. "Oh Wang, come see. Look what the class leader has brought you." "What?" Wang Weihua rushed out of the kitchen, his excitement palpable as he entered the living room. "Class leader, you are truly a gem." He adored liquor. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaofei shouted from the kitchen, "Old Wang, the water is about to overflow." Wang Weihua hurried back to wash the vegetables, his spirits buoyed as he hummed a cheerful tune, the apron making him appear quite domestic. After a flurry of activity, they finally settled down for dinner, and the clock struck 8. Bai Shu connected his tablet to share the latest research report before they began to eat and drink. "Class leader, do you have any sesame sauce?" "A hot pot without sesame sauce lacks soul. Pass me some beef." "Class leader, I want a clear oil dipping sauce." "Wow, this meat is so fragrant. Good beef truly shines when cooked in clear broth." I, the spicy food enthusiast, absolutely refused to concede. "Xiaofei, what did you buy? Why are there chunks of pink meat? I dare not eat that." "TSK, this is shrimp." "Shrimp. Mutated shrimp." Other teams brought it back, and it's been approved for consumption by the research center. It's delicious and even tastier than normal shrimp. Heavens, I snagged just one piece. "Do you know this sells for 300 points a box?" The little zombie stared at the so-called shrimp meat, which indeed resembled shrimp but magnified to an enormous size. Each piece as large as a fist. Chun Xiaofei's prized ingredient was precisely this, which he had fought over in the supermarket. "Wow, this is incredibly fresh. Eating shrimp this way is pure bliss." "Class leader, do you want to try a piece? Can we eat mutated shrimp?" Qin Luo had just handed Xu Duo a piece of shrimp meat. Should they eat it raw? Xu Duo gazed at it for a moment, hesitating to take the raw shrimp with chopsticks, but instead, she coveted the cooked shrimp meat in his bowl. Qin Luo immediately understood, saying as he placed the shrimp meat into the spicy pot for a minute, then retrieved it to cool. During the cooling process, the little zombie's paws rested on his arm, silently swallowing her saliva. The trio of Chun Xiaofei laughed, realizing that even the class leader could be tempted. Bai Shu removed his glasses and set them aside. "Of course. It's just cooked. I wonder if she likes it." The new research suggests that mutated beings prefer to consume mutated animals. Does it not? Wang Weihua took a sip of liquor, feeling utterly relaxed as he watched his friends eat and drink. This life was simply too wonderful. Qin Luo listened to the words of her friends and glanced at the little zombie, whose insatiable hunger seemed to draw it closer to her. How could it not be hungry? Just the previous night, it had climbed into her arms and nibbled at her wrist. Well, it was time to eat. The food was getting cold. Mini Duo brought the succulent shrimp meat to its lips, and with a delighted awoo, it opened its mouth and devoured the morsel. The shrimp was sweet and juicy, making her eyes sparkle with delight. She had actually tasted something, a flavor beyond the crystal core, the taste of shrimp. Her face radiated pure astonishment. The other zombies were momentarily stunned. Chun Xiaofei, chewing on his chopsticks, was equally shocked. What's wrong with the little class leader? Is she frozen like a computer with no internet? Bai Shu and Wang Weihua exchanged anxious glances. It was the little zombie's first experience with something other than the strange core. Qin Luo remained composed, observing her for a while, understanding her thoughts. It was likely that the exquisite flavor had left her in a daze, but she would soon recover. Sure enough, the little zombie began to chew vigorously again, its eyes gleaming, claws clutching Qin Luo's forearm. Mini Duo was not averse to eating herself. She could grasp things, but she struggled with the finesse required to use chopsticks, as her claws were not quite suited for such precision. However, it mattered little. She had an automatic feeder by her side. Qin Luo took a few bites herself, and made sure to prepare some cooked mutated shrimp meat for her. Chun Xiaofei and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their smiles returning as they resumed their eating and drinking. So, what does the latest report mean? It was difficult to comprehend. Bai Shu sighed, overhearing Wang Weihua and Chun Xiaofei. Did you two even listen properly? This report has turned into background music. Wang Weihua and Chun Xiaofei chuckled, admitting they hadn't paid close attention. Bai Shu glanced at them, then at the captain next door who was engrossed in the game of feeding the little zombie. None of them seemed reliable, so he cleared his throat, leaned back against the sofa, and took another sip of beer before explaining. The essence of the latest findings from the research center was the utility of the strange core. It was the key to the evolution of both biological and non-biological entities across the globe. The source of infection on Earth had yet to be identified. However, both infected living beings and inanimate objects evolved through devouring, which explained why zombies sought to bite humans. Mutated animals craved human flesh, and aberrant creatures would consume anything in their path. Their purpose was to accumulate energy and evolve to become stronger. The infected entities contained energy elements within them. The lower the level, the fewer energy elements present. For instance, ordinary zombies and mutated animals did not possess strange cores, yet they continually evolved through devouring, obtaining enhancements through consumption. Eventually, they would develop strange cores. Devouring was also one of the primary skills of all aberrants, quite common, indeed. The second major finding was that the diluent for the strange core had been approved for mass production. Those with abilities could enhance their powers by utilizing this diluent. But whether they could digest and utilize it effectively depended on the individual. Transcending one's limits was also a means to accelerate improvement. Using the diluent was akin to the spiritual stones in immortal cultivation. One could absorb energy from the world's infection source without it, and once one's abilities were exhausted, breakthroughs could occur. However, using the diluent would enable one to upgrade more rapidly, though it would merely create a facade of strength. Power, much like a blade, required rigorous honing to become truly sharp. Levels attained through substances were often hollow. The group was left in shock. Chapter 46. The Diluent for the Strange Core. Everything in this new world required adaptation. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they left behind a chaotic table and all helped to tidy up. By the time they finished, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Everyone returned to their respective homes. Mini Duo also returned to her little nest. A new home she had only occupied for a single night. She busied herself, pulling items from her space to decorate her small abode. Adorable dolls and various trinkets were arranged. Curtains replaced with warm hues she favored, and a light green carpet was laid down. The bath mat of the bathroom door had to be made of water-absorbing diatom mud, and various toiletries were neatly placed on the bathroom countertop. The refrigerator in the kitchen was adorned with cute magnets, along with some daily condiments. Only then did her little nest begin to feel like home. Mini Duo was bustling about, shifting the living room cabinet, rearranging the 4-piece bedding set and the sofa cover. Due to her claw's ineptitude for intricate tasks, it took her quite a while to put on a duvet cover. Finally, after a flurry of activity, she settled onto the bay window in the living room. Lost in thought, the outside broadcast had ceased, leaving the community illuminated only by dim lights, quiet and devoid of any presence. The imposing walls stood prominently ahead, providing an inexplicable sense of security. The little zombie clutched a tablet, scrolling through forums and encountering many peculiar posts, though most were locked, hindering her from commenting. The latest research report had surged to the forum's trending topics, sparking widespread discussion. Previously, she had heard rumors that the upgrade of abilities relied on the strange core, but she had been skeptical. To her astonishment, it turned out to be true. The strange core was so difficult to obtain. What would become of the frontline combat teams? It was yet another diluent injected into the body. Was that truly safe? Amusingly, the commentary was rife with laughter, questioning the hesitance to use it. How many researchers had sacrificed their well-being to develop it, and yet they were too afraid to try. Let those who wish to use it do so. She intended to observe for a while longer. Who knew what effects it might have? The comments were filled with bickering, prompting Mini Duo to swiftly navigate to another thread, focusing instead on real-time disaster reports. It was not just her own country suffering. Other nations globally faced terrifying calamities. A certain country had been devastated by a powerful earthquake, leading to seawater inundation, leaving few survivors. International rescue efforts were well-intentioned but ineffectual. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. The world had descended into chaos. Mini Duo watched videos showcasing foreign zombies, far more ferocious than those at home, truly embodying the notion of a zombie apocalypse, running wild and seizing people to consume. The videos were filled with screams and the sounds of gnawing. In one country, enormous monsters emerged, enhanced versions of ordinary zombies, enveloped in a mass of undead, resembling a colossal humanoid cauldron. Once swallowed, no trace of blood remained. People screamed and fled in all directions, most relying solely on their own instincts to escape. There was no semblance of order. Most satellites from various countries had malfunctioned, planes could not take off, and parts of the seas were shrouded in fog, rendering ships unable to navigate. Communication between nations had nearly ceased. They could only hope for the best. Not only were there various monsters, but also natural disasters, tornadoes, blizzards, and suddenly rampant tumbleweeds, threatening to engulf entire nations. Many duo observed the mutated tumbleweeds, reminiscent of prickly balls, running amok in the streets of a certain country, entrapping numerous individuals. It was a chilling sight. The comments beneath these videos were restricted, allowing only viewing, no commentary permitted. In the face of calamity, humanity appeared so insignificant. There was no room for jest. After watching these videos, she could only feel grateful that the order in her own country had yet to collapse. They had swiftly established 3 major bases in their 3 most robust and dependable cities, using these solid backings to support other cities. The areas in turmoil had already been partially rescued, and efforts were underway to stabilize the chaotic zones, striving to develop them into smaller bases. The location of these bases was crucial. They had to withstand natural disasters and remain distant from coastlines. The coastal regions have entirely relocated to the central areas, alongside a reinforced management system for the extraordinary individuals and their transformations, along with a comprehensive reformation of regulations. Many are endeavoring to digest these changes, feeling as if, despite the apocalypse having commenced not long ago, their previously stable existence seems to belong to a distant past. It is a surreal state of disarray. The following morning, a typhoon is on the horizon, though its arrival has yet to materialize, leaving the atmosphere somewhat oppressive and the sky exceptionally bright. There are no signs of impending rain, yet it resembles the calm before storm. Many Duo is roused by Qianluo, who gathers them for a meeting with Professor G, announcing the arrival of the diluted extraordinary core serum, which the professor wishes them to evaluate. Upon arriving at the research center, Professor G is engaged in a discussion with other combat teams regarding the serum's application. Spotting the 5 of them, he gestures for them to approach. "Come here. I shall first brief you on the situation before you decide whether to administer this serum," he instructs. They enter a conference room where Professor G presents a PowerPoint. Currently, this serum cannot be widely distributed, necessitating private education on its use. Each individual's physiology varies, and administering it may lead to diverse side effects such as dizziness, fever, nausea, or even heightened arousal. Professor G elaborates on the potential outcomes, emphasizing that if utilized properly, it could significantly enhance their physical capabilities. He advances to the next slide, displaying illustrations of various creatures from which the extraordinary cores have been extracted, each exhibiting distinct effects. For instance, a yellowish core from an elephant grants a temporary increase in strength. An experimental subject, a 17-year-old girl from a martial arts background, demonstrated remarkable explosive power, capable of obliterating the head of a 2-star mutated lizard man with a single kick. Professor G cites numerous similar cases, all derived from tireless research. Qianluo and the others are left speechless, while many Duo stares wide-eyed in shock. What else with that girl and the older man, and this young fellow? They look so peculiar. Are they cosplaying? Qianluo points out, to which Chun Xiaofei and the others nod vigorously. Professor G, sensing their discomfort, clears his throat awkwardly. Well, the serum does have some side effects, and part of the beast-like transformation is one of them. Some individuals exhibit it more prominently than others. However, these traits will dissipate as the serum is metabolized, so they won't remain in such a state indefinitely. The group falls silent, feeling an unsettling sense of abnormality regarding these side effects. What if a grown man ended up with cat ears? The image is too absurd. Their expressions turn somber, while many Duo watches with sparkling eyes, glancing back and forth at them, feeling an unexpected thrill. Chapter 47. The Large Dog. Noticing their discomfort, Professor G reassures them. Do not worry. If harnessed wisely, the beast-like attributes can bestow additional abilities. For example, claws can be used for scratching, and if one manifests feline pads, one can leap from great heights unscathed. A tail could aid in maintaining balance, or even serve as a weapon, akin to a crocodile's tail. Professor G grows serious as he adds, it is vital to select an extraordinary core that aligns closely with one's own attributes. Ordinary extraordinary individuals cannot endure multiple types of serum, with a maximum tolerance of 5. However, it is advisable to limit it to 3, selecting the most compatible one, as thereafter, one would be bound to that choice. Otherwise, one risks bodily explosion. He continues, moreover, you must have noticed that after administering the serum, one will exhibit transformations akin to those of the mutated individuals. Therefore, this serum cannot be utilized by them, but they can consume similar types of diluted cores to elevate their levels. We have also uncovered a new issue. With a grave expression, Professor G clicks to the next slide, revealing a video of a lizard man who is screaming in agony, frantically expressing his desire to retain his sanity, culminating in a complete loss of rationality and ultimately being slain, regardless of whether one is an extraordinary individual or a mutated being. Excessive viral load within the body leads to a loss of sanity. Hence, extraordinary individuals must not succumb to shortcuts by consuming extraordinary cores or administering excessive amounts of the diluted serum all at once. Professor G emphasizes the seriousness of this issue, urging them to remember it, lest they become terrifying, mindless monsters in the end. This topic weighs heavily on the room. Qianmian Mofang and the others are more concerned about Maniac, who gazes intently at the PowerPoint, witnessing the lizard man's desperate pleas for help. Not wanting to lose his mind, it evokes a sense of melancholy, as one cannot help but feel a kinship with the suffering creature. Noticing this sentiment, Professor G chuckles lightly. I didn't expect your team to share such camaraderie. Rest assured, if managed properly, mutated individuals won't transform into monsters so quickly. Remember our base principle. We shall never concede to the apocalypse, and we shall not abandon a single human being. No one will forsake you. His final statement is directed towards Maniac, who cannot help but glance at Professor G, feeling reassured by his smile. She nods, willing to place her trust in the diligent researchers. Professor G then turns his attention back to Qianmian Mofang and the others. So what do you four think? Would you like to experience the extraordinary core dilution serum? Within normal dosage, it poses no threat to life, although the side effects may be uncomfortable. It is a rare opportunity. Qianmian Mofang and his companions exchange glances, contemplating their choices. Ultimately, they resign themselves with a nod. What other option do they have? They must keep pace, for without adequate strength, survival in this apocalypse is futile. Observing the 17-year-old girl, who, despite not having military experience, could effortlessly obliterate the head of a 2-star mutated creature with a single kick, they realize that their arduous training has not yet prepared them for such challenges. If they do not bridge this gap, they risk being overwhelmed by the tides of change. Seeing their agreement, Professor G gleefully produces several secure cases. Gulme, let me show you what I have prepared for you. Having carefully assessed their needs, he had intentionally selected the most suitable diluted extraordinary core serums for them, playfully teasing them, aware that they would inevitably agree. The formidable 3A team, known for their admiration of strength, would never settle for being surpassed by others. With their respective serums in hand, Qianmian Mofang and the others awkwardly exit to find someone to administer the injections. Chun Xiaofei murmurs nervously, "Oh, I hope I don't end up with an eagle-less head. That would be hideous. I'd rather have eagle talons than a head like that." Meanwhile, Maniac waits for their return in the conference room, her body swaying with anticipation. Although she cannot receive the extraordinary core dilution serum herself, Professor G has gifted her a box containing 12 bottles of pink diluted serum, flavored like strawberries, made from a 1-star mutated flower core. It should appeal to her taste and can enhance her abilities. Maniac refrains from mentioning that she had previously chewed on the extraordinary core like candy, instead opting to express her gratitude with a simple message before carefully storing the box away. Professor G smiled and nodded, just as another group of combat teams arrived, prompting him to assist them with their inquiries. Amidst a few exchanged words, someone suddenly glanced inside, their gaze fixed on the small zombie and then on the collar around her neck. Xu DuoDuo felt a wave of discomfort as she absent-mindedly touched her own collar, her mood plummeting. In a fit of anger, she bared her teeth at the onlooker. Was this really the new member of Team 3A? Apart from a pleasant appearance, they seemed remarkably ordinary. She couldn't fathom why Captain Qian would recruit such an individual. Hearing this, Professor G admonished, "Has your politeness been fed to the dogs?" The individual then offered a perfunctory apology. "I'm sorry, I speak my mind too freely." The little zombie was about to storm out and give this disrespectful person a thrashing, even brandishing a chainsaw for good measure. However, the next moment, the burly man was sent flying across the air. Indeed, he was truly airborne, as a subtle current of electricity crackled through the atmosphere, accompanied by a familiar scent, refreshing minty fruit candy. Simultaneously, Qian Luo's booming voice resonated from outside. What right do you have to criticize my team members? Who do you think you are? Professor G expressed his astonishment. You, my boy, are remarkable. You adapted so swiftly. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. While others typically take 2 to 3 hours, or even as long as 10. Quickly, let's measure your ability value, he urged. Qian Luo gestured for Professor G to proceed. You go ahead, I'll join you shortly. Noticing Qian Luo glance toward the conference room, Professor G cheerfully patted his shoulder. All right, I'll wait for you over there. Don't waste time. With that, he hurried off to the testing room, his face brimming with excitement. Qian Luo, indeed, delivered astonishing results. The sooner one successfully adapts, the easier it is to absorb abilities, promising boundless potential for the future. As for the brash individual who had been rude, Professor G paid him no mind. Regardless of his insolence, a beating might teach him a lesson, and besides, ability users are not so fragile. A kick won't kill them. Just a few days of pain. Professor G was preoccupied with preparing for the test. Qian Luo was the most significant subject of research. Look at you, getting upset over someone's insults. What good does that do? Stand up for yourself. When you return, I'll help you settle the score. You can retaliate however you wish. As Qian Luo stepped inside, he began to lecture Xu DuoDuo, who was still dazed from her recent injection. Just stepping out of the clinic, he was already irritated to hear this disrespectful person talking down to her, prompting him to rush over in a huff. Xu DuoDuo felt wronged. She had been ready to retaliate, yet he arrived first. However, upon seeing him, all her anger dissipated instantly, due to the inexplicably warm weather. Qian Luo had donned a black tank top under a jacket, but after his injection, he had removed the jacket, feeling the heat. Now, his well-built physique was on full display. Standing at 189 centimeters, he was undeniably tall, with a robust chest, well-defined arms, and a firm abdomen, complemented by camouflage combat pants and black boots, accentuating his long, straight legs. His waist exhibited undeniable strength. His face was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a high nose, and full lips. Particularly when impatient, he appeared quite imposing, yet when relaxed, he exuded an endearing charm, especially with his singularly pointed canine tooth. However now, at this very moment, he sported a pair of gray, fluffy, upright ears atop his head. They were dog ears. Xu DuoDuo was utterly mesmerized, with a furrowed brow. He grumbled to her, lamenting that she was easily bullied. You're already small. Being picked on makes you look pitiful. From now on, stick close to me. Wherever I go, you go, understood? Qian Luo stated earnestly, and if not for his flushed face, one might truly believe he was being serious. Yet, he soon noticed that Xu DuoDuo was gazing at him in a daze. Comrade Xu DuoDuo, your captain is giving you a lecture. How dare you zone out? But the next moment, Xu DuoDuo tugged at his tank top, forcing Qian Luo to bend down, or else his shirt would transform into a revealing V-neck. In the following instant, she seized his ears, and in her excitement, she let out a joyful bark. Qian Luo's face instantly turned crimson as he stood upright, the wolf tail behind him swaying uncontrollably, causing Xu DuoDuo to leap and clutch his bushy tail, sending a shiver through him. The sensation coursed from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He had completely overlooked the fact that he had adapted. Chapter 48. Everyone adapts. Xu DuoDuo even ceased her barking, replacing it with playful yapping. Her tiny paws were stealthily stroking his tail. Qian Luo's face was flushed, torn between pulling his tail away and feeling a bit weak in the knees. I am a wolf. Arf arf. You're a big dog. Qian Luo gazed at Xu DuoDuo, who was affectionately hugging his fluffy tail, tilting her head and nuzzling it with an expression of pure delight. He could hardly contain his frustration. Finally, with tears in his eyes, he muttered, Yes, I'm not a wolf. I'm a dog. Even if the sky falls, the sea erupts, or the earth is destroyed, I'm still a dog. No one can stop me. There was no other reason. Her wide eyes and playful head tilt were simply too adorable. Heaven, help! Whose zombie is this adorable? The tiny person inside Qian Luo's heart couldn't help but pound its chest in despair, but the gray wolf's tail was off limits. He was overwhelmed with sensations, feeling both heated and giddy, as if steam was rising from his head. Fortunately, a good friend came to his rescue. Chen Xiaofei flapped his wings and burst onto the scene. Wow, Qin, go look at me. Class monitor, look. I can fly. He barreled forward, startling Xu Duo, who immediately released her grip on his tail, causing Qin Luo to hurriedly retract it. They were caught off guard, and the three of them tumbled into a heap, with Chen Xiaofei laughing heartily. Look, I have wings. What a wonder of the world. Chen Xiaofei was flapping his gray-white wings adorned with white spots, while his feet had morphed into eagle talons, yet everything else remained unchanged. He struck a pose, hands on his hips, declaring, "Ha ha. Soon I'll be able to fly in the sky," zipping around. Qin Luo scooped up Xu Duo to her feet and promptly gave Chen Xiaofei a playful thump on the head. "Stand at attention. Apologize for knocking over a girl." Xu Duo, still a bit dazed, was evidently processing the situation. Chen Xiaofei then apologized for his overexcitement, bowing deeply. "I'm sorry, class monitor. I didn't mean to. To make it up to you, I'll buy you an ability core." His cherubic face radiated sincerity as he blinked at Xu Duo. Hearing that he would buy her an ability core, Xu Duo nodded, her gaze drifting back to Qin Luo's large tail. Startled, Qin Luo quickly cleared his throat. "You can't touch the tail. If you do, I won't be able to handle it." Xu Duo pouted. Qin Luo quickly added, "You can touch it when there's no one around. At least that way, he wouldn't lose his captain's dignity due to blushing, weak knees, or feeling overheated." Xu Duo seemed to grasp this, nodding with understanding. No touching in public, but freely in private. Her little paws would be allowed to touch as much as she liked. Seeing her expression, Qin Luo assumed she understood and even praised her for being clever. Chen Xiaofei, baffled, scratched his head, glancing between his captain and the class monitor, before finally noticing the large wolf ears atop Qin Luo's head. "Wow, Qingu, you look so cool. What kind of wolf are you?" "An indigenous Tibetan wolf," Qin Luo replied, sulking. He felt foolish for having dog ears and a bushy tail. Unbeknownst to him, his tail swished in annoyance. Chen Xiaofei, on the other hand, relished his new appearance, flapping his wings and hopping around, his talons clicking against the tiles. "Doesn't it look like I'm tap dancing?" Tapping away. Qin Luo observed his comrade's clumsy antics, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts, as he resembled a flapping wild chicken. Chen Xiaofei, undeterred, retorted, "I am of the esteemed breed, known as the King of Eagles, the Hai Donqing." He flapped his wings, convinced of his own charm. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Shu felt an overwhelming reluctance to acknowledge that such a foolish individual as Chen Xiaofei was his teammate. He could not resist adjusting his glasses and stepped forward, exclaiming in exasperation, "Must you jump around? The noise is unbearable." Chen Xiaofei, invigorated by this, continued to leap and flutter about. It was not until a group of girls walked past, giggling behind their hands, that he flushed with embarrassment, lowered his head, and scurried into the meeting room, feeling humiliated. Qin Luo ushered Xu Duo inside, followed closely by Bai Shu. "What species are you? I've never seen anything like it. Why are you covered in fluff?" Bai Shu inquired. "Indeed," he replied, revealing that he was not merely different in having small ears, but was also fuzzy all over. He exhaled deeply and explained, "I'm a Russian flying squirrel, or more accurately, a Siberian flying squirrel. It is a species of flying rodent." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaofei burst into laughter, amused by the notion that the solemn Bai Shu was, in reality, such an adorable creature. "Oh my, look who has arrived, the little flying squirrel," he exclaimed, and Chen Xiaofei was finished. The two nearly engaged in a playful scuffle, while Qin Luo watched on, entertained. However, after waiting for a while without seeing Wang Weihua, they began to feel that something was amiss and decided to seek him out. Xu Duo trailed behind them, intrigued. Had she been able to laugh freely, she might have worn a silly grin akin to Chen Xiaofei's. Her eyes sparkled with delight as Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu opened the door to the partition. They erupted in thunderous laughter, clutching their sides. "Oh my heavens, ha, old Wang, ha." Qin Luo, unable to quell his curiosity, asked, "What does old Wang look like?" "Let me see." Xu Duo leaned in behind him to catch a glimpse, her desire to pet the large tail behind Qin Luo's back almost overwhelming her. What they witnessed was a sight to behold. Wang Weihua sat in the corner, back turned to them, revealing only his ears and a yellow-black striped tail. This towering man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared irresistibly cute, which was enough to send them into fits of laughter. Bai Shu laughed until tears streamed down his face, while Chen Xiaofei collapsed to the ground, pounding it in mirth. Qin Luo joined in, their laughter echoing, nearly shaking the roof off. Wang Weihua spun around, furious and embarrassed, shouting, "Do not laugh." His mimicry was far too comical. When they saw his face adorned with two tiger ears, short and round, their laughter swelled once more. Ultimately, Wang Weihua was coaxed out by his teammates, with Bai Shu nearly biting his lip in restraint and Chen Xiaofei's voice quaking with suppressed laughter. "Well, you know, this actually suits you quite well. You appear so wholesome and honest. Surely, negotiating with survivors will be much easier now." His mimicry revealed a purebred northeast tiger, adorably plump. Qin Luo, striving to maintain his composure, occasionally succumbed to shoulder shakes of laughter, which he desperately tried to suppress. Xu DuoDuo, trailing behind the four of them, watched Wang Weihua's tail swish back and forth, its roundness endearing. It seemed he was on the verge of falling apart, and she felt that if she tugged on his tail, he might burst into tears. Thus, the little zombie refrained from touching it, instead fixating on Qin Luo's large tail, which was much more appealing, soft, and fluffy. The gray hue was quite pleasing to the eye. As they walked, Qin Luo felt an inexplicable chill behind him. Turning to look, he found the little zombie blinking innocently, head tilted in curiosity, causing his ears to flush with warmth. He awkwardly swallowed and feigned seriousness, chiding, "Xu DuoDuo, zombies shouldn't always act cute, understand?" Chapter 49. Level Up. The little zombie was unaware, wishing to embrace the large tail, but knew it was not the right time. Xu DuoDuo, tempted, felt that the other party seemed even more alluring. At that moment, Professor G returned in search of Qin Luo, only to discover that the four of them had already completed their mimicry. He exclaimed with delight, "You all, quickly, come with me for an ability assessment. You do not feel any significant discomfort, do you?" The four of them obediently shook their heads. Although they felt slightly uneasy, it was manageable. Professor G led them away, instructing Xiao Qiao to entertain Xu DuoDuo to prevent her from becoming bored. "Rest assured, our research center has excellent supervision services. Your little zombie teammate will not wander off or be bullied," he assured, concerned they might be uneasy. He then ushered them into the examination room for ability monitoring, his expression bright and cheerful. Xiao Qiao arrived promptly, hopping with enthusiasm, dressed in a white lab coat and hand behind her back. Upon seeing the little zombie, she smiled and said, "Little darling, you're back. Come on, let us play for a while." The little zombie was hesitant to move, sitting on a bench in the waiting area, swinging her legs. Her eyes displayed a hint of conflict. Observing her indecision, Xiao Qiao plopped down beside her, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. If you don't want to explore, we can just wait here for them." Her consideration was heartwarming. The little zombie joyfully swayed her body, melting Xiao Qiao's heart. "How is it? Is it tough going on missions with Captain Qin?" When Qin Luo and the others finally emerged, they found Xiao Qiao engrossed in lively conversation with the little zombie, primarily speaking herself. Yes, that old bald donkey was reassigned, and Professor G replaced him. He is truly gentle and kind. You haven't been to the city center yet, have you? It's quite lively there. You can visit when you have a chance, as long as you adhere to the base rules." She continued, "I heard there will be a commendation ceremony for your team soon, and they plan to record it for the news to be shown on the big screen in the city center. However, the typhoon delayed it, so it will be postponed." Xiao Qiao's home was on the first floor of the community, where she had planted a new batch of carnivorous plants, the seeds of that delightful carnivorous plant. She recounted how, on one occasion, she had been spat on by them, laughing at the memory of the mischievous children. Qin Luo and his companions were taken aback. Did girls engage in such intimate conversations? The little zombie, unable to speak but proficient with her tablet, poked at it repeatedly to raise it, while Xiao Qiao chattered away, sharing gossip. It was delightful and engaging. Who does not love a bit of gossip? Finally, Qin Luo approached, clearing his throat. "Xu DuoDuo, it's time to go." After exchanging polite words with Xiao Qiao, he expressed his gratitude for her assistance, asking if it had taken up too much of her time. Xiao Qiao observed the little zombie jump off the chair, scampering over to Qin Luo, sighing in resignation. Clearly, she prefers you. Qin Luo felt a surge of protectiveness, instinctively wrapping an arm around the little zombie. "What? Are you implying that you wish to take her away?" No wonder such busy researchers can still find time to be with Xu DuoDuo. His protective demeanor appeared rather foolish. Xiao Qiao rolled her eyes, "Of course. I would like to take her. Who wouldn't love such an adorable zombie baby? But really, I'm just working. My lunch break is coming up. And what is wrong with spending a little time with her before I clock out? If she truly intended to take her for research, there would be no need for subterfuge. She could simply carry her away. Her ability was vines, after all. Darling, if you ever feel like not sticking with Captain Sheen, come find me, okay? Love you. Xiao Qiao made a heart gesture towards the little zombie and glanced at Qin Luo, who seemed perplexed by the odd dynamics of their group. Feeling slightly played, Qin Luo remarked, "It seems I've been outsmarted." Chen Xiaofei dashed over. "The little class monitor is incredibly popular. Everyone wants her." Wang Weihua, confused, inquired, "Baby, the little class monitor may appear youthful, but how can she possibly be likened to a child?" Bai Shu, with a knowing expression, adjusted her glasses. The affectionate terms exchanged among girls were not misplaced when referring to Xiao Banzhong, for is she not destined for an existence that transcended time? In light of her current lifespan, she indeed resembled an infant still in the throes of growth. Wang Wei, who grasped this concept, Qin Luo, playfully poking the cheek of the little zombie, remarked, "How is it that you are so endearing?" The little zombie, perplexed, could only fixate on the quivering gray wolf ears atop his head, filled with an urge to pinch them. Observing her unwavering gaze, Qin Luo, slightly bashful, teased, "I know you adore me, but do refrain from staring. If others catch wind of it, I would be the subject of ridicule." Chen Xiaofei and the others expressed their mock dismay, exclaiming it was truly a sight to behold. After a thorough examination of their bodies, they prepared to return home. Professor Ji had already entrusted them with the Iha Shisi Yaoji, each receiving a small box containing 6 vials of the potion, with instructions to administer one every 3 days. Xu Duo, unaware of this recently, listened intently as Qin Luo explained that the assessment system for ability levels had been perfected, categorized from 1 to 10, mirroring the classification of mutated creatures from 1 star to 10 stars. Bai Shu concurred, stating, "Within our team, only Qin Luo possesses a mid-level 3-tier ability, while both Lao Wang and Xiao Fei are at late stage 2, and I have just broken through to 2. His progress has been slightly slower due to his prior focus on long-range shooting and not suffering grave injuries from the mutated snake people. But today's potion would facilitate his breakthrough." This demonstrated the immense power of the mutation potions, propelling their levels forward with great efficacy. Wang Wei, who added, "After taking the potion, I will understand what Professor Ji meant by feeling like an empty shell, brimming with energy, yet unsure how to wield it. My mimetic ability is still not fully adapted." Professor Ji encouraged them to explore their advantages within their mimetic abilities to refine their training. For instance, Qin Luo's Lei Shi Songlang Iha was particularly unique, with a remarkable compatibility of 95% with his genetic makeup. This compatibility did not pertain to his own genes, but rather the degree of fusion between their genetic structures. Consuming the potion not only amplified the intensity of his lightning storms, but also endowed him with a speed-enhancing buff. His wolf claws could serve as formidable weapons. Professor Ji noted that if he could achieve full mimetic transformation without losing control, he would become invincible, as such a special Iha was rare. If Qin Luo required further doses in the future, he would need to find a means to exchange for a Lei series Iha. Chen Xiao Fei's Dong Haiqing Iha was also a speed type, and he was fortunate that it came with wind abilities, allowing them to assist each other to attain even greater speeds, and also signifying that he could develop his unique finishing move. Professor Ji remarked that wind could be gentle or ferocious. For example, a tornado could unleash widespread devastation upon a particular area. He even jested, "Isn't this akin to the group attacks you youngsters engage in within your games?" In essence, he urged them to delve into their abilities and devise techniques, asserting that such tasks would be manageable for their youthful minds, unlike for older individuals who might find it confounding. In Chapter 50, Bai Shu's little flying squirrel illuminated with psychic energy, granting it fleeting flight and enhanced jumping capabilities, complemented by its prior ocular evolution, rendering it well-suited for assassination. It had also inherited a frenzy ability, allowing it to augment its physical prowess for a limited duration. This tactic was employed by the flying squirrel, which had evaded capture for an extended period, culminating in a desperate frenzy that drained its own energy but rendered it incredibly powerful. One swipe from it could lay open the side of an ability user, exposing bone. Ultimately, it was subdued, Professor G advised by Xu to seize the opportunity to activate this skill, emphasizing the importance of timing to ensure the enemy's defeat during the frenzy phase. Wang Wei, who had activated his earth-based abilities, with his Iha, a northeast tiger, utilizing compacted earth balls to crush many foes and zombies, often relishing in the terror induced by chasing after people before ultimately devouring them. These mutated creatures were devoid of reason. They acted solely on instinct to consume. Although repugnant, Professor G believed that if Wang Wei, who could inherit this ability, or perhaps modify it to create earth walls or spikes, it would be beneficial. The direction of his research was entirely in his hands. In summary, their team's overall abilities had significantly improved, and the remainder would depend on their own explorations. If the headquarters possessed the capability, they would arrange for instructors. "It is truly remarkable," Qin Xiaofei exclaimed with a smile. Wang Wei, who nodded in agreement, feeling as though he were in a dream, observing how Earth was gradually becoming unrecognizable. Bai Shu calmly adjusted her glasses and remarked, "The Earth remains the same Earth. Whether in the Cambrian period, the Ice Age, or the modern era, now facing the apocalypse, it is merely our living environment that has transformed. Our task is to adapt vigorously, as is the case for all of humanity. Fortunately, humans are inherently adaptable and possess immense creativity. When the apocalypse struck, they built fortresses, rescued comrades, and endeavored to restore a semblance of normalcy to life. Even if the current reality was far from normal, they could not help but share a laugh." Qin Luo, with nonchalance, declared, "To live another day is all that matters. Let the world be what it may. Strength is the ultimate tool for survival." The others readily agreed. "We can all level up. Perhaps we can teach Xiao Banzhong and see if she can learn to harness her abilities. Teach her ourselves? Is that feasible? Otherwise, do you think her abilities are suitable for exposure? What if she is discovered? The headquarters harbors pests. What if she is captured and placed under surveillance? That cannot happen," Qin Luo firmly asserted. "We shall teach her ourselves. Learning through analogy is hardly a challenge for anyone." Bai Shu also offered to assist in researching materials to ensure Xiao Banzhang's safety. Qin Xiaofei, uncertain of how he could contribute, stated, "I will purchase a Iha for Xiao Banzhong. Without her, there are no delicacies, and I rely on her to bring me treats. She must survive." Wang Wei, who scratched his head, his tiger ears twitching. "I am like Xiaofei. My beloved smokes and drinks are stored within Xiao Banzhang's space. If they were in my storage, they would have long been confiscated." They genuinely trusted her, harboring no concerns over her fleeing or perishing, for that would mean their possessions would be lost. The little zombie observed the four of them, whispering and strategizing softly, feeling a warmth within. Xu Duo suddenly recalled that ever since her grandparents had passed away, she had been utterly alone. In truth, her middle school years had been her most carefree and joyous, where she merely needed to focus on her studies. Unexpectedly becoming class monitor, she was well-loved and treated kindly by her peers. However, upon entering high school, her grandfather fell ill, and she was preoccupied with both academics and caring for her grandmother. Initially, her grandmother insisted she focus solely on her studies, but later, after her grandfather's passing and her grandmother's illness, their savings were depleted. Xu Duo began juggling university and part-time work, ultimately losing her grandmother as well. That area was eventually developed, forcing her to vacate her small home and move to a new apartment in the city, only for the apocalypse to strike shortly thereafter. Following the loss of her grandparents, she had felt an enduring sense of solitude, with few genuine friends, save for a few university roommates who occasionally kept in touch. Experiencing a life where they were constantly bound together through tasks felt novel. Their team was a cohesive unit. Xu Duo found comfort in their presence. Despite the initial chaos of their meeting, they were all genuinely good people. Indeed, those who were inherently good remained so, even after many years. She felt fortunate. Xiao Bonjum. Xiao Bonjum. Hurry up. The weather is not favorable. A typhoon is approaching. Xu Duo, have you zoned out? The rare moment of clarity for the little zombie was abruptly shattered. She uttered a sound of confusion, struggling to recall what she was thinking moments ago. What was it? It's gone blank. Qin Luo, witnessing her sudden lapse, couldn't help but chuckle. He turned around, picked her up under his arm, and continued walking, bemused by her distraction. Qin Xiaofei laughed, commenting on how the little class monitor looked rather miffed. Indeed, the little zombie was irked. She had forgotten something, and it was their fault. That frustrating sensation of having an idea slip away midway was unbearable. Unable to articulate her feelings, she pouted and struggled, only to be restrained by Qianluo. Don't squirm. Do you see that plastic bag flying above? If we dawdle any longer, we all might meet our end in the sky. The little zombie was momentarily taken aback and didn't respond. Chen Xiaofei, in his usual naive manner, asked why. Bai Shu replied dryly, because the typhoon will sweep us away. Wang Weihu suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly finding something amusing. The group boarded the subway and swiftly exited at their station, only to find the sky darkening ominously, evoking a sense of impending disaster as the wind began to howl. They had to move quickly. Fortunately, the subway station was in close proximity to their residential area, and they managed to enter the building just as the rain began to pour. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, replaced by dim emergency lights. The base was losing power. The loudspeakers blared an announcement, sounding alarms throughout the base. An extraordinarily powerful typhoon, Storm Dragon, is imminent. Please refrain from staying outdoors. Due to the typhoon, the disruptors on the city walls may be affected, increasing uncertainties. There may be attacks from mutated birds or insects. Citizens are advised to secure windows and remain quiet. All combat teams should prepare for immediate rescue operations. Please check your email for assigned areas. Upon hearing this, Qianluo remarked, "Oh no, we're not getting any sleep tonight. Everyone, stay vigilant." Bai Shu and the others nodded in agreement. Xu Duo picked up a wooden whistle and blew a note. They were preparing for a defensive battle. Protect the home. Chapter 51. Telekinesis. Though it was midday, the sky had darkened to resemble night, casting an unusual sense of unease outside. Humans naturally harbor a fear of darkness. The wind grew stronger. The tall buildings began to sway, and a palpable anxiety swept over everyone in the base. The H-City Survivor Base was one of the largest in the country, typically capable of withstanding most dangers due to its massive walls and monster disruptors, with numerous checkpoints for entry. The safety of the citizens living within was generally assured. However, natural disasters were beyond their control. Moreover, a malfunctioning disruptor signaled the arrival of mutated creatures. The on-duty personnel were busy preparing for the typhoon. As the number of people outside dwindled, the base fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the howling wind. In the new Humanity District, on the 19th floor of Building A, warm light seeped through the cracks of Xu Duo's doorway. She had set up a charging lamp on the coffee table and was urgently learning to harness her abilities with her teammates. After receiving their injections, they seemed to have gained new insights, as if they had unlocked something profound. Utilizing one's powers required intense focus. Little class monitor, try to concentrate and see if you can manifest any skills. Our abilities stem from the injections, but only you and Qin Gu possess inherent powers. It's fascinating. Chen Xiaofei, Eva the Chatterbox, rambled on, clutching a can of sweet bean milk while munching on spicy snacks. He was truly multitasking without a moment's pause. The coffee table was cluttered with snacks. Bai Shu was busy researching on his tablet, contemplating the nuances of using their abilities. It was indeed challenging to articulate. It felt more like tapping into an energy that resided within their bodies, flowing like blood. When needed, one had to focus to channel it, and its application relied on personal understanding. Wang Weihu concurred, stating, "Previously, my enhancement was merely physical strength. When I threw punches, I would channel my abilities into my fists." He demonstrated to the little zombie, clenching his fist and throwing a punch into the air, creating a gust that was visibly powerful. "See, after the injection, I can feel my abilities have multiplied significantly. If I could manage 50 punches before, I can now throw 100 with this force." The little zombie watched in astonishment, clearly sensing the transformation in her companions. Qianluo's wolf ears twitched, as it was now his turn to share insights. "Xu DuoDuo, just trust your instincts and try to focus on channeling your abilities. Can you lock onto a small space?" He had little to offer, as his nature was to charge forward blindly. He could only encourage her to experiment like he had. Chen Xiaofei and the others exclaimed in admiration, giving Qianluo a thumbs up. "Our captain truly is remarkable." Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, agreeing that practical experience was invaluable. "Try it for yourself. You might just succeed. Take it step by step." The little zombie nodded resolutely, signaling her understanding, and began to close her eyes, attempting to find the sensation they described. 1 minute passed, then 2 and 3. The four of them watched intently for any changes in her expression, but their mimicry had not faded. It seemed it would linger for at least a day. Their emotions reflected in their animalistic traits. Qin Luo occasionally moved his wolf ears. Wang Weihu swished his tail. Chen Xiaofei flapped his wings, and Bai Shu fixated on the little zombie, feeling anxious for her. After a long moment of concentration, Xu Duo finally grasped a fleeting sensation as the multifaceted cube space in her mind began to rotate once more. Strangely, there was no urge to vomit this time. Instead, she found the swirling cube quite mesmerizing. She attempted to control its rotation and managed to direct it for a couple of seconds, though it soon resumed its chaotic spinning. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. She opened her eyes and focused intently on the cup in front of her, attempting to draw it into her space telekinetically. To her astonishment, it actually worked. Wow, I can move objects from a distance. Impressive little class monitor. Chen Xiaofei leapt up, bursting with excitement. Wang Weihu's eyes widened, incredulous that she had learned it so swiftly. Their reactions emboldened the little zombie, and Qin Luo smiled, nudging his drink closer. Try it again, this is progress. As Professor G said, keep experimenting. Xu Duo became more adept, focusing her energy on a specific object, successfully retrieving it into her space without needing to touch it. Previously, she could only collect items by physical contact. Now, she could do it without any such limitation. The little zombie was thoroughly amazed. Wouldn't this make gathering items much quicker in the future? However, in her excitement, she attempted to retrieve a small ornament from the TV cabinet, only to find herself unable to do so, her brow furrowed in concentration, yet yielding no results. Bai Shu, who was recording notes, noticed her struggle and said, "Perhaps there's a distance limitation?" Qin Luo promptly stood up to fetch the ornament Xu Duo desired. "Notarus, let's try this one step at a time and see how far you can reach." Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihu continued to encourage her, saying, "The class monitor is fine. Take your time. Keep it up." Zaya Shishi glanced at the four of them, nodded, and felt a surge of confidence. She began to try one by one, and when Qin Luo moved back a bit, if it didn't work, she would shake her head. He would then inch forward a little, finally stopping at a distance of 1 meter. Bai Shu immediately helped her take note of this progress, stating that 1 meter was indeed an advancement. With more practice, and when Qin Luo moved back a bit, if it didn't work, she would shake her head. He would then inch forward a little. She finally grasped the sensation they had spoken of. It felt as if there was indeed an additional surge of energy coursing through her veins. As long as she concentrated, she could harness it. Xu Duo was elated, her gaze filled with gratitude towards them. She was aware that her thoughts often became muddled and slow, and without their patient guidance, it would have taken her years to understand that her abilities could indeed be activated. Filled with joy, she could harness it. Xu Duo was elated, her gaze filled with gratitude towards them. She was aware that her thoughts often became muddled and slow, and without their patient guidance, it would have taken her years to understand that her abilities could indeed be activated. Filled with joy, she danced around and treated the four of them to a feast of various delicacies, including marinated dishes, fried chicken, and beef. The message indicated that mutated bats had been discovered, urging them to exercise caution and proceed immediately. Outside, the wind howled, and many trees in the community were toppled, confirming the location assigned to their team, which was not far to the southeast, in a residential area with a considerable population. The message indicated that mutated bats had been discovered, urging them to exercise caution and proceed immediately. Outside, though the rain was light. Nevertheless, since the mission had been dispatched, they as a combat team had to set out, and so they clicked confirm. Everyone hurriedly grabbed a couple of bites to eat before rising and heading out the door. While waiting for the elevator, they even stretched their bodies, moving their necks and legs, performing a few stretches to prepare for battle. With their headsets donned, Qin Luo began assigning roles. Xu Duo, you are, while Xiaobai and Lao Wang will team up. Xiaofei will operate solo. Bai Shu, being physically weaker, would fare better paired with a partner who could withstand. Now faster, might leave Bai Shu behind, and Wang Weihu could also struggle to keep up, thus his independent movements would allow him greater freedom in combat. And without effort, one could easily be eliminated. They had initially thought her spatial abilities were merely supportive, but none had anticipated her potential for combat. Qin Luo decided not to leave Xia Shishi on her own. Since he had witnessed her lethal capabilities, it was better to train together. The post-apocalyptic world, feeling reassured by the presence of her teammates, creating a sense of teamwork, she was not alone in this fight. The 3A combat team officially entered battle mode, which was indeed a remarkable asset. Xu Duo retrieved her chainsaw, as she was more adept with it. "Are you afraid?" she inquired. "Not really," she replied, moving swiftly without taking the subway, opting instead to run, as the location was only a 10-minute distance away. Xu Duo's speed was 15 times that of an ordinary person. Charging into the rain as soon as the elevator doors opened. The wind was still strong, but the rain had lessened. The team had significantly improved their moving swiftly without taking the subway, opting instead to run, as the location was only a 10-minute distance away. Xu Duo's speed was 15 times that of an ordinary person. Yet it was still insufficient compared to Qin Luo and the others, so she was carried by him as they raced along. These ears and tail are quite bothersome, and his tail remained dry and fluffy, captivating her gaze. She adored it. She wanted to hug it, pet it, and nuzzle against it, but they were on a mission. Meanwhile, Wang Weihu found himself slightly clumsy, nearly losing his balance due to the added tail, but he quickly adjusted. Chen Xiaofei was the most carefree, soaring into the air with a flap of his wings, skillfully controlling the wind to blow the rain away from his wings, ensuring they stayed dry. It was quite marvelous. Meanwhile, Wang Weihu found himself slightly clumsy, nearly losing his balance due to the added tail, but he quickly adjusted. Chen Xiaofei was the most carefree, soaring into the air with a flap of his wings, skillfully controlling the wind to blow the rain away from his wings, ensuring they stayed, opting to take shortcuts by climbing buildings and then gliding down for a speed boost, conserving his energy. Chen Xiaofei laughed heartily, relishing the exhilarating sensation of flight, who exclaimed a curse upon being lifted and dropped. "Thanks a lot, Chen Xiaofei." However, he quickly grasped the technique. 3A Special Operations Team. Flying Eagle has arrived at the destination. Target identified. A group of large, mutated bats circling the residential area, dispersing upon noticing us. "I'm charging in." It was only when Qin Luo warned him not to overdo it, as their powers were finite, that he snapped back to reality, hastily affirming his understanding. 3A Special Operations Team. Flying Eagle has arrived at the destination. Target identified. A group of large, mutated bats circling the residential area, dispersing upon noticing. With that, he launched the first attack, channeling his abilities as he pursued the mutated bats. Bai Shu was the second to arrive, reporting 3A Special Operations Team. Qin Luo promptly replied, "Received." He had also reached the farthest corner. After setting Xia Shishi down, he instructed, "I'll let a few bats come your way for practice." A habit they had developed over time. Wang Weihu soon reached another corner of the residential area, announcing 3A Special Operations Team. King Tiger, Qin Luo promptly replied, "Received." He had also reached the farthest corner. After setting Xia Shishi down, he instructed, "I'll let a few bats come your way for practice. Figure out your approach while keeping close behind me." With his combat prowess, managing a novice was a breeze. Xu Duo nodded, clutching her chainsaw, occasionally allowing some larger bats to escape. These bats were truly enormous, the size of basketballs with sharp beaks, grotesque features, and blood-red eyes, not at all appealing. Xia Shishi felt a surge of anxiety, but as they lunged toward her, she swung her chainsaw in retaliation, splattering bat blood everywhere. A few droplets landed on her fair face, which she wiped away. Observing Qin Luo's silhouette, she quickened her pace, clutching her chainsaw to keep up with him. Noticing her dispatch of the first bat, he gradually widened the gap, releasing more mutated bats for her to practice on. Before the apocalypse, Xu Duo was an ordinary girl, transitioning from graduation to work, which she wiped away. Observing Qin Luo's silhouette, she quickened her pace, clutching her chainsaw to keep up with him. Noticing her dispatch of the first bat, yet she discovered a surprising boldness within herself. Though her fear was evident, she adapted remarkably quickly, stumbling yet determined to keep pace with him. Leading a monotonous life with minimal exposure to martial arts or training, save for military drills during school, she had never encountered such scenarios. Yet she discovered a surprising boldness within herself. Though her fear was evident, she adapted remarkably quickly. Stumbling, Qian Luo found it hard not to admire her. While a bit clumsy, Xiaoxishi was undeniably earnest. What to do? Qian Luo mused that she had which fortuitously coincides with the base's location. Remarkably, these bats exhibit a resilience against the wind that surpasses even that of the ability users. On particularly windy days, as they seem to pour into the base in an unending stream. This phenomenon is likely a consequence of the unusual weather, prompting their extensive migration, which fortuitously coincides with the base's location. Remarkably, these bats exhibit a resilience against the wind that surpasses even that of the Chapter 53. An explosion of abnormal nuclei. To what extent have the bats proliferated? The sky, already dark, became even brighter as the winds of the typhoon hastened the clouds. The little zombie's tough skin and low sensitivity to pain allow her to bounce back quickly after being knocked over by the typhoon, albeit a bit dirtier. Chapter 53. An explosion of abnormal nuclei. To what extent have the bats proliferated? The sky, already dark, became even brighter as the winds of the typhoon hastened the cloud. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the area again, though this time it was not due to the typhoon. As the little zombie, with her keen senses, looked up, everyone needed to be cautious, as the sheer volume was alarming. Qian Luo's expression darkened as he ordered everyone to regroup and not to scatter further. The voices of Chun Xiaofei and his companions echoed in disbelief. Why are there so many of them? Has it gone mad? This is endless. Something felt amiss. Everyone needed to be cautious, as the sheer volume was alarming. Qian Luo's expression darkened as he ordered everyone to regroup and not to. He noticed her charging forward with a chainsaw in hand. Clever girl. He swiftly scooped her up. Be mindful of your energy consumption. Xu DuoDuo. Don't overexert yourself. He observed her utilizing her spatial abilities to lock onto the mutated bats and subsequently detonating them into clouds of blood mist. Nodding and understanding, he noticed her charging forward with a chainsaw in hand. Clever girl. He swiftly scooped her up. Be mindful of your energy consumption. Xu DuoDuo. Don't overexert yourself. He observed her utilizing her spatial abilities to lock onto the mutated bats and subsequently detonating them into clouds of blood mist. Nodding and understanding. Please ensure your doors and windows are secure for your safety. Thank you for your concern. The concerned resident sighed, wishing them safety before obediently closing their windows and drawing their curtains. Xu DuoDuo was gently set down. As Chun Xiaofei and the others ran, panting heavily, they finally reunited. Yet, a sudden change occurred. Xu DuoDuo felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if she possessed an uncanny foresight of peril. Time seemed to slow as the swarm of mutated bats converged, diving straight towards them, targeting their 4 living souls and 1 zombie. Qian Luo shouted, "Be careful." He immediately invoked his skill called lightning. A rumble reverberated as bolts of lightning struck the sky, coalescing into spherical forms that blasted towards the swarm of mutated bats. Time seemed to slow as the swarm of mutated bats converged, diving straight towards them, targeting their 4 living souls, and he immediately invoked his skill called lightning. A rumble reverberated as bolts of lightning struck the sky, coalescing into spherical forms that blasted towards the swarm of mutated bats. Their team was entirely obscured, swallowed by the dark mass of flapping wings. Residents peering from above gasped, clenching their fists in despair. It's over. A cacophony of thunderous crashes followed as numerous bats were obliterated by the lightning. Yet, the surviving mutated bat, their team was entirely obscured, swallowed by the dark mass of flapping wings. Residents peering, the combat team is dead. What shall we do? Oh my, with so many bats, they must have been devoured to the bone. How terrifying. I don't want to die. Mommy, I want my mommy. I'm so scared. They were all so young. It was such a pity. Why did the headquarters send only 5 people? Yes, headquarters. Quickly call for help. Can someone save them? The bats emitted piercing shrieks, and the electrical currents culminated in a massive explosion, sending blackened, crimson bat corpses flying everywhere. Numerous radiant nuclei scattered across the ground. Following this, despite being surrounded by bats, there were no cries of anguish. Then, among the dark swarm, flashes of light and surges of electricity appeared. The next moment, the bats emitted piercing shrieks, and the electrical currents culminated in a massive explosion, sending blackened, crimson bat corpses flying everywhere, while the 4 survivors remained unscathed. Remarkably, they bore no traces of blood, as if shielded by an invisible barrier, causing the falling bat bodies to slide harmlessly to the ground just a meter away from them. Wow, the team leader is incredible. This barrier feels amazing. Chen Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh heartily. Xu DuoDuo, on the other hand, felt dizzy from the exertion. In that critical moment, she had resolved to protect her comrades at all costs. Suddenly inspired, she manifested her new skill, Spatial Shield, which allowed her to create protective barriers for her targets. She had generated 5 barriers, draining her energy reserves completely. Now, she felt nauseous and faint, her complexion pale. Qin Luo, sensing something was off, dispatched the remaining mutated bats with his abilities before scooping her up and letting her rest on his shoulder. "Are you all right, little leader?" "My bad." She had generated 5 barriers, draining her energy reserves complete. Reminded Qin Luo that Professor G had given Xu DuoDuo a dilution potion for the nuclei. She should drink it quickly. Supporting her gently, Qin Luo observed the little zombie resting against him, her exhaustion overtaking her. He decided to let her recover her strength before addressing the battlefield. The ground was strewn with nuclei, but he could hardly celebrate their victory. The danger had been severe, yet their teamwork had proved effective. Qin Luo observed the little zombie resting against him, her exhaustion overtaking her. He decided to let her recover her strength before addressing the battlefield. Bai Shu cast illusions to disorient the bats, causing them to turn on each other. Otherwise, the assault would have been overwhelming. At least tens of thousands of mutated bats. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu were also drained, their powers nearly exhausted. Qin Luo was approaching his limit as well, while Chen Xiaofei, initially brimming with confidence, collapsed to the ground once his adrenaline faded. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, chuckling. "Who could possibly outshine you? You were bound to tire out." Indeed, their levels were comparable. Even Qin Luo struggled, and Chen Xiaofei could hardly escape the exhaustion. The remnants of the battlefield were left for them to clean up as they swiftly gathered the nuclei. Chapter 54. 23,000 nuclei. Once the typhoon had completely passed, the base lay in disarray, the ground littered with the remnants of mutated creatures and their blood. Even Qin Luo struggled, and Chen Xiaofei could hardly escape the exhaustion. The remnants of the battlefield were left for them to clean up as they swiftly gathered the nuclei. The combat squad, utterly exhausted, returned home to catch up on sleep after successfully defending their homeland. The total number of civilian casualties at the base was fewer than 200, a relatively low figure, while the combat squad suffered no fatalities but over 1,000 injuries, none of which were life-threatening. In this apocalyptic world, as long as an ability user has even a breath left, recovery is possible, showcasing the remarkable resilience of life. The lifespan of these new humans differs significantly from that of ordinary individuals, being significantly prolonged. The stronger one is, the longer they live. When the little zombie awoke, her eyes opened to the familiar yet strange ceiling. She could hear movement and voices in the living room, showcasing a remarkable resilience. The lifespan of these new humans differs significantly from that of ordinary people, having been greatly When the little zombie awoke, she found herself staring at a ceiling that felt both familiar and strange. Sounds of movement and conversation emanated from the living room. One might wonder if the little squad leader would be overwhelmed with joy. Surely, she would be startled. Enough of the idle chatter. It was time to get to work. Amidst the rustling sounds, something shiny caught her attention. When she turned to look, she abruptly sprang up, sitting on the bed in a daze. An energy core. "How do you feel? Is your body all right? Are you astonished?" Qin Luo, with his keen sense of smell and hearing, noticed she had awakened and approached. The little zombie's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though she were dreaming. This pile of energy cores filled half her room. "How do you feel? Is your body okay?" All of 1-star quality. After the mission, each person received a reward of 10,000 points, along with 10 boxes of marble bombs. Additionally, this is for you. Leaning against the doorframe with a smile, he revealed that these were the energy cores from the mutated bats they had encountered last night, totaling 20. There are 10 2-star extraordinary cores. Chen Xiaofei purchased 3 for her. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu each bought 2. And Qin Luo also procured 3 as a reward for her rapid progress and abilities. Last night, the base encountered a rare attack from mutated flying creatures, including bats, various birds, and moths. However, this calamity turned into a blessing, resulting in an abundance of extraordinary cores. The market value of these cores has skyrocketed, and Qian Luo also procured 3 as a reward for her rapid advancement in abilities. Last night, the base faced an unusual assault from mutated various birds and moths. However, fortune favored them, as they managed to harvest a significant number of assorted energy cores. The market, as they had collectively decided to keep them for her. The little zombie needed nourishment. It was only after she collected all the extraordinary cores into her spatial realm that she began to comprehend that they were genuinely all for her. 23,000 cores. Such a fragrant bounty was bestowed upon her. Yet, they had also eliminated many mutated bats last night. The little zombie was momentarily speechless. So many delightful energy cores given to her. Yet, they had also slain numerous mutated bats last night. The little zombie was left speechless. Qian Luo, understanding her thoughts. These will serve as sustenance for you, while in the future, the zombie cores can be used for other purposes, as you do not consume the zombie cores. Finding a rare source of food suitable for her, the 4 of them unanimously agreed that everything should be reserved for her. They had ample points for missions, and their spending habits were not extravagant, so they had no need to rely on this to earn points. The points earned for missions alone sufficed, making it more beneficial to reserve the extraordinary cores for her. Observing her dazed expression, Qian Luo had grown accustomed to the aftereffects of her overexertion of abilities. Last night, he had urgently called Xiao Qiao to help change her clothes. After all, what could the 4 male teammates do? She had the potential to become a first-tier speed-type ability user, akin to Xiao Fei's initial capabilities. She could become a first-tier speed-type ability user, akin to Qin Xiaofei in the past. An idea struck Qian Luo, perfectly concealing her spatial abilities. He instructed Xiao Qiao to classify her as a speed-type ability user and directly update her personal profile. Thus, her current personal profile no longer read none, but had been updated to first-tier speed-type mutant. Xiao Qiao praised her rapid growth, noting that her speed had previously been 15 times and now reached 30. Qin Team really knows how to nurture newcomers, she remarked, without a hint of doubt. After all, she was the only mutated zombie baby in the entire base. As for zombies, their instinct is to pounce, bite, scratch, and suddenly accelerate to chase after humans. Therefore, the little zombie speed abilities seemed entirely reasonable to Xiao Qiao. Regarding the aftereffects, after examining her, Xiao Qiao discovered that the prolonged slumber was merely a common consequence of ability overexertion. However, the temporary regression in intelligence was rare, though not unheard of. There had been cases of individuals who, after overexerting their abilities, exhibited heightened emotional sensitivity. One middle-aged man had even cried out for his mother. And they must all remember to exercise caution. After delivering her final admonition, Xiao Qiao playfully pinched the little zombie's cheek and cheerfully departed, satisfied with her visit. An excess of energy can be perilous, extremely dangerous. The risk of bodily explosion is no laughing matter. You all must remember to avoid foolishness. After imparting her final warning, Xiao Qiao playfully pinched the little zombie's cheek before happily leaving, delighted to provide home service. Upon learning that the after-effects posed no harm to her body, Qian Luo ceased his worries, recognizing that she had merely become a bit clingier. There was no significant problem. He then urged her to wash up, as they were to attend an awards ceremony shortly. Last night, their squad had eliminated a swarm of bats, earning considerable merit, as the firepower had been directed towards them, preventing further casualties. Coupled with the previous encounter with a mutated snake man, headquarters planned to grant a unified reward, inviting them to participate in an award ceremony. Alas, officials have a penchant for such formalities. There was no choice but to go through the motions and return. Noticing her dazed expression, and Wang Weihua were busy composing their speeches of gratitude for the upcoming ceremony, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation. And the little zombie felt a twinge of sadness upon seeing it. She glanced at the top of Qian Luo's head, realizing he too had lost his canine ears. The little zombie felt disheartened. Upon seeing her, Xiao Fei beamed. "Good morning, little squad leader. Did you sleep?" The little zombie felt disheartened. Qin Xiao Fei, upon seeing her, cheerfully exclaimed, "Good morning, little leader. Did you sleep well? Were you surprised by the extraordinary cores?" Wang Weihua and Bai Shu, Two wore cheerful smiles, inquiring about her well-being. This time, her ability overexertion seemed significantly improved compared to the last. The sight of Qian Luo carrying her had become a commonplace occurrence for the three of them, as he often treated her like a large doll. She appeared vibrant and spirited. As for Qian Luo carrying her, the three had grown accustomed to it. When had he not treated her like a large doll? Qian Luo ushered the little zombie into the bathroom, squeezed the toothpaste, and handed it to her. The little zombie instinctively grasped the toothbrush, ready to begin brushing her teeth. The toothbrush clattered to the floor. Qian Luo, about to inquire about her sudden silence, was taken aback when she suddenly tilted her head back and began to wail. The white-haired monster in the mirror mirrored her cries, and the little zombie wailed even louder. Why had she transformed into a white-haired creature upon waking? Her once black hair had turned into long, white locks cascading down to her waist, and even her eyelashes were white. Without her colored contact lenses, her eyes appeared silver, resembling those of a person afflicted with albinism. The little zombie cried out in despair, lamenting her transformation into a white-haired monster, feeling utterly despondent. Xu DuoDuo fears losing her sense of self. Deep down, she perceives herself as human. How could she awaken one day as a white-haired creature? Qian Luo was startled, thrown into a flurry of confusion. Hey, please don't cry. What's wrong? Are you unwell? The commotion drew the attention of three individuals in the living room, engrossed in drafting their award acceptance speeches. Why is our class monitor crying? They exchanged bewildered glances before rushing to the bathroom, only to encounter Qian Luo emerging with her in his arms, the little zombie clinging to his neck, wailing uncontrollably. The four grown men were rendered helpless, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. Ultimately, Qian Luo carried her into the living room. What's the matter? Why is our class monitor crying? Qingge, did you bully her? Is she all right? Please don't cry. What is causing this sudden distress? Qian Luo was equally baffled. He sat down on the carpet with her in his lap and noticed her grasping her long, white hair, and then it struck him. She must have frightened herself. Xu DuoDuo had transformed into her white-haired form overnight, and they had been equally startled by the encounter with the Qiao. Who, upon glancing at her, reassured them that it was nothing to worry about, allowing her to instantly ascertain the physical condition and ailments of the target. It was evident that those who could enter the research center were formidable individuals. Consequently, having seen Xu DuoDuo in her white-haired state before, they were not taken aback. However, it was amusing to witness her fright leading to tears. Chen Xiaofei and the others couldn't help but chuckle. We thought something serious had happened. Class monitor, don't cry. You look great. Just look at how beautiful we are compared to other altered beings. Isn't that true? Absolutely stunning. They rallied to console her. Qian Luo, sitting cross-legged, the little zombie on his lap, still sobbing softly. Thankfully, her crying had lessened. Qian Luo added, indeed, white hair is adorable. Look at the little swan. It's white too. Baishu observed their earnest attempts to comfort her and couldn't help but sigh. Why not let our class monitor try an ability core or its diluted version? Perhaps replenishing her powers will restore her to normal. The realization dawned upon them. Right? Upon hearing this, the little zombie retrieved a mutated bat's core from her space and began chewing it, looking pitiful as she did so. Today, her entire being was snowy white, and after crying, her eyes and the surrounding area turned a soft pink, giving her an appearance akin to a character from a horror game, perhaps even a formidable boss. However, Baishu's suggestion proved effective. After consuming the core, Xu DuoDuo's hair and eyelashes instantly reverted to black, rendering her much more composed. The group of men sighed in relief, having finally calmed her down. Raising a child is indeed challenging. Thankfully, the little zombie was well behaved, ceasing her tears upon realizing she could return to normal. She even felt a bit embarrassed for having cried. Qian Luo affectionately patted her head, unable to suppress a smile. Look at that pitiful expression. Chen Xiaofei and the others couldn't help but laugh. Having the little zombie in their lives added a vibrant touch, making daily life far more interesting. They had specifically come to wait for the class monitor to awaken so they could attend the awards ceremony together. Once they finished their speeches, Xu DuoDuo was ready as well, and they all gathered for a lively breakfast. At last, The time arrived for them to set off for the city center to receive their award. As they descended, they noticed that most of the trees in their community had toppled over, and a logistics team was busy cleaning up, led by a brother sporting a turtle shell sunglasses. Hurry up, everyone. We need to be quick. Mutalao will be on a mission soon. Wood type abilities are rare, and we need him to revive these trees. A community without greenery is not a community. Other altered beings were also bustling about, including a familiar figure, the rabbit altered being from before, who was stealthily nibbling on tender leaves, only to be reported by a horned brother. Report. Xiao Qi is slacking off. He is not working and is stealing leaves. The turtle shell man immediately shouted, Xiao Qi, do you still want your points? You think you can just loaf around, right? Suddenly, a muscular brother with a bright red comb strutted by, calling out, Old tortoise, what s with the fiery temper this early in the day? The other younger brothers excitedly greeted him. Good morning, chicken brother. Only you could eat government rations. Are you reporting for duty today? It was indeed a lively morning. Their new community was expansive, with buildings A, B, C, D, E, and F housing various combat teams, while G building was home to smaller altered beings. This building, located at the far end, was designated for those of lesser stature. Typically, they remained in fixed areas, as small animals instinctively avoid danger. They would rarely venture near combat teams due to the ominous aura surrounding them unless they had a task. Qin Luo and his friends were also seeing this for the first time, unable to restrain their curiosity. Xu DuoDuo gazed at the scene, feeling as though they had stumbled into a peculiar theater. As they walked, they pondered what position Chicken Brother had been hired for. Their curiosity piqued. Chapter 56. Everyone transforms their weapons. The headquarters had put great effort into this award ceremony, even hiring a filming crew to ensure it would be broadcasted on the base's large screens. Currently, there were no televisions in the base, nor did ordinary people have access to the internet, a grim reality. Only a few electronic screens were set up in fixed locations to occasionally display important information, mostly news. Upon their arrival, Qin Luo and his team discovered that not only were they being recognized, but also several other combat teams, with their numbers ranging from 7 to 12, while their team had the fewest members. More importantly, they had casually dressed in regular attire, only to find that the other teams were elaborately dressed, some even in suits. Qin Luo was taken aback. Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu nearly burst out laughing. Wang Wei, who felt embarrassed for the suit-clad combat team, finding it quite cringeworthy. However, these details were inconsequential. They were treated like mere tools, having to rehearse for better video presentation, leaving them exhausted. The newly appointed officials seemed rather demanding and treated the combat teams with a lack of courtesy. Chen Xiaofei couldn't help but ask Bai Shu about the new officials' background, as they exhibited quite a temper. While they trusted the headquarters and believed everyone was striving for humanity's future, there would always be a few bad apples among them. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and quietly remarked, "Those who commit wrongful acts will ultimately meet their demise. This kind of behavior will not be tolerated in the apocalypse. The populace will not stand for such individuals. In these times, strength is the only currency that matters." After enduring such a hypocritical award ceremony, they received tangible rewards, and the newly appointed officials dared not steal the prizes bestowed by the headquarters. The 3A team acquired a set of the latest electronic wristbands, along with vouchers for weapon enhancements, which could be used at the artisan department to consult alchemists for weapon upgrades. Among the two rewards, the voucher was the most valuable. The artisan department, situated near the city center, was a newly constructed circular building with 9 grand floors, teeming with the most formidable transformation specialists. Many items within the base, including their everyday headsets and wristbands, were crafted by them. Even the new battle vehicles awarded previously were modified by this department. The design was indeed remarkable, and many features of the new vehicle had yet to be utilized. It could withstand serious dangers when necessary. Presently, it was a rarity in the black market, virtually priceless, and could only be obtained through official rewards. Qin Luo and his companions were ecstatic upon receiving the voucher, especially Qin Luo, whose dual blades were his most cherished weapon. Wang Weihua had long desired a quality pair of boxing gloves, while Bai Shu yearned for an excellent firearm. Chen Xiaofei was still contemplating his choice, but had always wanted a set of concealed weapons, akin to flying knives, which would complement his wind-based abilities, rendering him invincible. As they made their way to the artisan center, the 4 of them engaged in lively discussions about weapons, After all, what man does not possess a fondness for weaponry? The excitement was palpable. By the way, what would their team leader enhance? Each person had one quota. There was no reason to feel regret. They all turned in unison to look at her. This full voucher was tied to each individual, granting only one opportunity per person, non-transferable. Weapons could be bound to individuals. Thanks to a mental type ability user there who could forge a soul bond with the weapon. Xu DuoDuo, upon hearing Chen Xiaofei's inquiry, promptly revealed her beloved chainsaw. The four fell silent, unable to resist, giving her a thumbs up. Truly impressive. They took the bus to this area of the city center, where everyone on board maintained a composed demeanor, without any peculiar behaviors. Even the aberrants remained quietly in the corners, striving not to startle others. Most passengers were ordinary people. However, these individuals had been affluent before the apocalypse, while genuine lower-class citizens were busy struggling for their livelihoods, lacking the opportunity to wander about. They simply could not afford it. Although the world had undergone a significant reshuffling, the class divide persisted. However, possessing abilities was now a source of immense envy among ordinary citizens. The mere prospect of prolonged life was thrilling. Even the most mundane ability users could live for 200 years, provided they did not perish in battle, let alone the more formidable ability users. This was indeed an era that revered strength. Nonetheless, being an ability user came with its downsides, as they were obliged to partake in outdoor missions and various defensive battles, far more perilous than the protection afforded to ordinary people. For instance, during last night's powerful typhoon, while ordinary citizens sheltered indoors, ability users had to face the storm head-on to fulfill their missions, enduring all forms of harsh weather. Conversely, ability users were also able to earn points more easily, and they were not susceptible to infection. The zombie virus could claim the lives of ordinary people, but could not harm ability users. In summary, there were both advantages and disadvantages. Qianmian Mofang and his team preferred to possess their own abilities, while ordinary people had protectors, if those protectors were to fall in battle. The ordinary individuals would be left to their fate, which was far too passive. It was essential to strive for the enhancement of their capabilities. Beep beep. Hope Road Station has arrived. Passengers, please disembark from the rear door. The next stop is Qianmian Road, came the announcement. After successfully alighting from the bus, they beheld the circular building, its apex adorned with motifs of hammers, wrenches, and screwdrivers, exuding an enchanting aura. A considerable number of individuals were entering and exiting. After presenting their vouchers at the security checkpoint, they were granted entry. The first floor was an exhibition hall brimming with robots and various modified vehicles and weapons. Truly a paradise for combat enthusiasts. Qianmian Mofang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was his first time witnessing such enthusiasm from the little zombie, exclaiming, "This is so cool! Incredible!" Chen Xiaofei and the others also expressed their awe, their hearts swelling with anticipation for their bespoke weapons. Just then, someone approached to guide them to the second-floor weapon negotiation area, providing them with a form to fill out, detailing the weapons they wished to enhance or their desired weapon types, along with the functionalities they hoped for. Upon completion, the artisan department would craft the finest weapons for them, ensuring quality materials, and they could collect their items with a voucher after the upgrades were complete. Qianmian Mofang swiftly filled out the form and remarked, "The artisan department's products are always reliable. We have no concerns. Feel free to unleash your creativity." Ultimately, he decided to enhance his dual blades, as they were exceedingly comfortable to wield. Wang Weiwa requested boxing gloves, by Xu sought a quality firearm, and Chen Xiaofei desired concealed weapons. The service desk attendant then turned her attention to the only girl in their team. Recently, the forum had been abuzz with gossip regarding the 3A Special Operations team, especially after their remarkable performance last night against a horde of mutated bats. Their team had managed to retreat unscathed. Unbelievable. Those on the forum were left in awe, having witnessed firsthand the combat prowess of the 3A Special Operations team, leaving no room for dissent. Xu DuoDuo struggled to write neatly, so Qianmian Mofang assisted her. Upon seeing her produce a chainsaw and place it on the desk, the service desk attendant could not help but gasp quietly. She had initially perceived her as an adorable girl. Clearly, those who could join the 3A Special Operations team were no ordinary individuals. "All right, I have collected your information. You may collect your items in 3 days," the service desk attendant announced, gathering the forms and allowing them to explore the premises, albeit advising against lingering too long. Qian Luo and his companions decided to leave, satisfied with their experience and eager to await their weapons. The service desk attendant kindly escorted their team out, her demeanor pleasant, though the artisan department upheld strict regulations. Once outside, they planned to stroll around, as they had arrived in the area. The four of them ventured into the nearby streets. The city center was markedly different from before, featuring an array of peculiar shops. To their surprise, a milk tea shop still operated, albeit at a significantly higher price, charging 180 points per cup. Considering that a mere 3 points could procure the Never Starve set for ordinary people, this was rather exorbitant. Qian Luo halted in front of the milk tea shop, scrutinizing the sign. 180 points for a cup? I must see what this is all about. The attendant inside nearly squealed upon seeing the group, their collective attractiveness undeniable. Each male was tall and handsome, and the girl was striking as well. Blushing, she greeted them. "Welcome to Buji Buji. What can I get for you?" Qian Luo glanced at the menu, noting classic and innovative series options. The classic series featured traditional pearl milk tea and milk green tea, while the innovative series included intriguing items such as Overlord flower bubble milk tea, red banana milkshake, mutated core dilution fruit tea, and giant camel milk. Classic series, 10 cups. Innovative series, 10 cups. What on earth is red banana? He mused, thinking he could store any extras in his space. This world never ceased to surprise. The attendant shyly explained, red banana is a newly discovered mutated variety, with a flavor 10 times sweeter than regular bananas and a delightful texture. You should definitely try it. After placing their order, she directed them to scan a barcode on the adjacent machine, as QR codes had been replaced by barcodes. Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu were still examining this novel concept, pondering the consumption of mutated plants. They both clearly noticed this point. The young shop assistant was either an ordinary person who found a job in the city center or someone without special abilities. Upon hearing their inquiry, she readily provided them with answers. Due to the current scarcity of food, it was inevitable that supplies would run out eventually. The base had already begun issuing tasks to gather mutated plants, which would be examined at the research center. As long as the pollution levels were not too high, they could be consumed. She further added that, at present, ordinary people were still unable to consume mutated plants and meats because of contamination. However, both mutated individuals and those who had undergone mutation could partake in these foods, and it even proved beneficial for them. The source of pollution was essentially the energy from their upgrades, which could be considered another way to bolster their health. Wang Weihua expressed his astonishment, remarking that if he didn't visit the city center soon, he would feel completely out of touch with the world. Bai Shu and Chun Xiaofei echoed his sentiments, exclaiming that the changes occurring daily were no laughing matter. The shop assistant, having finished her explanation, smiled and returned to her tasks. They observed that the two series of beverages were prepared separately. The assistant was making the classic series suitable for ordinary people outside, while the innovative series was being crafted inside. Bai Shu mused that he had been wondering how ordinary folks could interact with mutated plants, and it turned out they were indeed prepared separately, indicating that those inside were likely the mutated individuals. Compared to those with special abilities, mutated individuals were generally more unstable. Most of them were engaged in other jobs at the base. Individuals like Xu DuoDuo, who could accompany them on tasks, were truly rare. Not all mutated individuals could fully control their emotions, making them prone to losing control. Those who had mutated towards herbivorous traits tended to be timid and easily stressed, shying away from combat. Conversely, those who had mutated towards carnivorous traits could become bloodthirsty upon witnessing bloodshed, losing their rationality, which generally precluded them from being assigned tasks. Individuals like Xu DuoDuo, who maintained such emotional stability, were indeed few and far between. While they awaited their milk tea, they suddenly spotted a familiar figure with a striking red comb, who emerged wearing an apron and exclaimed, "Cock-a-doodle-doo, Xiaozhong. Where's the boba? Where's it stored?" The assistant taking their order was taken aback and hurriedly shoved the boba back into the kitchen, exclaiming, "Brother Chicken, don't come out. You'll scare the customers." The boba was in the small ingredient box, and I had just stocked it recently. Qian Luo and the others observed as Xu DuoDuo peeked and peered, feeling a peculiar sense of satisfaction as the morning's riddle was resolved at that moment. When they finally received their milk tea, Qian Luo couldn't help but inquire, "Are all the milk tea shops now officially run?" The shop assistant paused, unable to meet his gaze, and blushingly nodded. Currently, the materials for making milk tea were scarce, and virtually all dining establishments were directly operated by the authorities, as only they had access to such resources. How could ordinary people possibly operate stores without supplies? Unless one was extraordinarily wealthy, they would still have to purchase ingredients from the authorities. Therefore, it was indeed a matter of state grain and job security. Please don't mind us. Brother Chicken is quite amiable. Although mutated individuals may appear somewhat intimidating, they are quite similar to ordinary people. He works incredibly hard, even taking on part-time jobs in the civilian district to ensure that the elderly, who have lived in the countryside for the majority of their lives, can adapt more comfortably to life at the base during their transition period. The shop assistant was genuinely gentle, fearing that they might belong to the group that discriminated against mutated individuals. Qianluo smiled and reassured her, saying, "Not at all. Mutated individuals are quite endearing." Bai Shu and the others echoed in agreement. Chun Xiaofei, carrying the remaining 10 cups, grinned and remarked, "Are all mutated individuals adorable, or is it just our little monitor?" As Qianluo handed a cup of milk tea to the little zombie, poking a straw into it, he admonished, "Don't talk too much. If you don't drink the milk tea, give it back to me." Chun Xiaofei immediately defended her, jokingly insisting that she keep it. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua laughed. The little zombie cradled the oversized cup of milk tea, tilting her head to glance at them before ultimately fixating on the drink. It had indeed been a long time since she had savored freshly made milk tea. While there were materials for milk tea in the space, they could never compare to the freshly made variety. The little zombie took a big gulp, her eyes brightening with each sip. She could taste the flavor from the mutated plants. Joy surged through her as she swayed with the milk tea in her arms, feeling utterly blissful in that moment. The shop assistant watched enviously as they playfully departed, only then realizing that the girl hiding behind the impressively handsome young man was also a mutated individual. She had just noticed the collar around her neck, which explained why they did not discriminate against mutated individuals. How wonderful. Chapter 58. Purchasing equipment. The other shops primarily offered common snack foods, with prices not being low, yet considering the current scarcity of resources, these prices were quite reasonable. The group indulged in both eating and taking items. Xu Duo had an abundance of points in his card that he could not exhaust, and Qianluo and the others were in a similar predicament. Typically, they consumed resources from within their space, occasionally purchasing intriguing foods from the base. But there were not many places where points were required. However, while browsing, they stumbled upon a peculiar shop. Surprisingly, a casual little store with the name Alchemist Xiao Lin's Treasure Shop. Their footsteps halted as they directly entered. Upon pushing open the door, a chime of wind bells resonated, and, simultaneously, a mechanical parrot by the entrance chirped, "Welcome, welcome to Xiao Lin's Treasure Shop." Its voice was distinctly electronic, and the proprietor's taste was rather peculiar. Upon entering, the lighting was dim, resembling a foray into a magical alternate dimension. In front of the counter stood a clown puppet wearing a magician's hat, busily calculating. Upon noticing them, it spoke in a monotone voice, "Feel free to browse. Self-service payment applies. Any consequences for leaving without payment are yours to bear." After its statement, the parrot at the entrance emitted a bizarre laughter, cawing, "Consequences are yours to bear. Consequences are yours to bear." The pressure in the atmosphere escalated. Regrettably, Qianluo and his companions were not ordinary individuals and were not easily intimidated. Chun Xiaofei glanced at the noisy parrot and chuckled. "Feels like a live-stream control center. When one person shouts, it repeats twice." Bai Shu made a quip about the parrot's mimicry, noting that it was clearly manipulated by someone behind the scenes. Qianluo and Wang Weihua had already begun to explore, realizing that the shopkeeper had a penchant for Western fantasy, as the items on display were of such a style. Various bizarre potions and wands designed for offensive use adorned the shelves. The clothing section proved to be even more intriguing, featuring garments with protective attributes. This cloak can resist fire? Seriously? Wow. There's even one that grants invisibility. Why are they all women-esque styles? Are we being discriminated against? Hey, little monitor, come over here. I think you could wear these cute little dresses. There were indeed men's styles available, but they appeared overly juvenile and impractical. The little zombie, hearing about the dresses, swayed over, as every girl has an affinity for cute dresses. Upon closer inspection, most of the garments were of the Lolita style. Both extravagant and adorable, complete with various hair accessories and embellishments. Qian Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, these are incredibly cute." The group of men found themselves captivated by the charming little dresses, halting in that section to rummage through the racks. "Little monitor, hurry and try one on. The prices are reasonable, and both mutated cores and points can be used. These even come with attributes, either enhancing speed or boosting jump height. This red one looks nice. It offers a 10% attack speed increase and 5% strength. That's cool." Qian Luo picked up a light green dress, noticing it was from the Chameleon series, which could temporarily grant invisibility for 10 minutes while enhancing speed. "This is great. I'll take it and try it on." Being invisible is incredibly advantageous. After all, she was a little zombie, and her spatial abilities could provide an element of surprise. Combined with invisibility, she would be utterly undetectable. Xu Duo gathered several dresses and headed to the fitting room, which boldly proclaimed no surveillance zone. She stepped inside to change. Some garments are rather cumbersome to wear. She struggled for quite some time before managing to don them properly. Outside, her companions meandered about, intrigued by the peculiar little trinkets surrounding them. "Qian, shall we each purchase a fireproof cloak? And perhaps a wind-resistant ring?" It felt as if they had stumbled into a fantastical game. Could such wonders truly exist in the real world? Surely, these couldn't be mere toys. It would be a shame to spend a fortune only to discover they were a folly. Just as Wang Weihua voiced his skepticism, a parrot squawked, "Honest and true, false goods return tenfold." All right then. One could surmise that a shop situated in the city center must possess some merit. With a swift motion, the fitting room curtain was drawn aside, revealing the little zombie clad in a charming green Lolita outfit, leaving the four of them utterly spellbound. "Oh my goodness, how adorable. Wow, the little class monitor looks splendid. It's beautiful. I must acquire it. Absolutely stunning. I shall certainly have a daughter in the future and buy her countless little dresses." Wang Weihua could not help but exclaim, "It truly was delightful, reminiscent of a doll." "Wait, Qingge, why aren't you praising the little class monitor?" exclaimed Chen Xiaofei, who had just criticized Qian Luo for not joining in their compliments. Upon noticing Qian Gu's flushed cheeks, he was taken aback. Qian Luo retorted sharply, "Get lost." Just then, he caught the little zombie gazing at him, causing his face to redden even more. He raised a hand to touch his nose, acknowledging that indeed, she looked quite lovely. "It's all bought." After admiring her reflection, Xu DuoDuo was quite pleased. Although the dress was green, she felt an inexplicable connection to it through her abilities, as if a faint layer of empathy enveloped her spirit. As she wandered to another area, she activated a small portion of her powers, allowing her to blend seamlessly into her surroundings. The little zombie's figure gradually faded, eventually becoming invisible. The four of them gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, we only felt at ease once we saw her reappear." They were ready to make a purchase. But upon seeing the price, what a shock. The cost was a staggering 300,000 points for a single dress. Xu DuoDuo glanced at her card. With 100,000 points, plus 5,000 from the previous night and 200 from earlier, she realized it was still insufficient. She also possessed a mutated badass core, but the exchange rate displayed on the screen indicated that one-star core was worth 5,000 points. Yet, she hesitated to part with it. Qian Luo insisted he would pay, while Chen Xiaofei and the others chuckled, indicating they would not compete with him. After all, who pays for their first love? Initially, when he had used the little class monitor to dodge a game of truth or dare, it had been a subconscious response. Perhaps in his youth, he had indeed harbored a vague fondness for her. However, he only truly recognized his feelings upon their reunion, and recently, they had blossomed uncontrollably. Xu DuoDuo, however, firmly grasped Qian Luo, unwilling to let him pay for everything. The truth was, Qian Luo possessed an overwhelming amount of points. Before the apocalypse officially began, their special operations group had already been active, undertaking numerous perilous missions, especially in the early days, taking on any task available. Their combined total of missions exceeded 300. His points were nearing the millions, yet he insisted, "Why can't I pay? I have plenty. I can't possibly spend it all." Chen Xiaofei and the others chimed in, "Little class monitor, don't feel pressured. Let him pay." Nevertheless, the little zombie continued to tug at his clothing, resolute. In the end, they reached a compromise. For the remaining balance, she could use her zombie core as collateral since she had no need for it. However, the cores were trophies from their battles. The little zombie was an innocent child. She looked towards the three of them, who all agreed it was no issue. Little class monitor, don't be so rigid. We've eaten your provisions without hesitation. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua shared the same sentiment. Cores could be used freely, as they belonged to the team. Ultimately, they acquired 3 dresses, green, red, and blue, each with attributes of invisibility, strength, and attack speed. Qin Luo and the others purchased wind-resistant rings and fireproof cloaks, without indulging in any further purchases. There were indeed a few items for men, but they found the Western attire rather effeminate and juvenile. Girls, however, could wear any cute outfit without reservation. After their shopping spree, they had spent nearly 100,000 points, despite claiming they could not exhaust their points. This was merely the early days of the apocalypse, and such equipment had just become available. Surely, there would be more treasures to come. The mechanical parrot continued to squawk its gratitude. Thank you for your patronage, Chun Xiaofei remarked. Those who pay are truly the kings. This parrot's voice seems almost more melodious. Bai Shu and Wang Weihua laughed heartily. After wandering about, they visited several newly opened shops selling mutated animal meats, surprised to see actual customers and even a queue forming. They felt they could eventually bring such goods back to exchange for points. After their enlightening excursion in the city center, they collectively preferred the equipment store and the craftsman's department, for such items were most coveted in the apocalypse. They planned to return frequently. By afternoon, upon returning to the new humanity district, they found the ground had been thoroughly cleaned. The only inconvenience was that the subway directly to their community was under renovation. They could only ride to the next station. Just so happened that Chiao's residence was nearby. Upon their return, they encountered her hauling a cart filled with bags of dark red blocks. They exchanged greetings, and Chiao, upon spotting the little zombie, expressed surprise. "Oh, Duo Bao. You recovered? How long did it take?" Her immediate focus was on the data, as it could potentially benefit others with similar mutations. More experience offered greater assurance. Qin Luo chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the little zombie's hair, recalling how she had cried earlier that morning. Before she could recover on her own, Xiao Bai had devised a plan, giving her a diluted core solution. It was best not to let others know that Xu DuoDuo could directly consume cores. Otherwise, she might easily become confined and monitored. The Xiao laughed upon hearing this. You all have quite the resourcefulness, don't you? Very well. I'll make a note of it. The diluted core solution indeed proved useful, hastening the recovery of drained abilities. Chun Xiaofei and the others gathered around Xiao's cart, recognizing the meat chunks as those from mutated bats. What are you planning to do with this? The Xiao glanced at the large haul and replied calmly, feeding the child. By the way, are you all still on break? Care to join me for a drink? Qin Luo immediately grew wary, ready to refuse, but she quickly interjected, it's about a mission. Are you willing to take on one in N City? It's a bit distant, but I have a good friend trapped there, along with a group of researchers studying the pollution source. Unfortunately, they had become ensnared by a horde of zombies while collecting samples. It was rumored that a new type of giant zombie was present. Instantly, Qin Luo and his companions ceased their jovial demeanor, seriousness overtaking their expressions. Let us go discuss this, they said. Dakiao's Milid, knowing well that this combat team relished the thrill of challenges. Qin Luo's stance was that strength was paramount. Remaining cooped up in a base without undertaking missions would only lead to stagnation, especially with the emergence of new monsters. Naturally, when the captain spoke, no one dared to dissent. The Qiao's intention to use the mutated bat meat to feed the child piqued their curiosity. Chun Xiaofei couldn't help but asked Bai Shu, when did she have a child? I've never heard of such a thing. The Qiao and Xiao Qiao were both workaholics, practically residing at the research center. Bai Shu shrugged, indicating he was equally in the dark. However, when they arrived at Qiao's home, they soon discovered exactly what she meant by feeding the child. Her residence is located on the first floor of Building A in the Shitsu community, boasting a quaint little courtyard. Within this space, aside from an array of peculiar plants, the most striking features are the carnivorous flower babies lining the pathway, each gaping with menacing jaws full of sharp teeth and emitting a cacophony of squawking sounds, which is utterly deafening. The Qiao tossed an unopened plastic bag directly into their mouths, prompting them to wriggle with delight as they fought over the morsel, chomping eagerly. Those who missed out continued to wail in distress, creating a bizarre spectacle. The 3A team remarked on the Qiao's unusual preferences. Qin Luo could not help but comment. Why do you still keep these creatures? Qiao maintained her cheerful demeanor, explaining that these carnivorous flower babies were new seeds, and she was curious to observe their maturation process. She enthusiastically shared that research indicated these plants gained intelligence as they grew, at least now recognizing their owner. Qin Luo and the others expressed their lack of interest, especially as they approached, with the flower babies attempting to nip at them, causing Chun Xiaofei to screech in fright as one grabbed his clothing. Qin Luo quickly scooped up the little zombie to protect it, sending the flower babies retreating in fear from the electric current in his hand. Qiao urged them to remain calm, assuring them that she had commanded the plants not to harm anyone. They were merely playful children, and the more attention they received, the more rambunctious they became. Indeed, when Bai Shu and Wang Weihua maintained their composure, the flower babies dared not approach them. After Qiao warmly welcomed them into her home, it was their first visit. Previously, they had only exchanged polite nods, not truly acquainted. Researchers often exhibit a touch of obsessive cleanliness, and Qiao's home was immaculate. The floors polished to a mirror finish, with disposable shoe covers by the entrance. The little zombie gleefully donned 2 covers. Qin Luo remained attentive to her, eventually leading her to the sofa. Qiao also prepared tea for them. Qin Luo, however, got straight to the point, inquiring about the task details, including location, personnel, and specifics regarding the new type of zombie creature. The communication of tasks within their team was typically decided by Qin Luo, as he was the main contributor and felt confident enough to avoid unnecessary risks. While unexpected incidents could occur, their team's probability of facing danger was relatively low compared to others. Qiao began to elaborate on the situation 10 days prior. The survivor base in B City dispatched 10 combat teams to various hazardous locations for the collection of contaminated samples, and a friend of hers was among one of those teams. Chapter 60, Accepting the Mission. The team heading to N City consisted of 11 superhumans and 3 researchers, with the destination being the local research institute, which housed 22 researchers. The plan was to conduct rescue operations while collecting samples. They did not anticipate encountering a new type of zombie, one of enormous size, capable of summoning other zombies to besiege them, seemingly toying with their predicament. As Qiao recounted this, her brow furrowed, and she handed them a tablet to view. This was the creature in question. The combat team had already suffered 3 casualties, with the remaining members trapped within the research institute. Although there was no immediate danger to life, food supplies were dwindling rapidly, placing them in a precarious situation. As Qin Luo and the others leaned in for a closer look, the little zombie stared intently at the screen. The video began with the distant howls of zombies outside, culminating in a sweeping shot revealing a massive head appearing at the window, startling everyone. This creature could no longer simply be called a zombie. It was indeed a zombie monster, with bulging eyes, a mottled black and blue skin, and a face marred with decaying flesh and even maggots. It was exceedingly grotesque, leaving one to wonder how it had grown to such a size. Qiao then closed the short video and opened the latest information regarding it. The zombie monster had originally been a very tall individual diagnosed with gigantism at the age of 10, leading to numerous hospital visits. This was the reason it feared entering the research institute. After transforming into a zombie monster, its size continued to increase. Particularly, it evolved by consuming its kind, with zombies providing an endless food source, and it could command lower-level zombies to confine the researchers within the institute. Currently, it stood at 4 meters 2 with moderate agility, capable of maintaining a steady pursuit of humans. The headquarters rated it as a 3-star threat. It had also activated a common skill of mutated monsters, Sonic Attack. But due to its massive size, it struggled to conceal its movements, making its footsteps heavy. The only advantage was that one need not fear its silent approach. Chun Xiaofei immediately rubbed his arms in exasperation, stating, "But it was terrifying when it suddenly poked its head out. It made no noise at all." He was clearly agitated. "I fear not the strength of the enemy, but the way they haunt one like a ghost." Qiao sighed regretfully, echoing his sentiments. This creature can set traps. It is certain that it lacks human consciousness, with its actions driven solely by instinct. Yet it is incredibly cunning. While the zombie monster does make loud footsteps, if it were to remain still nearby, it could still catch one off guard, relishing the element of surprise, and a scratch from it would be fatal. Qiao also pointed out the dangers. indicating that the bacteria concentration on its body was alarmingly high. A friend of hers had extracted a small sample of its blood for research. Contact with it would undoubtedly be lethal for an ordinary person and quite dangerous for superhumans as well. Therefore, one must avoid any skin contact with it. Otherwise, even a mutated individual could face life-threatening risks. Wang Weihua could not help but exclaim, "This creature is like a mobile superbacteria." Bai Shu frowned, suggesting that they should avoid close combat. Have there been any attempts to use ranged weapons? The Qiao expressed regret, stating that their weapons had been completely depleted, and ordinary zombies were still overwhelming in numbers. This creature was exceptionally crafty, evading any attempts with firearms. The sea of corpses was no exaggeration. It was a terrifying sight. Thus, headquarters had decided not to send just one team, but to orchestrate a large-scale operation, deploying 5 teams to eliminate the zombies along the way. Qin Luo grasped the crux of the matter, asking, "So why have you specifically requested our team?" Chen Xiaofei and the others suddenly realized, questioning why did Qiao insisted on their 3A team participating in a collective mission. While 3A was indeed formidable, there were certainly stronger teams. The A-level teams were not few in number. The Qiao's gaze lingered on the little zombie as she explained, "Because my dear friend is a mutated individual, with the mutation being that of a butterfly, specifically a dead leaf butterfly. It possesses no offensive capabilities and can only camouflage itself for survival. Although the base accepts mutated individuals, many still harbor deep-seated biases, considering them less than human. The team leader is Jin Chuanxiong, the overall commander, and he belongs to the faction that opposes mutated beings. I fear he may disregard the well-being of my friend." Da Qiao spoke gravely, stating that her reason for seeking out Qin Luo and his team was twofold. She trusted their abilities and valued their character, as well as their capacity for empathy. The little zombie had indeed been well cared for by them, something that was plainly evident. With a smile, Da Qiao added, "This friend of mine is truly significant to me, so to ensure everything goes smoothly, I implore you to assist me with this task. In return, I will provide you with 500,000 points as compensation." She also promised each of them a favor that they could call upon in the future, which she would fulfill unconditionally. The Qiao typically appeared as a calm and collected researcher, yet even as she spoke of her best friend's predicament, she remained composed. However, the little zombie sensed the sorrow in her eyes and tugged at Qin Luo's sleeve, her silver-gray gaze fixed on him, expressing her desire to accept this mission. The 3-star monster is not entirely unfamiliar to them. If it becomes necessary, they can lure it away to a more secluded location, where she can unleash her ultimate ability to vanquish it. Regarding the bacteria from these zombies, she can utilize the space protection shield to encompass the 4 of them, thereby minimizing her usage of abilities to prolong the shield's duration, ensuring their safety is not a significant concern. When Qin Luo felt her tugging, he glanced down at her and, with a resigned smile, ruffled her little head, not refusing the idea, as it was a perfect opportunity to practice against a 3-star monster. Their last encounter with a 3-star mutated serpent nearly led to their annihilation, and it had been quite taxing. However, with everyone's levels having risen since then, it was time for a comparison. The Qiao expressed her surprise. She was entirely confident in her plan, but she anticipated that the little zombie would advocate on her behalf. She smiled at Xu DuoDuo, saying, "Thank you, I will remember this favor." The little zombie shyly retreated behind Qin Luo, and as she observed the increasingly human-like features of the little zombie, the Qiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Once the task was confirmed, Qin Luo turned to the Qiao and reminded her, "Remember, 500,000 points for 5 favors. Don't deny it when the time comes." The Qiao assured him she would not. After leaving her home and navigating through the carnivorous flower babies at the entrance with difficulty, they were finally on their way back home, discussing the matter along the way. Chen Xiaofei remarked in astonishment, "I never would have guessed that Qiao was quite affluent." Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and replied, "Do you think she cultivates those carnivorous flowers just for fun? The reports she writes can earn points. However, 500,000 points is indeed a substantial amount." Wang Wei, who also expressed admiration for her generosity, noting that if she hadn't approached them, they would undoubtedly take on the mission when the base announces it later. They all understood their captain well. Encountering a 3-star monster is an opportunity they could hardly ignore. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow at them, exclaiming, "Oh, you all are quite in sync." Chen Xiaofei and the others laughed in agreement. Chapter 61. Special Training Moreover. This Jin Chuan Xiong has a rather poor reputation and tend to be quite disliked. Class leader. If you happen to encounter this individual, keep your distance. Jin Chuan Xiong is a hypocrite and a malicious person, truly ruthless. Chun Xiao Fei was enlightening the little zombie about him, emphasizing that although he has completed numerous tasks, his methods are rather unscrupulous, often sacrificing his teammates to enhance his success rate. He is, after all, a person of extreme cruelty. Bai Shu grimaced at the mention of him, commenting on his lofty aspirations. He will eventually meet his downfall. Wang Weihu, however, cautioned them to refrain from speaking too freely, as they were all part of a combat team. If he overheard, he might feign victimhood, claiming that their team was bullying him and stealing the merits of his Jin Peng team. His serious yet sarcastic remark elicited laughter from Chun Xiao Fei and Bai Shu. Xu DuoDuo quickly grasped the situation, realizing that Jin Chuan Xiong was indeed a nefarious character. Qin Luo glanced down at her and advised. Jin Chuan Xiong is vain and enjoys taking credit for others' efforts. De Qiao mentioned he dislikes mutants. If he dares to bully you, do not hesitate to retaliate. If you cannot defeat him, run and inform me, and I will seek retribution. He was particularly concerned about the little zombie being bullied, as she sometimes appeared astute and at other times rather naive. Xu DuoDuo nodded in agreement, increasingly resembling a human. Qin Luo recalled her earlier tugging and her eager gaze directed at him, realizing that even a zombie could possess compassion. Xu DuoDuo was genuinely touched by De Qiao's friendship, prompting him to ponder, how could such a little being not be considered human? His heart softened, while Chun Xiao Fei continued to mock Jin Chuan Xiong's misdeeds, exclaiming, "What a pretentious fellow! What does he think of himself?" His real name was Jin Depeng. He named his team after it. After he swindled the Mei Gui team, he was soundly ridiculed by their captain for his unrefined name and subsequently changed it to Jin Chuan Xiong. A small man remains a small man. Regardless of his name change, his character is still despicable. It was only due to the headquarters' manpower shortage that Jin Chuan Xiong had not faced severe consequences. After all, he had crossed the line many times, with the worst incident resulting in the loss of 2/3 of his team. He cared little for the lives of his comrades. Yet, he possesses a talent for manipulation, managing to brainwash some teammates into serving him loyally. As they continued to vent their frustrations, they finally arrived at Wang Weihu's home. Despite his imposing presence, he proved to be a devoted family man, maintaining a tidy household. As soon as they stepped inside, the four of them and the little zombie received an email from headquarters, inviting them to participate in a rescue mission with a reward of 500,000 points per person, alongside the latest firearms and provisions for each team. Qin Luo checked the departure date, 3 days later, coinciding perfectly with their scheduled weapon customization. Bai Shu reminded everyone, "Tomorrow we are set to create the second batch of the mutant core diluting agent. We can conveniently prepare the third batch on the way, which will also enhance our abilities. Once we arrive, it will be time to enter combat mode." Wang Weihu entered the kitchen to prepare drinks for them, while Chun Xiao Fei led Xu DuoDuo to the sofa, where they engaged in casual gossip. Qin Luo turned to find the little zombie had wandered off, prompting him to announce, "Starting today, we will arrange special training for Xu DuoDuo. No one is to be idle for the next 3 days." Since the little zombie had regained her agility, it was time for her to train diligently. Chun Xiao Fei feigned exhaustion, lamenting, "My rare day off. Who initiated this?" Bai Shu chuckled, intrigued as he glanced at their captain. "Are you sure you want us to teach her?" Qin Luo, exasperated, declared, "I will handle the combat training myself. Xiao Bai, you will teach her marksmanship. Lao Wang will instruct her in boxing, and Xiao Fei will show her how to conceal herself." In this post-apocalyptic world, possessing additional skills translates to enhanced safety. They couldn't always keep an eye on her. Thus, the best approach was to encourage her growth. They exchanged jokes, and everyone agreed to the plan. The little zombie tilted her head, finally tapping out a few words on her tablet, displaying the message, "Teach me, I want to learn." Qin Luo and the others erupted in laughter, affirming her spirit. She was not merely a weak corpse, but rather a determined individual, eager to seize every opportunity. Dinner consisted of braised beef, ginger duck, spicy chicken cubes, boiled shrimp, and garlic cabbage, with Wang Weihu freshly preparing seaweed and egg drop soup. These dishes were reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic home cooking, with only the soup being freshly made. Everyone relished the meal. The braised beef was savory and delectable. The ginger duck tender and aromatic. The spicy chicken cubes paired perfectly with rice, and the boiled shrimp was refreshingly sweet, while the garlic cabbage provided a delightful contrast. Finally, the seaweed and egg drop soup brought a comforting conclusion to the meal, leaving everyone feeling satisfied. Xu DuoDuo could only manage a bite of each dish, as her current palate could barely discern flavors compared to her previous experiences. Now, she could only consume mutated plants or animal meat. The mutated shrimp Chan Xiao Fei had purchased previously was particularly delicious, though such delicacies were currently scarce. The consumption of mutated flora and fauna was still in its infancy, but numbers would likely increase in the future. Ultimately, Xu DuoDuo savored a mutant bat core, which had a vaguely sweet raspberry flavor. I feel so full and content. Life is truly blissful. Having the class leader is wonderful. I must praise her 100 times each meal. Chen Xiao Fei was exceptionally skilled at compliments, serving as the emotional anchor of the team. Bai Shu found himself pleasantly drowsy from the meal, leaning back against the sofa in a daze. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who diligently cleaned up the dishes. Qin Luo was busy drafting a rigorous training schedule for the little zombie, filling it to the brim with activities. The devilish training was about to commence. As Xu DuoDuo recalled something, she joined Wang Wei, who in the kitchen, noticing the well-equipped space and remembering the need to prepare food. The appetite of the supernatural beings is indeed quite substantial. Everyone has been leaving the extraordinary cores for her to consume, yet she cannot allow them to go hungry. It is time to stock up on some prepared food. When Wang Weihua noticed her wandering into the kitchen, he kindly suggested, "Class monitor, you should take a rest. I can handle the dishes." He had grown accustomed to washing them. Xu DuoDuo wanted to speak, but found herself unable to, so she retrieved her tablet to type, "Kong Jian, Shikai Duo, Yao Junbei, Shu de Shikai, Baiji." Her mind was prone to moments of stagnation, compelling her to keep her words concise. Clarity was all that mattered. Upon hearing this, Wang Weihua readily agreed, stating, "Although my cooking may not be gourmet, ensuring you are satiated is not a concern. Class monitor, please bring out the ingredients. I will stock up on some prepared food whenever I have a chance. Just listen to Qin Luo and study diligently." The little zombie nodded demurely, extracting numerous instant meals from her spatial cube, which were quite simple to prepare. Just cook them thoroughly. She also produced 4 air fryers and 3 pressure cookers, handing them all over to Wang Weihua. He was taken aback, struggling to fathom the effort the class monitor must have exerted prior to the apocalypse to amass such provisions. Nevertheless, he nodded with determination. "All right, I will do my best to cook them all." Only then did the little zombie feel reassured. As Qin Luo called for her, she swayed out once more. 3 days later, at the craftsman department of the survivor base in H City, they were slightly exhilarated upon receiving their new weapons. Qin Luo glanced at his dual-bladed knife, which had indeed been modified according to his expectations. The overall blade had been elongated, and its hardness and density had undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, it was now electrified. Qin Luo could effortlessly unleash a substantial electric current with a mere swipe. It was quite impressive. Additionally, the knife boasted a critical hit attribute with a certain probability of delivering tenfold force. Bai Shu acquired a specially crafted gun, capable of both long-range and close-quarters shooting, which looked exceptionally stylish. Notably, the magazine contained an embedded 10 cubic space, allowing for the storage of a multitude of bullets, thereby significantly reducing the time required for ammunition changes. Wang Weihua received a pair of gauntlets, which were lighter than he had anticipated, yet their impact had greatly increased, providing protection for his fists without causing discomfort. It was incredibly comfortable. He clenched his fist to test it, then threw a punch to gauge its effectiveness, feeling thoroughly satisfied. The gauntlets were waterproof and fireproof, impervious to tearing, remarkably resilient against the claws of ordinary mutated creatures. Chen Xiaofei received a set of hidden weapons, sleeve arrows, designed in a somewhat ancient style, also featuring an embedded 10 cubic space filled with various small blades that would automatically retract after striking their target. The material was specially crafted to resist bloodstains, similar to their modified off-road vehicle, which would shed blood from its exterior. This little flying knife was similarly invincible. Chen Xiaofei was overjoyed, exclaiming how incredible it was. The craftsman department was truly impressive. Sudwood's chainsaw was particularly splendid. Having heard it was for a young girl, they had even transformed it into a vibrant pink. It boasted limitless power, utilizing the newly discovered Gongyan, a type of stone that could self-generate electricity. One piece would last for 180 years, and they had even provided her with 2 spare stones. The chainsaw's gears were fearsome, featuring double wheels that could slice through anything effortlessly, truly a marvel. The little zombie adored it, clutching the chainsaw and caressing it lovingly. The staff at the service center inquired whether they were satisfied with their new acquisitions and offered a chance for fine-tuning if any adjustments are necessary. The 4 humans and 1 zombie quickly shook their heads, exclaiming, "Oh my, with such splendid weapons, who could possibly complain? We absolutely love them." They dripped a bit of blood onto the weapons, binding their souls to them, establishing a subtle connection with the tools. It felt quite wonderful. The service desk attendant then produced 10 sets of combat uniforms, which were a new offering from the craftsman department. Compared to regular clothing, these uniforms enhance protective attributes, allowing the wearer to withstand attacks from mutated creatures of 3 stars or below, and could even endure 3 strikes from 3-star monsters, although anything beyond that was too much. Nevertheless, it was already quite impressive. Qin Luo urged Wang Weihua to collect them, remarking, "Look at this, you are all too generous." He spoke polite words, yet inside he was elated, as were Qin Xiaofei and the others. Not only that, but the service desk attendant also gifted them 5 machine guns, which were also new products, stating that they could provide feedback after use. Being part of a combat team had its advantages, especially when they had gained a bit of fame. The latest items at the base were always prioritized for their squad. Qin Luo accepted them all. Wang Weihua distributed them to everyone, each placing their weapon in their storage space, planning to change into them later. Xu DuoDuo opted out, as her 3 dresses were superior to these combat uniforms. After bidding farewell to the courteous staff, they changed into their new combat attire in the craftsman department's changing room. The new uniforms were black, fitting them perfectly and accentuating their physiques. Their long legs were particularly eye-catching. When the 4 of them emerged, the little zombie was utterly captivated. Qin Luo, having recently diluted the extraordinary core serum, had allowed his hair to grow a bit, forming a wild tail, handsome and fierce, yet also a bit rogue. His usual gaze was quite cold, but it softened immediately when directed at Xu DuoDuo, the little zombie. He remembered having frightened her previously, and ever since that incident, he had never looked at her with disdain again, always wearing a smile. Bai Shu, wearing frameless glasses and sporting a neat short hairstyle, appeared quite refined. His physique was not particularly muscular, giving off the impression of a strategist or secretary within the team. However, his combat prowess was not to be underestimated. He could take down a small monster with a single shot. Qin Xiaofei, the shortest among them, still stood at 1.80 meters, with a well-proportioned build, a sturdy frame, and a baby face that was always beaming with a smile, his hair cut short. Wang Weihua was quite robust, not in a plump manner, but rather as a muscular powerhouse. He epitomized the term male mother, with an impressively large chest and a tall stature. His features were ruggedly handsome, yet when he smiled, he appeared quite endearing. Xu DuoDuo was dressed in a charming red Lolita-style dress, adorned with a red lace headband, making the little zombie look exquisitely doll-like. Since her last transformation, her silver hair had faded, but her grayish eyes had gained a hint of silver, barely noticeable unless observed closely. She had chosen not to wear colored contact lenses, and she looked delightful as she patiently awaited their change of clothes. Qin Luo found himself stealing glances at her, his gaze following her every movement effortlessly. Qin Xiaofei never hesitated to lavish her with compliments, showering her with affectionate phrases, calling her the most adorable little zombie in the world, praising her as invincibly beautiful, and using various terms that celebrated her beauty. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu chimed in with a few words, while only Qin Luo blushed awkwardly, unable to articulate his feelings, his emotions evident to anyone who was observant. At that moment, the service desk attendant happened to pass by again with a colleague and noticed that Team 3A had not yet left. She was unable to suppress her admiration upon seeing them, exclaiming, "This group is truly stunning." Her colleague chimed in, "Oh my, who are they? Which team do they belong to? They are incredibly handsome, and that dress is simply beautiful. It is so exquisitely crafted." The service desk attendant, feeling a bit proud, replied, "They are from Team 3A. I am their liaison." Her colleague immediately expressed envy. Oh my, how fortunate you are. Have you encountered the zombie-like, metamorphosed being from their team? What do they look like up close? The silhouette is absolutely breathtaking. The service desk attendant reflected for a moment. Very beautiful, with exquisitely defined features. They do not resemble a typical human. They look as if they were crafted by hand. The two of them chattered excitedly for quite a while, unable to resist, frequently glancing back. Meanwhile, Qian Luo had already called for everyone to follow him as they headed to retrieve their vehicle and embark on their mission. Upon successfully boarding the vehicle, it departed from the base's inspection checkpoint, accompanied by the familiar electronic voice. Welcome to H City Survivor Base's first exit checkpoint. Beep. All is normal. All members of H City Survivor Base wish you a safe journey. After passing through numerous verification stages, they arrived at the manual inspection area. The same attendant greeted them with a familiar smile, saying, Captain Qian, off on another mission, I hear? This time it sounds quite significant, with 5 combat teams dispatched, and all of considerable size. Qian Luo chuckled, replying, It's all right. What mission isn't dangerous? They're all the same. The attendant couldn't help but laugh, finally handing over the card and saying, Thank you for your hard work. On behalf of all humanity at H City Survivor Base, I wish you a safe journey and a swift return home. This phrase had become almost a cliché, but Qian Luo still smiled and expressed his gratitude before accelerating towards their new mission destination. Chapter 63. Two worlds as they exited the city gates. They observed vehicles heading towards N City. Bai Shu glanced at the mission notification. After their team confirmed acceptance, headquarters provided a personnel roster. The 5 teams included their Team 3A, Team Jinping, Team Meiguei, Team Liebao, and Team Beige. Aside from their team, which consisted of merely 5 members, the other teams comprised around 10 individuals each. To their surprise, Team Meiguei was also present, likely infuriating Jin Chuanqiu. Bai Shu wore an expression of amusement, as the tablet in his hand displayed the personal information of each team member. Chun Xiaofei chimed in with a chuckle. As long as Sister Mimi is around, there is someone to keep that one in check. With her on the team, this mission is sure to be a success. Team Meiguei was a special operations unit composed of 9 formidable women, all possessing exceptional abilities. Their leader, Mu Mei, was amiable and exuded a refreshing vigor. The remaining 8 teammates were all plant-based supernatural beings, each possessing immense power. Xu DuoDuo was also engrossed in her tablet, diligently familiarizing herself with the members of the other teams, her mind nearly overheating from the effort. Eventually, she leaned back in her seat, observing the scenery outside. After leaving the base, the landscape was barren. All the trees had withered, and the ground was exceedingly dry, kicking up clouds of dust as the vehicle passed. The arid conditions were starkly evident, and the environment was deteriorating rapidly. It feels like we're almost in a desert here, Chun Xiaofei remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. Despite having endured a typhoon, the base quickly regained its vitality. Various altered beings collaborated with the logistics teams to restore their home, reviving plants and repairing necessary items. The base was truly a paradise. In contrast, the world outside was desolate, terrifying, and losing its vitality. Qian Luo was listening to the latest report on the zombie monsters when he interjected, Thus, we cannot remain in the base for too long. It fosters a sense of complacency. For ordinary people, as long as they stay within the base, they can live as if it were before the apocalypse. The base has designated several areas for ordinary humans, where altered beings do not venture, providing them with jobs and constructing numerous factories. They continue to work and study, and although they lack internet access, their lives are far safer than those outside. However, this is highly unstable. In the face of danger, they are utterly defenseless and could easily perish. Qian Luo found this unsettling. He preferred to hone his team's skills, for if they did not, they would inevitably succumb to the tides of evolution. Wang Weihua and the others strongly agreed, noting that their trip to N-City could also allow them to gather supplies. The journey ahead was hurried with minimal stops. The 5 teams proceeded without greeting one another, all focused on their progress. 3 days prior, they had received a distress signal from the N-City Research Institute. The organization of personnel, weapon preparation, and discussion of rescue routes had consumed 3 days. Now, they were compelled to accelerate their journey. During this time, Qian Luo switched places with Wang Weihua, returning to the middle row to rest, while Wang Weihua took the wheel. Chen Xiaofei occupied the passenger seat. The areas surrounding the base have been thoroughly scavenged multiple times, even the tin roofs stripped bare. Look at that factory over there. Someone pointed out. They all glanced over. Xu DuoDuo noticed that the factory's roof was entirely gone, stripped clean, even the steel framework dismantled and sent back to the base. After taking a sip of water, Qin Luo remarked, the process of search and rescue is thus. First, save lives, then gather food, medicine, and finally, any usable items. One by one, we go through it all. Should the base find itself in need again, they might even take the bricks from houses. Nothing is wasted. This illustrates that as the outside world continues to deteriorate, resources will only become scarcer. To procure more, we must venture further afield while we still have the opportunity to stockpile. As Qin Luo finished speaking, Xu DuoDuo whistled in agreement, nodding her head. She was eager to gather supplies. Despite her ample storage space, resources were being seized everywhere. The longer they waited, the greater the risk of contamination or destruction by other mutated creatures. Rather than take such chances, it was wiser to store them in her space, ensuring safety. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon her. The sight of the petite zombie in a dress had made him feel shy for several days. But he was beginning to grow accustomed to it. Consuming the alien core has made a difference. Look at those clever little eyes, he teased her. The small zombie glared at him, puffing up in indignation, annoyed by his incessant jokes. Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yet, amidst the levity, a heavy atmosphere lingered, especially after witnessing the desolation of the outside world, evoking a chilling sense of abandonment. The traces of human existence were fading, retreating behind the massive walls of the base. Chen Xiaofei, seated in the passenger seat, remarked, "It's frightening, isn't it? It resembles scenes from a movie." Yet, this was reality, and the death toll was incalculable. The emptiness outside was hardly surprising. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and added, the portion of satellites that just resumed operation yesterday. If you check the current satellite imagery, you'll see the global dimming. Previously, the view was illuminated with countless lights. Now it's merely an expanse of darkness. Save for the areas surrounding the base, which still glimmer faintly. It's truly disheartening. Qin Luo retrieved the remaining milk tea from his storage card, placing it in the small zombie's arms. He asked the others if they wanted some, as there were still 14 cups available. The small zombie was elated to hold the large cup of milk tea, feeling the coolness within, the ice clinking merrily. However, she soon realized there was no straw. In the next moment, Qin Luo produced a straw, tearing open the paper wrapping and inserting it into the drink, a habitual act of care towards her. Look at you. A big dog giving the little zombie milk tea and even a straw. You're no longer a bad thing. You're a good thing now. She beamed with joy, sipping her milk tea and bubbling with happiness in the back seat. Once Qin Luo had distributed the milk tea, everyone had a cup in hand, and the earlier gloominess caused by the bleak world outside seemed to dissipate. Chen Xiaofei took a large sip of classic pearl milk tea, savoring the chewy pearls and exclaiming, "Indeed, sweets are healing." Recognizing the group's low spirits, Qin Luo had chosen to bring out the milk tea to uplift their mood, and it worked. Everyone appeared much more invigorated. He felt quite satisfied, thinking to himself that he was quite the considerate captain. "Oh dear, I mustn't be too good." The small zombie gazed at him intently, prompting Qin Luo to clear his throat and say, "Drink your milk tea. Why do you keep staring at me?" His embarrassment was evident, and he felt his cheeks warm. Chapter 64. Let us deal with them. One day later, after exiting the expressway, the 5 combat teams finally gathered in the open area in front of the toll station. The internal situation of N-City remained uncertain, necessitating caution before entering. The teams decided to rest overnight, planning to commence their assault on the zombies at dawn, while also confirming the rescue route. "I have already stated that you must follow my orders. I am the chief commander for this mission," a gruff male voice asserted, brimming with unyielding resolve. Another voice, articulate and composed, swiftly countered, "Who do you think you are? Follow your orders? Shall we bombard them with ammunition? What if there are survivors?" The male voice grew increasingly agitated, retorting, "How long has it been since the apocalypse began? Well, mate, let me tell you, our mission is to rescue the scientific personnel. Every day we delay increases the risk. Can you afford such delays? How many survivors could possibly be left in this wretched place?" The 2 team captains from the other combat squads dared not intervene, knowing one was the leader of the Jinpeng team and the other of the Mei Gui team, both of whom ranked among the top 30 in the hierarchy. Mumei was incensed by the implication that ordinary lives held no value. There's an alternative plan that merely takes longer. We could breach from the southeast. Why should we sacrifice innocent lives for a mere few minutes? Jin Chuanxiong, unfazed, adjusted his collar and declared, I've already stated that I am the chief commander. You must heed my command. Mumei spat dismissively. What do you think you are? Captain Qin is here. Headquarters has already stated that the chief commander is to be decided through discussion. At her words, Jin Chuanxiong's face darkened. The tension was palpable, as both sides seemed ready to clash, with their teammates on edge. Hey, what are you doing? We haven't even fought the zombies yet. And you're already turning on each other? A nonchalant voice broke through, capturing their attention. Captain Qin, came the chorus of greetings from the members of the other two teams. Upon seeing Qin Luo approach, their faces brightened. The 3A Special Operations team had recently gained notoriety, having just defeated a 3-star mutated snake man and exterminated over 20,000 bats during a typhoon, all while emerging unscathed. They regarded the 3A team with admiration, many newcomers idolizing their leaders. Brother Qin, you are so impressive. Yes, when we have time to guide our team. Indeed, I have heard that your combat skills are unparalleled. Teach us. Can we add you as a friend? Qin Luo smiled and waved dismissively. Let us talk after the mission. The other newcomers erupted in excitement, praising him for always prioritizing the mission. Seeing Qin Luo's arrival overshadow his presence, Jin Chuanxiong's expression darkened. Mumei Sukolfud had disdain evident. Regarding him as a mere clown, a jester who could only prance about, Jin Chuanxiong clenched his fists, channeling his metallic powers, a layer of metal forming over his knuckles. His gaze filled with malice towards Mumei. In response, Mumei summoned her powers, 2 meters of mutated rose branches erupting behind her, the impending battle poised to ignite. Qin Luo intervened. Enough. Why waste energy fighting each other when we have monsters to slay? The 2 other newcomers felt the tension and awkwardly attempted to mediate. Yes. Captain Jin, Captain Mu, please do not quarrel. The mission is of utmost importance. Conserve your powers. With a cold huff, Mumei retracted her abilities and turned to Qin Luo, acknowledging their familiar camaraderie with a nod. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from behind Qin Luo, gazing curiously at them, her eyes wide with interest. Why are you here? Aren't you resting in the vehicle? Go take a nap, Qin Luo remarked, his tone shifting to a playful note. The little zombie replied with a whimper, expressing her concern about the big dog being bullied, which prompted her to come check. Though it seemed no one dared harm her, the surrounding individuals were taken aback by her appearance, exclaiming, What an exquisite little beauty. Qin Luo, somewhat helpless, responded, I apologize, my teammate is quite clingy. It's hard to help being such a commendable captain. I attract admiration. His tone, laced with playful arrogance, elicited laughter from the group, lightening the atmosphere. Even Mumei, astonished, remarked, Is this your new teammate? She is indeed adorable. Having heard about her from De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, she found the reality exceeded her expectations. Qin Luo beamed, observing the striking red-haired beauty, approximately 1.75 meters tall, her figure enviably fit with a stylish short haircut. As she glanced at the others and then down at her petite form, an expression of envy crossed her face. Qin Luo proudly introduced, Yes, this is our new teammate from the 3A Special Operations team, Xu DuoDuo, a speed-type mutant. The little zombie, realizing she was being introduced, stepped forward and gave a shy nod, attempting to appear cool and composed, reminiscent of Qin Luo. The crowd was nearly charmed to the point of adoration. Hello, Gomatsu. Fellow comrades, greetings. Xu DuoDuo felt a bit shy, overwhelmed by the warm reception, yet her heart swelled with joy at the absence of strange looks directed her way. Qin Luo's tone was imbued with pride, reflecting on Xu DuoDuo's rapid progress in just 3 days of training, mastering combat techniques, and becoming proficient in spatial abilities. How could he not feel proud? Jin Chuanxiong, noticing Xu DuoDuo, mockingly exclaimed, Captain Qin, you really brought a mutant with you? What was the base thinking? Allowing her to come out? What use is a mere speed-type mutant? Just a pretty decoration? Your 3A team has become audacious, demanding unreasonable privileges based on your impressive records. Before Qin Luo could react, the small figure darted forward, and in a flash, she leaped and delivered a kick to Jin Chuanxiong's chest, forcing him back 2 steps. Realizing what had happened, he seethed with rage exclaiming a curse word. The little zombie was furious. How dare he use foul language against her? Fight him. The onlookers were stunned, taken aback by her fierce demeanor. She was truly a force to be reckoned with. Wow, look at her speed. How can she fight so ferociously in a skirt? The reason for her ferocity lay in her unorthodox fighting style, deviating from conventional techniques. Look at her. This is incredible. Jin Chuanxiong, infuriated, disregarded the fact that he was up against a novice zombie. He was more concerned about losing face against a mutant. To his horror, he realized he couldn't overpower her. A novice? Qin Luo watched with satisfaction, knowing the training had paid off. He planned to review her performance later, identifying any mistakes to help her improve. By the end, the crowd was in awe. How terrifying. Ouch, my teeth hurt just watching. Captain Jin has met his match. Wow, this little girl is fierce. Fighting in a skirt is truly impressive. In truth, Jin Chuanxiong had only himself to blame for provoking her, believing everyone would tolerate his arrogance. Rumor had it that he had just broken through to the third tier of abilities, but now he faced a newcomer capable of matching him, with speed surpassing his own. The more he fought, the more anxious he became, and ultimately, a momentary lapse allowed Xu DuoDuo to knock him down with a well-placed kick, displaying remarkable strength. The entire assembly erupted in applause. Chen Xiaofei and the others were unaware of when they arrived and were captivated by her combat prowess. Upon witnessing her victory, they erupted in cheers. Ah, the little class leader is amazing. Incredible. So cool. Chen Xiaofei, Bai Shu, and Wang Weihu all gave her a thumbs up. Qin Luo, with a beaming smile, urged her to return and cease fighting. The little zombie coolly raised her hand and gave him a thumbs up as well. If she performed well during the 3-day training, such encouragement would be common among teammates, showcasing a silent understanding among them. With joy in her heart, Xu DuoDuo returned, strolling back without a single breath of exertion, heading straight to Qin Luo. Everyone anticipated her next move, but she merely extended her little hand for him to see, revealing a small bruise. Qin Luo's expression immediately shifted, instinctively bending down to blow on her hand. How could he be so rough? He hurt our precious one. The bruise on her fair hand was quite conspicuous, stirring his heart to tenderly rub it. Chen Xiaofei and the others also felt a pang of sympathy, turning to shout, "Hey, Jin Daping, are you insane? It was just a spar. Did you really have to use your powers?" "How shameless!" Bai Shu echoed, "Truly shameless." Wang Weihu confronted him. "We're all comrades, Jin Daping. You're truly despicable." Meanwhile, Jin Chuanxiong, sprawled on the ground, was dumbfounded, while the crowd fell into silence, embodying the stillness of the evening. Xu DuoDuo's pain sensitivity was not particularly pronounced, but she had been pampered excessively. Was it not normal for ordinary zombies to endure minor bumps and bruises? From the outset, Qin Luo had carried her, either cradling her or tucking her under his arm, helping her navigate the rigid phase of her zombie form, allowing her to now run and jump. The worst consequence was merely fatigue from overexertion. She was tough and resilient enough to withstand a few tumbles during a storm without injury. However, today, she had sustained a bruise, which would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Jin Chuanxiong, a metal ability user, had crudely reinforced himself with a layer of metal, causing her pain upon impact. With each punch, her hand ached, and each kick left her leg sore, likely resulting in a bruise on her calf as well. The little zombie, eager to show him her leg, almost lifted her skirt, but Qin Luo quickly pressed it down, exclaiming, No, we can't have you lifting your skirt in public. Let's go back. I'll check your injuries." Although he intended to toughen her up for her own survival, he couldn't help but feel anguish at her actual pain. He wondered if zombies could even use medicine. Meanwhile, Jin Chuanxiong continued to curse on the ground. Suddenly, Qin Luo halted, turned, and snapped his fingers. Jin Chuanxiong was struck by a bolt of lightning, writhing in pain on the floor. "Listen up. Xu DuoDuo is a member of our 3A team, officially sanctioned by headquarters. If you have any objections, take them up with headquarters. If you dare to insult her again, how about we settle it with a spar? Bullying a little zombie is no mark of a man." Qin Luo spoke sternly to Jin Chuanxiong, simultaneously establishing Xu DuoDuo's authority. With one arm cradling her, he raised his other hand to lightly tap the metal collar around her neck, which shimmered with a soft green glow. Given that she could maintain emotional stability during combat, how many present could boast the same? After asserting this, Qin Luo turned and carried the little zombie away to check her leg. The others finally grasped the situation. Xu DuoDuo, the little zombie, had managed to remain clear-headed throughout the fight. Almost everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even emotionally unstable mutants exhibit fluctuations. Thus, the purpose of the emotional monitoring collars provided by the base was to track these changes, shifting from green to orange to red. Even if her fluctuations reached orange, she would merely receive a warning. Yet, she had maintained a steady green throughout. One extraordinary little zombie. And who had seen such a beautifully dressed young girl fighting so fiercely? It was frightening. Chun Xiaofei and the others snickered, observing Jin Chuanqiong as if he were a mere dog. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses, smiling warmly. All right, now let us discuss the rescue routes. Ordinary people deserve rights too, and I am more interested in Captain Mu's route. Let's all discuss it, ignoring the potential existence of survivors. The idea of using artillery bombardment to shorten encirclement time was utterly inhumane. Wang Weihu and the others would never engage in such actions. Only Jin Chuanqiong, the scoundrel, would dare to do so, were it not for his connections. Despite completing numerous missions, headquarters would not tolerate such behavior. Unfortunately, he always had someone to back him up. Mu Mei sighed in relief, grateful that the 3A team had arrived. Otherwise, leading two groups of strong yet inexperienced newcomers would have been quite a headache. At least with the 3A team, they could devise a strategy together. Bai Shu began discussing tactics with Qin Xiaofei and Wang Weihu, contrasting the 3A team's collaborative approach with Jin Chuanqiong's autocratic style. The Leopard team excelled in ambushes, the Dove team specialized in distractions, the Rose team was adept at entrapment, and the Golden Eagle team was suited for damage absorption. Thus, the 3A team was best positioned for output. They began to allocate positions accordingly. As they engaged in fervent discussion, Jin Chuanqiong trembled with rage, his teammates equally indignant, cursing from the sidelines. The audacity of the 3A team was astonishing. How shameless. Surely, there must be something wrong with the mutant collars. How could there be no emotional fluctuations? Mutants were despicable creatures, and Jin Chuanqiong could not comprehend headquarters' rationale. His hatred for the 3A team grew. They were a thorn in his side, consistently overshadowing him. He had thought that having ascended to a third-tier ability would grant him some glory, only to be struck by Qin Luo's lightning, which left him feeling even more inept. It seemed the other party wielded their powers with greater finesse, likely at a higher level than his own. This realization left him feeling a deep sense of crisis. His eyes ablaze with anger. His teammates, initially outraged, were taken aback by their captain's frenzied demeanor, feeling that he was even more terrifying than the zombies in their ranks. However, no one paid them any mind. The majority favored the 3A team as the commanding force. After Qin Luo applied medicine to Xu DuoDuo's bruised leg, he returned to convene with the group. Let us proceed with these two routes. We will split up and attack the research institute with full force. The next morning, as dawn broke, the group set off in vehicles, dividing into two teams. The 3A Special Operations Team, the Leopard Team, and the Dove Team formed one group, while the Golden Eagle Team and the Rose Team formed the other, with their paths closely aligned for timely assistance in case of danger. The Rose Team accompanied the Golden Eagle Team primarily for oversight, wary of any potential mischief. Once the vehicles reached the intersection, everyone quickly stowed them in spatial storage. Each combat team's captain possessed at least one spatial storage card, while others' capabilities determined their benefits. Let us split here. Positions assigned, the encirclement mission officially commences. With Qin Luo's command, everyone responded in unison and swiftly took action. Jin Chuanqiong's expression soured. Yet with the mission underway, he had no choice but to comply, especially with Mu Mei, the Rose Team captain, watching him closely. Let us go, Captain Jin. Whoever kills the fewest zombies today is garbage. Media Unit Ma chuckled, leading her teammates to move quickly. Jin Chuanqiong, with a scowl, rallied the Golden Eagle team. Gather, everyone. Let us show them what true power looks like. His teammates echoed. Yes. While they bickered, Qin Luo and his team were already engaged in battle. During the day, the zombies move sluggishly, yet their sheer numbers are overwhelming. The entire highway is teeming with them, and their level of decay is quite advanced, eliciting feelings of disgust among the onlookers. It is exasperating to engage in battle. The splattered blood is unbearable, and the stench is unbearable. A third of these zombies are at the 1-star level. Has the evolution of zombies accelerated to such a degree? These one-star zombies have become formidable, even using ordinary zombies as shields. The leopard team and the dove team, while fighting, could not help but voice their frustrations as they gazed at the sea of zombies, feeling a sense of despair. How long must they fight? They initially unleashed a barrage of gunfire before intermittently employing their special abilities, a strategy devised by Qianluo to conserve their powers. Just as the leopard team and the dove team were laboriously clearing the zombies, they heard a commotion ahead, gunfire echoing, thunderous roars, and the rumble of the ground as hordes of zombies were sent flying, lifeless upon impact. The formidable 3A team was truly impressive. The highway was bustling, with Qianluo and his team wreaking havoc up front, while the two rookie teams handled the zombies emerging from side paths. They eliminated zombies in one spot before advancing slowly. Although their pace was not swift, their efficiency was commendable. Both the leopard team and the dove team were composed of rookies whose awakened abilities were quite potent, which is why they were assigned to this rescue operation, also as a means of honing their skills. However, they had never encountered such a multitude of zombies before, and their anxiety made them vulnerable. What should they do if they couldn't manage to fight them off? Qin team, we are being overwhelmed by zombies here. Left alley, left alley. Another wave is coming. Qin team, we have injuries here. As Qianluo struck zombies with lightning, satisfied with the area of effect that spanned approximately 8 meters, he suddenly heard the newcomers panicking. Healing, healing, go save them. I'll turn back to assist you. Don't lose your composure, do you understand? He instructed them to hold their ground. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard the little zombie behind him blowing a wooden whistle. Hey, Xu DuoDuo is coming back to help you. Just hold on for a minute. Qianluo instantly understood the little zombie's meaning. A tacit understanding formed between them. Sure enough, he saw her petite figure darting away, her red Lolita dress strikingly visible, especially as she wielded a pink chainsaw. This little dress enhanced her strength. Last night, the little zombie had utilized her attributes to kick Jin Chuanxiong down, and the effect was remarkable. Coupled with her natural speed, assisting the rookie teams was a breeze. Qianluo detonated a few more thunderbolts ahead and communicated through his earpiece. If you can't hold them off, remember to call for me. This was clearly directed at Xu DuoDuo. Chun Xiaofei, having just shredded zombies with a few small tornadoes and flying knives, cheekily replied, Hey, if you can't handle them, remember to call for me. Bai Shu employed his ability, illusion, to disrupt the zombie horde, causing them to turn on each other, and then used his new weapon to eliminate the stragglers. He chimed in, remember to call for me. Qianluo clicked his tongue, scolding, Get lost, get lost. Can't you go a day without teasing me? Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu burst into laughter, but it did not hinder their efforts to eliminate zombies. Wang Weihua diligently focused on his task, not paying them much mind, but he could not help but remark, there are quite a few alien cores here. We can make a profit. This was indeed true. Qianluo replied, Once we finish clearing this area, let us collect the alien cores. Meanwhile, the leopard team and the dove team were incredulous to hear that the 3A team was still joking around. They were on the verge of collapse, until they spotted a small figure approaching, the little zombie in her lovely dress, wielding a pink chainsaw, effortlessly dispatching a row of zombies. They nearly broke into tears. Finally, someone has come to rescue us. Is this what strength looks like? So powerful. The zombie girl is truly fierce. Xu DuoDuo was tirelessly exterminating zombies, which were foul and numerous, their eyes cloudy and their bodies rotten. The apocalypse had been underway for nearly 2 months, so it was no surprise that the zombies had deteriorated to this state. She maneuvered through the horde with her chainsaw, granting them eternal rest. Excuse me, make way. Do you wish to perish? Allow me to assist you. Even in death, they could not find peace, wandering aimlessly, biting people, and being used as tools by the zombie creatures. How pitiful. The little zombie wielded her chainsaw to send them off, cleaving through a large mass. The leopard team and the dove team were greatly inspired by the sight. If it weren't for their current situation, they would have applauded her. What a fierce little zombie. If only she were part of our team. Wow, she is truly impressive. Why do they call her the little team leader? I don't know. I see that Qin team and the others call her that. But isn't she a zombie? Does that make her one of their kind? Are you foolish? Mutants possess human consciousness. The little team leader is human. She simply evolved in a zombie-like direction. Yet she doesn't look much like a zombie. Everyone agreed with this statement. Xu DuoDuo appeared pristine, her expression neutral, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. She was far from being a mindless automaton. Chapter 67. A brief respite. The capabilities of the rookie teams were not lacking. They simply lacked experience. Coupled with their fear, they were prone to making mistakes. With the little zombies' assistance, they gradually steadied themselves, finding enjoyment in exterminating zombies without panic. They began to keep pace with the combat rhythm of the 3A team. By the time they had nearly eradicated the zombies in their vicinity, the ground was littered with remnants of the battle. Various minced bits of flesh piled up like small mountains, leaving the rookie teams utterly exhausted. Qianmian Mofang declared a temporary end to the mission, allowing them to rest for half an hour. Chun Xiaofei was busy collecting alien cores, using his wind abilities to swirl the zombies, efficiently extracting the cores. Albeit the scene resembled a meat grinder. Upon hearing the announcement of a break, the leopard team and the dove team finally released the tension they had been holding. Utterly worn out, however, seeing the battlefield strewn with remnants, they instinctively moved to the cleaner areas and leaned against the walls to catch their breath. Bai Shu was filming the scene, preparing to write a report later, while Chen Xiaofei continued to extract alien cores, and Wang Weihua patrolled nearby, dealing the finishing blows. Qianmian Mofang ventured ahead to scout and check on the situation of the Rose team. The little zombie, unable to find Qianmian Mofang, ran to stay with Chen Xiaofei. When he saw her approach, he promptly handed her the alien cores. "Here, little team leader, keep these safe from now on. All important items for our team will be entrusted to you." After sorting out the alien cores, Chen Xiaofei pulled out a sack from his storage space and filled it, instructing the little zombie to collect it. Xu DuoDuo stood by, happily receiving the bags, her mood exceptionally bright. She loved hoarding items. Watching them fill up her spatial cube brought her immense joy. Since the extermination of zombies had been divided into two sections, the 3A team had been at the forefront, claiming the alien cores for themselves. Xu DuoDuo, having participated in the rear battle, received a third of the alien cores from that section. The leopard team and the dove team were utterly fatigued, observing the 3A team still engaged in cleanup, leaving them in awe of their prowess. Goodness, are they even human? No wonder everyone on the forum refers to them as beasts. In the same battle, they felt utterly drained, while the 3A team moved with such ease. After all, they were the 3A team, one of the top 20 teams nationwide. At present, the official ranking system is not yet fully established. However, there exists an informal leaderboard within the forum. The top 20 positions are not disclosed, primarily to avoid fostering unruly individuals with extraordinary abilities. While meticulous ranking is unattainable, it is evident that any team reaching the top 20 possesses formidable combat prowess. Positions 21 to 30 serve as a distinct divide, followed by ranks 31 to 50. The Meiguei Rose team and the Jinpeng Golden Eagle team have been vying for the 21st spot for an extended period, alternating their standings. Currently, the Jinpeng team holds the lead, occupying the 21st position, while the Meiguei team trails closely behind in 22nd. To the Liabao, Cheetah team and the Beige, White Dove team. These teams are considered titans, with the 3A team being the epitome of greatness. Ultimately, it was Chen Xiaofei who divided the remaining anomalous cores in the presence of both team leaders, meticulously distributing the total of 12,000 cores. With each team receiving 4,000, a third of the total. The Liabao and Beige teams expressed their gratitude, unable to contain their excitement, as although outdoor missions are perilous, the rewards are often substantial. Many hastily secured their allotted supplies into their storage spaces. Chingu, does your team truly possess a storage space card for everyone? Indeed, is that true? Hearing this, Chen Xiaofei laughed heartily, affirming its truth. At this moment, Wang Weihu finished dispatching the remaining zombies and approached, tossing 2 packs of cigarettes to both the Liabao and Beige teams. Well done today, everyone. Take a moment to rest. This gesture elicited a chorus of astonishment. Wow, such treasures. Wang Gu, you are too generous. Thank you, Wang Gu. Thank you, Weihu Gu. Since the apocalypse began, items like tobacco and alcohol have become rare commodities. They are nearly impossible to procure unless one ventures into the black market at exorbitant prices or waits for the headquarters to distribute supplies post-mission. Alternatively, one might conceal some while scavenging for resources. However, many areas near the base have already been thoroughly searched multiple times, leaving little choice but to venture into far more dangerous territories, as resources are dwindling. Numerous sites now consist only of hollowed-out structures. The sudden appearance of 2 packs of cigarettes, especially Huazi, thrilled the group, prompting them to light up, if only to alleviate their tense spirits. Qin Xiaofei had no particular craving for cigarettes, as only Wang Weihu had a penchant for tobacco and alcohol. He quickly urged Mei Duo to step away. "Little monitor, let's move away from these foul-smelling fellows. If Qin Ge finds out we expose you to second-hand smoke, he will surely reprimand us." He had no desire for such scolding. Mei Duo, also averse to the smell of smoke, wrinkled her nose and followed closely behind Qin Xiaofei. They sought refuge on a second-floor platform, likely once a cafe, which had an open-air area that seemed suitable for rest. Although most zombies have been eradicated, a few still wander nearby. To truly relax, a higher vantage point was necessary for peace of mind. Qin Lao had gone next door to assist in dispatching a significant horde of zombies, and, upon returning after sharing the anomalous cores with the Meigui team, found Qin Xiaofei transformed into a birdman, his claws lifting Mei Duo's skirt as he hoisted her up to the second floor. How delightful! Playing like this in his absence? Spotting a few more zombies emerging, Qin Lao swiftly dispatched them with precision, calling out to Wang Weihu and the others. "We should retreat to the second floor to rest. We would want any teammates to get scratched." A newcomer had already sustained injuries, and were it not for the presence of a healing teammate, the situation would have been dire. Wang Weihu promptly directed the newcomers upstairs. After the exchange of the 2 packs of cigarettes, the new recruits were notably obedient, complying with every instruction. After Xu completed his recording, he effortlessly climbed to the second floor, observing Wang Weihu managing the group with increasing adeptness, ensuring the newcomers followed his lead. Qin Xiaofei awaited the little monitor to fetch him something to eat and, overhearing the conversation, glanced toward the opposite second floor. Wang Weihu had successfully led them to rest. And indeed, Wang was well suited for such roles. He possessed an exceptional talent for comforting others. He is, after all, the chief diplomat of our 3A team. The two shared a laugh at this remark. Mei Duo quickly retrieved 4 large meal packs, a sizable box of boneless chicken feet, a box of fried chicken, and 4 cans of rich soup from her storage. Inside the meal packs were mashed potatoes, egg sauce, soft eggplant, sausages, and peanuts, all wrapped in lettuce leaves. Baishu munched quietly, while Qin Xiaofei exclaimed in delight. In Chapter 68, they collected the anomalous cores. At this moment, Qin Luo leapt over, tossing a pack of anomalous cores into Mei Duo's arms. "Have you gathered all the anomalous cores from our side? We just exchanged a few 2-star cores from the mutated beasts." Qin Xiaofei, mouth full, nodded vigorously, mumbling that everything was safely with the little monitor. The little zombie, gleeful at having several more 2-star animal cores, eagerly pawed through the bag. The cores were roughly the size of lychees, consisting of 4 green ones, 2 red ones, and 1 orange one, each with distinct flavors reminiscent of grass, apples, and oranges. How delightful! Qin Luo settled down, removing his gloves to join in the meal. "Are we enjoying meal packs today?" Mei Duo had certainly amassed a considerable variety of food over time, and she had no idea how long it had taken her to gather such a bounty. Baishu, overwhelmed with satisfaction, remarked, "What else could we do? When hungry, we gnaw on rations. When thirsty, we drink water. The nutrient solutions are unpleasant, and energy bars are excessively sweet. While edible, they hardly satisfy. The essence of sustenance still lies in rice and vegetables." Qin Luo couldn't help but sigh in agreement as he savored his meal pack. How delightful! Without Mei Duo, we would still be dreaming of having a few dishes and a soup with our meals, alongside plain water and various herbal teas. The trio exchanged glances, filled with affection toward Mei Duo. Unbeknownst to the little zombie, she was diligently counting the anomalous cores. Earlier, when dividing the cores with the Liebao and Beige teams, Qin Xiaofei had calculated the cores from the first half of their battle against the zombies, but he had not accounted for their own. She needed to tally them herself, albeit slowly. Thus, she meticulously counted the cores, using her little claws to keep track. Ultimately, she concluded that they had amassed a total of 21,200 zombie cores, quite a substantial sum. Currently, the base's conversion rate for anomalous cores stands at 5,000 points for each 1-star core. Heavens! Unbeknownst to us, our team is truly affluent. Mei Duo's eyes sparkled as she glanced at the plethora of supplies in her storage space. The food was more than sufficient for the 4 of them. and the 1-star anomalous cores from mutated bats would sustain her for quite some time. Not to mention the collection of 2-star cores and a 3-star anomalous core from a mutated snake man. The recently acquired zombie cores could be used as currency, replacing points. How satisfying. The snacks and drinks in her space were abundant, much to the little zombie's delight. She pulled out some snacks to munch on, savoring the flavors, which were vastly improved compared to before. As Qianmian was discussing strategy with Bai Shu, he caught sight of her enjoying her snacks and, intrigued, casually inquired, "Can you taste the flavors now?" As soon as the words left his lips, his hand instinctively turned the chopsticks around, offering her a chicken claw to place in her mouth, watching her chew. This had become a habit, back at the base. Xu DuoDuo would often refrain from eating if she couldn't discern the flavors, merely watching them dine. She was incapable of using chopsticks. At that time, Qin Luo felt a sense of discomfort and habitually fed her a few bites. Over time, this act became second nature, and now his hand moved without conscious thought. Xu DuoDuo chewed, finding the lemon-flavored chicken claw tasteless and rubbery, wrinkling her face in disapproval. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from downstairs. What camaraderie! Is he really so kind his teammate? Feeding her too? Jin Chuanxiong couldn't help but mock Qin Luo for feeding a zombie. Bai Shu quickly reminded Qin Luo to keep a lid on his temper, for they still needed Jin Chuanxiong for the mission. They could deal with him afterward. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes, suppressing his urge to turn him to dust. Jin Chuanxiong, noticing the Rose team's presence, sarcastically remarked, "Oh, didn't someone say that those who kill fewer zombies are worthless? Yet here you are, relying on others for help. Why not take them down yourself? Why are you teaming up with Captain Qin?" He sighed, "Alas, not everyone can stand alone." He then confidently turned to his teammates. "So, how many cores have we collected? 6,003, right? Even the low-tier zombies are flocking to us. That is quite a bounty, isn't it?" The members of the Leopard team and the Dove team, being straightforward, chimed in, 6,003? "No way, that is too few. We in the back row have 12,000. If we split with Captain Qin's squad, we each get 4,000, and they must have more than us. Indeed, I think they must have at least 20,000 cores." They implied that the count was certainly higher than 6,003, considering the towering piles of zombie remains nearby. After their remarks, these earnest youngsters exhibited sincerity in their eyes. Wang Wei, who couldn't help but laugh heartily. Jin Chuanxiong's expression darkened, his teammates feeling the awkwardness. "Brother Jin, really, the zombie remains over there are far more than ours. Get lost. Do I need you to remind me?" Jin Chuanxiong snapped back in anger. The beautiful sisters of the Rose team burst into laughter, and Mu Mei felt a sense of relief. Xu DuoDuo, noticing everyone calculating, eagerly joined in, displaying on her tablet, "We have a total of 25,200 cores." Qin Luo was nearly charmed by her adorableness, and Bai Shu along with Chan Xiaofei almost laughed to tears. Qin Luo, invigorated, took a sip of soup to clear his throat and teasingly said, "No way. Surely, no one would flaunt having only 6,003 cores, right? My little squad leader mentioned that our 3A team has a total of 25,200 cores." Chun Xiaofei immediately caught on, joining in the sarcasm. "Oh my, could it be that someone is so eager to show off?" Jin Chuanxiong gritted his teeth, seething, "You all, what is up?" Qin Luo shot him a frosty glance, his imposing demeanor causing Jin Chuanxiong to feel a chill. Embarrassed, he realized that he had underestimated the number of low-tier zombies on their side. Remembering the sting of Qin Luo's earlier reprimand, he begrudgingly led his team away. The members of the Leopard team and Dove team, oblivious to the tension, innocently asked, "Did we just offend Captain Qin?" "Not just a little. It's a serious offense." Wang Wei, who found their naivety amusing, reassuring them, "Don't worry. Headquarters forbids abilities users from harming each other. He won't dare touch you. He's just trying to annoy you." Little Zombie tilted her head, wondering why no one praised her for her calculations. Qin Luo, observing, playfully flicked Little Zombie's forehead and praised, "Well done." Her eagerness for compliments was evident. Xu DuoDuo's eyes lit up. "Great job, Little Zombie. If only she could pet her tail again someday." Chun Xiaofei, having finished laughing, gave her a thumbs up. "Little squad leader is amazing. Who knew our Little Zombie could fight so fiercely? Our team has gained a formidable powerhouse." Bai Shu nodded in agreement. "The little squad leader is indeed impressive, extremely impressive." Little Zombie bubbled with joy, relishing the compliments. Everyone was happy. The lunch break soon came to an end as more zombies gathered below, relentless in their pursuit. Everyone resigned themselves to continue the fight, fortunate that the probability of obtaining cores was quite high. In this post-apocalyptic world, collecting cores was akin to gathering gold coins. They could be exchanged for points. They considered themselves lucky. Qian Luo reminded everyone to have the fire-type ability users from the leopard team incinerate the remaining zombie remains to prevent the zombie monsters from consuming them and growing stronger. Everyone suddenly realized the importance of this task, nearly forgetting it. They were grateful for Captain Qian's reliability. Thus, they proceeded to eradicate the zombies and finally reached a resting point before nightfall. It was an unfinished high-rise building. All members quickly ascended to the third floor, aware that the night in City Inn would not be peaceful. "We have entered the activity range of the zombie monsters. Please exercise caution," Bai Shu warned. The others nodded in apprehension. Qian Luo was organizing the positions. "The Rose team will split into 2 groups to alternate in providing cover for us. The Jinpeng team will guard the first half of the night, while our 3A will take the latter half. The Leopard team and Dove team will rest and remain on standby." Everyone acknowledged his orders. The Rose team consisted entirely of girls, all with plant-based abilities, including healers, attackers, and those capable of confusing enemies. The Mandrake Flower user activated the skill Disguise, creating a field of Mandrake Flowers that masked the team members' presence within a 10-meter radius, diminishing their human scent to evade detection by monsters. The Rosa family user employed the skill Wild Growth, sealing all windows on the 3rd floor except for air vents, allowing them to observe the outside while blocking any approaching mutated creatures. For the time being, the Rose team stationed these 2 teammates to guard, affording everyone some much-needed rest after a long day of fighting since dawn. Without their abilities, they would have likely collapsed on the road. Clearly, they were exhausted. The 2 novice teams from the Leopard team and Dove team had done remarkably well to hold out this long. Upon being told to rest, they lay down and immediately fell asleep. Wang Weihu, unable to bear it, asked Xu DuoDuo for some blankets she had stored, tossing one to each of the newcomers to provide some meager warmth. Wrapped in the blankets, they fell into a deeper slumber. Jin Xuanxiong rolled his eyes at the scene, scoffing at their pretentiousness. Qian Luo, overhearing, jested, "What's wrong? Are you starved for affection? Never been cared for in your life? Call me daddy, and I'll cover you with a blanket." His face flushed with anger. Chen Xiaofei and Bai Shu struggled to contain their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Jin Xuanxiong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, but his teammates quickly restrained him, reminding him that the zombie monsters were nearby, urging him to remain calm. Yes, stay composed. We can't take them on." Mume laughed along, commenting that those who initiate teasing deserve to be scolded. Were they innocent? She found it quite enjoyable to work alongside Team 3A. Their combat skills were formidable. Their attention to detail was remarkable, and the camaraderie within their team was unparalleled. They often engaged in playful banter, which significantly stabilized the emotions of others, preventing any emotional breakdowns. Being with Team 3A made the daunting tasks seem considerably less challenging. It was evident that the 2 rookie teams, the Cheetah team and the Dove team, had not been with Team 3A for long, yet they were already addressing one another as bro and were exceedingly obedient. Jin Xuanxiong's character was lacking, hence it was no surprise that no one wished to place their trust in them. Xu DuoDuo observed Jin Xuanxiong with a scrutinizing gaze, sensing that he was not to be trusted. Disdainful, Qian Luo noticed Xu DuoDuo's scrutiny and promptly called her back, warning her against looking too long lest she blind herself. Xu DuoDuo, swaying, returned to his side, and Qian Luo felt a sense of satisfaction. "Are you tired? Perhaps you should rest," he suggested. Qian Luo watched as the little zombie settled down beside him. She had been tirelessly engaged since morning, fighting relentlessly without even a hint of fatigue. However, it seemed that zombies did not breathe. Just as he pondered this, Xu DuoDuo abruptly fell against his shoulder, instantly asleep. Qian Luo was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wait, are you actually sleeping?" That was quite sudden. It appeared she had heard him say it was time to sleep, and with her teammates nearby, she felt secure enough to doze off, collapsing to the side. Qian Luo glanced at her face, which remained pale and soft like a delicate snow cake, her little dress untouched by dirt. After mastering her spatial abilities, she had utilized them effectively to keep herself clean, completely avoiding any bloodstains. He couldn't help but sneakily pinch her cheek, It was cool to the touch, yet remarkably soft. Retracting his hand, he gave his fingers a gentle twist, confirming its softness. Eventually, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes for a brief rest, gathering his strength for the upcoming battle. Hey, is Qinggu and the little class leader really asleep now? Chun Xiaofei remarked, being careful with his wording, specifying that the two were leaning against each other. Does it even make a difference? Chun Xiaofei couldn't resist venting to Bai Shu, feeling that his friend's obsession with semantics was unwarranted. Bai Shu thought Chun Xiaofei's remarks lacked depth and precision. They exchanged a few hushed quibbles while leaning against the wall, closing their eyes for a moment. Wang Weihua, in a corner, lit a cigarette and couldn't suppress a smile. In this apocalyptic world, having teammates who were safe and sound was the greatest blessing. He soon returned to his team's area, finding a spot to sit and rest. The third floor quickly fell silent. The entire end city was enveloped in darkness, having long since lost power, devoid of any light. With the extermination of numerous zombies, the night was quieter, with only sporadic distant howls echoing, and the monstrous zombies had yet to appear. However, in the latter half of the night, a sudden tremor shook the ground, followed by a series of heavy footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps were slow and cumbersome, causing unease to ripple through everyone. Almost immediately, everyone awoke. This was the advantage of having abilities. They were sufficiently sharp, and everyone immediately fell into a state of alertness. Mume glanced outside, her face paling instantly, for her vantage point was directly aligned with the colossal zombie's head, an enormous human cranium that was genuinely terrifying. Chapter 70. The battle commences. Qin Luo sprang to the window to observe. A gigantic head was positioned nearby, towering even higher than the information provided by headquarters. They were on the third floor, slightly to the left and above it, and this creature had grown to an astonishing height of 8 or 9 meters. The little zombie, oblivious to the passage of time, had awoken beside him, peeking outside. Xu DuoDuo, after witnessing the scene, could not help but feel terror. What a horrifying sight this was. As if an anime had leapt into reality. The skin of the colossal zombie was a dark greenish-black, and it raised its hand to scrape against the wall, producing a screeching noise that grated on the nerves. The fear of someone scratching a blackboard was palpable. Indeed, the expressions of those present shifted, their lips paling. The giant zombie's claws were extraordinarily long, dark, and sharp. If her own claws were a playful jab by Qin Luo regarding her lack of agility, then the claws of this giant zombie were genuinely lethal, capable of slaughtering many with a single swipe. Everyone remained motionless, silently awaiting its next move, watching as it approached the vicinity of the research institute, its heavy footsteps resonating in each person's heart, except for Xu DuoDuo, who, though frightened, felt no heartbeat, merely clumsily contemplating how to engage in combat. Noticing her calm demeanor, Qin Luo addressed Mume, saying, "Let's assess the situation first. This creature is growing at an alarming rate. We must act swiftly. Time cannot be wasted." The others observed the situation. The task was perilous precisely because of this. With global communications severed, information could not be relayed promptly, leading to uncertainty about any changes in the target upon arrival. They could only adapt and respond as a combat team. The data provided by headquarters was insufficient, and now this giant zombie resembled a small building. It was entirely normal for them to feel the weight of pressure. Qin Luo reassured them. Its size is its greatest disadvantage. It lacks our agility, and we must leverage this advantage. Meanwhile, outside, the giant zombie continued to roar, attempting to summon other zombies, yet it would likely attract only a few, as most had already been dispatched. Without reinforcements, the giant zombie grew increasingly agitated, its roars piercingly loud, prompting everyone to adjust their earpieces. The latest models could withstand some sound wave attacks. Now, let's not waste more words. Team 3A, the Rose team, and the Golden Wing team will be at the forefront. The Dove team will maintain perimeter vigilance, and the Cheetah team will adapt as necessary. Should any other mutated creatures appear, it will be your responsibility to deal with them. The three main assault teams would unleash their full power against the giant zombie, while the two rookie teams would provide support. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jin Chuanqiong had no choice but to acquiesce. Failure was not an option. Each team took their positions in preparation for the mission. Originally, they had intended to wait until dawn to act. However, during the day, the creature would be adept at hiding, making it nearly impossible to track. Its activity was heightened at night. They could not afford to delay any longer. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a large zombie. It's giving me goosebumps, Chun Xiaofei remarked while preparing and checking his equipment. Bai Shu, also inspecting his gear, wore his combat suit and carried new weapons. Feeling this situation was a significant improvement over the last. The previous encounter with a mutated snake had caught them off guard. They had no experience in dealing with a 3-star monster, and they were too weak, unable to fully harness their abilities. This time, they had other teams alongside them, alleviating the burden of solitary combat and significantly enhancing their collective strength. Qin Luo cautioned Xu DuoDuo, be discreet with your spatial abilities. Just focus on your own safety. The little class leader had always looked out for them, even as a zombie, as demonstrated during the incident with the mutated bats, where she protected them without sustaining any injuries herself. Yet, they could handle minor injuries. They couldn't rely on her every time, especially in dangerous situations. If she were to lose mobility and he failed to reach her in time, it would be perilous, and the discovery of her abilities was another concern. Moreover, being overly protected could lead to complacency. Xu DuoDuo nodded, responding with a cool indicating her understanding. Tonight's zombies seem more seasoned. Chun Xiaofei mused. It feels like the little class leader is almost 18 tonight. Bai Shu told him to be quiet. Wang Weihua approached, having gathered his belongings, and reported, "We are ready to depart." Qin Luo nodded in agreement. "All right, let's embark together." At his command, everyone began to mobilize. They needed to swiftly approach the vicinity of the colossal zombie before it became aware of their presence. Bai Gu Squadron and Lai Bao Squadron. Take the opportunity to assess the situation. If possible, infiltrate the research institute to rescue the survivors. Did everyone understand? Understood. Acknowledged. In the darkness, over 30 figures leaped down from the 3rd floor, quietly racing forward. Utilizing various structures for cover, they approached the gigantic zombie, each player leveraging their strengths. As Chun Xiaofei and his companions ran, they produced a vial of mimicry serum to inject into their necks, the fastest method to activate the serum, allowing them to better adapt to the mutated creatures. The other team members soon noticed the transformation of their 3A team. It left them utterly dumbfounded. Chun Xiaofei sprouted wings and claws, while Bai Shu grew ears and a furry lower body. Together, they advanced at a significantly enhanced speed. Wang Wei, who transformed mid-run, sprouting tiger ears and a tail, moving swiftly on all fours. Their abilities manifested as spectral beast forms surrounding them. Qin Luo shook his newly sprouted wolf ears, expressing impatience. But his speed evidently increased, a wolf tail now trailing behind him. Nearby, a little zombie, Xu DuoDuo, surprisingly kept pace with him, chasing after Qin Luo with fervor. Other teams were left astonished. The 3A squad was truly insane. Did they truly use the diluted core serum so recklessly? Their mimicry speed was astonishing. They seemed utterly unconcerned about the side effects. I was dizzy for 3 days after just one injection. Other teams switched to internal communication, quietly voicing their astonishment at such madness. Mume was equally surprised by how quickly they adapted to the serum, while Jin Chuanxiong's expression darkened. The degree of adaptability to the serum reflected their compatibility with the anomalous core. The faster the adaptation, the stronger the abilities. Although the difference between the top 20 and 30 was minuscule, they suddenly felt the gap was far more significant. Just as they stealthily approached the colossal zombie, Mume and Jin Chuanxiong contemplated their strategy, pondering when to engage in battle. However, Chun Xiaofei, after placing Bai Shu in an optimal sniping position, flew directly toward the giant zombie, hurling several marble bombs at it. "Hey there, ugly. We come for your life." Other teams were left bewildered. Was it really that simple and brutal to initiate combat? Chapter 71, All Madmen. The combat style of the 3A squad was indeed lunatic. After swiftly attracting the gigantic zombie's attention, the other teammates immediately followed suit. Bai Shu readied his weapon, aiming for the colossal zombie's brain, but it evaded the shot. His second bullet struck its chest, causing a spray of blood. The colossal zombie let out a furious roar, the sound reverberating painfully in their heads. Chun Xiaofei quickly ascended to avoid the sonic attack. To his astonishment, with enhanced abilities, he could actually perceive the arc of sound waves. Bai Shu also noticed his night vision had improved, his field of vision noticeably clearer. Together, they were responsible for distracting the beast. Meanwhile, Wang Weihu charged forward, raking his claws across the colossal zombie, darting away just as its massive paw came crashing down, playing with it like a cat with a mouse. Yet each swipe left significant wounds. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, rumbling with thunder, and in the next moment, a bolt struck the giant zombie, electrifying it and inciting its rage. This creature was tough as nails. Qin Luo warned Chen Xiaofei and the others to watch out for contaminants. This giant zombie was teeming with bacteria. Chen Xiaofei and his team remained vigilant, for they realized the zombie was difficult to defeat, requiring a slow depletion of its health. Its retaliatory speed had noticeably accelerated, with one claw nearly claiming Chen Xiaofei's life. Others quickly reacted to provide support. The Rose Squadron initiated their interference, while those with vine-type abilities bound the colossal zombie's legs. Though it would break free each time, they at least bought half a minute. Observing Qin Luo and the others stealing the spotlight, Jin Chuanxiong, unwilling to be outdone, enveloped himself in metal, charging forward with a metal blade. However, the giant zombie's tough skin resisted his strike, leaving him with a grim expression. When the colossal zombie's foot came crashing down, Jin Chuanxiong had to dodge quickly, realizing his third-tier abilities were somewhat lacking. Even Mu Mei couldn't help but frown. The excessive reliance on firearms had its consequences. Jin Chuanxiong always executed tasks this way, letting others pave the way with weapons while he evaded until it was unavoidable to engage, often overpowering the weak without improving himself. The 3A squad faced challenges head-on, embodying a fundamentally different philosophy from the other team. Qin Luo observed that the colossal zombie was not as formidable as anticipated. It merely required time for a sustained battle, testing their endurance. As the Lai Bao and Bai Gu squadron struggled to keep pace, they arrived at the destination only to find that the others had been battling for over 10 minutes. Lai Bao, Bai Gu respond, Qin Luo commanded, multitasking amidst the fray. The two squads, panting heavily, replied nervously, received. You two squads proceed to the Research Institute to rescue the survivors. The situation inside remains unknown, so be cautious. After issuing his command, Qin Luo hurled a thunderstorm ball at the mutated beast, causing blood mist to erupt. Everyone dodged out of the way. Understood. The Lai Bao and Bai Gu squadrons dashed toward the Research Institute. Jin Chuanxiong began to curse. Damn, this thing is too difficult to defeat. Each strike resulted in a spray of blood, and they had to dodge the contaminants while engaging in a tiring back-and-forth battle. Mu Mei and her team were evidently struggling, their abilities not sufficiently high. Exhaustion of powers would lead to danger. What was Xu DuoDuo doing? She was seeking a suitable point of attack, her small figure barely noticeable as she occasionally slashed at the colossal zombie, her chainsaw buzzing continuously. She focused solely on targeting the giant zombie's legs, believing that if its legs were severed, it could no longer escape. This truly was a war of attrition. Meanwhile, Bai Shu's bullets embedded themselves in the colossal zombie's arm, effectively slowing its claw-swinging speed. Upon noticing the state of the zombie's legs due to Xu DuoDuo's relentless assault, he thought, our little leader is indeed fierce. While Jin Chuanxiong needed 4 or 5 strikes to inflict a wound, Xu DuoDuo, though small, possessed remarkable jumping ability, leaping to deliver a blow. And her abilities far surpassed Jin Chuanxiong's. Each swing of her chainsaw successfully carved a gash. In the end, her spatial abilities also shielded her from contaminants, rendering the zombie no longer a threat. Jin Chuanxiong was now exhausted, and his timid teammates were already hiding away. Mu Mei's squad, drained of stamina, could only say, Captain Qin, we can hold out for at most 3 more minutes. With 2/3 of his energy depleted, Qin Luo replied, Understood, you may rest. Bai Shu continued firing, moving toward the colossal zombie to deplete its energy with illusion, which could momentarily daze the beast. He effectively took the place of the Rose Squadron, which ultimately retreated, leaving only the 3A squad still persevering. This creature was undoubtedly more than a 3-star challenge. It was incredibly difficult to defeat, and I must report back to headquarters. Indeed, it's certainly not your fault, Jingu. It's the headquarters that failed to coordinate properly. How can we possibly contend with a 4-star monster? Mu Mei's abilities have been overused, and she no longer wishes to engage with the self-deceiving Jinpeng team. They have retreated to a nearby 4-story building. Watching as Team 3 A continues to fight. The scene becomes increasingly terrifying. Are they even human? They have eradicated zombies for an entire day, scarcely resting, and now they are battling until dawn without a moment's pause. They are truly reckless. How do they evade danger so closely? Do they not fear death? Their aberrant abilities seem formidable. The members of Gene Peng team chatter incessantly, yet grow increasingly silent. At the very least, Team 3A's prowess is undeniable. Observing their abilities erupting forth, how can they still utilize their powers? Could it be that the headquarters provided them with superior potions? Why are they so strong? The members of the Rose team, unable to tolerate it any longer, bound the Gene Peng team and delivered a thorough beating. On their side, Qian Luo and his companions are faring relatively well, certainly improved compared to their initial confrontation with a mutated serpent man. The behemoth's lethal technique lies in the toxicity of its own blood, which is perilous when it splatters on an individual, compounded by its massive claws. Fortunately, its mobility is average, and many have already worn down its health. Thus, their battle becomes somewhat easier. Xu DuoDuo, wielding a chainsaw, coldly observes the colossal monster, exhibiting an unexpected calmness this evening. As Chun Xiaofei remarked, she is certainly not in the state of a mere child tonight. Ultimately, the zombie monster, attempting to flee, collapses with a resounding crash. Xu DuoDuo promptly leaps before it, glances at the creature, and grants it a swift end. She reaches in and extracts its core directly from its brain. Chun Xiaofei and the others descend to assemble, exhaling wearily. I'm so exhausted. I feel like I'm dying of fatigue. This creature is indeed quite formidable. Chapter 72, Tidying Up the Scene. The zombie monster's core gleams red, reminiscent of a ruby. Xu DuoDuo holds it tightly, destined to be submitted to the headquarters as part of their mission requirements. The Cheetah team and the Dove team have also successfully rescued the survivors. The Qiao's friend is easily recognizable, adorned with antennae atop her head and butterfly wings on her back, her face decorated with patterns, and her eyes entirely black. Frankly, she is not aesthetically pleasing. Jean Xuanxiong has already gone to curry favor with other esteemed figures in research institutions, casting not a single glance at the Kai Dai aberrant. The survivors express their gratitude, astonished that evolution has progressed so rapidly. They never imagined that as second-tier aberrants, they would struggle against such a monstrous zombie. It is indeed terrifying. Indeed, the ranks of one-star zombies within the Horde have increased, making them impossible to eliminate by a single team alone. The headquarters has not abandoned us. I almost thought we would perish here. The combat team tasked with retrieving the pollution source, known as the Desert Team, has already lost several members. Their expressions are heavy, yet they feel fortunate. It's a relief that the monster dared not approach. Otherwise, we truly would not have endured this long, someone summarizes. Jean Xuanxiong, raising his voice, declares, "It is only right. I apologize for your fright. Since the headquarters has dispatched us to rescue you, no matter how perilous the creatures we encounter, the Gene Peng team will exert our utmost efforts to save you." His eagerness to take credit is grotesque, prompting members of the Rose team to interject with the survivors, stating that the successful completion of the mission is largely due to Team 3A, who exerted tremendous effort. Jean Xuanxiong immediately glares at the Rose team, but falters upon witnessing their activation of abilities. The Gene Peng team lacks healing abilities, while the Rose team boasts two, allowing them to recover faster than the others. The researchers express their gratitude as well. Everyone has worked hard. Some have already taken note of Team 3A, and upon hearing this, exclaim, "So they are Team 3A? Remarkable. I saw them on the 4th floor of the Research Institute, relying entirely on them to defeat the monsters. They are indeed fierce, truly worthy of the name 3A." The members of the Cheetah team and the Dove team become excited upon hearing this. Impressive, right? Team Qin is truly invincible. Super strong. They can mimic at will, like perpetual motion machines that never tire. Their newcomers are fierce too. A chainsaw is a rare weapon. The small class leader is undeniably cool. The small class leader is also quite dependable. Observing the adorable little one, her ferocity in battle is striking. She was incredibly heroic when she returned to rescue us. The researchers and members of the Desert Team are utterly bewildered, unsure of who this small class leader is, until the Cheetah team and the Dove team enthusiastically explain. She is the newcomer from Qin Guo's team, the zombie aberrant. So impressive. Upon hearing the term zombie, Many turn pale. Having recently been besieged by a horde of zombies, they now harbor psychological trauma. The mere mention of zombies conjures images of the colossal zombie monster and a legion of highly corrupted zombies. Initially, they expected the young girl to appear grotesque. Yet upon closer inspection, she seems no different from an ordinary girl. Which one is the zombie aberrant? Indeed, I only see a beautiful young lady. That red dress is truly eye-catching. Ah, it must be her. What? Everyone is nearly in shock. This small girl, with slightly paler skin, is a little zombie from H-City's base? Xu DuoDuo is oblivious to their astonishment. She is currently observing the Kai Dai aberrant, who introduces herself as Zhou Siki, her demeanor rather aloof. Her character starkly contrasts with the boisterous De Qiao and Xiao Qiao. How can such differing personalities form a friendship? Chen Xiaofei, intrigued, inquires, "Hey, when you're with De Qiao, do you ever get bullied by her? She can be quite devious, a complete schemer." Zhou Siki shakes her head, asserting that De Qiao is quite kind and would not bully her. Bai Shu prompts Chen Xiaofei to be silent. Does this zombie monster possess anything that your research institute requires? If so, begin the collection promptly, lest we incinerate it to prevent it from transforming into some other bizarre creature, ensuring thorough extermination for peace of mind. Zhou Siki nods, then retrieves vials and containers from her spatial storage card, donning gloves as she diligently begins her collection, undeterred by the unconventional gazes of others. Xu DuoDuo, noticing the metallic collar around her neck, feels a sense of kinship and approaches her, requesting a bottle and gloves to assist in the collection. Zhou Siki is momentarily taken aback, flutters her wings, and quietly expresses her gratitude. The two aberrant creatures find themselves together, evoking an inexplicable blend of pity and charm. Qin Luo sighs and joins to help, primarily unable to bear the sight of the small zombie in distress. Her pitiful demeanor unsettles him. Observing this, Chen Xiaofei feels embarrassed to stand idle and also assists with the collection of pollutants. Bai Shu captures photographs and records videos in preparation for a report, while Wang Weihua approaches the researchers to discuss the mission's completion, indicating that they must locate the logistics team to escort them back to the base or allow them to accompany the newcomers. Upon hearing this, the two newcomer teams express their astonishment, chattering excitedly. "Brother Wang, we're heading back. What about you? Aren't we returning together?" Yes, let us go back together. I want to exchange contact information with you all for future missions. It feels so safe to work with you. Brother Wang, where are you going? Why not take us along?" The two newcomer teams now regard Wang Weihua as if he were a paternal figure, clinging to him like fledglings demanding to be fed, insisting on accompanying them. "Our team is accustomed to taking on additional tasks. Are you certain you can keep up? It's possible that we may need to engage in another fierce battle shortly. Do you have the stamina for that?" Wang Weihua admonishes each of them, pointing out their shortcomings, insisting that they need more practice. Upon returning, they must undergo intensive training to enhance their support speed. By the time they catch up, their teammates will be gone. The individual who was bitten during the zombie purge yesterday steps forward. "How long has the apocalypse lasted? Still not accustomed to the rhythm? With so many companions providing cover, how could one sustain injuries? Being bitten is one thing. Healing can be addressed later. Why are the others howling?" He refrained from reprimanding them, even though he heard their wails through the earpiece, fearing that the task was not yet over and that scolding the children might push them into silence. Although he was only a few years older, his combat experience far surpassed theirs. Care is one aspect, but there are times when reprimands are necessary, and he had effectively demoralized the children. Each of them seemed to wish they could bury their heads in the ground. They had not anticipated that Wang Weihua would be so fierce after the mission concluded, making them feel like utter failures. Chapter 73. Fishing for little zombies, Chen Xiaofei completed the last bottle of pollutants and turned to see Wang Weihua crossing his arms, reprimanding the newcomers. The tail behind him, striped in yellow and black, swayed back and forth, while the two new squads hung their heads, looking utterly pitiful. It was amusing to see old Wang scolding the newbies. He seem to realize that sporting tiger ears and a tail could be quite adorable. Qin Luo took the 2 bottles of pollutants from Xu DuoDuo, combining them with his own to hand to Zhou Siki, unable to suppress a laugh at the scene. He could easily play both the roles of the villain and the hero. With a grin, Qin Luo provided a summary, and the next moment he removed his disposable gloves. He turned to help Xu DuoDuo with hers, only to find her staring intently at his tail. He shivered, glancing at her warily, then casting a quick look at his own tail while his wolf ears twitched. Xu DuoDuo's gaze shifted to his head, her eyes burning with intensity. Clearing his throat, Qian Luo felt his face flush as he wanted to tell her not to stare so openly, especially with so many people around. How could he allow her to touch his ears and hug his tail? What about his dignity? Yet, to his astonishment, the little zombie turned and walked away. She actually walked away? Qian Luo was taken aback. This was unusual for her. She typically craved affection. Something was amiss. It was very strange that Xu DuoDuo could resist the urge to touch his tail. Doubt crept into Qian Luo's mind. Chun Xiaofei noticed the commotion and burst into laughter, declaring that the little squad leader no longer cared for him. Qian Luo shot him a glare, telling him to get lost. Bai Shu, having completed the recording, chimed in with a smirk, saying, "Oh dear, seems someone S first crush is no longer interested." Chun Xiaofei grinned widely, clearly enjoying the drama. Qian Luo felt frustrated, choosing to ignore the two mischief makers and instead set off to find the little zombie, who seemed to have matured somewhat since last night. Chun Xiaofei had previously remarked that her intelligence appeared to have suddenly increased by several years, but at the time, he hadn't taken it seriously. When Qian Luo found Xu DuoDuo, she was extracting their 3-8 S off-road vehicle from storage, climbing aboard with surprising agility, having struggled to do so before. Now, she was remarkably nimble. He hurriedly climbed into the vehicle, witnessing her crawl into the back seat. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Did the dead leaves butterfly upset you? Are you sad? You could just tell me." As soon as he spoke, Xu DuoDuo turned to meet his intense gaze, and he froze momentarily. Xu DuoDuo glanced outside, then nodded, satisfied that no one was around. She checked the interior, relieved that the large dog was present. She raised her paw, beckoning him to join her in the back seat. Qian Luo, feeling anxious and unsure of her intentions, noticed she appeared to be in a better state than before, though a sense of unease lingered. Nevertheless, he complied and bent down to the rear seat. In an instant, she pulled him closer, leaving them nearly touching, almost able to see each other's pores. Captain Qin stiffened. Xu DuoDuo eagerly began to pinch his wolf ears, which were fluffy and thick, delighting in their softness. Her entire being radiated joy, her eyes sparkling. Qian Luo's face turned crimson. One hand braced against the seat, while the other instinctively covered his face. "What are you doing here waiting for me?" He suddenly remembered telling her not to touch him in public. She knew that if she wandered off, he would follow her. And now she had lured him into the vehicle. So, she could play strategies, could she? If Qian Luo had not been blushing, he might have appeared more intimidating. But the flush robbed him of his authority. Moreover, she was pressing closer, seemingly unsatisfied with just touching his ears, tugging him deeper into the vehicle. He was at a loss for how to handle her. All right, you can touch, just don't pull me." As long as she didn't lose interest in him, he could endure this. The recent neglect had left his heart feeling chilly and anxious. Dogs most dread the thought of being abandoned by their masters. Once he settled into the back seat, she climbed over him, reaching for his fluffy, large gray tail. Xu DuoDuo was absolutely enamored. She playfully squeezed and patted it, ultimately wrapping the tip of his tail in her embrace. Qian Luo leaned back against the seat, resigned, and raised his arm to shield his face. His ears were burning. This was unbearable. Her indifference was painful, yet her affection was overwhelming. He felt a tingling sensation all over, from his cheeks to his neck. Muttering through clenched teeth, he said, "Just this once, let us make it quick. Why are you touching everywhere?" His voice trembled, sounding melodious. "Xu DuoDuo Lucet." She paused, staring at the fluffy tail in her grasp. "Did I hurt you?" She wondered, but she had thoroughly enjoyed herself today. Reluctantly, she placed his tail back, unable to resist, once more reaching for his ear before finally settling down on him, lost in thought. However, the large dog continued to shield his face from her gaze. She reached up, tried to pull his arm down, but he resisted. After a while, feeling bored, Xu DuoDuo collapsed against his chest, resting her forehead on his sturdy torso. She discovered, with curiosity, that his heartbeat was strong and steady. Thump thump, thump thump. The little zombie, who lacked a heartbeat of her own, found it fascinating. She touched her own chest, feeling the long-stilled heart, pouting slightly, and eventually drifted off to sleep. After fighting for so long, she had only slept for less than 2 hours and was utterly exhausted. Xu DuoDuo decided it was time to sleep. Qin Luo took a few minutes to lower his arm, gazing at her as she sat on his lap, a considerable distance between them, her head resting on his chest. Such an uncomfortable position was only bearable for her. Sighing, Qin Luo lifted her effortlessly, setting her aside, and retrieved a blanket to wrap her up like a little zombie cocoon. She slept soundly, without even stirring. A normal person would at least have their eyelids fluttering in slumber, but she did not. He understood her longing to be human. He empathized with her, which made it all the more difficult to bear her pitiful expression. It tugged at his heartstrings. Bai Shu passed by, giving the car door a playful knock. Need help closing the door? Was it impossible for him to refrain from teasing? Qin Luo told him to be quiet, asking whether the task had been completed. Once the handover was done, they could leave. Remembering something, he added, make sure that the Qianmian mutator follows us. They would not take long. They would eliminate some zombies in the vicinity and gather a few aberrant cores, as there were hardly any resources left, the pollution level being too high for utilization. Upon hearing the mention of business, Bai Shu became serious. Almost done. We'll just wait for Xiaofei and the others to arrive. The Qianmian mutator is more willing to come with us. Therefore, no need for Qin Luo to elaborate. They would inquire themselves, especially since they had earned 5 million points from the Qiao, which was enough to purchase a considerable amount of equipment. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo replied, all right, we'll leave as soon as they arrive. Chapter 74. The northern district of N City, once the handover was complete, everyone began to retrieve their vehicles. The survivors from the Research Institute coordinated with various teams to accompany them in their cars. Mu Mei, the captain of the Rose team, made a special trip to bid farewell to Qin Luo and his team. To her surprise, she found Wang Weihui in the driver's seat, who cheerfully gestured toward the back. Mu Mei turned to see Bai Shu and the high-dye mutant seated in the middle row, while Qin Luo occupied the last row, next to a corpse worm lying beside him. What is this? Mu Mei asked, perplexed. Cough. Our team member is quite special. She gets fidgety when I leave. Qin Luo explained. He won't be able to go today. Bai Shu nodded in agreement. Yes, our little class leader can't manage without him. Chen Xiaofei in the passenger seat began to chuckle mischievously, while Wang Weihui awkwardly rubbed his nose. The high-dye mutant, Zhou Siki, glanced back repeatedly, intrigued by the scene. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the situation, she would have loved to snap a photo of the back seat. Mu Mei couldn't help but laugh. Well, I just came to say goodbye and thank you for your assistance. With you all, the mission went smoothly. She insisted that Jin Xuanqiang should not take all the credit, as it was clear that Team 3A had exerted the most effort. Otherwise, they might not have completed the task at all, given the formidable toughness of the zombies. Qin Luo waved dismissively. It's a small matter. It's our duty, and everyone worked hard, except for that useless Jin Xuanqiang. He added that he would settle the score with him once they returned to the base. A beating was certainly in order. Mu Mei nodded in agreement, wishing them a safe journey and presenting several vials of healing potions from her team. Bai Shu gratefully accepted them. Mu Mei then departed, heading back to the survivor base in B City. As the Leopard team and the Dove team's vehicles passed by Team 3A, they were met with heartfelt cries of farewell. Qin team, we will miss you. Wang Ge, take care of yourself. Bai Shu Ge, your marksmanship is incredible. Xiaofei Ge, you are the coolest birdman. Team 3A is the best. Xiao class leader, you are truly adorable. Let us exchange contact information next time. Upon hearing the last remark, Qin Luo's expression darkened. Who was that daring rascal? It was a blatant attempt to undermine him. Chen Xiaofei and the others burst into laughter, while Bai Shu found it amusing. I think you should investigate this, Qin Ge. It seems a side effect of the potion has manifested. You appear to be quite the protective dog, unable to stray far from the little class leader. Qin Luo was taken aback. Was this truly one of the potion's side effects? No wonder he felt uneasy when Xu DuoDuo ignored him. No wonder he was reluctant to leave her side. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses calmly and smiled. Oh no, I was just joking. Chen Xiaofei was in stitches, laughing heartily. Zhou Siki observed the antics, finding the group rather amusing, and she too smiled faintly. Wang Weihui drove the vehicle out, being the last one to leave, ready to continue their journey. When Xu DuoDuo awoke, the sound of gunfire echoed around her, accompanied by the splashing of water. She soon realized that half of the car was submerged. Quick, finish firing and close the windows. We need to switch to submarine mode. Why is there suddenly so much water? Chen Xiaofei exclaimed from the passenger seat. Wang Wei, too tired to reprimand him, urged Qin Ge by Xu. We have 1 minute until the water reaches the top. Understanding the urgency, Qin Luo and Bai Shu took their positions in the middle row, firing their weapons. Xu DuoDuo noticed that Zhou Siki had taken her place beside her, both of them anxiously watching the giant beetles that were closing in. With a minute to spare, Qin Luo and Bai Shu swiftly closed the sunroof, and the vehicle successfully submerged underwater. The water was teeming with mutated fish. Xu DuoDuo noted that none were edible. They were all grotesque mutations, even colliding with the glass. Had the car not been modified, it would likely have been shattered by their impact. What is going on in the northern district of N City? It's completely flooded. The depth must be 7 or 8 meters. The giant beetles were terrifying. Each had a diameter of at least half a meter. However, they seemed to fear water. Xu DuoDuo realized that the mutated creatures and other monsters were fiercely territorial. They had seen no mutated insects at the research institute, only zombies. Here, however, it was all insects, with no zombies in sight. The group quickly discussed their current situation while Bai Shu took charge of documenting it. Zhou Siki quietly explained, due to N-City's topography, this area is prone to flooding during heavy rains, particularly the northern district. If it weren't for this modified vehicle's ability to function as a submarine, we would be in serious trouble. Chun Xiaofei added, fortunately, these fish don't have a star rating. Otherwise, we'd be unable to retrieve anything in this water. After stowing his weapon, Qin Luo noticed the little zombie had awakened. He turned his face away awkwardly, then tentatively spoke. Oh, you're awake? Feeling bashful. He was met with teasing from Chun Xiaofei and the others, who found it amusing that Qin Luo was so easily embarrassed. After a while, Chun Xiaofei ceased his antics and asked Xu DuoDuo for food, whining, Xiao class leader, I'm hungry. Xu DuoDuo, still processing the situation, quickly retrieved several rice balls and handed them over. The heartfelt thanks echoed around her. Thank you, Xiao class leader. Wow, rice balls. I love rice. Thank you. Xiao class leader, you are so wonderful. Having a Xiao class leader is such a blessing. Xu DuoDuo finally passed several cans of cola to Qin Luo, knowing they would quickly restore energy and uplift spirits. A few fried snacks would be perfect too. Zhou Siki watched in astonishment, nearly having her eyes pop out. You are all so extravagant with this amount of food. How many points did you exchange for it? Do you even have time to cook at the base? You 3A team are truly impressive, she remarked. Bai Shu maintained his composure and fabricated an excuse. We have too much free time. We enjoy indulging in these treats. Otherwise, what is the point of living? He feigned a look of deep sorrow. Chun Xiaofei nodded vigorously. Our Xiao class leader is an excellent cook. We often gather for delicious meals. Zhou Siki expressed her envy. It seems the H City base is less competitive. Our B City survivor base is incredibly intense, leaving no time for anything. I hardly have a moment to contact my friends. If it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't have messaged to Qiao, and as a result, I wouldn't be alive today. My friends are truly reliable. Chapter 75. Exploring new foods after driving underwater for a while, the vehicle ascended to a higher position, emerging from the water with a cascade of splashes. The water level had receded below the car windows. Had this been an ordinary vehicle, it would have been damaged long ago. Are there any other survivors nearby? N-City was previously an area your B-City survivor base was responsible for rescuing, right? Chun Xiaofei turned to Zhou Siki. She nodded and softly replied, yes, B-City is responsible, but there are some areas with gaps in coverage. There simply aren't enough ability users compared to the number of ordinary people in need of rescue. Shall we broadcast a message? I see some signs of life in the buildings outside, though they might also be remnants from before, Chun Xiaofei suggested. The others had no objections. He reached to press the broadcast button. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? H City Survivor Base is conducting a rescue operation. Please respond if you receive this. The message, recorded by Chun Xiaofei, played on a loop. However, perhaps due to the presence of sound, quite a few mutated frogs were drawn to them. Much like those they had seen before, each was massive, with crimson eyes and spiny tongues that scraped against the glass of their vehicle, producing a squeaking sound. Fortunately, there was no damage, although they appeared rather repulsive. Why are there so many mutated frogs here? One might ponder. Next time, it would be wise to suggest to the artisan department to consider installing a flamethrower around the vehicle to incinerate these frogs. Zhou Siki glanced over and suddenly remarked, people in B City actually eat these frogs. The expressions of Qin Luo and the others became rather complicated. Upon examining the hideous creatures, they felt a sense of despair, recalling that they used to feast on bullfrogs. However, for those who relish frog dishes, this might be a delightful find. Just imagine, such a large one would be quite a treat, Zhou Siki added, slightly embarrassed. Indeed, in B City, there were individuals who collected these creatures, and each could fetch 60 points. Wang Weihua couldn't help but comment, that's not cheap. Bai Shuja checked some information and said, oh, it really is? Qin Luo glanced at the frogs outside, feeling at a loss. If they could be exchanged for money, perhaps they should gather a few. By the way, what do they eat? Have they consumed human flesh? Zhou Siki responded gravely, when food supplies are dwindling, anything edible becomes quite valuable. The survivor base in B City is home to even more survivors, and the sheer number of people there is staggering. Who knows how much food is needed daily? In the later stages, one cannot afford to be picky. Moreover, these frogs do not consume zombies, which is a blessing. They avoid rotting flesh and can be considered mutated animals rather than aberrant monsters, so they can still be processed for consumption. This topic took a somber turn. The three major bases have constantly been receiving survivors, and among the numerous regions across the nation, these three bases are the most well-equipped, while others still languish in dire straits. Xu DuoDuo pulled out a tablet to check the latest conditions of the bases. The coastal areas have largely succumbed, while the central plains fared somewhat better. The plateau regions have also seen a rise in mutated flora and fauna, though they are less plagued by zombies. Extreme weather now knows no boundaries. If it were the pre-apocalyptic era, they would be experiencing a harsh winter, yet they find themselves mostly dressed in autumn attire. Hearing about the food shortages, it seems they might still be able to gather some provisions. Qin Luo perused the latest report on edible mutated flora and fauna and discovered that these mutated frogs were indeed included. Everyone, take a look at this report. If we can gather some, we should hand them over to the base. They might prove useful. Previously, they had only secured one grain depot, but Sea City is vast, and there are numerous grain depots scattered across various corners. Other cities also possess grain depots, and the headquarters has reserved some supplies. However, for the survivors, it amounts to little more than a drop in the bucket. Currently, large-scale cultivation is impossible, and they risk exhausting their resources. They must begin to excavate edible mutated flora and fauna to fill the void in food supplies. At the very least, those with abilities and those transformed can consume them. If their appearance is truly revolting, they can be altered into a different form, perhaps as a nutrient solution or compressed biscuits. Mixing it all up, out of sight, out of mind. They were diligently reviewing the latest knowledge points and found that there were still many edible mutated flora and fauna. Xu DuoDuo noted that the edibility of mutated plants was generally higher and more widely accepted, leading to an increase in vegetarianism. After witnessing so many gruesome scenes, those with psychological scars find it difficult to consume meat. Qin Luo quickly memorized the key points and suddenly pointed to a large tree ahead, saying, "Isn't that a mutated loquat tree? Lao Wang, steer that way." Chun Xiaofei compared and exclaimed, "It really is. Lao Wang, stop under the tree. I'll go pick some with the little squad leader. My goodness, this loquat tree is enormous." Bai Shuja carefully identified it and confirmed that they were indeed fortunate. This type of mutated loquat tree was non-aggressive, so Xiaofei could pick as many as possible. Qin Luo inexplicably recalled how Chun Xiaofei had previously used his claws to drag a small zombie upstairs. He turned to Xu DuoDuo and noticed that the little zombie's eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if to say, "Let me help." Alas, if only it had wings. Qin Luo felt a twinge of annoyance, but kept silent. Well, he thought, just a brief internal complaint. This was serious business. "I'll provide cover. You two go ahead." With that, Qin Luo readied his weapon. Chun Xiaofei climbed from the passenger seat to the middle row, opened the sunroof, and leaped out, fluttering up and dropping a few black and white feathers. Bai Shuja sighed and collected them, muttering, "Could you be a bit more careful? What if you encounter someone with rhinitis? You might set them off sneezing." If it weren't for the position, the rebellious Qin Xiaofei would have loved to flap his wings in Bai Shuja's face. Qin Luo extended his hand towards the little zombie in the back seat, allowing her tiny claws to grasp his hand before lifting her up to the sunroof. Chun Xiaofei, in his usual clumsy manner, grabbed onto Xu DuoDuo's clothing and flapped upward excitedly. Hey, little squad leader, we're flying." "You're much lighter than Bai Shuja. This is going to be fun. Let us collect more loquats. The mutated loquat tree was indeed massive, though its mutated fruits were quite small, seedless, and incredibly sweet. Truly a gift for humanity. Chun Xiaofei picked one and began to eat, exclaiming, "Heavens, this is exquisite." Thankfully, our mimicry is only partial. I still have hands. If I were fully mimicked, I wouldn't be able to pick anything at all. Umans ramain umans. After administering the aberration dilution agent, most of the mimicry results in a partial transformation, such as Qin Luo and Wang Weihua sprouting beast ears that do not interfere with their human ears. Otherwise, it would look quite peculiar. The little zombie's eyes sparkled at the sight of the enormous loquat tree, perfectly paired with Chen Xiaofei, both food enthusiasts with gleaming eyes. Qin Luo stood in the sunroof, vigilant for any approaching mutated frogs, ready to eliminate them with a single shot. The rescue broadcasts had been playing for quite some time, yet there was no response from the residential area. Chapter 76, The Mutated Loquat Tree. Chun Xiaofei was joyfully picking loquats and tossing them to Xu DuoDuo. Xu DuoDuo opened a spatial portal, allowing Chun Xiaofei to throw the loquats directly into it after picking. One person and one zombie were elevated. Unconcerned about Zhou Siki in the vehicle discovering the little zombie's spatial abilities, they were simply focused on collecting. Qin Luo continued to eliminate the mutated frogs while employing a hook to gather them for transport back to the base. Bai Shuzhe completed the report and clicked upload, while Wang Weihua increased the volume of the broadcast. The sound of the rescue broadcast echoed through the desolate, abandoned city, yet there was no reply. It was quite disheartening. Given the scene, they seemed to be in a small town on the outskirts of N City, with the street being a residential area. Aside from a massive loquat tree, there were also mutated pear and persimmon trees in the distance, indicating a promising opportunity for harvest. Zhou Siki, unable to remain idle, observed everyone engaged in work and suggested, "Should I go out and lend a hand?" Bai Shuzhe smiled at her and replied, "No need, just rest well. It's too dangerous for you to go out without any combat abilities." After all, she was a respected guest of their 3A team, valued at 5 million. As a Kuyu Dai mutated individual, Zhou Siki lacked any offensive capabilities and could only rely on camouflage to evade enemies. Allowing her to venture out would be far too risky. Any mishap would not bode well. Zhou Siki reluctantly settled back down, her personality indeed more reserved, distinctly introverted. Unless a serious matter arose, she could articulate her thoughts clearly. Otherwise, she spoke softly and gently, a stark contrast to the Qiao. To ease her discomfort, Wang Weihua cheerfully inquired, "By the way, what is the Qiao as full name?" "We seem to be unaware of that, only knowing the nickname." Zhou Siki's expression brightened with a gentle smile at the mention of her good friends. The Qiao, whom she referred to as Qiao Yajun and Xiao Qiao, known as Qiao Weimo, were daughters of biological sisters, both carrying their mother's surname. They possessed the extraordinary ability of dual-born lotus flowers within the plant category, yet their activated skills were remarkably distinct. The Qiao excelled in healing arts, while Xiao Qiao specialized in offensive capabilities. This divergence resulted in their appearances being somewhat different. However, their shared abilities occasionally lent them a similar demeanor, often leading to playful banter. Zhou Siki enjoyed a close friendship with the Qiao, though her rapport with Xiao Qiao was less familiar. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu expressed their astonishment at the rarity of such plant-based dual-born abilities. The members of the Rose team all possessed plant abilities, making Xiao Qiao's lack of participation in the combat group intriguing. Bai Shu inquired curiously, to which Zhou Siki replied softly that Xiao Qiao had an affinity for the medical field as well. Occasionally, this sparked a hint of jealousy in Xiao Qiao regarding the Qiao's healing abilities, leading to numerous playful disputes, yet their bond remained strong, as they shared a lifespan. After a brief conversation, Zhou Siki visibly relaxed, shedding her earlier discomfort. Qin Luo, however, noticed a slight movement in the curtains at 11 o'clock and discreetly focused his attention there. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaofei and Xu DuoDuo were thoroughly engrossed in their fruit-picking endeavor, joyfully gathering. Suddenly, a half-grown child emerged from the window, his face flushed as he shouted at Chun Xiaofei and Xu DuoDuo, "What'll we eat if you pick all the loquats? You call yourselves rescuers, but you're just monster thieves. This is our family's loquat tree." Chun Xiaofei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Hey kid, can't you speak nicely? You're scaring us." The small zombie in his grasp blinked innocently, clutching a handful of loquats. The child, around 10 years old, was visibly frightened and anxious, his eyes brimming with tears as he wiped his face with his arm, sobbing. Chen Xiaofei panicked, urging, hey, don't cry. We are not bad people. Ironically, his words only made the child cry louder. Bai Shu found Chen Xiaofei's efforts amusing, noting that his tone made him sound even more like a villain. Wang Weihua, genuinely troubled, realized that few in their group could communicate effectively with survivors. And he took the initiative, using a loudspeaker to ask, "Where are your parents, little one? Are there any adults at home? We are indeed from H City S survivor base and can show you our identification." Qin Luo gestured for Chen Xiaofei to return Xu DuoDuo, as they had successfully stripped the loquat tree bare. If circumstances were different, Xu DuoDuo would have loved to take the tree back to the base for planting. Chen Xiaofei swiftly handed the little class leader to Qin Luo, then turned to the child, saying, "Hey, don't cry. We're really good people. If we were monsters, we would have eaten you by now, and you wouldn't be here crying." This reasoning was quite sound. However, the child appeared too frightened to be calmed, continuing to weep, while Chen Xiaofei made every effort to soothe him. The small zombie, dropped from the air, landed safely in someone else's arms, reaching out to curiously touch Qin Luo's ears, pulling at them before retracting her tiny paw stealthily. Content with her exploration, the small zombie seemed satisfied. Qin Luo embraced her, bemused, saying, "You seem to have developed a penchant for ear-pulling. Haven't you? It's unavoidable, considering my wolf ears are the largest, thickest, and most pleasant to the touch. TSK, only you would dare, for anyone else would be met with dire consequences. The sensitivity of wolf ears is no trivial matter. They are not objects to be handled casually." The little zombie, oblivious to the implications, was merely pleased with her actions. Having gathered a significant amount of loquats from the enormous mutated tree that filled one corner of their spatial compartment, the sweet flavor of the loquats delighted her, affirming her ability to consume mutated flora and fauna. For a food lover, this was a source of great joy. Qin Luo, now transformed into an adorable large dog, retained a delightful sweetness. Though the little zombie felt tempted, she had no real desire to consume him, as she cherished him too much. She firmly believed herself to be human. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaofei finally grasped the situation, asking, "So it's just you and your sister left at home? Are there any other survivors nearby?" The child introduced himself as Cheng Cheng, precisely 10 years old, and his sister as Cheng Ai, age 3. Their parents, who sold vegetables, had locked the siblings in their apartment during the chaos. Tragically, the parents had succumbed to zombification early on, likely devoured by mutated fish. Cheng Cheng recounted the harrowing night when a sudden downpour struck only their area, chaos erupting below as someone was bitten. His parents attempted to intervene, but were bitten themselves, and soon thereafter, the floodwaters rose, trapping everyone. Initially, he could hear the voice of old Lady Lu from the nearby buildings, but that too had faded over the past few days. Chen Xiaofei's comforting words persuaded Cheng Cheng. If they were truly mutated monsters, they would have devoured him by now instead of engaging in conversation. Overwhelmed with relief, the child burst into tears. After some time spent comforting the siblings, Chen Xiaofei gently lifted each of them by a paw. Their parents had shown foresight, providing ample food for the children before locking them away, knowing calamity was imminent. For nearly 2 months, the older brother had cared for his 3-year-old sister, learning to observe and seize moments when mutated animals were scarce to open windows and pick loquats. As their food supply dwindled, Chen Xiaofei's efforts to gather loquats made perfect sense. Qin Luo placed the little zombie in the vehicle, then took the siblings inside as well. Zhou Siki hurriedly seated them in the back, awkwardly comforting them. "Don't cry, little ones. You have done remarkably well for your age, taking care of your sister. Everything will be all right once we reach the base." Her words held truth. The siblings had shown incredible resilience to have survived thus far, and upon arrival at the base, they would find stability with a nursery specifically designed to care for children. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, orphanages were rebranded as nurseries, where children who lost their parents would be raised collectively by the base. Wang Weihua chimed in, "That's right. Your brother has done exceptionally well, very strong. Look how well he has taken care of you." Although the siblings lacked parental supervision, they appeared clean and well cared for. The younger sister, being the quieter of the two, nestled comfortably in her brother's embrace, her innocent eyes shining as she heard Wang Weihua praise her brother. She chimed in, "Brother is great." Then she turned to her brother, expressing her desire for their parents, pointing towards their building, indicating that they had yet to return. Chung tightened his hold on his sister, assuring her, "Our parents went ahead, and we will see them in a few days." His words seemed to comfort her, as she obediently wiped his tears. Zhou Siki felt a lump in her throat, wishing to shed tears herself, gently patting the children's heads. The little zombie observed for a moment before producing a box of milk tablets to offer to the siblings. Chung swallowed hard, accepting the gift and softly saying, "Thank you, sister." Noticing the 3-year-old still gazing at their home, Qin Luo snapped a photo with his tablet and said, "Look here, little one. I'll take a picture of your home, and once we reach the base, I can print it for you as a keepsake. Now, say goodbye to your house, and remember to focus on the future." Chung, unable to hold back his tears, wiped them away and took a long, earnest look at their home, silently bidding farewell to his parents before nodding, saying, "Thank you, brother." Qin Luo nodded in acknowledgement as Chun Xiaofei circled back, flapping his wings. "Brother Qin, I have surveyed the area and found no one else. It is filled solely with zombies. We should eliminate them and allow them to rest in peace." Qin Luo gestured for Chun Xiaofei to take a break, suggesting they advance a bit further where a few mutated fruit trees awaited. "You two gather the fruits while we search for any other survivors." The teammates readily agreed. Xu DuoDuo, realizing her brother must be hungry, offered him a rice ball and rummaged through her dimensional space, extracting milk powder she had found in maternity store to prepare a bottle for her sister, using the readily available hot or cold water. Chung gazed in astonishment at the beautiful sister as she transformed, devouring his food while exclaiming, "Wow, do you both possess magic? And this rice ball is delicious." Tears almost brimmed in his eyes from the joy of having a proper meal after such a long time. His sister drooled at the sight, prompting him to feed her another bite. They were astonished to discover that a 3-year-old could indeed consume regular food. What an enlightening moment. Xu DuoDuo then produced a small bottle of porridge, which Joseki took to feed her sister. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to satiate the 2 children. Baishu also located educational videos from the base to enlighten the children, as many young ones were unaware of the apocalyptic events that had transpired. Thus, the base produced animated videos to help the children comprehend their circumstances. The unknown can be frightening, yet the children at the base, albeit confused, mostly grasped the situation. Chung, being 10, found it easy to understand. If not for his overwhelming fear, he would not have cried. He was simply a cool kid now. He quickly adapted to this new world, feeling both astonished and enchanted, as if in a magical animated film. However, it was true that children and young adults could comprehend this new reality more swiftly. The elderly, too, had to learn anew, but there was a silver lining. Due to the mutations caused by contamination, many experienced rejuvenation, with their bodily functions reviving, greatly extending their lifespans. The unfortunate news was that the reproductive rate among those with abilities was exceedingly low, while that of ordinary individuals remained relatively normal. Nonetheless, these concerns were for the future. Currently, the focus was on rescue missions and resource gathering, contemplating how to sustain the numerous survivors of the base. Thoughts of human continuity and the base's development would come later. As the vehicle approached the mutated pear trees, Chun Xiaofei eagerly returned to fruit picking with Xu DuoDuo, while Qin Luo remained vigilant against mutated frogs. Baishu set off to search for survivors. After their meal, the siblings fell into a peaceful slumber, and the brother was able to guide Wang Weihua, informing him of the locations of fruit trees, including a row of loquat trees. Many people in this area enjoyed planting fruit trees in front of their homes, leading to a plethora of mutated fruit trees. Chun Xiaofei and Xu DuoDuo were in high spirits, utterly delighted by the delicious mutated fruits, though they dared not ponder the nature of their nutrients. This area was predominantly teeming with mutated small animals, with few zombies in sight. These creatures sometimes engaged in mutual predation. For instance, mutated frogs would consume mutated insects, resulting in some fatalities among them, leaving behind carcasses that nourished the trees. As for other matters, they preferred not to dwell on them. After harvesting the fruits from this region, Baishu utilized the mimicry ability of his flying squirrel mutation to scout around, but found no new survivors. The siblings were indeed fortunate. When Chen Xiaofei, Xu DuoDuo, and Bai Shu returned, the siblings were sound asleep. They climbed back into the vehicle and closed the sunroof to rest. Wang Weihua glanced at the nearby missions, noting that other combat teams had already taken up the tasks. They had been out for quite some time and should return to the base. The heightened tension outside made it impossible to rest comfortably. Thus returning was the only option. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo replied, "Let's head back and conduct another search on the way. If there are no survivors, we will proceed directly to the base. Everyone needs to recuperate." The others concurred. Each battle demanded significant mental and physical exertion, and without returning to the base for rest, they would certainly struggle to cope. Their 3A team was considered strong, consistently managing to accept multiple missions in one go, while other teams often found themselves exhausted after completing a single task. The Leopard and Dove teams were astonished to hear that the 3A team had not returned to the base. "Let's return home." On the way back, they rescued a small group of people. After contacting a nearby logistics team, they awaited the arrival of personnel from the B-City survivor base to take them in, over 80 individuals, all gaunt and famished. The provisions accumulated by the 3A team proved invaluable as the survivors devoured the food ravenously, a pitiful sight. Wang Weihua distributed bread and bottled water, reassuring them. "Take your time eating." Bai Shu documented their circumstances meticulously. Qin Luo addressed the logistics team from B-City. "There are several mutated fruit trees in the town just a kilometer ahead. Since your team has a space-type ability user, you should collect them. Don't let them go to waste. There are pears and loquats, fine treasures indeed." Had the mutated trees not been so enormous and bizarre, rendering their storage space insufficient and Xu DuoDuo's abilities hidden, they surely would have taken some with them. The team leader's face lit up with excitement. "Really? Your 3A team is quite fortunate. Although mutated plants have emerged, edible ones are scarce. Encountering these non-aggressive fruit trees is truly a stroke of luck." Qin Luo merely nodded, encouraging them to go. The small zombie looked on with a regretful expression. Xu DuoDuo, upon hearing this, felt quite satisfied. The essence was that she couldn't collect them herself, but she didn't want the food to rot in the fallen zone. Seeing her so pleased, Qin Luo couldn't help but smile, gently ruffling her hair. "What are you daydreaming about? Let us go." The little zombie cheerfully scampered after him, with Qin Luo's long strides. He moved swiftly, while Xu DuoDuo had to take 3 steps for each of his one. Eventually, unable to resist turning back to ensure she was keeping up, Qin Luo simply turned around and picked her up under his arm, carrying her along. "Ah, this is comfortable," Xu DuoDuo thought. "What is this familiar and pleasant feeling? No need to walk, I could just relax." Once again, she became a delightful accessory. After everyone reboarded the vehicle, they prepared to set off once more, quickly reaching the highway toll station. The road ahead was clear and smooth. Chen Xiaofei, chewing on a lollipop in the passenger seat, grumbled, "Damn, thank goodness we came. If that scoundrel Jin Chuanxiong had truly detonated, those dozens of lives we rescued on our return would have been lost. What a close call." A small action had resulted in saving those 80 individuals. Bai Shu couldn't help but remark, when that guy's backer falls, he will undoubtedly meet his end. He always engages in such unscrupulous deeds. Qin Luo snorted in agreement. "Let's see where that scoundrel has gone and give him a good beating." The incessant chattering along the way was quite irksome. Chen Xiaofei perked up. "No problem. I'll go find him." In the last row of the off-road vehicle, Zhou Siki glanced at the siblings beside her, relieved that the 2 children were sleeping soundly. She couldn't imagine how they would react to overhearing such violent discussions. Since the children were seated in the back with Zhou Siki, Xu DuoDuo had to sit beside Qin Luo. Seizing the moment while Qin Luo conversed with Chen Xiaofei, she stealthily reached for his tail with her small paws, inching it closer when he remained oblivious. In the end, she succeeded in pulling it into her embrace, gently rubbing her cheek against it, finding it soft and delightful. Qin Luo's ears inexplicably flushed red, though he maintained an air of indifference. Chen Xiaofei gazed intently, then opened his mouth to exclaim, "Qin Ge, why you turn red while speaking?" Qin Luo retorted stubbornly, "It's too cramped here. It's hot." Bai Shu, having silently observed the entire exchange, finally let out a chuckle. Qin Luo turned to him, prompting Bai Shu to calmly adjust his glasses, appearing deeply engrossed in studying his tablet. Just as Qin Luo breathed a sigh of relief, Bai Shu suddenly suggested, "If it's too cramped, the little class monitor can come sit with me." Before he could finish, Qin Luo interjected fiercely, "No way," displaying a protective demeanor. Chun Xiaofei burst into laughter, and Bai Shu couldn't help but join in the amusement. Qin Luo's face flushed crimson, and he ultimately hid his face in his hand, overwhelmed by embarrassment. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. The little zombie tilted its head, glancing from one person to another, happily tugging at its large gray tail, only to see the big dog shiver abruptly. "Ahem, enough playing around. Hand it over. Don't think I don't know you're secretly tugging at my tail." Qin Luo was clearly flustered. The little zombie, feeling guilty yet confused, obediently nodded and placed its little paw down, sitting quietly in the vehicle. Observing her compliance, Qin Luo felt a sense of discomfort, twisting his own heart in knots, stammering, and finally, with a resigned expression, offered his tail to her, saying, "Here, you can touch it. Don't look so pitiful." She appeared so forlorn that it was hard to resist. Xu Duo couldn't comprehend why he was willing to let her touch it again, so she dutifully embraced it, reminding herself that honest children receive treats, while those who were stubborn do not. The little zombie was indeed honest, thus earning the affection of a large tail, bringing her joy. Chun Xiaofei and Bai Shu exchanged glances, quickly falling silent before their captain truly became angry. Testing the limits of life on the edge of death was a daily necessity. Otherwise, what fun would life hold? Zhou Siki envied the bond among her teammates, as such intimacy was rare, especially in the face of the apocalypse, where many teams faced casualties, leading to random reassignments of new teammates. How could new comrades compare to old battle-hardened friends? Her expression turned somewhat melancholic. Zhou Siki did not accompany the logistics team from B City, primarily wishing to meet De Qiao first. In these times, every meeting was precious. Upon successfully arriving at the H City survivor base, everyone exhaled in relief. "Finally, we've arrived. I'm back," Chun Xiaofei exclaimed as he alighted from the vehicle, shouting to release his pent-up energy. Bai Shu also seemed to relax slightly, as he always maintained a tense demeanor outside. Wang Weihua exited the vehicle and handed it over to the staff for inspection, intending to send it for maintenance later. Noticing Zhou Siki's discomfort, he kindly offered, "Shall I contact De Qiao to come pick you up?" Zhou Siki glanced at the time, softly responding, "No need to trouble yourself. Just tell me how to get to the research center. I can find her myself. It's probably not quite time to leave yet." Qin Luo was busy handling items in the combat ring with the little zombie. "Why are you so disdainful? The B-City anomalous beings have said this can be eaten. Isn't it similar to bullfrogs? They mentioned that at the B-City survivor base, they sell for 80 points each, so don't shortchange me." As he looked at the display screen filled with mutated frog corpses, Du Chunjiang was in utter despair. "Ah, why did you bring this back? You know how the food management department reacts to food like rabid dogs. I absolutely do not want to see mutated frog meat in the cafeteria." She was in the midst of her meltdown, disdainfully sorting through the supplies submitted by their 3A team. "I've already eaten mutated grasshoppers stir-fried with watermelon rind. I can't bear to eat this." Chapter 79. Do you have a little zombie at home? Qin Luo, with a mischievous glint in his eye, watched his distant cousin wail and even offered a friendly reminder. "You can always skip the cafeteria. My monthly points won't allow me to eat, well, every meal. Plus, they're employee meals. Why shouldn't I eat?" She was genuinely heartbroken. The little zombie observed Qin Luo from behind, feeling pity for the staff member. Upon seeing Xu Duo, Du Chunjiang's eyes lit up. "Hello, little darling. It's great to see you again. Honestly, don't stick with someone like Qin Team. Working at the base is so much better. You get 3 meals a day, a stable monthly salary, and don't have to go on dangerous missions." Qin Luo raised a hand to tap the table. Hey. Are you blatantly trying to poach my teammate? Why was everyone so enchanted by the little zombie? He found it perplexing, yet in the next moment, as he looked down and met Xu Duo's fair and lovely face, he thought, "All right, whose adorable little zombie is this? Oh, it's mine." Qin Luo sighed and spread his hands, lamenting, "Alas, I can't help it. My good looks as captain lead to equally attractive teammates. They are all stunning, dashing, and charming. Having such captivating teammates is also a dilemma." Du Chunjiang scoffed, "Get a grip. Little darling, stay away from him. You might catch the idiocy virus." After saying this, she tossed the emptied supply wristband to Qin Luo, rolling her eyes in exasperation. She could no longer tolerate it. Qin Luo was unfazed. He deftly secured the wristband on his wrist, executing the motion with flair. TSK, I see you're just jealous. Do you have a little zombie at home? No, right? Is there a cutie like this? No, right? Du Chunjiang was both amused and exasperated. After indulging in a bit of mischief, Qin Luo, satisfied, took his leave with the little zombie. Xu Duo turned back to glance at the staff member, feeling a twinge of sympathy, and returned to offer her a handful of white rabbit milk candies before scampering off. Du Chunjiang was taken aback, staring at the several candies before her. Then watching the little zombie happily trot behind Qin Luo, tears streaming down her face. Which little zombie is so wonderful? She lamented. She tearfully devoured 5 candies, lamenting her inability to care for a little zombie. Oh no, I can't keep this job for another day. Upon entering the base with Xu Duo, Qin Luo spotted Cheng Cheng and Cheng Ai, the siblings standing somewhat helplessly by the entrance. What's wrong? Is there no staff to take you to the nursery? Qin Luo inquired. Cheng Cheng eagerly nodded upon seeing a familiar face. Hello, brother. The staff lady asked us to wait here until others come to take us. Before Qin Luo could respond, a staff member hurried over, apologizing. I'm sorry, but currently there's no one available to take you to the nursery. Could you please? Qin team, take these 2 children over? A newly arrived vehicle of survivors had infected half its occupants, and they simply could not spare anyone. The work at the city gate was indeed challenging, facing various emergencies. Observing the siblings' bewildered expressions, Qin Luo readily agreed. Sure, you focus on your work. I'll take these 2. The staff member sighed in relief, gratefully saying, You're a great help. She then turned to the siblings. Listen to your brother. I can't leave here, so let him take you. Don't be afraid of anything you see along the way. This staff member, a woman in her 40s with the surname Zhang, hurriedly rummaged through her pocket, producing 3 fruit candies, distributing 1 to each sibling and handing 1 to Xu Duo. All right, off you go. You can't linger at the entrance of the base. After saying this, Aunt Zhang hurriedly made her way towards another passage. The vehicle of survivors had been a headache, especially with half of them having mutated, and now they had to isolate the remaining individuals, including a dozen children. Xu Duo opened her mouth, but didn't make a sound, staring intently at the fruit candy in her hand, wishing to express that she truly didn't need the candy. She had plenty of space. Qin Luo chuckled softly. Oh no, they see you as a little Xu DuoDuo is not particularly short, standing at 163 centimeters. She does not resemble a child. Her petite face is pale, and her expression appears somewhat vacant, while her large eyes exude a sense of vulnerability that makes her particularly endearing. Qin Luo was playfully teasing her, yet she seemed far from a mere child, resembling more a little zombie. Xu DuoDuo, puffed up with indignation, insisted she was not a child and handed a piece of candy to Cheng Ai, who sweetly replied, Thank you, sister. With a cool nod, she successfully reclaimed a semblance of dignity in front of the 3-year-old. Qin Luo nearly burst into laughter. Ahem. All right, everyone follow me. First, we will take you 2 siblings to the nursery. A large person, 2 small ones, and an additional little zombie successfully boarded the bus. They ensured there were no bloodstains on their clothes to avoid alarming other passengers. The bus was quite rapid. The transportation options at the base, aside from the speedy underground metro, were usually packed with passengers every day. Cheng Cheng's eyes widened as he gazed at the weapons everyone was holding, clutching his sister tightly. Before the apocalypse, he had only seen toy guns. It was unimaginable to encounter such a variety of real weapons on a bus. Qin Luo glanced over and said, Cool, right? Everyone in our team knows how to handle guns, including your sister here. When you grow up a bit, you can learn too. Cheng Cheng felt a sense of longing for the assortment of weapons. He shyly replied, But I don't have magic, and my sister is a girl. Isn't it inappropriate for her to use a gun? Upon hearing this, Qin Luo could not help but raise an eyebrow and immediately embarked on an impromptu lesson, explaining that even before the apocalypse, there were ordinary people who dealt with weapons daily to protect their homes and their country, which had nothing to do with supernatural abilities. Furthermore, who said girls couldn't wield weapons? Everyone must learn self-defense. Those who can protect themselves are admirable, and those who can protect others are even more so. Look at your sister, DuoDuo. Her weapon is a chainsaw. Do you know what a chainsaw is? It buzzes to life when started, and with a swing, it can take out a horde of zombies. How cool is that? To be honest, I never expected she would have a chainsaw. Qin Luo grew increasingly animated, praising her to the skies, marveling at how refined Xu DuoDuo had been during her school days. Who would have guessed that this little class monitor was equipped with a chainsaw after the apocalypse? It was simply exhilarating. His compliments went on and on. Cheng transitioned from astonishment to enlightenment, then to admiration, and finally to a state of numbness. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Brother, do you like DuoDuo's sister? Why else would you praise her so much?" 30 minutes had passed, and he continued unabated. Qianmian was momentarily taken aback, as laughter erupted from those around them, his face visibly reddening, almost to the point of embarrassment. To sit on the bus properly. Why were these people still so gossipy, even in the midst of an apocalypse? Just then, the bus announced, arriving at Liuan District. Passengers, please exit from the rear door. Next stop, Huaming District. Next stop, Huaming District. Qianmian swiftly scooped up the still-dazed little zombie in one hand and grabbed the two siblings in the other before quickly disembarking. Any later, and his face would surely catch fire. Chapter 80. The Nursery Upon Disembarking. Qianmian chastised Cheng throughout the journey. Although children often speak without restraint, such remarks were unwarranted. Cheng nodded earnestly on the surface, yet internally concluded that this bashful elder brother harbored feelings for the beautiful sister. Adults are often duplicitous in their words and emotions. The nursery was a vast, colorful institution, vividly resembling a place for children, akin to an oversized kindergarten. 2 security personnel stood guard at the entrance. They were not mere elderly figures, but genuine superhumans, safeguarding the future of humanity. Aside from these 2 at the entrance, one could occasionally spot other superhumans patrolling within the nursery. The cacophony of children's laughter filled the playground, perfectly coinciding with school dismissal time, where a throng of little ones frolicked about, blissfully unaware of the apocalyptic world beyond, only vaguely sensing that the present differed from the past. Nonetheless, most aspects remained unchanged, save for the absence of parents. Yet, they had gained numerous companions. Cheng, still a child at heart, gazed at the playground's myriad attractions, his eyes sparkling with delight. Cheng AI also looked on with eager anticipation. Qianmian approached the security personnel to convey a message and then guided Cheng and Cheng AI through the registration process, casually glancing at the little zombie and assisted her with the signature. Xu DuoDuo was also observing the scene, where adorably dressed teachers engaged the children in play. For the young ones, this place was indeed a paradise. Let's proceed. Qianmian called out to the little zombie after completing the registration, and she promptly followed suit. However, to his surprise, they encountered a familiar face. Lu Chunwei instantly recognized Qianmian and Xu DuoDuo, waving her hands excitedly. "Hey, Captain Qin." Upon recognizing her, Qianmian realized it was Lu Chunhui, the wife of Zhao Gang, whom they had rescued to the service area. "What a coincidence to find you here," Lu Chunhui exclaimed, rushing over with fervent enthusiasm. She continued, "I truly cannot express my gratitude enough. Our family has been assigned to the survivor base in H City." As she spoke, her words flowed ceaselessly. After their separation that day, they had been allocated to this area. Initially, they had hoped to seek out their benefactors, but were taken aback by the vastness of the base. Once assigned to fixed zones, ordinary citizens required permission to visit friends in other areas. This was to prevent ordinary individuals from being frightened by superhumans returning from missions who could carry contaminants. Such encounters could be perilous for ordinary people. Thus, the base mandated zoning, with each person confined to their designated area. Lu Chunwei's family was placed in the Luan district. Due to their daughter's schooling needs, they fortuitously connected with the nursery here, and, coincidentally, the kitchen was in need of staff. Both she and her husband possessed commendable culinary skills, so they remained to work as chefs, preparing meals for the children. The kitchen staff primarily consisted of parents of students, allowing them to cook together and discuss their children's affairs, bringing a sense of hope to their daily lives. Lu Chunhui beamed as she recounted how, in the past, they had toiled endlessly to afford housing, yet now they were provided meals and accommodation in a 2-bedroom apartment. Although their points were somewhat limited, it sufficed for their needs. The costs of their child's education were nearly entirely covered by the base, leaving only the purchase of toys and extracurricular books as expenses they had to bear. Qianmian felt a sense of reassurance upon hearing this. "That's wonderful. May you all continue to live well." Both were kind-hearted individuals, grounded and capable of thriving anywhere. Lu Chunhui, filled with emotion, remarked, "Were it not for you, Captain Qin, our family might still be at the service area. unaware of the world outside. Qin Luo assured her there was no need for such gratitude. It was their duty. Lu Chunhui expressed her admiration, stating, "You are all truly remarkable. Listening to the broadcasts often pains me. It is your brave young souls who shield us, allowing us to live in peace. Each time I hear the list of sacrifices, I cannot help but shed tears." Only upon arriving at the base did Lu Chunhui's family comprehend the immense reputation of Qin Luo's team. Yet their concern for the safety of Team 3A remained. They prayed daily for their protection, intently listening to the sacrifice lists, fearful for their well-being. Lu Chunhui, brimming with enthusiasm, wiped her tears and invited Qin Luo and Xu DuoDuo to stay for a meal, insisting they should also summon the other children. While ordinary people could not traverse zones, superhumans, provided they bore no bloodstains, could move freely, as they were often required to execute missions. Qin Luo politely declined, noting, by the way, the pair of siblings over there have also lost their parents. If you could keep an eye on them, it would be greatly appreciated. He mentioned that the children were new arrivals and might be apprehensive, but once they acclimated, they would not require much oversight. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunhui felt a pang of compassion. In these times, surviving is a blessing. "Rest assured, Captain Qin, I will certainly look after those two children." She reassured him not to worry, as the nursery was truly wonderful. The teachers were kind, and the children obedient. The facility included dormitories, classrooms, and activity areas, providing ample opportunities for children to adapt to their new lives, ultimately reducing their homesickness. Qin Luo inspected the amenities, finding them quite satisfactory. "Very well. Please assist the two children with their registration. We must return to rest." Lu Chunhui responded, "You have just returned from a mission? How exhausting. I want to insist you stay, but do visit us for a meal when you have the chance." Qin Luo smiled in agreement and called to the two children playing with the ball, "Stop playing and come here. Chung Chung, take your sister to register with your aunt." Chung Chung, initially engrossed in play, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Adjusting to a new environment was undoubtedly daunting. Though Qin Luo and his team had rescued them, he now had the responsibility of guiding his sister through this unfamiliar place. He could not suppress a subtle grimace. Qin Luo patted his shoulder, encouraging him to be strong and reminding him that he could approach the teachers if needed. The nursery at the base should be regarded as the safest and happiest place. Chung Chung nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother and sister, for rescuing me and my sister. I will not forget this." Recalling that he had not yet given the child a photograph, Qin Luo glanced at the little zombie. "Xu Duo, do you have a portable photo printer?" Xu Duo tilted her head in thought before nodding, producing the device. Qin Luo quickly connected it to his wristband's Wi-Fi and printed two photographs of Chung Chung's home, a four-story building with branches of a loquat tree visible. He handed one to each child, stating, "Here are pictures for both of you. Keep them safe. Your parents' loquat tree will ensure your safe arrival at the base. Don't you think?" He referenced the incident when Chung Chung had scolded Xu Duo and him for stealing loquats. Chung Chung instantly broke into laughter, prompting Chung AI to join in with her delightful giggles. Qin Luo felt relieved, returning the smile with a playful grin. "Good. Laughter is a sign of hope. Embrace this new life and take good care of your sister, all right?" Chung Chung nodded shyly, visibly more at ease, no longer appearing lost. When Xu Duo looked back at Qin Luo, she felt as though he radiated an extraordinary glow. Truly, the great dog was a good person. Chapter 81. A new era in the apocalypse. After escorting the siblings and bidding farewell to the warm-hearted Lu Chunhui, Qin Luo and Xu Duo made their way back. The area inhabited by ordinary humans easily evoked memories of the pre-apocalyptic world. Ignoring the newly constructed high-rise buildings, the familiar streets, shops lining the sidewalks, and even vendors setting up stalls at the school gates created an illusion that the apocalypse had never occurred. As the little zombie ambled along, she suddenly found herself unable to proceed. Wishing to linger a bit longer, she tugged at Qin Luo's clothing, startling him significantly. "Hey, you scared me. What's up? Don't want to leave? Should I carry you?" Qin Luo was perplexed. The little zombie pointed towards the pedestrian street, blinking her eyes to express her desire to go there. Understanding her silent plea, Qin Luo relented. "All right, let us go." "Where to?" The little zombie beamed, pulling at his sleeve as they set off, for she rarely ventured out. Initially, Qian Luo was baffled by how a zombie could enjoy shopping, but soon he noticed her eyes darting around, her grip on his sleeve unwavering. 10 minutes later, a realization dawned upon him. Embarrassed, he remarked, "If you want to go on a date with me, just say so. Why pretend to shop?" He felt a twinge of shyness, muttering under his breath, "How can a young girl like you be so straightforward? How bold?" The little zombie, oblivious to his thoughts, merely continued to pull him along, focused on the sights ahead. The Luan district, as a habitat for ordinary humans, bore a striking resemblance to the world before the apocalypse, about 80% alike, but still retained its unique differences. For instance, regular supermarkets had transformed into luxury boutiques, and many items had become rare commodities, with scarcity driving up their value. Snacks that had not expired before the apocalypse, cosmetics, and daily necessities now commanded prices several times higher than they once did. Naturally, some new snacks and alternatives emerged post-apocalypse, offered at more reasonable prices, yet lacking the refinement of their predecessors. Nowadays, even the simplest of slippers were not easily replaceable. Everyone seemed reluctant to part with a pair until they were utterly worn out. Unlike the days when one could hoard as many as they pleased and discard them after single use. It felt as though society had reverted to an era of scarcity, despite the fact that the buildings were more modern than before the apocalypse. Due to the inadequate housing for ordinary people, construction had risen vertically, utilizing every available space. The flat ground was rapidly transforming into a mountainous cityscape, with several areas already featuring elevated pedestrian streets adorned with vibrant neon signs, exuding a distinctly punk and magical ambience. Thus, while the ordinary streets lay below, gazing upwards often disrupted the sense of reality, clearly marking this as a new era post-apocalypse. Once the upper city was completed, humanity would inevitably stratify into distinct classes. Qian Luo was taken aback, realizing that every time he ventured out for a few days, upon returning, everything seemed transformed. It felt akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Nearby, an elderly vendor chuckled, "You heroes who frequently embark on missions are surely unaware. I've heard that once the upper city is finished, they have rapid public transport. It'll be like magic. You'll blink and arrive at your destination. Impressive, right?" Qian Luo shuddered at the thought. Would those residing in the lower levels have to endure the spitting of uncouth upper-class individuals? The old man quickly waved his fan and said, "Hey, young one, don't speak nonsense. The headquarters has mandated that anyone caught tossing object from the upper city will face imprisonment for years of hard labor." Qian Luo was astonished. The new world truly was surreal, changing by the day. The old man, a loquacious fellow, was selling small goldfish, though these were no ordinary fish. They had legs and could hop about, classified as newly discovered low-pollution mutant animals, virtually devoid of contamination. "Would you like to buy one for your girlfriend? They're quite amusing. They're easy to feed, too. Just grab some plants or a few grains of rice." Qian Luo's face flushed, stammering, "But she is not my girlfriend yet." I haven't even confessed. He glanced down at the little zombie crouched by the stall, playing with the fish, and suddenly felt his heart race abnormally. He quickly turned away, unable to meet her gaze, his ears burning with embarrassment. The old man, somewhat hard of hearing, struggled to catch his murmured words, but after a moment, he understood and boomed, "My goodness! How can a young man with such thin skin pursue someone? If you like her, just go for it. Stop being shy like a bashful girl. You certainly lack her poise." Qian Luo's face turned crimson. "Why are you eavesdropping, old man?" The elderly vendor, taken aback, replied, "Well, when you speak, it's meant to be heard. I assenti it. Youngster, when someone with experience shares advice, you should listen. How can you pursue a woman with such a thin skin? When I was wooing my wife, I traveled from country to country, from student days to becoming colleagues." Indeed, Qian Luo was quite shy. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he felt a strong sense of embarrassment, and the old man's teasing made him flee with the little zombie in tow, disappearing within seconds. The vendor chuckled, shaking his head. "What a shame. With such thin skin, he is not as good as I was in my youth. Wouldn't you agree, my dear?" Afterward, he pulled an old pocket watch from his chest pocket, gently caressing the yellowed photograph within. "Professor Su? No classes today. Out here, selling again?" A young teacher, just finishing work and shopping for groceries, greeted him with a smile. The old man laughed heartily, gesturing towards the glass tank before him. "These are new species the students brought back, selling them for the kids to enjoy. I also bring them out to let my wife bask in the sun. She loves it. It's a shame the sun hasn't shone since the apocalypse. It's nice to share some light with her. The skies had remained shrouded in thick fog since the onset of the apocalypse, and any day with a hint of brightness was considered good weather. The young teacher smiled, accustomed to the old man's sentiments. You two have such a great relationship. The old man beamed, indeed. Our bond is strong, unlike that young lad from earlier. Too shy to win a wife. He won't succeed with that attitude. After bidding farewell to the young teacher, he continued to murmur to himself. If it weren't for the fact that the boy somewhat resembles my younger self, I wouldn't bother lecturing him, would I? Right, my dear? He lamented quietly. Chapter 82. The internet-addicted little zombie Qianmian followed the little zombie on their excursion, merely observing without purchasing anything, as they refrained from competing with ordinary humans for resources. Life had become increasingly challenging for the common folk in the post-apocalypse. The supplies available to them were prioritized, leaving the abilities users often unable to obtain desired items. It seemed a fair arrangement. Humans could not linger in the designated areas for too long. Otherwise, their wristbands would emit warnings. After their outing, the pair returned to their residential complex, finally able to relax. Well then, let us part ways and rest. We can gather later. Qianmian escorted the little zombie to her doorstep, stifling a yawn and revealing a rare appearance of fatigue as he squinted and entered his home. The little zombie watched him go, returning to her own cozy nook to tidy up before settling on the windowsill with a mutated bat's core. This was her favorite spot, where the sight of the base's towering walls brought her comfort. This time, the walls appeared even broader than before. From a 19th floor, she could see the community below and some streets. The greenery that had been uprooted by the last typhoon had begun to flourish once more, and the sight of vibrant foliage was pleasing. After consuming a core to satiate her hunger, she reflected on how her appetite had evolved from filling up on one core to now only being partially satisfied by a single one-star core. This, she believed, was the essence of evolution. She pondered with her occasionally dim-witted mind. After consuming the econ, she retrieved a bag of potato chips, managing to discern a modest 15% of the flavor, a marked improvement from her previous experiences, as her corpse's pleasant emotions steadily rose. Many duo munched on the potato chips and mutated loquats, yet felt unsated. Ultimately, she produced the econ diluent given to her by Professor G, its strawberry flavor appearing as rosy as fruit juice, with a sweet and sour taste. Was there truly a hint of flavor? She suddenly recalled Professor G mentioning that this concoction contained various trace elements beneficial to the body. However, it felt more like a post-meal beverage, providing less satiety than the direct consumption of econ. Mini Duo slurped the econ diluent while reclining against a cushion, lowering her head to pull out her tablet and began to scroll, officially succumbing to her internet addiction. Upon logging in, she discovered the forum had undergone significant reforms. Each user's profile now featured a fan section. Previously, users could only peruse posts or search via keywords. The headquarters likely wished to prevent their members from becoming excessively distracted, as the forum's former style was simplistic and outdated, even criticized by perceptive netizens as embodying an old cadre aesthetic, much to the chagrin of the youth. Presumably due to the increasing outcry, and with econ users now being rare commodities, all reliant on their endeavors, even the gossip sections needed serious improvement. Were human rights now a forgotten concept? After a litany of lamentations, one comment stood out. An ability user expressed, "There are no second chances in this life. Perhaps at this moment, I am still browsing the forum, and in the next, I could just as easily perish. Why can't I enjoy every moment spent on the forum? Isn't this small wish worth fulfilling?" Such comments were plentiful. The officials, alarmed, promptly initiated an overnight overhaul to address the community's needs. Consequently, personal profiles now included a fan and follow feature, but mutual following was required for private messaging, alongside a new space for posting updates. Upon logging in, Mini Duo was astonished to find her follower count had surpassed 10,000. Her official certified profile read, "The only little zombie in the base," followed by a cute emoji. The little zombie was taken aback, her claws gripping the tablet in disbelief for a full 10 minutes. The sole update was the post that garnered her the highest number of likes, a photo of her wielding a chainsaw in combat against a zombie monster, her small face exuding an air of aloofness, devoid of expression. Beside her, Qianmian, with wolf ears and long hair, was surrounded by crackling lightning elements. Chun Xiaofei appeared in a semi-mimetic form, using wind-based abilities to disrupt the zombie creature. Wang Weihua was depicted in the midst of delivering a powerful punch, his muscular arms strikingly defined, showcasing a visible explosive force. Bai Shu had just arrived to provide support, having taken over from the Rose Squad. The zombies they faced were caught in a lightning strike, their expressions contorted in agony, riddled with flying daggers and punctured with bullets, their limbs bearing numerous cuts inflicted by many duo. The photo, captured by an unknown hand, depicted a scene both terrifying and exhilarating. The post was titled Terrifying. The 3A Squad is mad, with the featured image being this striking photograph. The post had just been published that morning, and the replies had already reached over 100,000. It was an absolute sensation. Overwhelmed, many duo began scrolling through the comments, oblivious to the fervent discussions surrounding the base S developments during her missions. The comments exploded with excitement. Wow, is the 3A Squad really this handsome? Oh my, is this the little zombie? What a terrifying creature. She fights ferociously. I adore her. She S wielding a chainsaw. Such fair hands, such a beautiful skirt. She S using a chainsaw. Incredible. Luo Shun S abilities must have leveled up. Their mimetic combat is so stable. Is Luo Shun canine? So handsome. I'm going crazy. This zombie monster looks like a giant, even more grotesque. Wangu is so fierce. His jumping ability is remarkable. The feline mimicry really shines here, especially with his boxing skills. No wonder the zombie monster's ribs caved in. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Bai Shu must be a sniper, right? My goodness. His marksmanship is phenomenal. Did you notice the perfectly aligned bullets embedded in that zombie monster's arm? That requires incredible aiming skills. Bai Shu is so impressive. I adore him. I wish he would marry me. People with misophonia are going to die. Help. Doesn't anyone envy Qin Xiaofei? How does he continuously supply those flying daggers? I'm so envious. And he can fly. Is it too late to change my name? I like Chun Xiaofei. He is both obedient and cool. And that buzz cut paired with his expression is so wild. I love his flamboyant spirit. The entire 3A Squad is incredible. Truly astounding. Everyone concludes that the 3A Squad fights fiercely. They possess the audacity to back it up. No wonder they dare to confront anyone on the forum. Anyone who dares to criticize their teammates is met with a challenge. They are powerful and fiercely protective. Many envy them to the point of tears, lamenting their desire to join the 3A Squad. I can hardly believe how happy I would be if I joined the 3A Squad. Of course, there are a few sarcastic voices, though they are rare. Some question many duos' authenticity in wielding a chainsaw, as she appeared the cleanest. Immediately, knowledgeable individuals countered, urging everyone to examine the craftsmanship of her dress. The skills of this mysterious designer rival those of the artisan department. Such expensive clothing surely possesses numerous attributes, including dirt resistance. Chapter 83. The exquisite dress. Many were curious and eagerly inquired about the origin of the dress, primarily due to its beauty. Most artisans are tied to government positions, wishing to obtain specially tailored garments and accessories with unique attributes. One must either excel in missions to receive substantial rewards from the artisan department or resort to the black market, or purchase at exorbitant prices from other shops. This ability user clearly understood these matters, and upon noticing the inquiries on the forum, began to enlighten others. It is no easy feat to procure such attribute-laden clothing, as these private shops are exceedingly rare and their prices are steep. Alchemist Xiao Lin's treasure shop is one such establishment located near the city center. Those interested may wish to explore, but this esteemed figure is quite discerning. Entry is not guaranteed. One must catch his eye or face rejection at the door. Others were taken aback. Such a unique proprietor? How impressive. Ultimately, this ability user offered a friendly warning to the forum members. The alchemist is known for his eccentric temperament and grudges. It would be wise not to criticize his creations. The skirt worn by the little zombie of the 3A Squad is worth tens of thousands of points. Just observe, how could a dress at that price point lack dirt-resistant properties? Upon reading this, the forum members collectively gasped. Tens of thousands? For a dress? My heavens! Are they insane? I wanted to buy a set of that beautiful dress. Excuse me, I just asked the little zombie. When will the forum implement a recall button? I'm humiliating myself. Tens of thousands for a single dress? How can a newcomer afford that? The benefits for the 3A squad are truly remarkable. Is this the world of the elite? A dress costing tens of thousands of points, and I can barely afford my rent of 2,000 points each month. Scraping by. Once an impressive presence, now even more formidable in the apocalypse, they undertake perilous and arduous tasks, which is hardly surprising given the substantial points they accumulate. Fortuitously, the last time they encountered the mutated bats, the cores provided them with ample resources for an extended period, allowing for the purchase of a dress worth several 100,000 points without hesitation. Meanwhile, those upstairs struggle to pay a mere 2,000 points in rent. How cowardly can one be? If one refrains from accepting tasks, one should not lament their poverty. Gradually, the conversation shifted toward the topic of whether to take the risk of accepting tasks. Xu DuoDuo, after surveying the surroundings, slowly processed the information and realized she had become quite popular. Beneath her personal profile, a multitude of admirers were calling her wife and husband, praising her cuteness, and inquiring about the sensation of zombification. Xiao Shishir was incensed. What kind of question was that? What could one possibly feel upon becoming a zombie? Undoubtedly, it was an unpleasant experience. Her thoughts were jumbled, akin to a faulty signal tower, intermittently receiving information clearly and then failing to do so. Who could be comfortable in such a state? With a sudden click, the door swung open, revealing Qin Luo and Bai Shu, who entered while carrying breakfast. The enticing aroma of fried delicacies wafting through the air, making Shishir salivate. Xu DuoDuo couldn't help but swallow her saliva. As Qin Luo and the others busied themselves, changing shoes and chatting, she thought it ridiculous that they wasted time on the forum instead of accepting more tasks. Just as she finished her thought and looked up, she was startled by Qin Luo, who exclaimed, "Xu DuoDuo, you rose early today." Bai Shu quickly observed her unchanged attire and bluntly pointed out that she had not even changed her clothes, questioning how he could have assumed she had just woken up. Clutching her tablet, her dazed expression led him to deduce that she had likely been up all night online, possibly pulling an all-nighter. Chen Xiaofei and Wang Weihua, still groggy from sleep, yawned at the door and asked, "Who stayed up late?" Qin Luo was shocked for 3 seconds, then strode over to lift the little zombie, teasing, "Practicing to be a dried corpse, are we? Staying up all night? How do we punish the class monitor for leading the charge in mischief? Perhaps a 1,000-word reflection would suffice?" Xu DuoDuo, feeling guilty, hurriedly stashed her tablet away and pretended to be oblivious. After all, she often spaced out. Qin Luo immediately saw through her act, laughing, still daring to feign ignorance. "Go take a shower. Since this is your first offense, I'll let you off easy, but next time you're finished." He proceeded to usher her into the bathroom, lifting her under the arms as if she were a cat, and promptly closed the door behind her. Wang Weihua, setting out the breakfast, looked at Qin Luo with confusion and remarked, "What else with the fuss this early? The little class monitor is just staying up late. She is already a zombie, so it's not like she can die again. As long as she is happy." Bai Shu disapproved, stating, "As a mother, one must not indulge the child too much." Wang Weihua was left bewildered. Chen Xiaofei, still half asleep and munching on a limited supply of youqiao, innocently asked, "When did Wang Ge become a mother?" "Who's his child?" Bai Shu calmly replied, "Your mother." "Who else could it be?" He adjusted his glasses and added with a smile, "I'm your father. My dear, call me daddy." Chen Xiaofei froze for 3 seconds before exploding in outrage, shouting and lunging at Bai Shu, "You're finished, Bai Laozi. Let us settle this once and for all. Who's your son? I'm your father. Lao Wang is your mother." Wang Weihua, begrudgingly thrust into the role of spouse, glanced at the captain chiding the little zombie by the bathroom door and then at his 2 teammates, whose intelligence seemed to hover around 3 years old. And he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. What kind of teammates were these? Ultimately, he remained unperturbed, ignoring the bickering between Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei, calmly enjoying his noodles, savoring the delectable mutated beef noodles that the cafeteria had just introduced. The handmade noodles were delightfully chewy, albeit expensive and difficult to obtain, with the youqiao limited to half a piece per person for 12 points. After 30 minutes, when the entire 3A team finally settled down to eat breakfast, Qin Luo habitually filled his stomach in a few bites while drying little Shishir's hair. Xu DuoDuo relished the wontons made with mutated shrimp, slurping them delightfully. Bai Shu, adjusting his cracked glasses, calmly sipped his peanut soup, while Chen Xiaofei gnawed at his youqiao, leaving a bite mark on his face and Wang Weihua remained undisturbed. Slurping his noodles, now on his fourth bowl, as those with abilities tended to have hearty appetites. Dajiao's points just arrived this morning. I've transferred you 100,000 points, so check it out, Bai Shu reminded them. Hearing about the 100,000 points, everyone perked up a bit, realizing they could purchase quite a few new supplies. Qin Luo suddenly recalled a pressing matter, noting that those dresses didn't seem to indicate any cleaning attributes. They needed to visit that enigmatic shopkeeper to avoid any potential misunderstandings. If Xu DuoDuo's spatial abilities were exposed, it could lead to complications. Chapter 84. A chance encounter. The matter of spatial abilities was of great significance. They dare not be careless, so after finishing breakfast, they set out together for the small shop in the city center. The owner had been described as elusive. Last time, there had only been a mechanical parrot and a puppet, leaving them uncertain about contacting the owner. As they stepped outside, Chun Xiaofei began to fret, his concern evident. Wang Weihua reassured him, it's not a big deal. If the owner can store those items in the shop, he must be aware. There are cameras everywhere. He wouldn't neglect to monitor his merchandise. Qin Luo agreed. Let us see when we get there. Wang's point is valid. Bai Shu silently switched to a different pair of glasses, as his earlier pair had cracked due to an unfortunate incident that morning. Chun Xiaofei noticed and scoffed. Deciding to sever ties with Bai Shu for 3 days, still feeling the sting on his face. That guy was more insufferable than he was. Xu DuoDuo, sporting a fluffy head of hair, eagerly scanned her surroundings, in high spirits as she followed the group out. Just as the 3A team reached the ground floor, they encountered familiar faces, Zhang Qi and Mu Enya, who were engrossed in conversation and fortuitously crossed paths with them. Oh, it's the little zombie, Baoya. I'm so glad to see you again. Mu Enya exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Xu DuoDuo, affectionately rubbing against her. You smell so good. What brand of shampoo do you use? Qin Luo, taken aback, quickly pulled Xu DuoDuo back into his embrace, vigilantly questioning. Why do you always like to hug and cuddle everyone? He recalled the last time Mu Enya had unexpectedly kissed Xu DuoDuo on the cheek. Mu Enya, seeing her friend snatched away, retorted, What's wrong with me greeting her? Bauer likes getting close to me. Xu DuoDuo was genuinely surprised to see her, as Mu Enya's appearance reminded her of a friend from before the apocalypse. Although her memories had faded after becoming a zombie, the moment she saw Mu Enya, that familiar feeling returned. She retrieved a protective talisman from her space, indicating that she remembered Mu Enya. Mu Enya's face lit up with delight. Ah, I knew it. You definitely haven't forgotten me. She was so excited that she nearly jumped up. Xu DuoDuo sumai si li, and Mu Enya promptly dragged her aside to chat about girl-related topics. Qin Luo observed the little zombie being easily pulled away and felt a twinge of disappointment. Chun Xiaofei made a pitiful sound from the sidelines. The little class monitor doesn't want you anymore. Bai Shu, adjusting his glasses, joined in the banter with a mock announcer voice, caring for lonely seniors. Qin Luo shouted, Get out of here! Wang Weihua sighed deeply, glancing at the unreliable captain and teammates before greeting Zhang Qi. Hello, Zhang. Zhang Qi chuckled at the trio bickering. Your team has a great bond. Wang Weihua felt a bit embarrassed, wondering how the once mighty 3A team could display such behavior behind closed doors. He forced a smile, feeling awkward. The two individuals engaged in a conversation regarding the latest developments of their mission, sharing their experiences in the process. Recently, Aishur has also been tumultuous. It is rumored that the city has once again endured a typhoon, resulting in significant damage, with seawater flooding into the urban area, complicating the efforts to gather weapons. The headquarters initially intended to establish a small base inland there, but it now appears that a complete evacuation may be necessary. Upon hearing Zhang Qi discuss serious matters, Qin Luo and the others quickly gathered closer to listen. Aishur, being a coastal city, naturally suffers extensive damage during typhoon days, especially in this apocalyptic era where weather conditions are increasingly severe, rendering coastal cities unsuitable for survival. Evacuation is merely a matter of time. Bai Shu calmly articulated that they had originally considered going to Aishur, but ultimately decided to head to Seashore to procure supplies. In hindsight, that decision seems quite prudent. Qin Luo remarked, if Aishur also requires evacuation, the pressure on our 3 major bases will intensify. The population is already growing rapidly, and incorporating the survivors from Aishur would lead to an explosion in numbers. The situation across the nation remains dire, the headquarters advocates for establishing survivor bases in other locations. Yet it seems that either the geographical conditions are unfavorable or luck is simply not on their side, as is the case with Arshur, which is overrun by mutated banyan trees. Only the three major bases, having made preparations early on and situated in advantageous locations, received considerable resources from headquarters to be constructed first, serving as a solid rear fortress from which to rescue other cities. However, the current circumstances are truly bleak. More cities are succumbing to despair. Must humanity ultimately confine itself to these three major bases? That would be exceedingly stifling. Chun Xiaofei could not help but murmur to himself. Considering how long humanity has dominated the world, is it time for a reversal, with mutated animals and plants taking over the earth? Yet those entities possess no emotions, only the instinct to consume and evolve, which would plunge the entire planet into chaos. This topic weighed heavily on the atmosphere. Zhang Qi sighed in agreement, acknowledging that they must take each step as it comes, focusing on their own tasks. Seashore has yet to be fully reclaimed, but is not without hope. The 3A squad executed one of the missions there, and numerous areas are still undergoing rescue operations. Suddenly, Zhang Qi spoke. What a pity for Pingan County and Seashore. I heard you all brought back some supplies from there last time. If only your team had a spatial ability user. Everything could have been secured back to the base instead of being devoured and contaminated by the swamp monsters. Such a vast granary. Qin Luo and the others felt somewhat guilty, yet relieved, fortunate that they had managed to gather much of it. Otherwise, it would have been lost to those monsters. Bai Shu, with a serious demeanor, feigned regret, asserting that in the apocalyptic era, any delay in resource collection results in loss. Zhang Qi echoed. Who could disagree? Chun Xiaofei could not help but quietly criticize Qin Luo, exclaiming how devious Bai Shu was, spinning lies without batting an eye. Qin Luo merely clicked his tongue. Not particularly surprised, Bai Shu was inherently cunning, and none within their team were simple individuals. Even Wang Weihua, who appeared foolish when smiling, was quite astute, presenting a facade to outsiders while being shrewd internally. Xu DuoDuo, meanwhile, had been privy to much gossip from Muenya and was increasingly aware of the deteriorating situation outside. The resources near the three major bases had already been scavenged multiple times, leaving only challenging areas to explore. Future missions would undoubtedly grow more arduous. Muenya, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked, this time upon returning, our squad suffered the loss of 4 members. Since the onset of the apocalypse, far too many familiar faces have departed. To see you all again brings me genuine joy, truly, because no one knows if we will meet again. Chapter 85. Entering the store with familiar faces, although Muenya had long wished to arrange a meeting with Xu DuoDuo to become friends. The frequent missions of their combat squad made it difficult to coordinate. Their reunion felt like fate. Observing Muenya's melancholic demeanor, Xu DuoDuo returned the protective talisman to her. Muenya's face flushed as she hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, I am not asking for the talisman back. That was not her intention. Xu DuoDuo insisted on adorning her with it again and began to type rapidly on her tablet. Fortunate, share with you. Considering herself rather lucky. Though she had transformed into a zombie, she still retained consciousness. Fortunately, the squad tasked with exterminating zombies comprised old classmates who were willing to assist her. Had she encountered a different combat squad or someone averse to complications, she might have been shot on the spot during her uncoordinated state, leading to her demise early in the apocalypse. Now, she found herself surrounded by good companions, making new friends, and feeling happier than before the apocalypse. She was no longer alone. Xu DuoDuo pondered for a considerable time before deeming herself fortunate. Whether it was psychological comfort or providing Muenya with positive mental encouragement, she wished to imbue her with strength, hoping for her swift recovery. In the apocalypse, a shattered mindset can lead to dire consequences. Muenya gazed at the talisman, which had made its round from her to the little zombie, and she felt that kindness returned to her tenfold. Who could remain unmoved? Holding back tears, Muenya embraced the little zombie, exclaiming, You are truly wonderful. Let us be friends. When the apocalypse ends, we will no longer have to undertake missions. We can go shopping and enjoy milk tea together, wandering about. Xu DuoDuo nodded, returning the embrace and patting her back in consolation. Muenya was the first person to actively seek friendship with her after her transformation into a zombie. The little zombie genuinely cherished her. After Zhangqi and Qin Luo concluded their serious discussions, they urged the reluctant Mu Inya to depart. Having just completed a mission, they were both mentally and physically exhausted and desperately needed to return to their rooms for some well-deserved rest. Mu Inya planted a kiss on Xu DuoDuo's cheek, saying, "I'm leaving now, dear. I hope we can meet again before the next mission." She promised to cherish the talisman, which had now accumulated an extra layer of goodwill. In the future, it would not only remind her of her family, but also of her little zombie friend, Xu DuoDuo. Xu DuoDuo producing a large bag of food from her spatial storage and stuffing it into Mu Inya's arms, leaving her so astonished that she momentarily forgot her sorrow, exclaiming in excitement, "All of this for me? You three, a squad truly, are generous." In these times, food was increasingly precious. The little zombie offered a hefty bag, presumably filled with high-calorie energy bars, snacks, and canned goods. Lacking a storage card, Mu Inya quickly handed it over to Zhangqi for safekeeping, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can I ever repay you? Perhaps I should offer myself?" she said coyly, feigning shyness. Zhangqi and Qin Luo's expressions darkened in unison as one rushed to shield the little zombie protectively, remaining vigilant. The other, with a stern countenance, urged Mu Inya to leave quickly, even warning, "If you continue with such nonsense, all the snacks will be confiscated." Mu Inya exclaimed, "Hey, Zhangqi, how could you be like this? I was only joking." As she departed, she winked at the little zombie. The unspoken understanding between girls was instantaneous. Xu DuoDuo stifled a smile. She recognized that Mu Inya harbored feelings for Zhangqi. On one hand, she was teasing herself, and on the other, she was deliberately teasing him. If she intended to be mischievous, Zhangqi was indeed not an easy target for Mu Inya. Qin Luo, oblivious to the nuances, remained in shock, pondering how these individuals could so openly attempt to woo him. Wang Weihua, Bai Shu, and Chen Xiaofei stood in a row, watching with amusement and shaking their heads. Finally, as he passed by Qin Luo, Chen Xiaofei patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Qin Gu, you're done for. You've fallen in love. Just look at how you're guarding the little class leader." Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and joined the queue, glancing at Qin Luo with a sarcastic tone, declaring that she was merely his shield in the game of truth or dare. Wang Weihua observed the exchange, hesitating before finally saying, "One should not be too stubborn with words." Qin Luo, exasperated, exclaimed, "Who will rescue him? Someone should confine these three troublemakers." It seemed that a day without teasing him would genuinely be his undoing. Chen Xiaofei and his companions were thoroughly amused, relishing Qin Luo's discomfort, their spirits buoyed. How delightful! As for the little zombie, she appeared somewhat bewildered, turning to look at the blushing Deguzi, pondering for a moment before being abruptly interrupted. "Why are you staring at me? Stop overthinking. Let us go. I'm buying you a little dress." After speaking, Qin Luo's face flushed, and she strode away, suddenly realizing her own feelings. What of it? He likes Xu DuoDuo, what of it? If he were open about it, what could those three friends possibly tease him about? As for confessing his feelings, Qin Luo felt that Xu DuoDuo was still rather confused. She wouldn't understand, and he couldn't articulate it either. Such matters should only be confirmed when both parties are in a state of absolute clarity. Otherwise, it would be rather odd, wouldn't it? Unexpectedly purearted. Captain Qin was steadfast in his principles. Love should indeed be approached step by step. These inner thoughts must remain concealed. Otherwise, Bai Shu and the others would certainly mock him. Seeing that Qin Luo had walked away, Xu DuoDuo halted her contemplation, deciding to follow him first. The 3A team meandered onto a bus heading towards Guangming Road in the city center, returning to familiar streets. Upon reaching the treasure shop of alchemist Shaolin, they discovered several people loitering at the entrance, their expressions a mix of confusion and despair. Wang Weihua couldn't help but voice his concern. "Comrades, what are you doing squatting here? Are you going in or not?" The group at the door, downcast, replied, "We can't get in." Their response was nonsensical. Chen Xiaofei pointed out that the sign clearly indicated the shop was open. "Isn't the door open? Can't you just push it? Do you not know how to open a door?" This seemingly struck a nerve, causing the group to shudder, feeling even more defeated. They whimpered, "The owner won't let us in. He discriminates against us. I'm going to report him to headquarters, who selects customers based on looks. There should be some limits to such capriciousness. What kind of owner is this?" Qin Luo and his companions fell silent. Was there truly such a rule about entering the shop based on appearance? Suddenly, Qin Luo gasped, realizing why they were oblivious. The members of their team all accompanied him. Handsome, dashing, and adorable. They had entered without issue last time. How shameless can you be, boasting here? If you can't get in later, don't come crying. The crestfallen newcomers raised their heads, indignantly cursing until they spotted Qin Luo and his friends, momentarily stunned. Chapter 86. The welcome ceremony. The 3-8 team's good looks were undeniable. Even Wang Weihua was a striking gentleman, albeit with a somewhat silly smile, his features impeccable. Not to mention the distinct charms of Bai Shu and Chen Xiaofei, one a refined rogue, the other a sunny and cheerful young man. Qin Luo stood out as the epitome of attractiveness, his face so perfectly sculpted it seemed almost unrealistic, with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. Truly a handsome figure. The little zombie peeked out from behind Qin Luo, her snow-white face and exquisite features resembling a painting, undeniably beautiful. Today, she wore a sky-blue Lolita dress, looking both elegant and expensive. The newcomers were left utterly mesmerized. Chen Xiaofei laughed, pondering whether the shop was truly so unreliable. Surely, it wasn't solely about looks. Bai Shu calmly interjected. It said that they also assess capability. The owner can gauge your worth. It's for your own good. If you were to accidentally damage something inside, how could you afford to pay for it? That would ruin your life. Just imagine having to work hard every day to earn points to pay off debts. Recently, the shop had gained attention on forums, attracting many newcomers eager to join in the excitement. It was only natural for the owner to set restrictions. Otherwise, if a crowd surged in, causing accidents and damaging items, what would happen? Though harsh, it was the truth. The newcomers, realizing they wouldn't be able to afford tens of thousands of points for purchases, nodded in understanding and retreated, deciding that discretion was the better part of valor. They quickly dispersed. Wang Weihua shook his head, noting that there would always be such naive youth. Chen Xiaofei chuckled, acknowledging that even the shop's parrot seemed to have discerning tastes. The owner was likely quite selective. While some may deem this behavior unethical or absurd, it was ultimately a private establishment, and such transactions must be mutually agreeable. Qin Luo pushed open the glass door, which chimed melodiously, only to have a firecracker explode at the entrance, showering them with colorful confetti. A mechanical parrot squawked in a raspy voice, welcoming them enthusiastically. Meanwhile, a clown puppet sprang from behind the counter, shedding its previous haughty demeanor to perform a gentlemanly bow, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear customers, welcome back." Qin Luo and his companions were momentarily stunned, including the little zombie, as the four of them fell into silence. What was happening? Why such exuberance this time? What's with this sudden display of enthusiasm? Speak. What does your owner mean by this? Qin Luo immediately questioned. The clown puppet exaggeratedly waved its hands. Oh no, no. No, our owner wishes to express gratitude for the invaluable advertisement provided by your 3A team. We prepared this special welcome ceremony in hopes that you will enjoy it. As it spoke, its joints rattled comically, appearing quite enthusiastic, yet the monotone electronic voice was rather amusing in contrast. Chen Xiaofei couldn't help but laugh, likening the puppet to a beleaguered worker forced to perform. Wang Weihua noticed that the shop had indeed refreshed its inventory, finding it quite interesting. Bai Shu boldly speculated. How much has your owner earned from our fame? Surely over 10 million points? A single dress sells for hundreds of thousands. It must add up quickly, right? While most may just be here to spectate, I'm sure there are some capable customers among them. And judging by your reaction, it seems you've profited significantly. Adjusting his glasses, he smiled. Is this really just a welcome ceremony? No actual benefits? The clown puppet appeared momentarily flustered. Meanwhile, the mechanical parrot squawked in dismay, OMG, OMG, while covering its face with its mechanical wings, looking quite comical. Chen Xiaofei chuckled. Oh, this parrot is rather stylish. In the 3A team, the usual diplomat was Wang Weihua, responsible for liaising and networking, while Bai Shu managed the accounts. Chen Xiaofei scouted ahead, and Qin Luo handled communications, making decisions on significant matters. This division of labor had always been effective. As Bai Shu conversed with the clown puppet, the others began to explore. Qin Luo and Chen Xiaofei were immediately drawn to the vibrant array of dresses, noticing a new display of accessories, including various hair ornaments and jewelry. Oh, are there traditional dresses this time? The ink wash style is quite lovely. Qin Luo exclaimed, picking up a black and white modified traditional dress that reached knee length, with a round collar and diagonal placket, looking quite appealing. Chun Xiaofei, spotting weapons hanging on the left wall, exclaimed, "Hey Qin Guo, that dress would pair perfectly with this sword. It looks really cool." The two began to compare the items, and they did indeed complement each other beautifully. "Oh, this is nice. What about hair accessories? This dress needs something to match. What style should it be? Hairpins? Hair clasps? Headbands? Why are there so many types? It's all quite dazzling." Qin Luo felt dizzy as she swiftly pulled over the wandering little zombie, urging her to choose quickly. Xu DuoDuo stared at the wall of hair accessories, feeling a bit overwhelmed, and her mind seemed to stall. Looking down, Qin Luo realized the gravity of the situation. How could she possibly make a choice? Chun Xiaofei pointed to a large red flower and exclaimed, "This one looks great. So eye-catching. If the little class monitor wears it on her head, we'll spot her from afar. No need to worry about losing her." Bai Shu, after discussing serious matters, glanced at the large red flower Chun Xiaofei had chosen, and his eyes darkened. "What kind of taste is that?" Qin Luo concurred that it was unsuitable. Red flowers were rather garish. Wang Weihua, initially intent on browsing for weapons, couldn't resist and joined them. The four prioritized purchasing equipment for the little zombie, their precious gem, whose safety was paramount. After all, the team's fortunes rested upon her. Moreover, selecting items for her was simpler. The men didn't require such intricate details. Girls, on the other hand, needed more delicate care. In truth, it was merely four men indulging in a dress-up game, stubbornly refusing to admit it. Xu DuoDuo, changing into whatever they picked. She had a fondness for cute dresses, and this time she had earned 1,000,000 points to buy one herself. Each time she emerged in a new outfit, the four would erupt in praise, marveling at how well the little zombie's figure suited any dress. Qin Luo and the others beamed with satisfaction. "These 3 sets are all ours. I thought your boss only dealt in trendy items. But who knew he also offered traditional styles?" Qin Luo cheerfully settled the bill, taking advantage of a discount provided by the clown puppet, who had just been taken advantage of by Bai Shu. Though the puppet was feeling down, it remained courteous to such a major customer. After shopping, it was time to discuss business. "We need to contact your boss. How can we reach him?" The clown puppet, likely taken aback by the inquiry about its boss, froze momentarily. The mechanical parrot squawked, "Caw, caw, find the boss, find the boss." Qin Luo and her companions exchanged puzzled glances. After a brief, awkward pause, the clown puppet politely asked, "May I inquire what business you have with the boss?" Qin Luo replied, "There's a matter at hand. If we can't discuss it in person, a phone call would suffice." Just as she finished speaking, a loud crash emanated from behind the small door at the counter, followed by a clattering noise, as if something had been knocked over. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu immediately became alert. "What was that?" The mechanical parrot continued to shout, "Disaster. Xiaolin is in trouble. Xiaolin is in trouble." The clown puppet, covering its face, also cried out in distress, twisting in place before jumping behind the counter and opening the door with a click. Inside, a voice rang out, "Boo boo, don't come in." The entire 3A team heard this childish voice, causing them to tilt their heads in curiosity. Xu DuoDuo leaned forward to peek through the small door and discovered a boy of around 11 or 12 years old sprawled on the floor, surrounded by fallen items. The clown puppet hurriedly picked him up, only to receive a reprimand from the boy. "You foolish thing. I told you not to open the door." The mechanical parrot continued to squawk, "Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness." The boy, turning red, shouted back, "Shut up, you idiot. I'll remove your battery." Unfortunately, the 2 mechanical assistants seemed oblivious to their boss's ire and showed no fear. Qin Luo tapped on the table, calling, "Hello, little boss. Could you come out to discuss something?" Lin Xianxing, addressing his creations with a booming voice, fell silent when an outsider spoke, only to stutter out, "You're buying things. So what do you want to talk to me about? Your teammate has already taken my discount. What more do you want?" He sounded like a child trying to act mature, summoning courage to converse with them, which elicited smiles from a group. None had expected such a young boy to be an adept alchemist. Chun Xiaofei whispered to his companions, "This kid probably suffers from social anxiety. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen over in fright at the mention of a phone call." Despite being in the store, he was too timid to greet customers, leaving the mechanical assistants to handle the shop. Wang Weihua suggested he refrain from speaking so bluntly. Bai Shu, adjusting his glasses, remarked, Requesting a discount is my legal right. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. He was quite the cunning fox. Lin Qianxing scoffed, clearly unconvinced, remaining hidden. Xu Duo, curious about the inner workings of the shop, peered through the small door, eager to see the layout behind it. Qin Luo knocked again. We mean no harm. We just want to be friends. Come out so we can check if you're injured. We have medicine. His tone was almost like that of a child coaxing another. Qin Xiaofei chimed in, yes, yes. Just making friends. Bai Shu added, let us be friends. Xu Duo nodded in agreement. Wang Weihua observed his unreliable teammates, contemplating whether to take matters into his own hands. But it seemed the mention of medicine struck a chord with the young boss. He hesitantly inquired, do you have medicine? In this post-apocalyptic era, medicine was indeed scarce. Xu Duo had not hoarded much, but she did possess some, having raided several pharmacies previously. Qin Luo calmly replied, yes, we do. Come out. Hiding shows a lack of sincerity. We genuinely mean no harm. We just need a small favor. If you require medicine, we can compensate you with it. After a moment of silence, he instructed the clown puppet, Bu, bring me out. The puppet complied, yes, master. The small door was pulled open once more, revealing the true identity of the shop's owner. Indeed, he was an 11 or 12-year-old boy, clad in a meticulously crafted blue uniform, likely made by himself, somewhat juvenile, yet quite endearing. He sported golden hair and green eyes, but what stood out were his mechanical feet and one mechanical hand. He eyed the 3-8 team warily, though his gaze inadvertently lingered on their faces, particularly Xu Duo's. Qin Luo cautioned, hey, while my teammates are quite handsome, try not to stare too obviously. Lin Qianxing muttered in irritation, with such a handsome face, why do you speak so awkwardly? Finally, he impatiently urged, just tell me what you want me to help with. I want to assist in weapon customization. I only handle small mechanisms and ordinary cold weapons. There are limits to attribute stacking, and I'm not skilled with your team as firearms. Now, quickly tell me what you need. As he spoke, he couldn't bring himself to meet their eyes, daring only to glance at their faces. Qin Luo sighed. Didn't your teacher teach you to look people in the eye when speaking? Anyway, the situation is this. Some individuals on the forum speculate that blood 1T stained the little skirts worn by our teammates. I hope you can keep this confidential. If you agree, please inform me of any medicine you need, and we can provide it to you on the spot. He added that if they didn't have what he needed at the moment, they would bring it back on their next mission. Lin Qianxing's surprise was evident, and he composed himself, saying, I require scar ointment and burn treatment. If you have any, please deliver it to the nursery in Luan District, where a girl named Yuan resides. He was reluctant to divulge more, but assured them of his discretion, stating, even if you hadn't come, I would blabbed. I never respond on the forum, and why would I meddle in your business? Am I that idle? Lin Qianxing proclaimed that his sole responsibility was selling goods and that he would not concern himself with the customer's matters. Such a proud demeanor. Upon hearing this, Qin Luo turned to Xu DuoDuo, who nodded in agreement. She had scar-removing ointment for burns in her space, and with great efficiency, she pulled out several boxes and placed various medicines into a bag. Well, you see, all the medications are packed. We will deliver them to you shortly. Lin Qianxing was quite straightforward, and they were equally forthright. With this assurance, Qin Luo and her companions felt a sense of relief, no longer having to worry about Xu DuoDuo's spatial abilities being exposed. The child awkwardly added, thank you. Qin Xiaofei, intrigued, remarked, oh, you can express gratitude? I thought you were a bit aloof, but your skills are impressive. Did you make all of these by yourself? In Chapter 88, Emergency Mission, Lin Qianxing felt a surge of pride and puffed out his small chest, declaring, of course, these treasures were crafted by me day and night. Bai Shu inquired, including these little skirts? Lin Qianxing blushed and retorted, so what if I did? Is there a rule that boys cannot make skirts? Bai Shu replied, not at all. I just think you're quite remarkable. Wang Weihua added, all craftsmen are equal. Gender doesn't matter. There are plenty of male tailors. Lin Qianxing cast him a peculiar glance and finally whispered, you all are surprisingly nice. All right, if you have no further business, please leave. I have customers waiting outside. Once you take the medicines, I can enhance your cold weapons attributes for free next time. He emphasized that this was a one-time offer. His frugality was rather amusing. Once their matters were settled, Lin Qianxing ushered them out, and he promptly retreated behind a small door, leaving the clown puppet Bu and the mechanical parrot named Dai to watch the shop. Upon exiting, they noticed a customer muttering at the door, Huh, why can't I enter today? Is my appearance declining? The next moment, the clown puppet elegantly opened the glass door and greeted the customer. Welcome. The customer appeared quite taken aback. Before entering, he glanced at Team 3A and remarked, "Oh, there are customers inside? Is there a limit on the number of patrons today?" After a considerable time inside, the customer suddenly realized, wait, wasn't he that Team 3A that just left? I missed them. Meanwhile, Qin Luo and her companions felt relieved after completing their business and decided to deliver the medicine to the orphanage. It was Wang Weihua and the others' first time visiting this place. Upon learning that Lu Chunhui and her family resided there, they felt genuinely happy for them, experiencing a sense of reward for their efforts. However, they did not intend to seek out Lu Chunhui, believing that after successfully rescuing them, the survivors' lives were no longer their concern. As long as they lived well, they would not intrude further. Lin Qinxing's dear friend, Sun Yuan, was a 10-year-old girl who had previously suffered burns, leaving scars all over her body, especially on her face. Yet, she was undeniably adorable and possessed a delightful character. She sat at the playground, drawing, accompanied by another familiar girl, the one who had previously drawn a grain depot for them. Qin Luo refrained from disturbing them. After handing over the medicines to a teacher, he and his teammates departed. Xu DuoDuo left a bag of snacks for the children, which she also entrusted to the teacher. Wang Weihua and the others felt a wave of sentimentality. While the children had lost their families, they were living the best life possible under the circumstances. Indeed, it resembled a fairy tale paradise. The creators of this orphanage were truly talented, far surpassing the enjoyment of the schools from their own childhoods. Qin Luo observed the little zombie silently, noting that she had been increasingly normal lately. Occasionally, certain moments would even lead him to believe she had fully recovered. Just as he was about to say something, the entire team received a notification regarding a mission assignment. And to their surprise, the location was in I-City, one of the coastal cities. Initially, they had to choose between C-City and I-City, opting for C-City to seize some grain and abandoning I-City. Subsequently, the latter was taken over by the authorities, establishing a small base. Unfortunately, frequent natural disasters ensued, including torrential rains and massive typhoons, and now mutated marine creatures had emerged, posing a severe threat to the safety of the temporary survivor base in I-City. They could only send out a distress signal. Upon receiving the signal, headquarters promptly dispatched 20 combat teams. This was a mandatory mission. After reviewing the details, Qin Luo stated, "Emergency mission, no time to waste. Let us set off immediately." Wang Weihua swiftly contacted the vehicle maintenance staff to prepare for their departure. Bai Shu examined the data on his tablet and frowned. Mutated marine creatures? This is troublesome. Currently, some areas of I-City were still inundated with seawater, making combat difficult. Moreover, although Qin Luo's ability was lightning, which would enhance the attack range and intensity when combined with water, it posed a risk of injuring teammates. Coordination would be essential to avoid friendly fire. Xu DuoDuo also quickly pulled out her tablet to check the latest urgent news, as the forum had erupted with activity. The most prominent pinned message summarized the mutated marine creatures that had already come ashore, including enormous octopus monsters, swift-moving starfish with pica, and toxic mutated fish, among various others. It was reported that this outbreak had occurred suddenly within just 2 days, and it was speculated that it was not due to the pollution source intensifying, but rather that the creatures had migrated from another region. I-City had just become accessible. "I will drive. You all wait for me at the base entrance," Wang Weihua instructed after negotiating with the staff. He turned to Qin Luo and the others. "Let us regroup at the base entrance." Qin Luo urged them to take the bus quickly, and he also scooped up Xu DuoDuo as they hurried along. The urgency of the mission indicated a grave situation. Marine life was inherently mysterious and terrifying, and with mutated creatures now ashore, no one could predict what might emerge from the sea next. The temporary survivor base in I-City housed over 200,000 survivors, and it was crucial to protect it. Relocation was not an option unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the 3 major bases would be unable to accommodate such a large population. The priority was to stabilize the situation before making further plans. Even if they had to take in these survivors, it would have to wait until the construction of the 3 major bases was complete. Otherwise, where would they house them? In summary, the immediate task was to help secure the I-City base, while further arrangements would be managed by headquarters. Baishu noted that the reward points had soared to 180,000, indicating that the task would not be simple. Qin Luo clicked his tongue, stating that there were no easy tasks in the apocalypse. Let us go. Didn't Xu DuoDuo mention that mutated shrimp were delicious? Xiaofei also said mutated squid was tasty. Let us head over and enjoy some seafood freedom. Chun Xiaofei immediately brightened at the prospect, and upon hearing that they could collect seafood, Xu DuoDuo became excited as well. Her space could once again store a multitude of supplies, and she hoped to gather some valuable items. Baishu glanced at the information and quickly summarized it while taking notes, documenting the weaknesses of these mutated marine creatures. His memory was exceptional. He could almost remember everything at a glance. The other passengers on the bus had already seen the 4 messages and had been paying attention to Team 3A. After the announcement of the rescue teams, many were relieved they had not been selected, as everyone preferred to avoid danger. Suddenly, upon hearing Qin Luo mention seafood, they could not help but chuckle. Envious of Team 3A's optimistic spirit, they were indeed full of vitality. Chapter 89. The survivor base of City. Xu Duo glanced at the latest roster and recognized several familiar names. The Cheetah Squad, the Dove Squad, the Rose Squad, and the Golden Eagle Squad were all dispatched. However, Mu Enya's team was absent, which relieved Shi. They had just completed a grueling mission, and it was unlikely they would be assigned another task so soon. Moreover, any squad that had suffered losses would need to redistribute their members. They required time to re-establish their cohesion. There was no time for further contemplation. On the road, they encountered numerous running ability users, most of whom were part of the current mission. The base's announcement echoed the urgency of the situation. When one side is in distress, support comes from all directions. We reiterate, we will never bow to the apocalypse, and we will not abandon any human being. The announcement continued, listing the rescue teams involved in the crisis in City I: the Silver Orchid Squad, the 3A Special Operations Squad, the Rose Special Operations Squad, the Golden Eagle Squad, the Cheetah Squad, and the Dove Squad. People on the street paused to listen intently to the broadcast. Each announcement signified that soldiers were heading into battle, with the grim possibility of never returning, sometimes without even a trace of their remains. Why were there so many teams dispatched this time? What could have happened? It felt chaotic. Was the list still incomplete? How many teams were being sent out? All the notable ones were involved. Something significant must have occurred in City I. You just returned to the base. If you're unclear about the situation, hurry to the forum. A horde of mutated sea creatures has landed in City I, and the coastal areas are doomed. What? Is the City I base really going to evacuate? After struggling to establish a decent base if we abandon it, will humanity truly be confined to the cages of these 3 major bases? The somber expressions of the crowd reflected their anxiety. During the critical announcements, everyone was required to pay their respects. Public transportation was immediately suspended, and confused children might not grasp the situation. But the adults would tearfully inform them that their compatriots were in grave danger. A group of warriors was sacrificing their flesh and blood to secure the safety of others and to safeguard the future of humanity. This mission was unlike any previous ones. Even the rescue operation at N-City was confined to specific areas and did not pose such dire risks. In City I, the lives of over 200,000 people were at stake. It was an exceptionally grave situation. Wang Weihua quickly procured a vehicle, while Qin Luo had already reviewed some documents and hastily boarded the car, moving with remarkable agility. Xu Duo was equally swift, and Qin Luo, initially worried about her, was surprised to find she had already settled in. The memory of her playfully leading him into the vehicle last time made him blush. Let us go, depart immediately. Chun Xiaofei adeptly took the passenger's seat, while Qin Luo and Baishu occupied the middle row. Xu Duo had already nestled herself in the back, attentively observing her surroundings. Outside the base, a considerable number of vehicles were parked in accordance with regulations, all bound for City I. Behind their 3A squad was the Rose Squad's vehicle, a conspicuous golden behemoth. They happened to be en route to the H-City survivor base and were fortunate to coincide with this mission. They exchanged friendly honks as a greeting. The monitoring station at the base's entrance continuously announced safety passage reminders. Welcome to H-City survivor base. This is the first checkpoint. Beep. All systems normal. The entire team at H-City survivor base wishes you a safe journey. Vehicles sped through the base's gates, utilizing a green channel. The The staff could not even utter the customary farewell. They could only watch as the teams departed. Bai Shu observed the situation, noting that combat squads from the other two bases had also set off. Each base initially dispatched 20 squads, with additional teams expected to follow. However, the journey to City I was lengthy, requiring nearly 10 hours of driving, and they could not afford any delays. They hoped for a smooth passage. All participating squads were in a group chat, discussing their departure route. Bai Shu communicated with them as they exchanged opinions. The Silver Orchid squad raised a concern that the direct route was impassable, as the latter half of the highway had not been cleared, and it was congested with vehicles. The Golden Eagle squad suggested taking a detour via the National Road, entering the highway from Daxian in City X. The Rose squad opposed this, arguing that the National Road was lined with residential areas, making it likely they would encounter zombies blocking the way, which would waste even more time. The Golden Eagle squad proposed using artillery to clear the path, asserting that no survivors remained in that area. Stop nitpicking, Rose squad. The Snow Mountain squad sided with the Rose squad, stating that regardless of survivors, the road conditions on the National Road were more complex, and no one could predict what might happen there. The 3A squad suggested taking the highway, and when they reached the uncleared sections, they would force their way through. There was no time for detours. Traveling on the highway was inherently safer than the National Road. The Golden Eagle squad disagreed, questioning the traffic volume on the highway. What if we get stuck for several kilometers? How will we clear that? As they traveled, the discussions became increasingly heated, with everyone fretting over the route decision. Ultimately, no conclusion was reached. Bai Shu grew hoarse from speaking, his brow furrowed tightly. Qian Luo, growing weary of the bickering, finally declared that since both sides were adamant, they should split into two groups. Whoever wished to take the highway could do so, while the 3A squad would proceed on the highway. He then turned off the phone, finally achieving some peace. Xu DuoDuo silently passed cool tea to the front row, watching them argue with flushed faces. She felt fortunate to be merely a little zombie, able to engage in battle without needing to participate in the debate. Otherwise, her throat would surely be sore from the noise. Bai Shu thanked her upon receiving the tea, his voice hoarse, before he couldn't help but curse. These idiots. They get tangled up over trivial matters and can't express themselves clearly. It's infuriating. Chun Xiaofei felt anxious, exclaiming, "This is terrifying. It sounds like you guys are about to come to blows." Wang Weihua sighed, acknowledging that during such times, they had to rely on Bai Shu, as he was more adept at diplomacy. However, when it came to negotiating interests or debating issues, Bai Shu had to take the lead, as his mind was sharper. Qian Luo couldn't help but shake his head and finally patted Bai Shu on the shoulder, saying, "You're doing a great job, buddy." What a tough situation. Bai Shu wore a disenchanted expression, but he found solace in the comforting tea brought by the little class leader. After a sip of the refreshing tea, his throat felt much better. Qin Xiaofei chimed in, "I'm hungry. Little class leader, I'm starving. We need to eat well today. We don't know what awaits us in City I. I urgently need high-calorie sustenance." Xu Duo perked up at the mention of high-calorie food. "No problem. Braised pork, steamed rice, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and some cold dishes to ensure you all eat your fill." She pulled out disposable lunchboxes filled with food she had prepared earlier, still warm and steaming. As the food was presented, everyone expressed their delight, exclaiming, "It smells divine." Chapter 90. A sudden drop in temperature. The journey was far from smooth. After finishing their meal, the road conditions worsened the further they traveled, primarily due to uncleared routes. They found themselves stopping and starting repeatedly. The Golden Eagle squad, undeterred, ventured onto the National Road, with the Rose squad following closely for support. A few other squads joined them as well. Meanwhile, the 3A squad continued on the highway, but the weather increasingly fell off. Chun Xiaofei, seated in the passenger seat, was initially engrossed in refreshing his knowledge about mutated sea creatures, but suddenly, a chill enveloped him. "What is happening? Why is it getting colder?" he asked. "Wang, do you feel it? Is it cold?" Wang Weiwa nodded, cautiously observing the road conditions and noting the drop in temperature. Bai Shu was resting with his eyes closed, having just absorbed an overwhelming amount of information that left his eyes feeling strained. Upon hearing the conversation, he promptly opened his tablet and donned his glasses to check the date. What day was it today? Considering the days, it seemed that a minor cold wave was approaching. Qin Xiaofei immediately lamented, "It can't be that unlucky, right? We are heading to a water-rich area, and now the temperature is dropping." He wondered aloud if it would snow in the southern regions. Qian Luo scoffed in response, asserting that while it might not snow before the apocalypse, it was difficult to predict what would happen afterward. It was indeed troublesome. The difficulty of their current mission would be heightened. Xu DuoDuo was nestled in the back row, engrossed in her tablet, as the forum quickly confirmed the impending arrival of the first minor cold wave of the apocalypse. It came unexpectedly and without reason. Logically, they should be in the depths of winter, yet they had been wearing autumn attire, and even during fights, they felt quite warm, hardly experiencing the chill. The previous period had been the most comfortable, but now the weather was set to become erratic once more. Bai Shu remarked that once the cold wave hit, life would become challenging. The base's heating would be a significant issue, and the survival difficulty for other survivors would greatly increase. After a moment, he glanced at the date and realized that New Year's Day was approaching. Time was passing swiftly. Xu DuoDuo pondered slowly, flipping through her diary. The apocalypse had begun on November 2nd, with medical personnel succumbing by the 6th. On the morning of the 26th day of the apocalypse, which was November 28th, she had met up with Qian Luo and the others, meaning she had arrived at the base at the end of November. Now, in the blink of an eye, New Year's Day was nearly upon them. Time had flown by, primarily because it had been so fulfilling. Each day was filled with tasks, and with so much to do, time felt particularly well utilized. Recently, she had noticed her mind feeling much clearer. The fog that once clouded her thoughts had lifted considerably, although she still occasionally found herself at a loss for words. Wang Weihua reminded them to change into winter clothing, suggesting that the new outfits from the crafting department would provide good warmth. He took on the role of concerned father, advising them to wear thermal leggings underneath for added warmth. Qian Luo and the others looked pained, questioning the necessity. This is too ugly. Bai Shu adjusted his glasses and declared, I refuse. Chun Xiaofei shook his head vehemently. If the cuffs suddenly ride up and reveal the thermal leggings, that's not cool at all. I want to wear them. Wang Weihua insisted firmly. The survival manual states that during a minor cold wave, temperatures can drop to between 8 degrees and minus 40 degrees. Are you sure you don't want to wear them? He was adamant that they should dress warmly, citing concerns about chronic cold and rheumatism. Bai Shu sighed, aware of the statistics, but reluctant to confront the reality. Ultimately, they would have to wear them. Although Qian Luo and Chun Xiaofei complained, they understood that when danger loomed, warmth was paramount, so they reluctantly agreed to change into winter attire. Xu DuoDuo, seated in the back row, watched them intently, her gaze drifting toward Qian Luo's chest and abdominal muscles. Although obscured by his combat uniform, his physique was undeniably appealing. Just as Qian Luo was about to remove his shirt, he noticed the little zombie in the back row staring at him, and he froze mid-motion, leaning over to give her a light tap on the forehead. What are you staring at, you little rascal? He then retrieved a piece of fabric from his storage and held it up to shield himself from her gaze. Chun Xiaofei chuckled. The swimming team wears even less. We're not in a swimsuit competition. Why should a grown man be shy? Qian Luo told him to be quiet. Bai Shu clicked his tongue. Chun Xiaofei, you truly have no shame. Wang Weihua urged them to hurry, noting that the road ahead seemed to be icing over. Are you all still dawdling? The temperature inside the vehicle will plummet. With his words, the three of them hastened to change. Wang Weihua parked at the side and quickly donned several layers of clothing. Xu DuoDuo remembered she had thermal base layers in her storage and passed them to the others. Chun Xiaofei suddenly recalled the outdoor clothing he had asked the squad leader to collect. Hey, thank you, squad leader. I almost forgot. Can you bring out a few jackets? We need another layer outside. They were essentially employing a 7-layer dressing method for outdoor conditions. Temperatures below minus 30 degrees were no joke. Xu DuoDuo distributed the layers to each of them, and luckily, all of them had good physiques, matching the reported sizes, making the clothing fit well. As Qian Luo changed, he urged her to put on some winter clothing, asking if she was afraid of the cold. Bai Shu had already donned a jacket, questioning whether she was sensitive to temperature. She might not feel extremes, but surely she would stiffen in the cold. Qian Luo insisted she change into something thicker. Did you hear that, Xu DuoDuo? Hurry up and get dressed. With a soft acknowledgement, Xu DuoDuo, fearing they hadn't heard, whistled to get their attention and began to put on her clothes in the back seat, layering from the base layer to a white sweater, her hair frizzing from static electricity. Suddenly, Bai Shu's wrist device beeped, and he answered it, hearing the voices of the Cheetah Squad and the Duff Squad on the other end. Bai Yi, Why'd you stop? Is the vehicle too cold to start? The sound of sharp inhalations indicated that the younger members were suffering from the chill. As a rookie team, they lacked experience and resources, not anticipating such a sudden drop in temperature. The cold wave had arrived a few days earlier than expected, and now they were scrambling to layer on whatever thin clothing they could find. Hearing the sniffles from the other end, Wang Weihua instructed them to pull over. We have a few thick jackets here. Come over and get them. It wouldn't do to fall ill at the outset. What would they do when they reached Ice City? The apocalypse had no logic to it. The Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad obediently followed orders, pulling over and eagerly knocking on the window. Thank you, Wanggu. Do you have enough clothes for yourselves? Please don't give us what you need, they implored. Wang Weihua noted that their speech was sluggish, confirming that the temperature outside was visibly dropping, their breath forming fog. Enough chit-chat, take them. In this weather, be mindful of your safety and drive carefully. Chapter 91. The 7-Layer Dressing Method. Xun Xiaofei and the others handed over their surplus winter jacket from their storage and explained the 7-layer dressing method. L1 moisture-wicking lightweight base layers, L2 medium-weight flannel base layers, L3 insulating fleece, L4 windproof and waterproof breathable outerwear, L5 soft shell pants, L6 hard shell jackets, and L7 insulated down jackets. This 7-layer outfit was more than sufficient for outdoor activities in extreme weather. The rookie team, being ordinary individuals, might have had some knowledge if they enjoyed outdoor activities, but for those completely unaware, they were in for a rude awakening in such harsh conditions. The other teams understood this, but the 2 rookie squads did not. Xu DuoDuo handed over 2 large cans of ginger tea powder, ready for immediate preparation. The Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad expressed their heartfelt gratitude, casting looks at Team 3A as if they were seeing their benefactors, sweetly thanking them before scurrying off with their supplies. Qin Luo and the others hadn't even exited the vehicle when the 3A team dressed in their jackets. They planned to assess the situation outside before deciding whether to don their heavier insulated jackets. After changing, Qin Luo turned to check on the little zombie, asking if she was ready. Xu DuoDuo nodded, realizing they couldn't see her, and added an affirmative sound. Qin Luo pulled down the fabric curtain, revealing her in a white sweater and thick pants, looking adorably soft. Oh, you look absolutely charming. That brown pair of pants is a delightful touch. It's lovely. I must inform Lin Qianxing to produce some winter attire. When the weather turns cold, those autumn skirts are unwearable. They're too thin. Xun Xiaofei also turned to look, his eyes lighting up. Wow, the squad leader looks great. This outfit suits you perfectly. You look so sweet. Bai Shu also gave a thumbs up. Indeed, quite beautiful. Wang Weihua glanced back, restarted the vehicle, acknowledging that it was indeed lovely, but he would need it on a thicker winter coat before stepping out. Qin Luo observed the little zombie's obedient demeanor and couldn't resist pinching her cheek, then tidying her hair. Alas, the cold weather had caused static electricity, resulting in her hair becoming frizzy. How to manage this? Tied up? Xu DuoDuo immediately nodded, as she too felt that the frizzy hair was quite inconvenient. Occasionally, the static zapped her face, causing an uncomfortable itch. Xun Xiaofei remarked, "Then Qin Ge, you do the tying? It should be simple enough." Qin Luo flipped over to the back seat, staring at Xu DuoDuo's mane of black hair, unsure of how to proceed. However, while brushing her hair, he couldn't help but run his fingers through it. It was so smooth and fragrant. "Let me see," said Xu DuoDuo, producing a few hair ties. She obediently retrieved a jar of black hair ties from her space, prompting Qin Luo to exclaim, "Why are they so dark? Choose a cuter one, please." The little zombie was struggling. She was no longer a child. Yet, seeing Qin Duan's determined tone, she resignedly pulled out a box of colorful hair ties. Qin Luo was satisfied this time, selecting a pink one adorned with a white fluffy bunny head and clumsily fashioned a loose low braid. Once finished, he felt quite proud. "Ah, I truly am a genius. Look at this craftsmanship." Indeed, there was a certain chaotic beauty to it. Xun Xiaofei exclaimed wow, giving Qin Luo a thumbs up. "Qin Ge, you're amazing." Bai Shu nodded in agreement, quite good. Wang Weihua, however, remained focused on driving, as he could not afford to be distracted. The vegetation alongside the highway had all frozen into frost, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Mist was rising outside the vehicle. Let us switch to snow mode. Doesn't this vehicle have a snow mode for cold weather? Qin Luo recalled the new features the staff had mentioned. He remembered that besides diving and tank modes, there was also a snow mode. Wang Weihua promptly asked Chun Xiaofei for assistance in activating it. Chun Xiaofei tinkered with it and successfully engaged the snow mode. Feeling the tires stabilize significantly, the vehicle no longer felt as if it would skid at any moment, making it much easier to drive. Wang Weihua sighed in relief, then glanced in the rearview mirror to see that the Leopard Squad and the Dove Squad were following closely behind, ensuring that they had not fallen behind. After all, they were familiar faces, a group of young and obedient individuals. It was essential to support them. The seasoned members had all come from being newcomers, and their 3A squad had also stumbled and struggled to reach their current state, undoubtedly benefiting from the guidance of their predecessors. After donning thicker clothing, they found that outside was eerily still, even encountering a section of traffic congestion where the nearby zombies had frozen stiff. Good heavens! Do you think this sudden cold snap could kill all the zombies? Chun Xiaofei asked excitedly. Bai Shu pushed up his glasses, advising him not to daydream. Zombies could evolve too. Currently frozen solid, it wouldn't be long before they evolved into cold-resistant zombies. Therefore, he suggested they take advantage of their current state and eliminate them directly. He stood up to open the sunroof. The wind is going to rush in, so brace yourselves. I'll toss a few rounds of ammunition to eliminate them. What kind of talk is that from the King of Hell? Qin Luo glanced at the little zombie, who promptly wrapped herself in a small blanket. Captain Qin felt a sense of satisfaction. Well done, becoming increasingly clever. Keep it up to avoid being taken away. Xu DuoDuo felt bashful from the praise and quietly buried herself deeper into the blanket. As Bai Shu opened the sunroof, a fierce gust of cold wind rushed in, causing the temperature inside the vehicle to plummet, making them shiver. Goodness, this is too cold. Is this wind made of knives? Help! Chun Xiaofei cried out. Wang Weihua reminded him, eating cold wind could give you stomachache. Chun Xiaofei hastily closed his mouth. Bai Shu also threw a few rounds of ammunition, blasting away the frozen zombies blocking the road, while Chun Xiaofei used his abilities to sweep away the vehicles obstructing their path. Woohoo! I've noticed the wind is even stronger in this weather. How fun! Chun Xiaofei's powers were quite effective, swiftly clearing their path and saving them from any troubles. Wang Weihua's earth-based abilities were not usable, as they could easily damage the road, leaving them reliant on Chun Xiaofei. The following moments were filled with Bai Shu and Qin Luo taking turns tossing small explosive marbles to clear the vehicles and zombies in their way, with Chun Xiaofei using a whirlwind to whisk them away. They enjoyed a remarkably smooth journey. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed. The Rose Squad initiated a voice call. Qin Team. Qin Team, where are you? How's south the road condition? The national highway on our side is impassable. We're turning back now. Wang Weihua sighed upon hearing this. They were going to delay matters. While Qin Luo was busy tossing ammunition against the biting wind, he had no time to respond. So, Chun Xiaofei took over the call. Mu Team, we VE reached the service area in X City. Everything is proceeding smoothly, and the road has been cleared. Just accelerate and catch up. Mu Mei's voice sounded hoarse, but upon hearing this, she replied, received. After hanging up, Chun Xiaofei felt somewhat bemused, thinking that Jin Dapeng was quite a nuisance, overly self-important. Chapter 92. Seafood running everywhere by Shu advised Chun Xiaofei to disregard them and focus on his own tasks. Qin Luo was numbed by the cold wind, and once they cleared the stretch of road, he quickly descended and shut the sunroof, exclaiming, "My face is nearly frozen stiff. How many kilometers to I City?" Wang Weihua glanced at the navigation. Over 400 kilometers, if you can take a nap. The sky was nearly dark. Qin Luo suggested that Wang Weihua switch positions and let him drive, but Wang Weihua insisted, "It's all right, Qin Ge, you should sleep. This distance is no problem for me. You all go rest." They had been cooperating effectively for a long time. Since Wang Weihua had spoken, they did not hesitate to rest. The lights inside the vehicle were dimmed to a soft glow. Xu DuoDuo prepared strong ginger tea for the four of them, and they all expressed their gratitude. Although they joked throughout the journey, spending so much time in the vehicle was indeed tiring. They had to remain highly alert, occasionally assessing the road conditions. And Chun Xiaofei had been using his abilities, so claiming he wasn't fatigued would be a lie. At that moment, everyone grew a bit quiet, and after finishing the warm ginger tea, they felt a warmth envelop them, wrapping themselves in blankets, ready for a good sleep. After drinking his ginger tea, Qin Luo turned to check on Xu DuoDuo, leaning into the back seat to feel her forehead, which was pleasantly cool, not frozen solid. Remarkable. Be sure to keep warm. Don't turn into an ice sculpture zombie. And sleep well. Don't just sit there foolishly. Xu DuoDuo, upon hearing this, puffed up her cheeks. What do you mean ice sculpture zombie? That sounds terrible. However, she found the beads of sweat forming on his nose quite adorable. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch it. Before her mind could process it, her hand had already extended, and upon realizing, the little zombie turned red. Qian Luo also felt a bit embarrassed, avoiding her gaze. Ah, you really cherish me, don't you? She had touched the sweat he had worked up from the ginger tea. How shameless. The little zombie thought, why is this person so brazen? It's making me feel quite bashful. All right then. The little zombie touched him too. The little zombie was shameless as well, sobbing internally. Xu DuoDuo felt dejected. She felt unclean, like she had become perverse. She was infatuated with him and enjoyed touching him. Qian Luo even patted the top of her head. Having handled ammunition all day, his hand bore the scent of gunpowder, slightly pungent, yet inexplicably reassuring. His large hand was dry and warm. Although Xu DuoDuo was not as cold as ice, her body temperature was not particularly high either, and she favored warm things. After speaking with her, Qian Luo returned to his seat to rest, casually telling Wang Weihua, I'll drive during the second half of the night. This time, he spoke with the authority of a captain, leaving no room for argument. Wang Weihua agreed without further objections. Everyone quickly rested in the vehicle, catching up on sleep, and by the early hours of the morning, it was time for Qian Luo to take over the driving. Xu DuoDuo had also awakened, still in a daze. She sat up, hugging her knees in the back seat, swaying slightly before collapsing back down. As Qian Luo exited the vehicle, he couldn't help but chuckle, advising her to just sleep if she was tired instead of fidgeting. His voice was slightly hoarse from just waking up, which made it tickle the ears. Blushing, Xu DuoDuo buried her face in the blanket, not attempting to rise again. When dawn finally broke, they arrived at the highway entrance to Ice City and paid the toll. Bai Shu and the others had all roused from their slumber. Qian Luo was in contact with the others, confirming that the 3A Special Operations Team had reached the Ice City toll station. He repeated this several times. The Leopard Team and the Dove Team promptly responded on the main channel, announcing their successful arrival at the Ice City toll station. They reported in unison. Having followed the 3A Team closely, their arrival coincided. Others chimed in sporadically, stating their proximity merely a few kilometers away. Unexpectedly, the Rose Team had also made swift progress, only 20 kilometers behind them. All right, let us commence our operation. Everyone, be cautious, and we shall regroup at the Ice City base, Qian Luo declared, intending not to coordinate with others for the mission. Now that they had arrived in Ice City, it was best to split up. The Leopard Team and Dove Team appeared reluctant to part ways, with Wang Weihua advising them to be careful. He emphasized the importance of personal strength, urging them not to overly rely on others. They must prioritize their safety to save more people, especially given the scarcity of ability users. After receiving his admonition, the two rookie teams felt a sense of shame, realizing how much they had depended on the exemplary 3A team, almost forgetting their own independence as teams rather than mere subordinates. Thank you, Brother Wang, for your guidance. We will train diligently. They expressed. Yes, Qingge. Please ensure your safety as well. Despite their reluctance, the Leopard Team and Dove Team could not accompany the 3A Team any longer, especially considering the dangers they were heading into. Following them would only add to the chaos. Wang Weihua nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the maturity and understanding of these two new teams, which encouraged him to guide them further. He could have chosen to ignore them entirely. They parted ways there, with Qian Luo continuing to drive towards the vicinity of the Ice City base. The terrain was slightly elevated, just 15 kilometers from the base, but they decided not to head there immediately. Instead, they would investigate the lower-lying areas to assess the situation regarding the seawater intrusion. It was essential to explore the specifics of the danger rather than avoid it. Everyone agreed with this course of action. The vehicle proceeded towards the low-lying region, where the surroundings appeared relatively normal, albeit with occasional sightings of mutated crabs engaging in skirmishes by the roadside. There were also bizarre fish with 4 legs scurrying about. Xu DuoDuo and Chen Xiaofei were mesmerized by the sight of the enormous crabs, nearly drooling. Goodness, I have never seen crabs this large in my life. Their claws are bigger than my head. Just imagine how much crab meat that contains. Chen Xiaofei voiced what Xu DuoDuo was thinking. and she eagerly nodded in agreement. They both leaned against the window, gazing longingly outside. Bai Shu and Wang Wei, who fell into silence, captivated by the absurdity of such colossal crabs traversing the highway. As they drove deeper, the scent of the sea became increasingly pungent. They noticed a profusion of mutated starfish devouring houses, leaving them riddled with holes. Qin Luo exclaimed in shock, "Goodness, they're only consuming bricks and tiles. Imagine if they started eating metal. How many bites would our vehicle withstand?" Just then, a shrimp-like creature stealthily scuttled by, its small steps almost comically sneaky. Its beady eyes met Chen Xiaofei's gaze, leaving him frozen in fear before the creature hurriedly fled. "What on earth was that? Qin Ge, did you see it? It actually looked at me." Chen Xiaofei was on edge, his nerves fraying. Qin Luo urged him to remain calm, explaining that during daylight, their vehicle was not visible from outside. The creature was merely admiring itself in the reflection. This world has gone mad, with seafood running rampant. As they ventured into the low-lying area, they saw an increasing number of invasive marine species, particularly the starfish-consuming buildings, which were terrifyingly abundant. Their synchronized gnawing audible in the air. Chen Xiaofei felt goosebumps rise at the unsettling sounds. Wang Wei, who observed that the streets were flooded, with seawater reaching 2/3 of the window height. If not for their specially modified combat vehicle, they would have already been rendered inoperable. It's all water, and the temperature is so low that stepping outside poses a risk of freezing. Even with 7 layers of clothing, one plunge into the water would be disastrous. We cannot operate in the water. Even ability users would struggle to endure for long. Bai Shu noted the significant drop in temperature, estimating that it had likely plummeted to -5 degrees Celsius in I-City. Considering this area was the southernmost part of the country, typically devoid of winter, they debated whether to investigate the lower boundary where fewer marine creatures might be found. However, they could gradually clear the area. The strength of their team lay in their ability to communicate openly. They did not blindly follow Qin Luo's commands. He often chose to heed their suggestions. "Very well. I will turn around and head back to the previous area," Qin Luo announced, preparing to do so, but Xu DuoDuo interjected, eager to collect the starfish outside. Chen Xiaofei chimed in, "Right? The headquarters instructed us not to neglect these starfish. If we let them continue, they will eventually reach our H-City." Bai Shu stood up to roll down the window. "Let me throw a few grenades to test it." He suddenly produced a marble bomb, and as he opened the sunroof, a cold gust swept in, making everyone shiver. Moments later, a loud explosion echoed as the bomb detonated, creating a small blast that wouldn't demolish the buildings, but would clear away the external threats. Indeed, the starfish that encountered the bomb fell in a shower of bits, and an incredibly rich aroma wafted into the air, reminiscent of grilled fish. Chen Xiaofei and Xu DuoDuo immediately began salivating, overwhelmed by the tantalizing scent. Heavens! Why do the starfish smell so delectable when grilled? Can we eat them? Should we take some back? Chen Xiaofei inquired, eyeing the blackened starfish that had fallen from the blast. Wang Wei, who and Bai Shu also caught the aroma, which was extraordinarily enticing, a robust scent of grilled seafood. Qin Luo was astonished, realizing Xu DuoDuo was salivating intensely. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the little zombie pressed against the back window, staring longingly at the starfish, a pitiful sight indeed. All right, go ahead and collect some, and we will keep watch from the vehicle," Qin Luo sighed in resignation. Wang Wei, who offered to take the wheel, "Qin Ge, you're better with firearms. You go collect them, and I'll drive." Qin Luo did not hesitate. "All right, let us commence the elimination of these invasive marine creatures. We'll stop the vehicle here." Bai Shu readied his firearm, and everyone took their positions, preparing to take action. Chen Xiaofei was the first to break free, followed closely by Xu DuoDuo. The two had developed a seamless partnership, having undergone numerous experiences with the alien core diluting agent, gradually mastering the essence of mimicry and could adapt at will. "Let's go, class leader. We're about to strike it rich. We can finally indulge in seafood freedom." Xu DuoDuo et glimwit daolai, often expressing her emotions through simple sounds like and ah. The group shared her joy, but remained composed, for to them, the class leader was always the class leader, regardless of her ability to speak. Understanding one another was sufficient, and a certain tacit understanding existed among them. Chen Xiaofei, with his claws, deftly maneuvered the little zombie and dashed up the nearby building. A cluster of starfish stirred, shifting positions to continue their incessant gnawing. Eat, eat, eat. If you keep at it, the house will be devoured. Chun Xiao Fei chided while retrieving a crowbar from his spatial pocket, prying at the starfish, which fortunately lacked a brain and detached easily. Xu DuoDuo opened a passage in space for him, allowing the starfish he dislodged to fall into her multifaceted spatial realm. Once they landed on the upper floors, they began clearing the starfish. Bai Shu observed, feeling inexplicably relieved. It was truly a boon for his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He swiftly dispatched several mutated birds circling above, as coastal areas often had avian species that preyed on fish, which could be a danger to humans. Each shot claimed a bird, but regrettably, none bore alien cores. Qin Luo also took aim, eliminating a few marine insects that, upon sensing Chun Xiao Fei and Xu DuoDuo's presence in the building, eagerly crawled toward them, only to be swiftly dealt with. Indeed, these creatures were bloodthirsty, becoming agitated at the sight of humans. Wang Wei, who glanced at the mission objectives, noting that the most pressing threats were the invading marine creatures, particularly the starfish, which posed a significant headache due to their propensity to consume buildings. If they breached the base, the walls would be compromised, especially considering that the walls of City were particularly fragile, with inherently lower resistance than larger bases and situated in a perilous coastal region. The encroaching starfish could easily invite further mutated marine creatures to invade. Consequently, the citizens of City were trembling in fear, as their combat capabilities were limited, and their ammunition was rapidly depleting. When they realized they could not sustain the fight, they were left with no choice but to call for help from headquarters. The relentless tide of creatures emerging from the ocean felt insurmountable, leaving anyone in their path despondent. However, Chun Xiao Fei and Xu DuoDuo felt no such despair. They were engrossed in the thrill of foraging, now not on the beach but in the urban streets. It was a surreal transformation, as houses became reefs. Streets morphed into beaches, and seafood grew to gigantic proportions. The largest starfish dwarfed the little zombie, being twice its size. Xu DuoDuo effaten kaptut eat, trailing after Chun Xiao Fei, reveling in the joy of gathering seafood. Occasionally, they stumbled upon bouncing prawns and smaller octopuses, which, despite being more agile, were still manageable to catch. These creatures enjoyed hiding in various crevices. As the multifaceted space filled with seafood, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over them, as it seemed their team could feast for an eternity. With the enhancement of their abilities, their appetites would inevitably grow, necessitating the procurement of ample provisions to sustain their energy expenditure. Chapter 94. Mutated octopus starfish were not widely consumed. They were not a common delicacy. Yet, the mutated variant appeared far more appetizing than its original form. Chun Xiao Fei picked up a starfish that Bai Shu had previously exploded, prying open one of its limbs to reveal golden starfish flesh within. Previously, he had seen videos of a deep green hue. Now, the mutated version looked far more delectable, resembling a lump of crab meat. Chun Xiao Fei opted not to consume the burnt offerings, as there was plenty of fresh seafood available. Strangely, despite their diet of buildings, these mutated starfish still gained flesh. How bizarre! Outside, the temperature was indeed low, but with multiple layers of clothing, it did not hinder their movements. Xu DuoDuo could create several temperature-controlled spaces with her spatial abilities, but doing so consumed energy too rapidly, making it unwise to expend her powers unnecessarily. Her nose was tinged pink from the cold, yet her actions were fierce as she swept up a multitude of starfish. After clearing an entire building, they moved on to the next. It was quite entertaining, while using other abilities drained her energy quickly. Gathering items required minimal energy, making her exceptionally suited for hoarding. Chun Xiao Fei became so engrossed in the gathering that he lost track of time, thoroughly enjoying the experience. "Class leader, hurry! There's an enormous prawn over there!" Xu DuoDuo exclaimed upon spotting a large prawn bouncing toward them, swiftly capturing it with her shovel and stowing it away. This was no mere extermination of mutated marine creatures. It was a grand foraging expedition. Wang Wei, who watched in astonishment, ultimately reassuring himself. "We are indeed clearing mutated marine creatures. We are clearing mutated marine creatures." Repeating this mantra helped to convince himself that they were engaged in a mission, not merely playing. However, The results were evident. After capturing the starfish, the houses soon revealed their original forms, albeit pockmarked and damaged. It seemed these structures were no longer habitable, as heavy rain outside would inevitably lead to leaks indoors, creating a spectacle akin to a water curtain cave. Wang Wei, who transitioned from initial tension to a state of numbness, even reminding Chen Xiaofei that there were many muscles beneath the building, suggesting they collect them to avoid waste, as they could be sold later. Qin Luo and Bai Shu remained vigilant, ensuring that the two joyful foragers could continue their gathering without concern. Fortunately, their pace was quite brisk, clearing a building in just a few minutes. While they hardly paused for breath, Wang Wei, who had no choice but to drive alongside them, occasionally encountering mutated creatures that Qin Luo and Bai Shu would dispatch with explosives. The bomb projectiles previously rewarded by headquarters were particularly useful in this watery environment, where Qin Luo's abilities were less effective. Each explosion was precise, sending a swarm of marine cockroaches tumbling down. The task of extermination was exceedingly monotonous, requiring repetitive actions while remaining alert for unexpected developments. Ultimately, they faced a significant threat: a colossal octopus emerging from behind a building, its massive head resembling a hot air balloon. Qin Luo and Bai Shu, initially fatigued, were jolted awake at the sight of the enormous creature. "Run! Xiaofei, class leader!" they shouted as Xu DuoDuo and Chen Xiaofei sensed the shift, the surroundings darkening, indicating the arrival of a formidable being. Xu DuoDuo rolled to evade a strike from a tentacle, while Chen Xiaofei swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding another. Both successfully dodged the attack, but the frigid temperature hindered their usual agility. When the mutated octopus released a cloud of ink, Xu DuoDuo's spatial abilities came to the rescue, creating two protective barriers that shielded them from the inky spray. "That ink is corrosive. Class leader, we must retreat," Chen Xiaofei urged as he rushed towards Xu DuoDuo, hoisting her away. The mutated octopus, furious, brandished its tentacles wildly, capable of piercing through a building with a single thrust. It is hard to fathom what would happen if a person were ensnared by it. It is truly terrifying. Qin Luo emerged from the car's sunroof, hurling ammunition, while Bai Shu continuously fired his weapon. Yet, the mutated octopus seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly advancing toward the vehicle. Wang Wei hastily maneuvered the car to retreat, exclaiming, "I'll lure it to a dry area. Xiaofei, you follow closely with the squad leader. Be cautious along the way." Chen Xiaofei promptly affirmed, "No problem, understood. The squad leader and I are fine here." Qin Luo, growing impatient, clicked his tongue, lamenting the troublesome abundance of water in this wretched place. Being restricted in his thunderstorm abilities was far from pleasant. Despite the vehicle's movement, Bai Shu maintained precise shooting, showcasing remarkable marksmanship. They successfully lured the mutated octopus to higher ground, transforming it into their battlefield. After holding back for so long, Qin Luo charged forth, unleashing a tremendous thunderstorm that resonated throughout City I. The cheetah squad and the dove squad were pursued by mutated crabs, terrified and screaming, primarily due to the newcomers' ineptitude in wielding their abilities. Additionally, the crab's shells proved impervious to bullets, and their speed was daunting, forcing the newcomers to flee in desperation. "Oh, how can these creatures hold such a grudge? We can't even fight back. Their shells are harder than those of turtles." They cried out, "Oh dear, I'm going to be devoured by crabs today. Where's Captain Sheen? I think I hear thunder. Are they nearby?" Fortunately, they encountered the Rose Squad, comprised entirely of plant-based ability users and seasoned second-tier abilities, having previously served in the military. They remained composed in the face of danger, swiftly binding the crabs, leaving them helplessly overturned. The cheetah squad and dove squad exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, panting. "Thank goodness, we're saved. Thank you, beautiful sisters." The children were all stunned. Truth be told, the scene was both pitiable and amusing. The healing ability user from the Rose Squad, caught between laughter and tears, tended to the newcomers' injuries. Mu Mei, with a resigned expression, noted their bravery as newcomers, encouraging them to embrace their abilities. The headquarters had included them in this mission to hone their skills, as their activated powers were commendable. The cheetah squad possessed feline abilities, while the dove squad specialized in avian powers, even featuring disruptive abilities capable of disorienting the crabs. Regrettably, The newcomers were still unaccustomed to utilizing their powers and required further practice. The Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad were left feeling chastened. Yet their greatest asset was their thick skin, humbly accepting guidance and vowing to improve in the future. Mume, not wishing to be overly harsh, acknowledged their efforts, reminding them that they had dispatched the sea roaches, but panicked upon encountering the mutated crabs. She advised them to remain calm in crises, as a clear mind is crucial to avert disasters. Just as they exchanged a few words, a resounding thunderstorm erupted in the distance, shaking the very earth beneath them. The Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad looked on with excitement, gazing toward the source of the thunderstorm. It must be Captain Qian's powers. How magnificent! The 3A Squad is incredible. This ability is awe-inspiring. I envy it so much. How exhilarating it would be to possess thunder abilities. ISN T. Qinggu, a thunder user? Mume glanced toward the commotion, unable to suppress a smile. This place served as a haven for his thunderstorm abilities, though the surrounding water posed limitations. Without allies nearby, he could unleash his full potential. With a serious demeanor, Mume cautioned the newcomers to avoid intruding upon the 3A Squad's area to prevent disrupting their performance. The Cheetah Squad and Dove Squad promptly nodded in obedience, daring not to entertain any thoughts of interference. Should they approach and suffer collateral damage, it would be disastrous. The realm of the powerful was not one they could traverse casually, as they could not keep pace with the established rhythm of the seasoned fighters. Qian Luo subdued the mutated octopus with ease, having expended only a third of his energy. Here, his powers were conserved, as the three essential conditions for generating a thunderstorm, ample humidity, an unstable atmosphere, and sufficient upward motion, were all present. These elements provided the moisture, energy, and propulsion needed for thunderstorm formation. When these conditions coalesce, the unstable energy within the atmosphere is released, resulting in a thunderstorm. In this environment, Qian Luo's abilities thrived, albeit with the caveat of the omnipresent water that necessitated caution from his teammates when near him. Chen Xiaofei, accompanied by Xu DuoDuo, kept their distance, while Wang Weihui drove the vehicle to a secure location, allowing Bai Shu to unleash his powers freely. He felt invigorated, exclaiming, finally, after enduring discomfort for so long. A satisfying battle. Wang Weihui returned the vehicle to the scene, and Bai Shu began reviewing the recorded footage. Qinggu, don't you think your powers have grown stronger? Regardless of the environment, you should reassess your ability level when we return. Chen Xiaofei and Xu DuoDuo approached the charred remains of the enormous octopus, squatting beside it. Chen Xiaofei poked it with a crowbar, pondering, does it eat humans? What a pity if it does. An octopus of this size could yield quite a number of octopus balls, grilled octopus, and lemon-infused octopus. Xu DuoDuo drooled at the thought, her mind racing through various octopus recipes and ingredient lists, before suddenly standing up in composed determination. Chen Xiaofei, still lamenting whether the octopus was edible, noticed the squad leader rising and asked, Squad leader, what are you doing? Xu DuoDuo shot him a nonchalant glance, then retrieved a newly purchased long knife from her spatial storage, drawing it with a flourish before plunging it into the octopus, commencing the dismemberment. What a chilling sight. It evoked memories of her previous slaughter of mutated monkeys, a scene too beautiful for words. Chen Xiaofei was left dumbfounded, mouth agape, until he recalled the thread of ink spray from the mutated octopus and quickly shut his mouth, backing away. The anticipated ink spray did not materialize, however. Instead, Xu DuoDuo meticulously sliced the octopus, carefully avoiding the ink sac, which she set aside. The little corpse tilted its head, observing the ink sac, contemplating its potential value for research, and nodded in satisfaction. She truly exemplified the virtues of thrift and resourcefulness. Upon opening the octopus, they discovered an array of fish, clams, and flower crabs within, nothing alarming. Excellent. It was a mutated giant octopus that had never consumed human flesh, indicating it was fit for consumption. Xu DuoDuo ultimately unearthed a beautiful blue two-star core, exuding a delectable aroma reminiscent of shredded squid. She swallowed hard. Suddenly, Qian Luo hoisted her up, exclaiming, Xu DuoDuo, you're covered in blue blood. You've become a dirty little corpse. Chen Xiaofei finally snapped back to reality, remarking, Qinggu, the squad leader, is truly formidable. Despite her small stature, she possesses great courage. Qin Luo observed the blue two-star core clutched in her grasp, exclaiming, "Oh, a two-star core. No wonder the battle wasn't too difficult. Three-star creatures are significantly tougher." Wang Weiwei and Baishu approached, with Baishu eagerly requesting Wang Weiwei to assist in documenting the find. This large specimen could fetch a handsome reward, as two-star mutated creatures were valued at 1,000 points per pound. Selling it would yield substantial wealth. Chun Xiaofei immediately objected. "No way. Let us keep it for ourselves. This is a rare giant octopus, one that has never fed on humans." Xu Duo chimed in, "Yes. I want to eat it too." Qin Luo Baishu and Wang Weihui chuckled, conceding, "Fine. Let us keep it for ourselves." After all, the 3A squad isn't short on points. Regarding the heterokaryon of mutated animals, it has now become a standard practice to allocate numerous to many, leaving the zombie heterokaryon and monster heterokaryon for the team to utilize. As for this mutated octopus of 2 stars, it was dealt with relatively easily. Coincidentally, several nearby squads were astonished when they rushed over after hearing the commotion caused by this enormous octopus. Goodness, it's so large. A 2-star mutated octopus. And you 3A team took it down just like that? How delightful. Why did you even cut it open? Wouldn't it be worth more to take the whole thing back? This creature is truly massive. The passing combat teams expressed envy, realizing that even a single one of these could yield immense profit. No wonder it is said that the 3A squad is swimming in wealth. Their luck is simply extraordinary. The income for the combat teams not only comes from high bonuses awarded by headquarters after completing missions, but also from resources collected during outings. Each time they return to the base, they can choose to hand over materials in exchange for points, which is somewhat compulsory, as they can only retain a portion of what they desire. However, these points are quite valuable. As the current currency, they hold significant importance. Chun Xiaofei felt a surge of delight and boasted to them, "How about that? Not bad, right? What? Selling it? We won't sell. Nor will we hand it over to headquarters. This is something we will keep for ourselves." The other squads merely came to check for support due to the commotion. After their attention shifted from the giant octopus, they were even more astonished to see the numerous pockmarks on the walls and the vast number of starfish that had vanished. "I passed by here earlier and there were heaps of starfish, and now they're all gone. Did you clean them up? That was so fast. Are you human? That's impressive." Wang Weiwa jested with them to prevent Chun Xiaofei from rambling foolishly. Fortunately, this creature is vulnerable to ammunition. A single explosion sends everything tumbling into the water. Baishu simply had Chun Xiaofei assist in filming, taking Wang Weihua's place. He donned gloves to take samples, as he would need to write a report and upload it to the forum later. Qin Luo was busy pulling the little zombie, urging Mini Duo to change clothes inside the vehicle, unbothered by the cold. Chapter 96. The upgrade of the cube space. By the time Mini Duo finished changing, the onlookers outside had all dispersed, as everyone had tasks to complete. However, seeing the substantial haul of the 3A squad filled them with motivation, leading them all to pursue mutated seafood. Baishu had completed the filming, and the large octopus could now be stored in the space. Qin Luo reminded, "This creature cannot be seen by others. We must separate it and store in our space before returning to the base." The little zombie, freshly changed, nodded and followed Chun Xiaofei closely. Chun Xiaofei stretched his limbs and exclaimed, "All right, let us continue. Taking advantage of this opportunity, let us stockpile a heap of seafood. It feels like we could eat for hundreds of years. Haha." Just thinking about it brought him joy. After speaking, he lifted Mini Duo, saying, "Let us go. Little squad leader, I just saw some mantis shrimp over there. Let us collect these." Goodness, they were so large it felt as if one could ride them. The taste of their meat must be delightful. Mini Duo, upon hearing mantis shrimp, became eager. Spicy mantis shrimp, pepper-salted mantis shrimp, steamed mantis shrimp. So sweet. She wanted to say "let's go," but after holding it in, all she managed was a syllable of "go." Chun Xiaofei, thrilled by this, exclaimed, "What? Little squad leader, did you just speak? Go, dog, go." "Oh my." Qinggu, the little squad leader, spoke. Truly, her voice is so pleasant. Qin Luo, unable to restrain himself, raised his head to chide him. "Watch the road, or you might drop Mini Duo." After speaking, he mumbled, "Honestly, it's perfectly normal for Mini Duo to speak. She has been uttering sounds occasionally lately. Have you been deaf to it? Such a fuss over nothing." It was inevitable, seeing as she was always trailing behind him. It was normal that others hadn't heard much. Sighing, Luo thought, what can I do? Mini Duo, the little zombie, is quite fond of me. Alas, he was too charming for her liking. Bai Shu, passing by, couldn't help but remind, Gu, if you keep smiling, your face might split. Luo immediately stiffened his face, retorting, mind your own business. Bai Shu turned away, laughing, while Wang Weihua stifled his laughter as well. The weather in City remained less than favorable. The group had to delve deeper into the low-lying areas, though they hadn't anticipated the tide receding. The city streets in the low-lying area gradually revealed their true form, albeit still damp, with sand washed up and piled in certain corners. This was genuinely beachcombing. Chun Xiaofei took Mini Duo to a spot where seawater still lingered. Each with a small shovel and bucket, they began to collect clams, which are all piled high by the waves. Bai Shu and Luo remained vigilant nearby, while Wang Weihua put away the vehicle and joined in dispatching zombies. These zombies were trapped on the upper floors. Rather than waiting for them to mutate, it was better to eliminate them on the spot, especially given their sluggishness in the cold weather, making the task swift. With minimal water around, there was no concern about accidentally harming teammates. Luo finally had the opportunity to utilize his abilities. With a single jolt, an array of mantis shrimp fell. Every time this happened, he would call out a Mini Duo, come over here, gather this. He could see the little zombie scampering over, swinging her claws to collect everything in sight, vanishing the mantis shrimp from the ground far more efficiently than when she was with Chun Xiaofei. Mini Duo, however, refused to leave, trailing behind Luo, wherever he zapped. She gathered, working in perfect harmony, filling the small spaces in their storage with seafood. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head. The multifaceted cube space rapidly spun in her consciousness, adding numerous faces, and this time, they were color-coded, leaving the little zombie utterly bewildered. It felt as if this were a form of inheritance, and she inexplicably understood the purpose of each color. There were 6 colors in total, with their positions designated as front red, back orange, top yellow, bottom white, left blue, and right green. Red signified slaughter, white indicated domain, blue represented water. Green pertained to planting, and both orange and yellow serve as storage spaces for time stasis. The little zombie was astounded. Mini Duo happened to spot a small crab passing by. As she instinctively activated the red slaughter consciousness, the crab exploded as if it were a mutated serpent person. Immediately, she felt guilty and kicked some sand over it. It seemed that mastering this space would require much contemplation on her part. For now, it was best to set it aside, for danger still lurked outside, and she could not afford to be distracted. Luo noticed she was lagging behind and called out to her, Mini Duo, over here. Upon hearing his voice, Mini Duo, still processing, dashed toward him. Luo had just slain a 1-star scallop and extracted a white heterokaryon. Upon seeing her approach, he handed it to her, saying, in these times, scallops bear no pearls, only heterokaryons. Here, take this. It seems there are several more 1-star mutated scallops nearby. After speaking, he bent down to open a scallop, handing one to her. Mini Duo quickly held a pile in her arms. Wang Weihua and Bai Shu were also nearby, and as they passed the little zombie, they stuffed heterokaryons into her arms. The 3A squad had all ascended to the 3rd tier of abilities, while Luo appeared to have broken through to the 4th tier. Now, exterminating these 1-star mutated sea creatures was genuinely a breeze. Creatures below 2 stars could be handled effortlessly, while 3-star ones required a bit more effort, yet were still manageable. It was worth noting that at the beginning, Luo had sustained some injuries while dealing with a 1-star mutated Monkey King. And during their previous encounter with a 3-star mutated serpent, they had nearly faced annihilation. It took a multitude of individuals to finally dispatch a 3-star zombie monster. However, today, the 2-star giant octopus was effortlessly subdued by Luo, without even a hint of exertion. Although environmental advantages played a role, it was certainly no trivial feat. He must have reached the 4th tier of ability. Bai Shu, sensing this disparity in levels, could not help but exclaim, no wonder every creature, both biological and non-biological, yearns for advancement. It feels exhilarating. One can easily dominate other beings, which explains the relentless pursuit of evolution. Much like the inhabitants of the survivor base in City, who found themselves trapped by these mutated seafood. Had their high-tier ability team arrived, they could navigate freely through the area, albeit with imminent danger lurking. However, Ordinary individuals and lower-tier combat teams had no recourse, confined to hiding within a base. Wang Weihua shared this sentiment, remarking on the terrifying reality. While they could easily overpower mutated creatures and aberrations below 3 stars, encountering a foe of higher caliber would leave them utterly defenseless. It was all relative. Baishu nodded in agreement, observing the chaos of this world. The only course of action was to strengthen their own abilities, lest they succumb to a fate of waiting for death. Qin Luo, passing by, admonished them to focus on the present and remain vigilant, for danger could strike at any moment. It was no time for existential musings. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of screams erupted nearby. Another team had been ambushed. Chapter 97. The happiness of the undead. The 3 exchanged glances and immediately sprinted towards the source to offer assistance. Xu DuoDuo swiftly gathered the mutated cores into her spatial storage and adeptly kept pace with them, having fully adapted to the combat speed of Team 3A. Qin Luo scanned the surroundings, reassured when he confirmed that his teammates had caught up. Xiaofei, assemble at 2 o'clock. The 4 of us will advance first. Shun Xiaofei, still hovering above, promptly acknowledged, Roger that. Within a distance of less than a kilometer, a series of thunderous noises reverberated as the structures nearby, already damaged by mutated starfish and other sea creatures, began to collapse under further assault. Shun Xiaofei, with the advantage of flight, quickly warned his comrades, wow, it appears to be a gigantic Australian lobster. How terrifying. Upon hearing the mention of a shellfish, Baishu remarked, this is something for Qin Ge to handle. His electric abilities are swifter than any heat or cold weapon. Wang Weihua, while running, dispatched some small oceanic pests, noting, this is unusual. There are far too many insects here. Everyone, be cautious. Xu DuoDuo, now significantly more agile, leaped and dodged the onslaught of sea insects, annihilating them without a flicker of her eye. As soon as they approached, Qin Luo, the fastest among them, unleashed a storm of electric fury, igniting sparks and crackling energy in his wake. Upon arriving at the scene, Wang Weihua beheld the beleaguered team, unfamiliar faces strewn across the ground. Seeing Team 3A approach, the remaining members sighed in relief and hastily began to report the situation. I warned you not to provoke it. That lobster is definitely 3 stars. UNT, listen. The captain of the beleaguered team cried out in despair, his words instantly clarifying the predicament. Encountering a foe too formidable to confront should have warranted a call for aid. In essence, it was a matter of greed. They could have claimed the spoils from fighting the lobster alone, but seeking assistance would mean sharing the bounty with others. Enough. Your lives are at stake, and you still cling to such trivialities? Withdraw now. Wang Weihua berated them, deeming their actions foolish. The team, fully aware of their folly, recognized their fortunate luck in being rescued today. Did they truly believe that every second-tier ability user could challenge 3-star mutated creatures? Baishu began to scale the building, preparing to find a suitable vantage point for cover. While the mutated lobster might prove difficult to engage with traditional weapons, he could provide cover for Qin Luo. This time, Qin Luo was in his element, taking on the massive Australian lobster, whose pincers were formidable and speed astonishing, capable of summoning swarms of smaller pests. A nuisance indeed. However, Qin Luo's abilities were rather unorthodox. Eschewing both heat and cold weaponry, he unleashed a tempest of lightning, which bypassed the lobster's hard shell and struck directly at its flesh, rendering it incapacitated in no time. Its shell turned a bright red. Xu DuoDuo, meanwhile, engaged with the sea snails, which emitted a noxious spray. The undead was quite disdainful. Frequent use of her spatial abilities was beginning to dull her senses, and after swiftly dispatching the enemies in her vicinity, she felt fatigued. Relieved that the task was completed rapidly, this battle felt like a drawn-out war of attrition, with waves of marine life attacking persistently. Fortunately, after nearly a day's effort, the supporting team arrived and managed to eliminate 1/3 of the mutated marine creatures in I-City, revealing much of the original cityscape. However, everyone was thoroughly exhausted. Qin Luo instructed Xu DuoDuo to stow away the lobster, addressing the rest. Nightfall approaches. We should head to the survivor base in I-City. The commotion here might have attracted other teams. Teams such as the Rose, Cheetah, and Dove squads had also arrived, surveying the devastation and unable to suppress their admiration for Team 3A's combat prowess. Captain Sheen, it's getting late. Perhaps it's time for your withdrawal? Media Unit May inquired. Qin Luo nodded, preparing to depart. Let us call it a day. The tide is about to rise. He had already noticed the water inching closer in the distance. The cheetah and dove squads continued to extol Wang Weihua's prowess. Incredible, Brother Wang. If I weren't so underpowered, I would truly wish to join your ranks. We heard the commotion from afar, and Captain Mu warned us not to interfere. We only dared approach after noticing the receding tide. Indeed, I could feel my hair frizzing from the electricity at such a distance. Captain Qin is phenomenal. Wang Weihua found their exuberance both amusing and exasperating. Urging them to be more concise, let us head to the Ice City base and assess the situation. It's unsafe here after dark. As he finished speaking, the tide surged alarmingly fast, prompting everyone to instinctively retreat. Once Wang Weihua reached a safe distance, he quickly procured a vehicle, and the team climbed aboard. Xu Duo scrambled to the back seat, while Qin Luo and Bai Shu settled in the middle row, and Qin Xiaofei squeezed into the passenger seat. As soon as the door closed, they sped away. The rising sea was relentless and terrifying. You have no idea, from above. I could see a swarm of insects, utterly revolting. Qin Xiaofei exclaimed, rubbing his arms. Bai Shu retorted, so you didn't come down at all? What if a mutated bird had shown up? That would have been quite the ordeal. Qin Xiaofei quickly replied, I could have fought from above. It just consumes energy faster. Speaking of which, I'm starving, truly starving. He pondered when they would return to the H-City base to feast on the mutated octopus. Xu Duo, too, swallowed hard. With over 30 kilometers remaining to the I-City base, she promptly produced a bounty of food. For generous portions of fried sauce noodles, a box of char siu, a box of braised beef shank, and 4 bottles of energy-replenishing cola. Finally, she coolly remarked, dig in. Qin Xiaofei's face lit up with joy. Class monitor. Your feeding us is the epitome of cool. You are truly the most beautiful and kind-hearted little zombie in the world. Bai Shu, taking the food, could not help but marvel. Class monitor, you are simply unbeatable. Exceptional culinary skills, striking in battle. What can you not accomplish? In this day and age, it seemed that even a meal required a round of compliments beforehand. Wang Weihua stifled a chuckle, finding himself outdone by the eloquence of these two. Qin Luo, unable to contain his laughter, handed the food box to Qin Xiaofei. Old Wang is driving. You feed him. Qin Xiaofei immediately affirmed. No problem. Many Duomo received unexpected praise. Although she understood that everyone was merely teasing her, her spirits were buoyed, and it was impossible not to feel joy in their company. The emotional value was at its peak. She cheerfully took out a ikong and began to munch on it. After finishing one, she also grabbed a rice ball, savoring an array of delightful flavors, basking in a sense of happiness. However, she was still perplexed about how the upgraded cube space functioned. Previously, all the supplies were piled on the orange and yellow storage panels, but with the cube's upgrade, there were many more compartments that could not be filled. Chapter 98. The Peculiar Ice City base. 25 minutes later, the various teams successfully reached their destination. If H-City base was bustling with prosperity, I-City base was starkly simplistic. It had walls, but they were neither as tall nor as aesthetically pleasing as those of H-City. The walls were a dull yellow, likely constructed by Earth-type abilities users rather than from rock. A checkpoint was established at the entrance. Upon hearing that individuals from the 3 major bases had arrived, the gate swung open immediately. The staff at the checkpoint could hardly contain their tears of joy, overwhelmed with excitement. This way, please. Thank you so much for coming to our aid. The resting area was located in the city center, and the staff led them forward, where a row of large buses awaited. All combat teams were required to use the same mode of transportation. However, the area behind the city wall was strikingly chaotic, inhabited by a multitude of survivors. Were they actually living in tents? The combat teams couldn't help but glance sideways, realizing how dire the situation was. It felt like the 3 major bases had stepped into a new era, while this area remained shackled to the brutal beginnings of the apocalypse. The team welcoming the 3A squad was a young girl, probably around 20. She appeared quite anxious. This was the 3A squad's first visit to I-City. Having only been 2 months since the onset of the apocalypse, it was impossible for them to have traveled everywhere. Wang Weihui, observing the pitiful tent area, could not help but exclaim, why is it so chaotic here? Isn't there enough space for residents in the city? The staff member, codenamed Xiao Lu, felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. With over 20,000 people, how could they all be accommodated? Once the apocalypse struck, the previously hidden class divisions were laid bare. The wealthy resided in the city center, while the impoverished were relegated to the tent area on the city's outskirts. To live comfortably, one had to either be extremely rich and powerful before the apocalypse or become an ability user afterward. Ordinary people, possessing nothing, were the most marginalized, doing everything they could to survive, but at least they were still alive despite the hardships. Bai Shu inquired, "How is your area divided? What is the daily food supply like? How many meals can one have in a day?" Xiao Lu seemed eager to answer, but fell silent upon noticing the staff patrolling nearby. Qin Luo exchanged glances with the others, all understanding that the base was likely in chaos. The headquarters could not manage every locale, and in times like these, good and bad people alike would emerge. The apocalypse truly reshuffled the world. There were always individuals seeking to profit from the turmoil or establish dominance. More importantly, there was no broadcast of the headquarters core apocalypse ideology at the entrance of this base, the declaration of not abandoning any human being. Furthermore, the staff even attempted to relocate the combat team's vehicles to another parking area. However, everyone knew that unless they returned to their own base, their supplies, including vehicles, would remain in their spatial cards. With the facilities of iCity base being so poor, the nature of its leadership remained unclear. The combat teams were understandably hesitant to trust these individuals with their vehicles. Qin Luo quietly remarked to everyone, "This iCity base seems rather abnormal." Bai Shu and the others nodded in comprehension. Qin Luo turned to find Xu DuoDuo, noticing she was looking around anxiously. He pulled her close, feeling more at ease. Xu DuoDuo did not resist. She had become accustomed to Qin DuoDuo's various forms of contact, especially since he had often carried her during the early days of the zombie outbreak. Nevertheless, this base felt distinctly unusual, with its inhabitants appearing lifeless. Even the corpses seemed to frown. The staff were both enthusiastic yet somewhat restrained. However, they treated the combat teams with utmost courtesy, guiding them to the most luxurious building in the base. The closer they got to the city center, the more prosperous it became. The disparity was striking. In fact, such lavish rooms were assigned to each member of their team. Qin Luo felt inexplicably alert. They claimed there was no space to accommodate them. Yet each member of the combat team received a separate room? This was absurd. "Please provide our team with a suite," Qin Luo insisted, tapping the front desk. Startling the staff, some members of the combat team were excited, while others found it peculiar. Upon hearing Qin Luo's request, the leaders of the leopard and dove teams nodded in agreement, stating that they too would prefer a larger room, as long as they had a place to lie down. They had slept in all sorts of locations during missions. Even leaning against a wall was sufficient for a nap. Moreover, in unfamiliar surroundings, no one would wish to be separated from their teammates. The front desk staff, a beautiful woman in a uniform dress with heavy makeup, appeared troubled. "Sir, our superior instructed us to serve the warriors well. To provide a better resting environment, we specifically arranged luxurious rooms for you." Qin Luo firmly declined, stating, "We do not require that. Our team is not accustomed to being separated." His gaze was cold enough to intimidate anyone who met it. The staff became increasingly anxious, and the more distressed she appeared, the more Qin Luo felt something was amiss. Meanwhile, the Jinpeng team had already checked into their rooms, chatting amiably with the front desk staff, casting flirtatious glances. Upon noticing the commotion at the first service desk, Jin Xuanxiong mockingly shouted, "Have you all become addicted to suffering? Why can't you appreciate the kindness of iCity's leaders?" The other members of Jinpeng's team proudly displayed their black and gold room cards, reportedly the best available, flaunting their triumph. Chen Xiaofei rolled his eyes, thinking them petty and arrogant, wondering how they would meet their demise in the end. Qin Luo quickly obtained the room card he desired, a suite with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The few men would manage to sleep together, while Xu DuoDuo would have her own room. "Let us go, Xiaofei. No need to waste words on them," Qin Luo thought, focusing on his own matters and not bothering to engage with Jin Xuanxiong. The leopard and dove teams followed suit, insisting on staying together, causing the front desk staff to nearly break down in tears, yet ultimately conceding and providing them with room cards. The building's elevator was spacious and luxuriously adorned, with red carpets and a fragrant atmosphere. Wang Weiwei awkwardly commented, "The atmosphere of this base feels quite off. Something is definitely amiss." Qin Luo recognized this as well. Planning to observe the situation further, Bai Shu reminded everyone to remain cautious, stating he would check for anything unusual once they entered their rooms. His keen eyesight could discern many things beyond the visible, easily detecting surveillance. Chun Xiaofei was equally frustrated, exclaiming, "What is wrong with I-City? It's so bothersome." They would rather battle mutated marine creatures than engage in the scheming of officials, feeling that I-City was peculiar and undoubtedly complicated. Xu DuoDuo shared their sentiments, disliking the ambience of the place. Chapter 99. A deceptive facade. The 3A team's room was on the 23rd floor, boasting a decent view and a beautiful interior. Upon entering, they were greeted by a massive floor-to-ceiling window that showcased the stunning night scenery. The room was exquisitely adorned, yet it seemed entirely indifferent to the tents at the city gate. As Chun Xiaofei stepped inside, he couldn't help but voice his discontent. Qin Luo inserted the room card, illuminating the space, revealing its peculiar charm. Bai Shu first surveyed the area, confirming the absence of any suspicious devices, ensuring their safety. Wang Weihua observed the room's lavish arrangements, lamenting the expenditure, questioning the thought process of the head of the I-City base. Unlike the other 3 major bases, which prioritized the resettlement of ordinary survivors and the provision of basic sustenance, here, resources such as weapons and enhancement for abilities were exclusively allocated to those endowed with powers, even to those who appeared grotesquely transformed. The premise was coexistence, striving to restore normalcy for all. However, this location seemed to lack understanding of the foundational principles, resulting in a chaotic environment. The staff appeared timid, often hesitating to speak, clearly silenced by the base's authority. After a thorough inspection, the suite revealed itself to be quite luxurious, with a spacious living area ample enough for their group to rest comfortably. Qin Luo ventured into a smaller room, which was adequately furnished. "You should take a shower, and tonight, stay in your room. Don't lock the door. Call us if anything arises. It's prudent to remain cautious in unfamiliar surroundings," he advised. Mu Dodo nodded and retreated to her quarters. Wang Weihua and the others began to shed their outer garments upon entering, as the interior was heated but still somewhat chilly due to the frigid weather. "How do the ordinary people at the city gate manage?" Wang Weihua remarked, observing the numerous vacant houses in the city center. Bai Shu, engrossed in writing a report, adjusted his glasses and responded, "What alternative do they have? This base is evidently designed for them to endure hardship. Do you not see how the concept of class is starkly illustrated here?